In the fifth year of Konoha, under the unreasonable demands of his elder brother, Hashirama, Tobirama was compelled to adopt a young Uchiha boy, unbeknownst to him that this child would profoundly alter the course of his life. Renya traversed into the Uchiha clan, only to be taken in by the malevolent Tobirama Senju. Yet fortunately, this old rascal refrained from committing any outrageous acts. In the stillness of night, within the confines of a laboratory, Tobirama Senju fixated on the unconscious Renya upon the experimental table, his eyes gleaming with fervor. The Uchiha boy, an impeccable specimen for experimentation. Years later, Renya would inadvertently uncover the secrets of the laboratory. Old man, after serving as your chef for so many years without compensation, is this how you treat me? Chapter 1. Hashirama's Proposition. 5 years into Konoha. Renya, Lord Madara has truly departed, said a young hedgehog-haired child with a complex expression. Renya had previously asserted that Lord Madara would leave Konoha in a few days. At that time, he was skeptical, yet mere days later, his words became reality.
The hedgehog-haired child was named Uchiha-shun, and he shared a good rapport with Renya. All right, I understand, Renya replied, spitting out the grass he had been chewing, his demeanor calm, as if he had already anticipated such news.
Renya, how did you come to know of Lord Madara's departure? Uchiha-shun inquired curiously. The news of Lord Madara's departure was unbeknownst even to the clan's formidable ninjas. How could Renya be privy to it? It is only natural, Renya gazed at Shun. Lord Madara had previously summoned the clan members to leave together, yet they are unwilling to relinquish this hard-won peace. No one desires to follow Lord Madara. Lord Madara is such a proud individual. He would surely depart alone. Ah, so that's how it is, Uchiha-shun exclaimed, suddenly enlightened, and then indignantly stated, had I known Lord Madara was leaving today, I would have certainly followed him. Even if you wish to follow Lord Madara, he would not take a little brat like you along, Renya scoffed. Lord Uchiha Madara harbored grand ambitions and would not be encumbered by a liability. Upon hearing this, Uchiha-shun became visibly displeased. He scrutinized Renya from head to toe, muttering under his breath, Tisich, you're not even as tall as I am. Renya responded with silence. This statement struck a nerve, rendering him momentarily speechless. Renya was 6 years old, standing at a height of 1.20 meters. In contrast, Uchiha-shun, also 6 years of age, boasted an astonishing height of 1.40 meters, towering over Renya by a full head. His stature was hardly that of a typical 6-year-old. One could easily mistake him for a 10-year-old. Renya often pondered what this fellow had consumed to grow so rapidly. He observed Shun for a while, yet could not discern the reason. All right, you may take your leave now. Renya waved his hand, signaling for Uchiha-shun to depart. Uchiha-shun hesitated for a moment before saying, Renya, perhaps you should return to the nursery? Renya frowned, responding with impatience. I can take care of myself. There is no need for your concern. Very well, Uchiha-shun sighed, turning to leave. As he departed, Renya shut the courtyard gate and retreated to his room. Lord Uchiha Madara has defected, Renya murmured softly. He harbored a secret within. He was, in fact, a time traveler. Initially, upon realizing he had arrived among the Uchiha, he felt a twinge of fear. He worried that he had traversed to the wrong time, and if he found himself during the night of the Uchiha massacre, it would spell disaster for him. However, after some inquiries, he learned that this was during the founding period of Konoha. This revelation brought him a sense of relief. The founding era was relatively peaceful in the history of the ninja world, with a low probability of danger and ample time for development. After all, with Hashirama Senju and Madara Uchiha present, which nation would dare to harbor ambitions against the Land of Fire? It was fortunate that neither Hashirama nor Madara had their sights set on them. The original Renya's parents had been killed by the Senju clan before the founding of Konoha. As a young child, he was placed in the Uchiha clan's nursery, akin to an orphanage, housing several Uchiha orphans who had lost their parents. Uchiha-shun was one such acquaintance he had befriended there. After arriving, Renya proactively requested to leave the orphanage to live independently. Every Uchiha orphan received a monthly stipend. Although the living expenses were modest, it sufficed for daily needs. Renya sat cross-legged on the floor, beginning to refine his chakra. The chakra refinement method was not a secret within the Uchiha clan. As a prominent family during the Warring States period, they possessed sufficient resources. Upon reaching an appropriate age, Uchiha clan members could receive chakra refinement methods free of charge, serving as a preliminary test of their potential as ninjas. This disparity was precisely what set clan ninjas apart from their common counterparts. With familial resources at their disposal, clan ninjas naturally excelled compared to ordinary ninjas of the same age. Although the founding era was relatively peaceful, strength would always reign supreme. Only through formidable power could one ensure their own safety. Since his arrival, Renya had diligently practiced every day. In addition to chakra refinement, he also engaged in physical training. Given his young age, he could not afford to overexert himself. Otherwise, he risked stunting his growth at 1.50 meters, which would spell the end of his aspirations. In the Hokage's office, why did he choose to do this? The first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, pondered the news of Madara's defection, gazing at the Konoha village emblem hanging on the wall, his heart a tumult of emotions. Senju Hashirama sighed. Tobirama, you have always harbored resentment towards the Uchiha, antagonizing them at every turn. Perhaps it is your actions that have displeased Madara, prompting his temporary departure from the village. It is my fault for not managing the relationship between you and Madara, Senju Tobirama replied, bewildered. He gazed incredulously at his elder brother, his eyes brimming with astonishment, seemingly unable to fathom how Hashirama could utter such words. He could not comprehend how his brother could attribute Madara's defection to his own actions. Just as Tobirama was about to counter, Hashirama earnestly continued, Tobirama, the war between the Senju and the Uchiha has long since concluded. You must learn to relinquish your hatred. He hoped that by advising Tobirama now, such occurrences would not arise again upon Madara's return. He was reluctant to see his younger brother and friend at odds in such a manner. Tobirama remained silent, his expression cold as he listened to his brother's incessant monologue. This scenario had unfolded more than once, revolving around themes of forsaking hatred, embracing the Uchiha, recognizing that Konoha is one big family, and the paramount importance of unity. He had grown weary of hearing it. However, Hashirama's subsequent words left him utterly astounded. Tobirama, I believe you hold a bias against the Uchiha. Hence I propose that you adopt an orphan from their clan, with the hope that through your interactions with this child, you may learn to release your animosity towards the Uchiha. Brother, you cannot be serious? Tobirama exclaimed, losing his usual composure and erupting in protest. I am quite serious. Hashirama responded, his expression grave, devoid of any hint of jest. No, absolutely not. Tobirama hastily rejected the notion. He could not fathom how his brother could suggest such a preposterous idea. Had he perhaps suffered a blow to the head from a stone thrown by Madara during their earlier skirmish? Chapter 2. Adoption Uchiha Clan Grounds. Senju Hashirama arrived at the Uchiha territory, accompanied by a dejected Senju Tobirama. Upon receiving the news, the Uchiha elder hastily led the clan members out to greet them. Following Uchiha Madara's defection, the Uchiha clan found itself leaderless, with the elder taking charge of clan affairs. Lord Hokage, what brings you here? The Uchiha elder asked nervously, fearing that Hashirama had come to seek retribution concerning Madara's actions. Madara's departure from Konoha was, to put it mildly, shrouded in mystery. To put it more bluntly, he had betrayed the village. What if Senju Hashirama seized the opportunity to strike against the Uchiha clan now that Madara was absent? Without Madara, there was no one to oppose Hashirama. Haha, elder. Do not be alarmed. I have come to discuss a matter with you, Hashirama replied with a genial smile. What is it that Lord Hokage wishes to discuss? The elder inquired cautiously, hoping it was not to eradicate the Uchiha clan. Actually, my brother wishes to adopt an orphan from the Uchiha clan. I wonder if you would be amenable to this. Upon hearing this, the Uchiha present were taken aback, their expressions reflecting disbelief as they turned to stare at Senju Tobirama. Their faces seemingly asking, are you jesting? In Konoha, Senju Tobirama was known for harboring a profound disdain for the Uchiha, and conversely, the Uchiha held no fondness for him either. It was hard to fathom that he would seek to adopt a member of the Uchiha clan. After the initial shock, the Uchiha members cast suspicious glances at Tobirama, speculating whether there was some ulterior motive behind his desire to adopt an Uchiha orphan. Feeling the intense scrutiny of the red-eyed clan members, Tobirama's frustration boiled over, and he lowered his head in silence. It was only under the pressure of his brother's authority that he found himself here. Hashirama, ignoring Tobirama's discomfort, turned his attention back to the elder. Elder, would you be willing to assist us? Upon hearing this, the elder broke into a cold sweat. Truth be told, he had no desire to consent to such an arrangement. If word got out that an Uchiha had been adopted by the Senju, how could the Uchiha clan maintain its standing within Konoha? Yet, standing before him was the legendary Senju Hashirama. Refusing him would not bode well. With Madara having defected, the Uchiha clan had no one capable of standing against Hashirama. If he were to refuse, who could guarantee that he would not act against the Uchiha? Perhaps this was merely an excuse for an assault on the clan. After all, the Senju were now the ruling clan in Konoha, not the Uchiha. Regret seeped into the elder's heart. He wished he had left with Madara. However, This was merely a fleeting thought. The Uchiha, having endured years of war, had finally embraced peace. They would not relinquish this hard-won tranquility. After much contemplation, the elder relented. Lord Hokage, I shall take you to the orphanage. The expressions of the Uchiha were complex as they silently watched the trio depart. They all understood that this was the elder's concession to Konoha. Had Madara not left, such an occurrence might never have transpired. The Uchiha had tolerated once, but they could not afford to do so again, yet they had no alternative. Uchiha Orphanage. The director of the orphanage, a burly man with a beard, quickly gathered the children upon learning the Hokage's purpose, arranging them in a neat line. About 50 children stood before him, their faces filled with curiosity, unaware of what was unfolding. Having spent their lives in the orphanage, they had no knowledge of Senju Hashirama. Children, this is Lord Hokage, the director announced. At those words, a commotion erupted among the children. The name of the god of shinobi had long echoed throughout the ninja world. There was scarcely anyone in Konohagakure who did not respect or admire him. Even the proud Uchiha were no exception. It was in their nature to revere the strong, especially when that strength was coupled with kindness and humility. Hashirama warmly greeted the children, explaining the purpose of his visit. The Uchiha orphans were momentarily taken aback. Although they idolized Hashirama, that did not equate to a desire to be adopted by him. Being adopted by the Senju would be an absolute disgrace. Should word of this leak, they would be forever branded with shame, unable to hold their heads high, particularly for these orphans, who owed their plight to the Senju. Had it not been for the Senju, their parents would not have perished in the war, and they would not have become orphans. Tobirama approached the Uchiha children with a stern demeanor, his expression grim. He glanced around dismissively and shook his head. Brother, I have no interest in any of these children. He hoped his brother would promptly abandon this endeavor. The notion of adopting an Uchiha orphan was nothing short of absurd. Upon hearing this, the children collectively exhaled in relief. They were glad not to have been chosen. Tobirama, do not play games. Hashirama admonished, frowning. Tobirama crossed his arms defiantly, muttering, what can I do? I am not interested in any of these children. Before Hashirama could respond, the orphanage director interjected, Lord Hokage, there is actually one more child, but he recently moved out. Hashirama's eyes brightened instantly. Then let us trouble you to take us to find this child. He turned to Tobirama, adopting a rare authoritative tone. Since these children do not appeal to you, I hope you will take a liking to the last one. Tobirama's teeth clenched in frustration. He shot a furious glare at the director. Had looks been lethal, the director would have been riddled with daggers. His previous words had merely been an attempt to dissuade his brother from pursuing this course of action, yet now the director had made it impossible to back out. The implied threat in Hashirama's words was unmistakable. The Uchiha truly were a clan born of wickedness. The director, leading the way, suddenly felt a chill run down his spine, causing him great discomfort. Tobirama. A light reprimand from Hashirama dissipated that unsettling feeling. Renya's residence. Renya, open the door. It's the director. Renya, who had been meditating to gather chakra, quickly rose to answer the door. Upon opening it, he noticed 3 figures standing behind the director. One elderly man he recognized as the Uchiha elder. The other 2, however, caught his attention. One was clad in a green kimono with black hair, while the other was dressed in blue armor with white hair. It did not take long for him to deduce their identities as Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobirama. A wave of panic surged within Renya. Why were these 2 here to find him? Had his true identity been exposed? That couldn't be. He had never shared anything with anyone. Moreover, was Tobirama really so dramatic as to appear in armor within the village, so wary of the Uchiha? He composed himself, feigning ignorance. Elder, director, what brings you here? Renya, someone wishes to adopt a child, so I brought them to find you, the director explained. Renya's pupils dilated in shock, his expression akin to seeing a ghost. What was happening? Senju Hashirama wanted to adopt him? His mind went blank, unable to grasp the situation. What is Lord Hokage's intention? The elder inquired. Hashirama scrutinized Renya, nodding with satisfaction. He is quite the independent child for his age. He will do. Without even consulting Tobirama, he made the decision unilaterally. Brother, Tobirama erupted in anger. You truly wish for me to adopt an Uchiha? It was only at that moment that he realized his brother was not jesting. Hashirama patted Tobirama's shoulder, gently encouraging him. I hope you can set aside your hatred for the Uchiha while interacting with this child. With that, he turned to the still-dazed Renya and stated, Little Renya, he will be the one to take care of you from now on. If he bullies you, come to me, and I shall help you teach him a lesson. Upon hearing these words, Renya finally regained his senses. He gazed blankly at Tobirama Senju, realizing that it was Tobirama who intended to adopt him. How utterly absurd. Tobirama Senju also looked at Renya, and the two exchanged bewildered glances, both utterly flummoxed by the situation. Ultimately, with a scowl upon his face, Tobirama hoisted the bewildered Renya and departed from the Uchiha clan's territory. Renya could scarcely have imagined that Tobirama would become his guardian. Considering that this old fellow was notoriously averse to the Uchiha clan, Tobirama shared this sentiment, astonished that he would, in his lifetime, adopt a mere Uchiha child. The elder watched this scene unfold with a helpless sigh, hoping that Tobirama would not mistreat the child. Chapter 3. Prepare 2 dishes for me. Senju clan territory. Tobirama led Renya toward his residence. The news of his adoption of an Uchiha child had already spread throughout the Senju clan. As they walked, the Senju clansmen cast various glances at Renya, some filled with curiosity, others with shock, and still others with disdain. Renya paid no heed to the reactions of those around him, silently trailing behind Tobirama, contemplating his future plans. Compared to being adopted by Tobirama, he would much rather remain within the Uchiha clan's territory. Given Tobirama's wariness toward the Uchiha, Renya would undoubtedly have no privacy within the Senju clan. Many things would become impossible as a result. He observed Tobirama's back with a resentful expression. He could not fathom why Tobirama had decided to adopt him. Before long, they arrived at their destination. Tobirama's residence was situated in a tranquil area of the Senju clan, far removed from the bustling marketplace and commercial streets. "Come inside," Tobirama said as he pushed open the door and stepped into the courtyard. Renya curiously surveyed the yard, where several tall cherry blossom trees stood, their blossoms in full bloom, pink petals fluttering down and blanketing the entire courtyard. "Oh, this place has quite the charm," Renya murmured softly. Tobirama, evidently having heard Renya's comment, replied, "This will be your room from now on," gesturing toward a particular room. "I understand," Renya nodded, pushing the door open and stepping inside. Observing Renya's haughty demeanor, Tobirama couldn't help but recall someone from the past, and muttered under his breath, "Damn Uchiha brat." As they continued, Renya had a revelation. Even though Tobirama despised the Uchiha, he was unlikely to resort to violence against a mere Uchiha child. Of course, this was contingent upon the establishment of Konoha, were it still the Warring States period. Tobirama would likely have been quite willing to send an Uchiha child on an early journey to the afterlife. Since Tobirama would not harm him, what was there to fear? Moreover, with Hashirama, the good-natured elder, around, as long as he did not act foolishly, Tobirama would have no means to deal with him. Renya examined the interior of the room, finding it vastly superior to his previous living conditions. Leaning against the doorframe with arms crossed, Tobirama looked down at Renya. His voice low, "Rude Uchiha brat, you still haven't introduced yourself." For some inexplicable reason, Renya felt irked by Tobirama's demeanor and coldly replied, "I am Renya, Uchiha Renya." "And you, white-haired uncle?" Tobirama was taken aback by Renya's response, momentarily stunned, and silently cursed, "Truly, an evil Uchiha child, not one to miss an opportunity." "Renya, you say?" "I am Tobirama Senju," he introduced himself. "Oh, white-haired uncle, might you refrain from mimicking my speech?" Renya pouted. "Is this truly the future second Hokage? He seems rather childish." Tobirama's lips twitched, and he instinctively clenched his fists. "You should consider yourself fortunate to live in such an era, brat." Tobirama replied coldly. "If it were 5 years ago, I wouldn't have wasted my breath. Upon encountering an Uchiha, a swift thunder god slash would have sufficed. Thank goodness I live in a good era." Renya nodded in agreement, adding, "Otherwise, I would genuinely fear your wrath." Tobirama then realized that this child was perhaps not as innocent as he appeared. "Enough standing around, uncle. I am hungry. Hurry and prepare 2 dishes for me," Renya commanded. Tobirama stared at him in disbelief, exclaiming, "You want me to cook for you?" Renya shrugged, replying, "I'm only 6. You can't expect me to cook for myself, can you?" Tobirama regarded Renya with a blank expression, and after a long moment, he turned and left. Watching Tobirama's retreating figure, Renya cheerfully called out, "White-haired uncle, add plenty of chili. I enjoy it spicy." Tobirama nearly stumbled at this, almost losing his footing. As he entered the kitchen, Renya closed the door with a smile. As I suspected, he muttered to himself. It appeared that Tobirama had been coerced by Hashirama, though the specifics remained unclear. Perhaps he could glean more information from Tobirama in the future. For the time being, it seemed that Tobirama would not harm him at all, and he would even fulfill some outrageous demands. Renya's earlier actions were a test of Tobirama's limits, a sort of obedience test. The conclusion was that although Tobirama had reluctantly adopted Renya, aside from his discontent, he would not impose any true restrictions on him. With this thought, Renya exhaled in relief. He then sat cross-legged on the floor and began to cultivate his chakra. Regular practice in refining chakra would enhance his understanding of the balance and fusion of physical and mental energy, making the refining process more efficient and effective, thus allowing for better utilization of chakra when performing jutsu. After reluctantly preparing dinner, Tobirama resolved to summon Renya to the table. How absurd. Here he was, Tobirama Senju, the man who despised the Uchiha more than anyone, yet he found himself cooking for a member of their clan. While sautéing, he nearly succumbed to the urge to spit into the food. Did that wicked Uchiha brat dare to eat his cooking? He had to restrain himself, otherwise, Renya would have only been served his saliva. Upon sensing Renya seated cross-legged in the room, Tobirama was taken aback, murmuring, "This little brat." He had not anticipated such diligence from someone so young. The efficiency with which Renya refined his chakra was clearly indicative of long-term training. His perception of Renya shifted considerably in that moment. Tobirama approached the door and called out, "Brat, it's time to eat." Renya opened the door, raising an eyebrow. "Uncle, how are your culinary skills?" "I am quite discerning." Tobirama, feeling his impression of Renya plummet once more, led them to the kitchen. Observing the dishes laid out on the table, Renya grimaced. "Uncle, your cooking leaves much to be desired." Tobirama's expression darkened as he coldly replied, "I have military rations here. Do you want them?" As he spoke, he produced 2 military rations. "Ahem, I was joking." Renya quickly knelt at the table and began to feast. Although the presentation of the food was lacking, the taste was equally unappetizing. It seemed he would have to take charge of cooking from now on. Chapter 4. Unrequested Affection. After dinner, Renya headed toward his room without so much as a farewell. Perhaps it was the original's personality at play. He simply could not bring himself to fawn over Tobirama. Instead, he instinctively felt loathing toward the man. After all, the original's parents had perished at the hands of the Senju clan. The animosity between the two parties serves as the very foundation of their clan's warfare. Senju Tobirama, wearing a grim expression, coldly remarked, "Kid, can't you wash the dishes?" Renya waved his hand dismissively, not bothering to look back, and replied, "Uncle, your cooking is so atrocious that I would never help you with the dishes. Dream on." Tobirama's composure shattered in an instant, his patience evaporating. "What do you mean, kid?" He acknowledged that his culinary skills were indeed lacking, but to label his food as inedible was an outright provocation. Those Uchiha were the most detestable, and this little brat was no exception. Renya turned his head to observe Tobirama's enraged expression, a look of exasperation on his face. All right. I'll wash the dishes today," he said, his tone reminiscent of soothing a child. His casual remark seemed to aggravate Tobirama even more. At his age, one would think he could manage his temper better. Tobirama was left in a daze as he watched Renya carry the plates and bowls to the kitchen, his mind replaying Renya's words. After a moment, he snapped back to reality, feeling a mix of embarrassment and indignation as he watched the young boy busying himself in the kitchen. Had he, Senju Tobirama, just been consoled by a child? The sink was rather high, and Renya, at a mere 1.20 meters, couldn't reach it without standing on a chair to wash the dishes properly. This was the very reason he was reluctant to help with the chores. Once Renya finished washing the dishes and dried his hands with a towel, he walked into the living room where Tobirama was pretending to read a book. Not raising his head, Tobirama thought Renya would leave after washing up. Ignoring him, Renya smirked and said, "White-haired uncle, your culinary skills are truly abysmal. From now on, I'll cook, and you can handle the dishes." Tobirama lifted his gaze, skepticism filling his eyes. "You can cook?" Just recently, this boy claimed he couldn't cook, and now he was asserting he would take over the kitchen. How typical of a Uchiha. Renya sighed, "What can I say? Your food is so dreadful that I have no choice but to step in." Tobirama replied, "Fine, but I don't like spicy food." Renya dismissed him with a wave. "Who cares? I'll put in chili, eat it or not." Tobirama's mouth twitched in irritation as he watched Renya's retreating figure. That infuriating little Uchiha. If it weren't for his brother's insistence, would he ever consider adopting this brat? No. He needed to persuade his brother. With that thought, Tobirama's figure vanished in an instant. After returning to his room, Renya didn't rush into training. Having just eaten, he needed a moment to recuperate. Lying on his bed, he stared at the ceiling, pondering how he ended up in the care of Senju Tobirama. His expression was one of melancholy. He couldn't fathom why the Uchiha would consent to such an arrangement. Given the long-standing enmity between the two clans that had persisted since the days of Hashirama and Indra. In this context, why would the Uchiha agree to Tobirama adopting him? It seemed utterly absurd. Although Tobirama would not harm Renya, he found the prospect of living under constant surveillance unappealing. Given Tobirama's formidable power, monitoring Renya would be child's play. The thought of a future devoid of privacy left Renya feeling despondent. Enough of this, he resolved. I'll take it one step at a time. Renya rolled out of bed, sat cross-legged on the floor, and began to refine his chakra. As long as his strength was sufficient, no one could threaten him. With this in mind, he immersed himself in his training. Although he was only 6 years old, his chakra reserves far exceeded those of his peers in the Uchiha clan. If he had access to ninjutsu, he would already be on the verge of mastering it. He estimated that with his current chakra levels, casting 2 C-rank jutsu would be quite effortless. Having traversed into the ninja world without a system, he relied solely on his own efforts. Perhaps due to being a reincarnator, Renya's physical and mental energy surpassed that of his contemporaries. Coupled with the wisdom of an adult soul, he understood the significance of strength. His expectations were modest. He only sought the means to protect himself. After all, shortly after Senju Hashirama's death, the first great ninja war would erupt. A conflict in which even someone as powerful as Tobirama would fall, let alone Renya. As a prominent clan in Konoha, the Uchiha could not afford to remain uninvolved when war broke out. They would be compelled to charge into battle. Not to mention, Renya bore the added identity of being Tobirama's adopted son. In such circumstances, even if he wished to avoid combat, he would inevitably be thrust onto the battlefield. Unless Renya were utterly talentless and devoid of any ninja aptitude, relegated to the status of an ordinary person. But the reality was that Renya's ninja talent far exceeded that of his peers. With diligent training, becoming a jonin was nearly a certainty. And reaching the level of a Kage was not out of the question. With this thought, Renya dedicated himself even more fervently to his training. Having crossed into this world with such fortuitous beginnings, it would be a shame to squander his talent through negligence. Not to mention, he aimed to survive the upcoming wars. At the very least, by the time Tobirama returned, dejected, it was already midnight. The weariness etched on his face spoke volumes about the outcome of his lengthy debate with his brother in the Hokage's office. After hours of heated discussion, his brother remained immovable, insisting that Tobirama must care for Renya until he reached adulthood. Tobirama felt as though the weight of the world had collapsed upon him. Having spent only a brief time with that Uchiha brat, he was already exasperated, and the thought of enduring another decade with him made it difficult for him to breathe. That infuriating child. Tobirama's eyes glimmered with a hint of madness as he seemed to hatch a plan. He glanced toward Renya's room and noticed the light still on, a smirk creeping onto his lips. He entered the kitchen and soon emerged with a cup of warm milk, approaching Renya's door. "Kid, open up." Renya, engrossed in his training, was puzzled by Tobirama's sudden appearance at this late hour. What could he possibly want? Curiosity piqued, he opened the door. Tobirama presented the cup of milk to Renya, instructing, "Drink this and get some rest." Renya, bewildered, wondered what had prompted Tobirama to offer him milk. Had he finally developed a conscience? He instinctively accepted the milk, muttering a thank you. "Drink up. I'll take the cup back afterward," Tobirama urged. Renya remained silent, downing the milk in one gulp before returning the cup to Tobirama. He took it from him, cautioning, "Get to bed early." With that, he turned and left. Renya stared at Tobirama's departing figure, confusion etched on his face. What was this old man up to? A sudden display of kindness often concealed ulterior motives. Despite pondering for some time, he could not decipher Tobirama's intentions. Ultimately, he shook his head and lay down to sleep, perhaps believing that Tobirama had indeed experienced a change of heart. Not long after Renya drifted off, Tobirama's silhouette appeared outside the window, wearing a knowing smile. Heh, that insufferable child. Chapter 5. Renya's culinary skills. The following morning, Renya awoke, looking worn and exhausted. He had experienced a peculiar dream the previous night. In his dream, he found himself in a laboratory, lying on a cold dissection table surrounded by various biological specimens and jars. He endeavored to rise from his bed, yet his body remained immobile, rendering him a mere spectator to his own plight. What, indeed, was the nature of that dream? Renya murmured to himself. Could it be the fabled golden finger of transmigration? At this thought, excitement danced upon his features. If it were indeed a golden finger, the exhilaration would be unparalleled. As a transmigrator, lacking such a boon would be rather disheartening. However, Renya quickly regained his composure. A mere dream could not hold definitive meaning. What if it were not so? He would only end up disappointed in vain. He resolved to observe for a while longer, to see if he could continue to dream. And only then would he commence his research. With this in mind, he rolled out of bed and exited his room. Strolling through the courtyard, he found no trace of Senju Tobirama and surmised that he had gone to the Hokage office to assist Senju Hashirama with paperwork. Thus, he made his way to the corner of the yard, where a shuriken throwing range was set up. The area was a perfect circle, approximately 20 meters in diameter, at the center of which stood a row of meticulously crafted wooden targets. These targets stood about a person's height, fashioned from sturdy planks. Their surfaces adorned with conspicuous concentric circles, red at the center, radiating outward in orange, yellow, blue, and other vibrant hues. On one side of the range, a simple wooden shed had been erected. Inside rested a wooden table and several chairs, neatly arranged with various types of shuriken, triangular and cross-shaped alike. Along the wall, a rack displayed protective gear, including gloves, wrist guards, and chest protectors. Truly, Senju Tobirama was a man of considerable means. Lien Yi reflected. With his previous living expenses, he could scarcely afford to eat, let alone purchase shuriken for training. Gazing at the shuriken before him, Lien Yi felt a pang of longing. Although he yearned to commence training immediately, these tools were not his to use without Senju Tobirama's consent. After a brief contemplation, he decisively diverted his gaze and began his physical training. Given his still-growing body, he refrained from overly strenuous exercises, opting instead for simple calisthenics such as push-ups, squats, and pull-ups to bolster his chest, legs, and arms. Such strength training was crucial for a ninja to maintain stability and explosive power during missions. By the time Lien Yi completed his training, it was nearly noon. He lay on the ground for a moment to catch his breath before dragging his fatigued body to the kitchen to prepare lunch. Uncertain whether Senju Tobirama would return for the meal, he decided to cook for two. Notably, the portion he prepared for himself was particularly generous, double that of what he had eaten the previous night. After each session of physical training, Lien Yi found his appetite greatly increased. He took delight in this, as a hearty appetite indicated substantial energy expenditure, affirming the efficacy of his training. Moreover, ample food intake would aid in muscle growth, enhance stamina, and improve his body's recovery capabilities. With the pantry lacking in ingredients, Lien Yi prepared a simple meal of mapo tofu and kung pao chicken, both dishes retaining their characteristic spiciness. He chuckled to himself, serving a modest bowl of rice. Carrying a large basin of rice, he filled a bowl for Senju Tobirama and then began to indulge heartily. The small bowl of rice was, of course, reserved for Senju Tobirama. Having been raised in Huagua, Lien Yi was not accustomed to Japanese culinary traditions. He found himself gravitating more towards Chinese cuisine. Since Senju Tobirama detested spicy food, he prepared a table laden with fiery dishes. At that moment, Senju Tobirama returned. As he stepped into the courtyard, he was immediately met with a rich and aromatic fragrance. Surprised, he glanced toward the kitchen and murmured, "What delectable dish has that little brat concocted?" Only then did Senju Tobirama realize that Lien Yi was not exaggerating. He truly possessed culinary skills. Instinctively swallowing, he hastened into the kitchen. "Welcome back, white-haired uncle," Lien Yi greeted, continuing his feast. Senju Tobirama wasted no time, seating himself at the table where two enticing plates of mapo tofu and kung pao chicken awaited him. The pristine tofu bathed in a glossy red chili oil, speckled with fragrant Sichuan peppercorns and vibrant green scallions, emanated a rich, spicy aroma that tantalized the senses. The kung pao chicken was no less appealing, with its orange-hued chicken morsels, vibrant red peppers, and tender green scallions harmoniously combined, exuding an irresistible sweet and spicy fragrance. He first picked up a chopstick full of mapo tofu. The moment it touched his tongue, the searing heat and intense spiciness exploded in his mouth. Though not accustomed to spicy food, Senju Tobirama was nonetheless captivated by the mapo tofu. He quickly sampled the kung pao chicken next, where the tender chicken, crunchy peanuts, and fiery peppers melded beautifully, offering a plethora of flavors that provided an unprecedented gustatory experience. The taste was simply divine. "Hey, uncle, don't just eat the dishes. It's best enjoyed with rice," Lien Yi called out. Upon hearing this, Senju Tobirama feigned nonchalance as he lifted the rice bowl, mimicking Lien Yi's actions to scoop a spoonful of mapo tofu, letting the red oil cascade down upon the rice. As he chewed, the spiciness of the tofu blended with the sweetness of the rice, creating an intoxicating symphony of flavors. He continued to savor bite after bite, lost in the satisfaction of the meal, oblivious to the beads of sweat trickling down his brow due to the heat. Senju Tobirama closed his eyes in enjoyment, seemingly savoring the taste of the two dishes. Even he had never encountered such delectable food before. This little brat's culinary prowess was indeed commendable. Perhaps adopting him was not such an arduous decision after all. "Hey, uncle, don't just sit there in a daze. Once you're done, you'll need to wash the dishes," Lien Yi said, letting out a satisfied burp. Senju Tobirama snapped back to reality and obediently took his bowl and chopsticks to the kitchen. Lien Yi was somewhat surprised. He hadn't expected the old man to be so agreeable. Little did he know, Lien Yi had successfully conquered his appetite. The fact that Senju Tobirama, who never ate spicy food, had finished 2 plates of fiery dishes was a testament to Lien Yi's cooking skills. Before long, Senju Tobirama emerged from the kitchen, his gaze landing on Lien Yi momentarily before shifting away. Lien Yi fancied he detected a hint of approval in Senju Tobirama's eyes. He shook his head, casting aside the thought. What a ridiculous notion, Senju Tobirama appreciating him. Recalling the training ground, Lien Yi cautiously inquired, "White-haired uncle, may I use the training ground in the courtyard?" "Feel free to use it as you wish," Senju Tobirama replied, displaying little reaction. A flicker of joy sparked within Lien Yi as he mused. This old man is surprisingly easy to deal with. "I have matters to attend to," Senju Tobirama stated, turning to leave. Just as he reached the door, he seemed to remember something, pausing to glance back at Lien Yi. "Little brat, remember to cook extra rice for dinner." Lien Yi. Chapter 6. Shuriken Throwing. After Senju Tobirama departed, Lien Yi took a brief rest before eagerly heading to the practice range. This marked the first time he would engage in shuriken throwing practice, and a sense of anticipation welled within him. In the world of ninjas, shurikens served as a common weapon, allowing for ranged attacks against foes, ideal for stealthy assassinations, delivering silent and lethal strikes to enemies. In essence, why engage in close combat when one could eliminate adversaries from a distance? When stealth was an option, one should opt for it. Defeating foes was the ultimate goal. Lien Yi envisioned a future where his throwing skills would reach mastery, allowing him to take down an opponent with a single shuriken on the battlefield. Such a scene stirred his blood. Taking a deep breath to steady himself, Lien Yi gradually raised his arm, leaning slightly backward to adjust his stance. With every ounce of strength, he hurled the shuriken forward. This was his first training session. He hoped for a promising beginning. The expectations were modest. Merely hitting the target would suffice, regardless of the scoring rings. However, while ideals are often lush and plentiful, reality can be stark and unforgiving. The shuriken, after tracing a crooked arc through the air, landed in the ground some distance in front of the target. Not only did it miss the bullseye, it failed to hit the target altogether. The smile on Lien Yi's face instantly froze, his cheeks flushed crimson, as though doused with a bucket of cold water. He instinctively glanced around, relieved to find no witnesses. Thank goodness no one had seen that utterly embarrassing moment. He sighed and picked up another shuriken, preparing to throw once more. Time and again, his throws either veered off course or simply fell short. Beads of sweat dotted Lien Yi's forehead, and his arms ached from the relentless repetition, yet he remained undeterred. In this perilous world of ninjas, one's own strength is of utmost importance. Unlike other transmigrators who possessed systems, he could only rely on his relentless efforts to grow stronger. Knowing that the path to power lay in unwavering dedication to training, Lien Yi felt fortunate to belong to the Uchiha clan, renowned for their superior chakra capacity, ninjutsu talent, and combat prowess compared to other families, not to mention their possession of the Sharingan, a coveted bloodline limit. Apart from the Uzumaki and Senju clans, few could rival the Uchihas. Had he been reborn as a ninja from an ordinary family, that would truly have been a calamitous start, with no solace to be found. After all, the potential ceiling for ninjas from ordinary families was patently limited, no matter how hard they strived, capping at best at the level of a jonin. Talent determines the upper limit, while effort defines the lower. Well, aside from those few in green spandex who could utilize the 8 gates, of course. After what felt like an eternity of attempts, Lien Yi steadied himself, inhaling deeply to calm his mind. This time, his gaze was resolute, and the shuriken in his hand seemed to meld with his very essence. Through persistent practice, he appeared to have found his rhythm. With a swift motion, the shuriken sliced through the air in a perfect line, embedding itself squarely in the red bullseye of the target. At last success, Lien Yi plopped down onto the ground, his arm throbbing painfully, a testament to the intense training he had just endured. Sweat trickled down his forehead, cascading down his cheeks to drip onto the earth below. Despite his physical exhaustion, the sight of the shuriken lodged in the target brought a smile to his lips. As dusk approached, Lien Yi took a brief respite before rising to gather the scattered shuriken, returning them to their rightful place. Once this task was completed, he trudged back to his room, his clothes drenched in sweat, yearning for a refreshing cold shower to alleviate the fatigue from his training. The afternoon's exertions had taught him that mastering shuriken throwing was no simple task to be accomplished overnight. This was merely a static target. In actual combat, enemies would not stand idly by. First, he needed to perfect his aim on stationary targets. He mused, contemplating his future training regimen. Since Uchiha Madara's defection, the Valley of the End battle would not transpire for a while. It seemed that Senju Hashirama had passed away shortly after defeating Madara. Lien Yi speculated that Hashirama must have sustained grave injuries during their epic confrontation, leading to his demise. The First Shinobi War was projected to ignite about 17 years after the establishment of Konoha, suggesting that Lien Yi had a decade of development ahead of him. 10 years seemed insufficient. He clenched his fist, murmuring to himself. Aspiring to become powerful within a decade appeared almost unattainable. Even in 10 years, he would only be 16. And unlike Naruto or Sasuke, he lacked any extraordinary advantages, making it exceedingly difficult to enhance his strength, unless he were to awaken the Mangekyo Sharingan. Lien Yi's eyes gleamed with a flicker of hope, yet he quickly regained his composure. Putting aside thoughts of the Mangekyo, he hadn't even unlocked a single tomo yet. With a resigned sigh, he decided to put such thoughts aside and focus on dinner. He made his way to the kitchen to prepare the evening meal. In accordance with Senju Tobirama's request from the morning, he cooked an ample amount of rice. 2 large pots, to be precise. The dishes remained the same, Mappo tofu and Kung Pao chicken. While he wished to diversify the menu, the available ingredients were limited to these offerings. He would have to ask Senju Tobirama to procure more supplies later. Just as Lien Yi placed the dishes on the table, Tobirama arrived punctually. He surveyed the 4 plates before him and nodded subtly, approvingly. These were indeed his favorites. This time, Lien Yi divided the food into 2 portions, one for himself and one for Tobirama. The reasoning behind this was his mild obsessive-compulsive tendencies. He preferred not to share a plate with anyone. Tobirama was quite agreeable to this arrangement, appreciating the thoughtfulness of the young boy. He, too, preferred not to share a plate with a member of the Uchiha clan. During dinner, the two sat in silence. There was no common ground to discuss between an Uchiha and a Senju, and neither party was inclined to initiate conversation. After the meal, Tobirama gathered the dishes and headed to the kitchen. There are no more ingredients in the house, Lien Yi remarked, prompting Tobirama to pause his dishwashing. After a brief silence, he replied, I will go shopping for whatever ingredients you desire tomorrow. Anything is fine, Lien Yi said, stretching lazily as he stood. I'm heading back to my room now. As Lien Yi prepared to leave, Tobirama hurriedly emerged from the kitchen with a glass of milk, urging him to drink it before returning. Lien Yi was taken aback. Was Tobirama offering him milk? He hadn't anticipated this old fellow to be so considerate. Recognizing that he was still in a growth phase, accepting the milk, Lien Yi drank it down in one go before retreating to his room. After a day of rigorous training, he felt utterly fatigued and yearned for a good night's sleep. Tobirama, gazing at the now empty glass, let a slight smile escape his lips. Chapter 7, Uzumaki Mito. As dawn broke, Lien Yi jolted awake from a fitful dream, cold sweat soaking his back. His chest heaved as remnants of fear and confusion lingered in his eyes. Not again, he thought, bewildered. What in the world was that place? In that bizarre dream, he found himself in a completely unfamiliar setting. The air was thick with the acrid scent of chemicals, and he lay on a cold examination table, restrained by unrecognizable instruments. Utterly immobile, the laboratory walls pulsed with an eerie red light, and strange specimens in various grotesque shapes surrounded him, exuding a nauseating aura. A figure clad in a white coat circled around him, but Lien Yi couldn't discern their face. This individual was scribbling notes, each movement sending a shiver down Lien Yi's spine, as if he were a lamb awaiting slaughter, subjected to their scrutiny. Is this truly my golden finger? Lien Yi pondered, recalling how protagonists in the many novels he had read prior to his transmigration often possessed dream-related powers. For instance, there was a character who endured dreams of being pursued by different monsters for over a decade, only to discover later that it was his special ability. Contemplating this, Lien Yi resolved to investigate if he had undergone any changes. However, after an exhaustive search, he found nothing of note. Could it be that I must act within the dream? Lien Yi frowned, deep in thought. He decided that he would attempt to discover something in his dreams that night. With this in mind, he left his room and, after breakfast, began his morning training. The morning's training mirrored that of the previous day. First, chakra refinement, followed by physical conditioning. While Lien Yi was engrossed in chakra cultivation in the courtyard, a gentle voice suddenly broke the tranquility at the gate. Little one, you're quite serious, aren't you? Upon hearing the sound, Lien Yi opened his eyes, turning in curiosity toward the source. There stood a red-haired woman at the entrance. Her hair styled into 2 bun-like shapes adorned with talisman-like decorations. A purple diamond mark on her forehead stood out prominently, her gaze soft and warm. Clad in a flowing white qipao, she exuded an elegant grace. Every gesture and movement radiated an air of elegance. Renya, upon a single glance, instantly recognized the newcomer. It was none other than Uzumaki Mito, the wife of Hashirama Senju. What brought her here? Although Renya was aware of Mito's identity, he feigned ignorance, inquiring, "Who are you?" Mito smiled warmly and approached him with light, graceful steps, crouching down to meet his gaze. In a gentle voice, she replied, "I am Tobirama's elder sister-in-law. I heard he has taken in a child from the Uchiha clan, so I came to see if you are indeed that child." For reasons unknown, Renya felt as though Mito could peer into the depths of his soul, a sensation that unsettled him. Instinctively, he took a step back, creating distance between them. "Indeed, I am the Uchiha that the white-haired uncle has adopted." Mito paused for a moment, then covered her mouth with a soft laugh. "Why do you refer to Tobirama as white-haired uncle?" Renya shrugged, explaining, "He seems displeased with me, and coincidentally, I feel the same way about him. It's fortunate I didn't just call him white-haired outright." Mito chuckled at his words, shaking her head. "What a proud little rascal you are." In truth, she found herself puzzled by Hashirama's decision. Why was he so insistent on having Tobirama adopt a child from the Uchiha clan? It was common knowledge that Tobirama held reservations against the Uchiha. This matter had prompted Tobirama to frequently return home, lamenting about Renya's irritations. Curious about the child her brother-in-law had often complained about, Mito decided to see for herself just how troublesome this child truly was. After spending a short while with him, it became evident that Tobirama's complaints were exaggerated. Though Renya possessed a hint of pride, he was not as bothersome as Tobirama had claimed. Most likely, it stemmed from Tobirama's bias against the Uchiha, a deliberate attempt to provoke. The aim was all too clear. He simply wished to send Renya back. With this thought in mind, Mito reached out to pat Renya's head, only to have him dodge away. She was taken aback, not expecting him to evade her. "Auntie, please don't mess with my hair," Renya stated. Mito was momentarily stunned by his response. With a light chuckle, she replied, all right, I want to touch your head." "That's more like it." Renya crossed his arms defiantly, embodying the proud Uchiha spirit that would never allow an outsider to ruffle his hair. If word of this were to spread, what would become of his dignity as Uchiha Renya? "By the way, I still haven't asked your name." Mito suddenly realized that she had not inquired about Renya's identity. "I am Uchiha Renya," he replied, looking up at her. "And you, Annie?" Mito smiled softly. "Little Renya." "I am Uzumaki Mito. You may call me Annie Mito." Renya nodded in acknowledgement. "Auntie Mito, I need to train," he declared. Eager to dismiss her as he had no time for idle chatter, he needed to grow stronger swiftly. With that, he settled into a cross-legged position, closing his eyes to begin refining his chakra. Mito watched, astonished by his determination. She had not anticipated him urging her to leave. What an interesting little rascal. She mused with intrigue. Now she understood why Tobirama had come to her, lamenting his struggles. Indeed, Renya was no ordinary child. This would certainly make Tobirama's life rather challenging. Observing Renya's dedicated training, she gradually stood up and exited the courtyard. Once Mito had departed, Renya opened his eyes, contemplatively watching the direction she had vanished. At the Senju residence, Tobirama lamented to his elder brother, "Brother, I beg of you, can we send that child away?" Tobirama, usually composed and collected, displayed a surprisingly vulnerable side. If anyone familiar with him were to witness this, they would undoubtedly be taken aback. For a considerable time, the mere thought of having an Uchiha child in his home had rendered him restless. "Tobirama, you must learn to be tolerant and accepting," Hashirama advised earnestly. He genuinely wished for his brother to forge a harmonious relationship with Renya, ideally fostering a bond that might alleviate Tobirama's animosity towards the Uchiha. Tobirama, however, was disheartened. He had rushed over in hopes that his brother would retract his decision, but no matter how he pleaded, Hashirama remained steadfast. At that moment, Mito entered the room. Upon seeing her, Tobirama quickly turned to her for assistance. "Sister-in-law, please persuade my brother." Since convincing Hashirama had proven futile, he sought Mito's intervention. In terms of familial hierarchy, her word held significant weight. Once she spoke, Hashirama would have no choice but to comply. However, Mito's subsequent words left Tobirama utterly astounded. "Tobirama, I have met Renya, and I believe my brother is right. You should make an effort to get along with that child." "Ha ha ha, Mito is correct." Hashirama chimed in cheerfully. Tobirama was left speechless, feeling as though the ground had crumbled beneath him. He could hardly comprehend how he had departed from that conversation. Both his brother and sister-in-law were in unison, resolutely deciding that he would raise Renya until adulthood. The mere thought of such a future sent Tobirama reeling. What a farce. Chapter 8. Living Expenses. As midday approached, Renya glanced at the time, estimating that Tobirama would soon return. He decided to pull up a chair and wait in the courtyard for his arrival. Why was Renya not preparing a meal? The reason was simple. There were no ingredients left in the house. Tobirama had mentioned he would go shopping today, but it seemed he had forgotten. What could that old man be so busy with every day? Always coming and going at odd hours. Resting his chin on his hands, Renya sighed in boredom. Having moved in 3 days prior, he had scarcely seen Tobirama outside of meal times. It felt as if he were deliberately avoiding him. Huh? Does he really think I want to live with him? Renya scoffed softly to himself. With both the Uchiha elder and Hashirama having spoken out, if given a choice, he certainly would not wish to cohabitate with Tobirama. Before long, Tobirama appeared at the door. Upon noticing Renya seated in the courtyard, he paused for a moment, asking, "Little rascal, is lunch ready?" Renya shot him an exasperated look, retorting, "How can I cook when there are no ingredients?" Only then did Tobirama recall that he needed to buy supplies. This morning, he had been so preoccupied with persuading his brother that he had completely forgotten. Noticing Renya's forlorn gaze, he cleared his throat and offered an explanation. "I've been quite busy lately and simply overlooked it." "Heh, you're merely the brother of the Hokage. You're not the Hokage himself. What could possibly keep you so occupied? You likely just crawled out of some kunoichi's bed," Renya muttered under his breath. After training all morning, he was famished. He had initially planned to treat himself to a delicious meal, only to discover the kitchen was bare. Being just a mere child without any source of income, he had no means to buy ingredients and could only endure hunger while awaiting Tobirama's return. Seeing Tobirama's nonchalant demeanor only fueled Renya's resentment. Who knows where that old man had been gallivanting off to? Tobirama's mouth twitched, struggling to suppress his irritation. "We want to be cooking today. I'll take you out to eat." It was too late to prepare a meal now, and allowing this child to cook might lead to some outrageous statements. Tobirama had lived a clean and honorable life for half of his days. He could not bear the thought of being slandered by this child. Renya's eyes lit up, but he maintained his composure. "If that's the case, I want to eat grilled meat." Tobirama. In the commercial district of Konoha, it wasn't long before Tobirama led Renya to a barbecue restaurant. The enticing aromas wafting through the air, the mouth-watering scent of grilled meat made Renya's throat tighten as he subconsciously swallowed. Having traversed the realm of shinobi for several months, the meager funds available to me were solely sufficient for my daily sustenance, consisting of the most basic of fare, leaving no surplus to indulge in sumptuous delights such as grilled meat. Senju Tobirama settled into a corner booth with Renya, and the affable proprietor promptly approached, presenting the menu. Tobirama handed the menu to Renya and said, "Please, make your selections." Without hesitation, Renya perused the menu and ordered an impressive array of grilled meats, a dozen plates of succulent beef, tender pork belly, and even some pork kidneys. Rounding off the order with several plates of vegetables, Tobirama gazed in astonishment at this spectacle, bewildered. "Are you certain you can consume all this?" "Do not worry. I can manage," Renya replied confidently. The quantity he ordered was nearly sufficient for 3 adults. Initially contemplating ordering more, he ultimately decided against it. Reasoning that excess would lead to waste, he would simply eat until satisfied. Observing Renya's unwavering certainty, Tobirama refrained from further comment. Yet curiosity swirled within him. Could it be that the Uchiha possessed such voracious appetites? Before long, the sizzling platters arrived at their table, where the vivid crimson slices of meat, upon contact with the high heat, curled and changed color, with fat splattering and the aroma intensifying. Tobirama deftly wielded his chopsticks, methodically flipping the meat. Meanwhile, Renya, arms crossed and with keen interest, watched attentively, occasionally offering a remark. Despite his outwardly calm demeanor, he was, in truth, ravenously hungry. As the tantalizing scent of the grilled meat wafted through the air, Renya discreetly swallowed hard. Even amidst his hunger, he knew he must not reveal his cravings. Such restraint was the hallmark of a true Uchiha. "The timing is just right," Tobirama declared, transferring the perfectly cooked meat onto Renya's plate. "I can serve myself," Renya stated, as he deftly picked up a slice and savored it. The moment the grilled meat graced his palate, a look of sheer ecstasy illuminated his face. "This grilled meat is absolutely divine." At that moment, he cast aside any semblance of Uchiha pride, eagerly devouring piece after piece, occasionally emitting soft sounds of satisfaction. Tobirama observed Renya's every move in silent amazement as he swiftly polished off every morsel on the table. Astonishment washed over him when Renya, still feeling unsated, waved his hand to summon several more plates of grilled meat. Tobirama was taken aback. "How did I not realize this little imp could consume so much?" "Oh, I'm full," Renya declared, patting his belly with a look of contentment. This feast had thoroughly satisfied him. Indeed, there was nothing quite like the taste of meat. Tobirama's gaze involuntarily flickered to Renya's slightly distended abdomen. "This is utterly preposterous." How could this little one possibly accommodate all that food? Renya had consumed an astonishing quantity, equivalent to 5 adult portions. It was hard to fathom that he was merely a 6-year-old child. Tobirama found himself questioning his understanding of life. Could this truly be a child? It seemed prudent to conduct a thorough investigation later that evening to unravel the mystery behind Renya's extraordinary appetite. Unbeknownst to Renya, who was relishing the lingering flavors of the grilled meat, Tobirama had other thoughts. If only I could indulge in grilled meat regularly, he mused. Noticing Tobirama's gaze fixed upon him, he called out, "Old man with white hair, we can settle the bill now." Tobirama, roused from his reverie, summoned the proprietor to settle their account. Subsequently, the two departed the restaurant. Just outside, Tobirama suddenly remembered something. He produced a thick wad of cash and handed it to Renya, stating coolly, "This is your allowance. I have matters to attend to." With that, he vanished in a flash, leaving Renya staring at the substantial stack of bills in his hand, speechless. After a moment, he tucked the money into his pocket, a slight smile gracing his lips as he murmured, "Heh, this old fellow is quite amusing." He certainly had not anticipated that Tobirama would bestow upon him such an allowance. This money would indeed alleviate his immediate concerns, granting him the freedom to indulge in whatever his heart desired, liberating him from the shackles of a meager existence. "Perhaps I shall reduce the amount of chili in my cooking from now on," he mused, striding away with his small legs. Once Renya's figure had completely vanished from sight, Tobirama emerged from the shadows, regarding Renya's retreating form with a frigid tone. "Do not misunderstand, little imp. This is merely your experimental fee." He, Senju Tobirama, would never engage in the folly of taking advantage of an Uchiha child. This money would simply serve as compensation for Renya's role as a subject of study. The poor child remained blissfully unaware of these underlying motives, and one could only wonder what expression would grace his face upon discovering the truth in the future. Chapter 9. The Uchiha Observation Manual. In the Uchiha clan territory, at the orphanage, Renya, having finished his meal, did not rush home. Instead, he wandered toward the clan grounds. Compared to the Senju clan, he felt more at home in the orphanage. "Renya, you're back," Uchiha Shun exclaimed, rushing to greet him with palpable excitement. He had already learned of his friend's adoption by Senju Tobirama. "I'm just here to check on you all," Renya explained. His visit to the clan grounds was not merely to see his friend. He also sought to request a ninjutsu scroll from the headmaster. The Uchiha clan maintained a repository of various strategic resources, including a wealth of ninjutsu scrolls. These scrolls served as a unified reward for the younger generation, showcasing the lineage's heritage and encouraging contributions to the clan. Typically, any Uchiha member capable of harnessing chakra and possessing the potential to become a ninja could claim a ninjutsu scroll. However, to acquire additional scrolls thereafter, one usually needed to offer merit or equivalent compensation. At present, Tobirama had not established a ninja academy. The clan's ninjas essentially relied on self-sufficiency, rendering the concept of civilian ninjas virtually non-existent. Civilian ninjas would only begin to emerge once the academy was established. Renya's chakra levels had reached a point where he could unleash some basic ninjutsu, making it imperative for him to obtain a scroll to enhance his abilities. Ninjutsu represented the most commonly utilized and vital means of offense and defense for a ninja. Mastering several powerful techniques was essential to bolster one's strength. With these thoughts in mind, Renya chatted with Shun for a while before bidding farewell and heading to the headmaster's office. The bearded headmaster appeared somewhat taken aback upon seeing Renya. "Renya, what brings you back? Is it possible that this child has faced adversity among the Senju?" Regret flickered through his mind for having allowed Renya to leave with the Senju brothers. However, given that Tobirama was the Hokage, their options had been limited. As the headmaster pondered, Renya spoke up. "Headmaster, I would like to request a ninjutsu scroll." Snapping back to attention, the headmaster inquired with curiosity, "Renya, do you currently possess enough chakra?" "Rest assured, Headmaster," Renya replied confidently. "I have ample chakra to execute several ninjutsu." The headmaster nodded in satisfaction, his eyes gleaming with approval. "Excellent. It seems you have been training diligently." Renya's pace of advancement was among the most exceptional in the orphanage, rivaling even some of the clan's prodigies. Uchiha children typically received instruction from specially assigned jonin after turning 8, while those at the orphanage lacked parental guidance, leading the headmaster to provide what instruction he could, albeit with reduced efficiency compared to regular Uchiha households. "Renya, I hope you continue to strive in your training," the headmaster said, retrieving a scroll from his desk drawer. "I will," Renya replied earnestly as he accepted the scroll. After exchanging farewells with the headmaster, he exited the office. Once Renya had departed, the headmaster sighed in resignation. "Ah, what a splendid child, what a pity. Had Renya not been taken in by the Senju, he would have gladly provided him with one-on-one guidance, recognizing the potential in him. The dean was acutely aware that Renya was not held in high regard within the Senju clan. Otherwise, he would not have specifically returned to seek the ninjutsu scroll from him. With Senju Tobirama's formidable prowess, how could he possibly lack a fire-release ninjutsu scroll? Perhaps Lord Madara's approach was indeed the correct one. At the Senju compound, Renya returned clutching the scroll, his eagerness to study the ninjutsu palpable. He wondered what techniques awaited him within its contents. At that moment, two somewhat stocky little rascals suddenly emerged, arms crossed defiantly, effectively blocking his path. The taller one tilted his chin upward, a provocative smirk plastered across his face. "Hey, kid, are you the Uchiha that Lord Tobirama adopted?" How did they know Renya's identity? It was, of course, the glaring Uchiha fan emblem emblazoned on his attire that betrayed him. The conspicuous crest made it nearly impossible for anyone to overlook. Renya furrowed his brows, a flicker of displeasure igniting within him. He anticipated encountering such troublemakers. He was eager to return to his training. "Get lost. I have no time to play with you," he retorted. The two rascals were undeterred. The taller one charged forward, swinging his fists. Renya deftly sidestepped, causing the boy to stumble and nearly fall. Seeing this, the shorter one drew a kunai from his waistband and lunged at Renya, slashing wildly. A glint of cold determination flashed in Renya's eyes as he swiftly seized the boy's wrist, causing him to drop the kunai in pain. "You're quite the nuisance," Renya declared, showing no mercy as he kicked the shorter boy away. Since the little brat had resorted to using a weapon, Renya felt justified in his response. The taller boy, regaining his composure, charged once more, but alas, they were no match for Renya. Before long, both were sprawled on the ground, wailing in agony. Renya picked up the fallen kunai and hurled it at the shorter boy. It whistled through the air, grazing his cheek and leaving a crimson mark before embedding itself into the earth beside his head, quivering ominously. The shorter boy's face turned ghostly pale, frozen in shock. Too terrified to utter a sound, he had come perilously close to death. The taller boy, equally shaken by the scene, cowered nearby, too afraid to breathe. This Uchiha is truly ruthless and fearsome. Renya dusted himself off, looking down at the two with a cold, emotionless gaze. "If you dare to trouble me again, I will end you." The two boys were instantly struck with terror, their souls seemingly fleeing their bodies. They sensed Renya was not jesting. He truly would kill them. Ignoring their pain, they scrambled to their feet and fled as if the hounds of hell were on their heels. Renya watched impassively as they departed. In the world of shinobi, exerting violence to counter violence was always the simplest path. In the shadows, Senju Tobirama quietly observed the entire spectacle, pulling out his ever-present notebook to jot down his observations. The pages bore the title Uchiha Observation Manual. Once Renya's figure had completely vanished, Tobirama flickered to appear before the two boys. Upon seeing Tobirama, the boys cried out, "Wah! Lord Tobirama, he was too brutal." These boys had been specially recruited by Tobirama to observe Renya's reactions. "Thank you for your efforts. Here is your reward," Tobirama consoled, handing them a stack of bills. "Hee. Thank you, Lord Tobirama." The boys beamed with delight upon receiving the money. Dealing with Uchiha youngsters is truly challenging, Tobirama mused, his expression complex as he reviewed the notes in his notebook. Chapter 10. Senju Tobirama's intent to kill at the Senju residence. Renya eagerly entered the courtyard and unfurled the scroll. Within it were recorded 3 ninjutsu techniques: the Great Fireball Technique, the Phoenix Fire Technique, and the Dragon Fire Technique. These 3 techniques were the hallmark fire release jutsu of the Uchiha clan, classified as C rank. Renya was elated. Mastering these techniques would undoubtedly enhance his strength significantly. The immediate task at hand was to learn and master these ninjutsu. After noting down the theoretical aspects of the Great Fireball Technique, Renya rolled up the scroll and prepared to practice the ninjutsu release. The crux of the Great Fireball Technique lay in transforming his chakra into fire nature and controlling it with precision. This required a profound understanding and mastery of chakra. With his eyes tightly shut, Renya calmed himself, attuning to the flow of chakra within him. He attempted to guide the chakra to coalesce in his abdomen, a process met with difficulty as the chakra behaved like a mischievous child, darting about erratically. Nonetheless, Renya persisted, and after numerous attempts, he finally managed to stabilize the chakra in his abdomen. Next, he needed to transform this chakra into fire nature. Though Renya had yet to test his chakra's affinity, he was certain it was fire nature, possibly accompanied by other undiscovered affinities. He intended to acquire a chakra test paper in the future to ascertain his attributes. For now, he focused on mastering these 3 ninjutsu. Renya concentrated, gradually altering the nature of his chakra. As the transformation took place, he distinctly felt a wave of intense heat surging within his abdomen, as if a flame were igniting. Once the chakra transformation was complete, he began channeling the fire nature chakra to his throat. This was a critical step, requiring precise control over the amount and flow of chakra. A moment's inattention could result not only in failure to perform the ninjutsu, but also in self-inflicted burns. With utmost caution, Renya propelled the chakra, feeling the warmth intensify in his throat as he sensed a powerful energy gathering there. Once prepared, he swiftly formed the necessary hand seals, having practiced diligently in advance. In combat, the speed of hand seals is paramount. The swifter party can unleash their ninjutsu first, gaining the upper hand. His hands danced with precision, executing the hand seals for the rat, serpent, monkey, boar, horse, and tiger. Each gesture was executed flawlessly, signaling the initiation of the Great Fireball Technique. Fire release, Great Fireball Technique. Harnessing the power of his lungs, Renya expelled the chakra gathered in his throat. In an instant, a fireball with a diameter of half a meter erupted from his mouth, accompanied by a torrent of heat and brilliant flames, surging forward and creating a powerful gust of wind in the training ground. Renya stood in awe at the stunning display of power before him, his lips parted in disbelief. Could it be that he was a prodigy? He never expected to successfully execute the Great Fireball Technique on his first attempt. It is well known that the learning of ninjutsu heavily relies on innate talent. Individuals with high aptitude can learn the same technique in a short time, even with just a glance, whereas those with lesser talent may take ages to master it. With this thought, a triumphant smile crept upon Renya's lips. He was inclined to attempt another fireball, for the first had consumed a third of his chakra, leaving him with enough energy for 2 more releases. This time, he planned to increase the chakra output to gauge the technique's true power. Fire release, Great Fireball Technique. Renya formed the hand seals once more, and a massive fireball, several meters in diameter, surged forth like a beast breaking free from its cage, roaring toward the horizon. Wherever the fireball traveled, the air ignited instantly, crackling with sound, creating a gale strong enough to upheave the sand and gravel in the training ground. This remarkable scene was fortuitously witnessed by Senju Tobirama, who had just returned home. His gaze was fixated on Renya, eyes wide with unabashed astonishment. As a prodigious talent in ninjutsu, he had witnessed countless ninjas honing their skills. Yet, the sight of such a young child effortlessly executing a C-rank ninjutsu on his very first attempt was a rare display of innate ability and comprehension. Senju Tobirama couldn't help but reminisce about his own arduous training in his youth and the countless days and nights sacrificed to innovate and refine ninjutsu. In his heart, he silently marveled at the limitless potential of this little rascal. However, he quickly recalled that Renya belonged to the Uchiha clan. Senju Tobirama's expression darkened in an instant, his concerns mounting that Renya might become a second Uchiha Madara. He scrutinized Renya, his brow furrowed, and a sense of vigilance gripped him. It seemed imperative to closely monitor this child's growth and development of character in the days to come. Should Renya exhibit any troubling tendencies, he was prepared to take decisive action and eliminate him if necessary. Having spent a lifetime wary of the Uchiha, he would not allow the emergence of a malevolent and powerful Uchiha. Renya was still reveling in the overwhelming power of the Great Fireball Technique when suddenly, he sensed a potent killing intent locking onto him. This made him shudder involuntarily, and he instinctively turned to look. There stood Senju Tobirama, his face clouded with a dark expression. Realizing this, Renya instinctively swallowed hard, his heart racing with anxiety. What is going on? What is this old man thinking? Renya genuinely feared that Senju Tobirama might suddenly strike him down. Being merely a weakling, if Senju Tobirama wished to kill him, Renya would have no opportunity even to plead for mercy. A shadow-level powerhouse could extinguish the life of a mere child who wasn't even a ninja with ease. Far simpler than crushing an ant. Fortunately, Senju Tobirama soon reined in his chakra and feigned nonchalance. Lifting the ingredients in his hand, he said, "Little rascal, I've bought the ingredients." Renya remained silent, his complexion having turned pale. Damn it, he had nearly been scared out of his wits. Senju Tobirama said nothing further as he headed to the kitchen with the ingredients. He knew this little rascal wouldn't be emerging anytime soon. Once Renya saw Senju Tobirama leave, he exhaled in relief, his tense body instantly relaxing. It was only then that he realized his back was already drenched in cold sweat, and the breeze felt chilling against his skin. He had learned his lesson. He would indeed remain more cautious. Renya recalled that Senju Tobirama was not the saintly Hashirama and decided it was best to avoid provoking him. Otherwise, if he ever angered that guy, he might find himself dead. with no place to lament his fate. That wretched man. I will have my revenge. Renya clenched his fists, grinding his teeth in determination. At that moment, his desire for strength reached its zenith. The sensation of life and death resting in the hands of another was deeply unsettling. He would never forget that feeling. In the kitchen, Senju Tobirama set down the ingredients, a hint of embarrassment crossing his features. He had inadvertently frightened Renya by failing to control his killing intent. Such a blunder was uncharacteristic of Senju Tobirama, yet it was unavoidable given the presence of an Uchiha. The memory of Renya's anxious and fearful expression made it difficult for him to suppress a smile. As evening approached, Renya noted that it was time for dinner. And without needing a reminder from Senju Tobirama, he made his way to the kitchen. After experiencing the killing intent emanating from Senju Tobirama, Renya had become thoroughly subdued. Previously, he would have mischievously added chili to the food, but this time he refrained. With his current lack of strength, he had to bide his time like a subordinate, waiting until he grew stronger to reclaim his position of authority. During dinner, Senju Tobirama noticed that Renya was unusually quiet, which made him feel somewhat bored. He preferred Renya's previously rebellious demeanor. Contemplating this, Senju Tobirama slowly spoke. Little rascal, why are you so silent? At this, Renya paused in his eating, putting down his chopsticks. What do you want me to say? Anything you like, Senju Tobirama replied. His interest piqued as he observed Renya. The once defiant child had become as docile as a quail under his guidance. The feeling was immensely gratifying. Let us refrain from conversation during meals, Renya said. His expression impassive. He was not inclined to engage with Senju Tobirama, suspecting that the white-haired man was attempting to provoke him into a fit of anger, only to subsequently strike him down. As expected of the inherently wicked Senju Tobirama, his heart is indeed murky. Senju Tobirama was taken aback by Renya's response. The familiar feeling of exasperation resurfacing. It seemed that the Uchiha were indeed resistant to change. How old are you, little rascal? He inquired, realizing he had yet to ask Renya's age despite having taken him in for some time. Renya shot him a sidelong glance and replied, 6. Clearly, the white-haired man was merely looking for trouble. It was best for him to finish his meal and leave promptly. With that thought, Renya accelerated his eating pace. Senju Tobirama quietly observed him, lost in thought. I'm done, Renya announced, standing up and heading towards his room. Wait, Senju Tobirama called out. You haven't had your milk yet. Renya halted and turned to see Senju Tobirama emerging from the kitchen with a glass of milk. Why do you drink milk every day, old man? He asked, somewhat exasperated. A large cup of milk after dinner always left him feeling bloated when it was time for sleep. You're still growing. Milk is essential, Senju Tobirama explained. Renya took the milk, regarding Senju Tobirama with suspicion, feeling that the old man might be hiding something sinister. Noticing Renya's hesitation to drink the milk, Senju Tobirama understood that Renya had grown wary. Thus, he did not press the issue, gently saying, if you don't want to drink it, that is fine. It's just that milk aids in growth and development, especially for a child your age. Seeing that Senju Tobirama was not forcing him, Renya felt a sense of relief. It seemed the milk posed no real danger. If it had been harmful, that old man would have undoubtedly coerced him into drinking it. Renya silently praised his own cleverness and then downed the milk in one go. I'm heading back to my room now, he declared, turning to leave. Witnessing this, Senju Tobirama's lips curled into a barely perceptible smile. That naive Uchiha child thinks he can outwit me. With just a slight ruse. He had made Renya completely let down his guard, obediently consuming the milk laced with a sedative. This tactic was truly a retreat to advance. However, unbeknownst to Senju Tobirama, as Renya turned away, his expression darkened. He had suspected that Senju Tobirama was up to no good. That milk was definitely suspicious. Upon returning to his room, Renya went to the bathroom and discreetly expelled the milk. Afterward, he lay on his bed, closing his eyes. He was waiting for Senju Tobirama to come. Yet, after a long wait, Senju Tobirama still did not appear. Renya began to ponder whether the milk truly had no issues. Perhaps he had been overly paranoid. To be safe, he decided not to sleep, fearing that Senju Tobirama might come later in the night. Thus, he waited until dawn, but Senju Tobirama still did not arrive. It seemed he had indeed overthought it. Renya felt somewhat speechless. How foolish he had been to admire his own cleverness, only to discover that he had been engaging in a battle of wits with thin air all night long. After a sleepless night, Renya rose with heavy limbs, gazing into the mirror at his bloodshot eyes, framed by dark circles. With dawn just breaking, he had no intention of sleeping further. Renya made his way to the training ground in the yard, commencing his morning exercises. At that moment, Senju Tobirama opened the door, observing Renya train with utmost seriousness, and spoke up. Little one, do you require breakfast? That would be much appreciated, uncle, replied Renya, continuing his training. Senju Tobirama made his way to the kitchen, setting about preparing breakfast for Renya. He couldn't help but chuckle upon seeing the dark circles under Renya's eyes. You are still too young, my dear boy, he thought, feeling a sense of pride. Last night, when Renya hesitated to drink the milk, Tobirama knew the boy was starting to harbor suspicions. Ever cautious, he refrained from taking action that evening, suspecting that Renya might have disposed of the milk upon returning home, for one cannot underestimate the cunning of a Uchiha child. As expected, his assumptions were correct. He planned to continue administering the potion to Renya, but would bide his time before acting further. Breakfast was a simple affair, bread and fried eggs. Just as he was about to call Renya in for his meal, a wicked smile crossed his face as he remembered something. He retrieved a bottle of milk and poured a glass, placing it on the table. A young one must drink more milk, he thought with satisfaction. After completing these preparations, he summoned Renya to join him for breakfast. Upon entering the room and spotting the glass of milk on the table, Renya's expression froze. Damn it, not more milk. He seethed internally, recalling how this very beverage had robbed him of sleep the previous night. The thought of throwing it out crossed his mind. Tobirama watched Renya's reaction with an impassive demeanor, secretly reveling in the boy's distress. The young one is indeed still naive, he mused. I must take my leave now. Remember to wash your bowl after eating, he declared, turning away with a sense of fulfillment. He feared that lingering any longer would make it difficult to suppress his laughter. There was a peculiar joy in witnessing Uchiha's discomfort. A delightful day begins with seeing Renya humbled. Tobirama felt buoyant, planning to secretly experiment with a forbidden technique while keeping it from his elder brother. Chapter 12. The Establishment of the Ninja Academy. Seasons changed, and it has been a year since Renya arrived at the Senju clan's territory. Throughout this year, Renya maintained a remarkably disciplined regimen, dedicating himself to training nearly every day. To say he was either training or on the path to training would not be an exaggeration. Even Tobirama had to commend Renya's relentless dedication. However, Renya had taken many detours in his training. Tobirama often observed Renya's practice, but had never intended to offer guidance. Renya, proud like any Uchiha, never approached him for help with his training challenges. Since Tobirama remained silent, Renya would not press the matter. In times of difficulty, he sought out the orphanage's director, an esteemed shinobi from the Warring States period, who could easily assist Renya with his training. After a year of intense practice, Renya had reached the level of a genin. At 7 years old, being a genin within the Uchiha clan was considered quite the achievement. Yet, he remained humble and trained even harder, acutely aware that his current abilities were far from sufficient to ensure his survival in the shinobi world. He needed to become a jonin at the very least. Since Renya's transmigration, he had occasionally dreamt of being trapped in a laboratory, unable to move or recall the specifics of what transpired. This left him perplexed, wondering if it was his supposed golden finger. Initially, he attempted to explore the secrets of the laboratory within his dreams, but his body remained immobile, and even speaking proved impossible. Over time, he grew weary of these dreams. Recently, however, they had become increasingly frequent, initially occurring once or twice a week, then once or twice every 15 days, and now every 2 days. This troubling recurrence left Renya frustrated, pondering the meaning of these dreams and whether they held any significance. After a year, he still had not unraveled the mystery. Perhaps some things were not meant to be forced, and the truth would reveal itself in due time. With that thought, he commenced his training for the day. Clad in a black uniform, he stood tall and resolute. Tobirama was not mistaken. Drinking milk indeed supports growth and development. In just a year, Renya had grown from a mere 1.2 meters to roughly 1.3 meters. He activated a mechanical device in the yard, a shuriken launcher, typically used for evasion training. Renya fixed his gaze on the launcher, determined not to let his guard down. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. As the launcher sprang to life, a flurry of shurikens sped toward him at breakneck speed. Renya reacted swiftly, his movements agile as a leopard, dodging, twisting, and leaping fluidly. His long, dark hair danced wildly in the air, and the edges of his clothing flapped audibly. Each evasive maneuver was executed with pinpoint precision, narrowly avoiding the sharp shuriken. As the training progressed, the frequency of shuriken fired increased, their trajectories growing more complex. Renya's breath quickened, sweat beads rolling down his forehead. His eyes and body struggled to keep pace with the barrage of shuriken, and each dodge became increasingly arduous. He stumbled slightly, nearly struck by a shuriken launched from an awkward angle. Once the device had finished its barrage, Renya collapsed onto the ground, panting heavily. If only I could activate the Sharingan. This wouldn't be so difficult, he lamented. The key to awakening the Sharingan for the Uchiha clan lay in experiencing profound emotional stimuli. When an Uchiha comprehends the essence of love and subsequently loses that emotion, it can transform into a powerful hatred. Alternatively, facing life-threatening situations can also trigger the unique chakra response in the visual nerves, leading to the awakening of the Sharingan. This is primarily why the Uchiha clan is often referred to as the clan of love. While Renya understood the principles behind awakening the Sharingan, putting it into practice was far from simple. Creating a significant emotional upheaval is a challenging endeavor. If it were that easy, the Uchiha clan would have long since achieved a universal mastery of the three-tomo Sharingan and unified the shinobi world. In reality, the probability of awakening the Sharingan among Uchiha members is quite low. Many may never achieve it in their lifetimes. For those who do awaken it, evolving from 1 to 3 tomo necessitates continuous engagement in battles and experiencing intense emotional stimuli, alongside the enhancement of their chakra and mastery of ocular techniques. Renya sighed, exclaiming in resignation, "I wonder how long it will be before I can awaken my Sharingan." After the morning training concluded, Renya began preparing lunch. Recently, Tobirama had been preoccupied with various matters and rarely returned for meals. Uncertain if Tobirama would be home for lunch, Renya prepared enough for two. It seemed that the establishment of the Ninja Academy was imminent. Renya was aware that Tobirama had been diligently working on the Academy's foundation. He had previously glanced at the plans laid out on Tobirama's desk, which detailed the Academy's design and comprehensive educational program, including course arrangements. Tobirama had even handpicked a selection of exceptional ninjas to serve as instructors, responsible for teaching ninjutsu, taijutsu, and genjutsu. With Tobirama actively engaged in the Academy's creation, Renya anticipated that the Shinobi Academy would soon come into existence. The prospect of attending school was daunting. Having spent over a decade in school during his previous life, the mere thought of it filled him with discomfort, a lingering psychological shadow. Just then, Tobirama entered the room, looking weary. He approached the table, picked up his utensils, and began to eat heartily. During this period, I have been preoccupied with matters concerning the Ninja Academy, scarcely finding time to indulge in meals. Fortunately, the tasks have finally been completed. I have already instructed my elder brother to establish the school, and I trust that, given his pace, it will be completed in no time. When the school is ready, we can commence admissions. Currently, the majority of Konoha consists of clan ninjas. To bridge the gaps between families and foster a sense of unity among ninjas centered around the village rather than their clans. This was the original intention behind Senju Tobirama's establishment of the academy. Moreover, the existence of a ninja academy will not only cultivate a significant number of lower and middle-ranking ninjas for Konoha, but will also provide opportunities for many talented and capable commoner ninjas. It can be said that this initiative is beneficial in every regard. One cannot help but acknowledge the formidable political acumen of Senju Tobirama. He is indeed an exceptional statesman. With the school nearing completion, Senju Tobirama was in high spirits and, for the first time, took the initiative to speak with Renya. "Kid, the Ninja Academy will commence in a few days. I have already enrolled you, so remember to attend." The sound of chopsticks clattering to the ground broke the moment. Renya looked at Senju Tobirama in disbelief, exclaiming, "You enrolled me?" He had been contemplating skipping school, only to find that this old man had taken the liberty of signing him up. Senju Tobirama nodded and replied, "Indeed, you are at the right age for schooling. How can you spend all day idling at home?" Renya responded, "Thank you very much." "No need for thanks," Senju Tobirama said. His intention behind this action was to encourage Renya to forge bonds with peers at the academy, making him easier to manage. After all, once connections are established, one is less likely to engage in extreme actions. Chapter 13, The Opening Day. A few days later, the establishment of the Ninja Academy had become common knowledge throughout Konoha. The villagers rejoiced upon learning of this development, aware that with the advent of the Ninja Academy, their children would have the opportunity to become ninjas, thus enabling a leap across social strata and transforming their lives. Reactions from the ninja families varied. Some were astonished, others puzzled, and still others dismissive. Hokage Senju Hashirama had announced that following the academy's opening, all eligible children in the village could attend. The inception of the Ninja Academy was poised to swiftly nurture a cadre of lower and middle-ranking ninjas for the village, a matter of great importance to the Senju brothers. Of course, there were certain prerequisites. Firstly, children typically needed to be around 6 or 7 years old, though slightly older candidates were also acceptable. Secondly, possessing chakra talent was paramount. Without innate ninja abilities, all efforts would be in vain. Furthermore, applicants were required to be physically and mentally sound, harboring a deep love for the village and a willingness to contribute to its welfare. Today marked the opening day of the Ninja Academy. Senju Tobirama left his home before dawn to prepare for the day's events. Renya, clad in black, begrudgingly made his way to the Ninja Academy. Normally at this hour, he would be honing his skills at the training grounds. Damn it, I never anticipated having to attend school. If it weren't for that meddling Senju Tobirama, I wouldn't have to suffer through this early morning ordeal. The thought of possessing an adult soul while attending school with a bunch of children filled him with irritation. The only silver lining was that kids in the ninja world tended to mature earlier, which might make things somewhat bearable. After much mental preparation, he finally managed to convince himself to go. Yet, as he walked, his agitation grew, and he halted, turning back towards home. I despise school. I'd rather return and train. Clearly, Renya had developed a case of school aversion even before classes had commenced. Konoha was bustling with activity. Members of various clans adorned in splendid attire converged towards the Ninja Academy. Although they believed that the academy's educational quality could not rival that of their clans, they still brought their children to enroll. After all, this was the Hokage's decree, and it would be unwise to disregard it. Especially when that Hokage was the god of shinobi, Senju Hashirama. This sentiment was prevalent among the larger clans, such as Uchiha and Hyuga. In contrast, smaller families were quite eager to send their children to the Ninja Academy for education, as they were uncertain if their own teaching standards could surpass those of the academy. The entrance to the Ninja Academy was thronged with numerous parents accompanied by their children. The clan leaders also gathered to show their support, signaling their allegiance to Konoha. Clans such as Uchiha, Senju, Hyuga, Yamanaka, Nara, and Akimichi were all present, leading to a significant crowd at the school gates. Everyone was awaiting the opening of the school doors. In the early days of Konoha, clan ninjas constituted a substantial majority, accounting for over 90% of the total ninja population, leaving less than 10% as commoner ninjas. On the rooftop of the school, Senju Tobirama stood with his arms crossed, nodding in satisfaction as he surveyed the throng below. Tobirama, shall we open the doors? Senju Hashirama inquired. Yes, it's time, Tobirama replied. He had delayed opening the doors to observe whether any clans were absent. If any clan failed to attend, it would indicate a lack of respect for the Hokage. While he was unclear about which families were present, he was acutely aware of those who were not. However, it appeared that nearly all of the village's clans had shown up, which pleased Senju Tobirama greatly. Only through unity between the clans and the village could Konoha flourish. I wonder if that kid has arrived, Tobirama mused, scanning the crowd but failing to spot Renya. Recalling Renya's earlier reaction to the news of attending school, a peculiar expression crossed his face as he muttered, surely that rascal isn't attempting to skip school? Tobirama suspected that Renya might indeed be capable of such an act. With that thought, he vanished from his spot in a flash. At the Senju residence, Renya was diligently practicing ninjutsu when he suddenly felt a chill behind him and instinctively turned around. There stood Senju Tobirama, arms crossed and a stern expression on his face. Renya froze, awkwardly rubbing his nose and diverting the topic. Uncle, why are you back so early? It's not even mealtime. He made no mention of the academy's opening. Kid, why aren't you at school? Senju Tobirama's tone was icy. School? What school? Renya feigned ignorance, hoping to buy some time. But Tobirama wasn't inclined to grant him that opportunity. Humph, Tobirama scoffed coldly, seizing Renya and vanishing from the spot. At the Ninja Academy, Senju Hashirama's voice resonated through the campus. Konoha citizens, today marks the opening ceremony of the Ninja Academy. This is not merely the beginning of the children's educational journey. It is a pivotal moment for the inheritance of the will of fire. Renya had just been dragged over when he heard Senju Hashirama begin to preach the principles of the will of fire. Already disheartened by the prospect of school, he found the rhetoric on the will of fire utterly tiresome. He scoffed inwardly at the notion. Is this the will of fire? The essence of the will of fire revolves around protection, inheritance, and sacrifice. Renya, however, was unconvinced. To him, strength was the only true currency. It was precisely due to Senju Hashirama's might that people gathered to listen to his speech. Had it been anyone else, attendance would surely have dwindled. Much to Renya's surprise, Senju Hashirama spoke for over an hour without pause. When he finally concluded, thunderous applause erupted from the audience. Damn, finally done, Renya exclaimed, tears of relief welling in his eyes as he clapped enthusiastically. Heaven knows how arduous that hour had been. At that moment, Senju Hashirama noticed Renya's expression and was momentarily taken aback. He assumed that Renya was profoundly moved by his declaration of the will of fire and looked toward him with a look of pride. Little Renya is truly a good child. Lien Yi observed the look of satisfaction on Senju Hashirama's face, utterly bewildered, with a large question mark hovering above his head. Why was Senju Hashirama gazing at him in such a manner? Could it be that the elder had overheard his earlier remarks? Danzo, did you see that? The Hokage is looking at me with such warmth. Hiruzen, stop bragging. The Hokage is clearly looking at me. Lian Yi turned in astonishment to see two children, around 8 or 9 years of age, embroiled in a heated debate. These two little rascals would grow up to become the 3rd Hokage and the 5th Hokage. Hiruzen Sarutobi and Danzo Shimura are both set at the age of 9. Minor details should not be focused on. Chapter 14, Conflict. Lian Yi was somewhat taken aback, curiously assessing the two. Judging by their ages, they appeared to be around 8 or 9 years old. The enrollment age for the Ninja Academy is between 6 to 7, indicating that both were clearly beyond the typical age limit. As the two continued their argument, they noticed Lian Ye's gaze and turned to him. Hey, what are you staring at, brat? Danzo scowled, visibly displeased. He was in the midst of quarreling with Hiruzen over who the Hokage was looking at when he was suddenly scrutinized by a child, naturally causing his irritation to flare. Lian Yi retorted, what is wrong with looking? Is your family running the Ninja Academy? Danzo's expression froze. He had not anticipated this little brat would dare to retort, and with such a sharp tongue. Having never engaged in a verbal sparring match before, Danzo was momentarily flustered, his face contorted with rage as he glared at Lian Yi, his eyes seemingly ready to devour him whole. What about your mother? Lian Yi shot back. Upon hearing this, the surrounding children were left dumbfounded, their faces a tableau of disbelief. They never expected Lian Yi to utter such crude words in this setting. You little brat, you're asking for trouble, Danzo bellowed, raising his fist and charging at Lian Yi. However, Lian Yi had already assessed that Danzo's strength was on par with his own, both being genin, and thus he felt no fear. Just as the confrontation was about to erupt, Hiruzen swiftly latched onto Danzo from behind. Danzo, calm down. Let go of me, Hiruzen. I need to teach this brat a lesson. Danzo struggled, but Hiruzen insisted, the Hokage is watching. Upon hearing this, Danzo immediately regained his composure. In his rage, he had forgotten that this was the opening ceremony. Realizing this, Danzo's face turned ashen. The commotion did not escape the notice of Senju Hashirama on the stage. He glanced at Lian Yi with curiosity and inquired, Little Lian Yi, what is going on? Nothing, Uncle Hashirama, Lian Yi replied with a smile. The Hashirama couple frequently visited Lian Yi out of concern that Tobirama might not be taking proper care of him, and over the course of a year, Hashirama had grown quite fond of Lian Yi. Ah, I see. As long as there's no trouble, Hashirama said cheerfully as he stepped off the stage. Having concluded his speech, following this, Tobirama took to the stage. The children present were utterly astonished, their expressions a mix of shock and disbelief. What were they witnessing? This little brat was actually acquainted with the Hokage and seemed to have a rather good rapport with him. Danzo's previously pale face turned even whiter, devoid of any color. This was dire. This little brat had connections beyond imagination. What had he gotten himself into? Regret began to gnaw at him for his earlier impulsive actions. Seeing the situation, Hiruzen let out a sigh of relief. Thankfully, he had managed to restrain Danzo in time, or things could have escalated dramatically. He regarded Lian Yi with curiosity, wondering about his background. Once Tobirama was on stage, he discreetly cast a glance at Lian Yi. What a troublesome little brat, causing trouble right at the start of the school year. In the Ninja Academy, one must not act out of turn. Anyone who violates the rules will be expelled. Tobirama began to explain the school regulations. These were just a bunch of young children. If things got out of hand, it could lead to serious consequences. Challenges between students were permissible, but only under the supervision of a teacher. Next, the entrance examinations were to commence. Tobirama outlined that there would be 4 components to the entrance test. 1. Basic knowledge. Simple questions regarding ninja history, ninjutsu theory, and chakra knowledge. 2. Ninjutsu and chakra. Assessing students' mastery of fundamental ninjutsu and their ability to refine and control chakra. 3. Physical capability. Testing physical attributes such as strength, speed, coordination, and flexibility. 4. Psychological resilience. Presenting situational questions to evaluate the student's mental fortitude. Lian Yi passed with ease and was assigned to Class A, standing alongside Hiruzen and Danzo. Upon seeing Lian Yi approach, Hiruzen smiled and nodded. Lian Yi responded simply. He believed in not provoking others unless provoked himself. Meanwhile, Danzo glared at Lian Yi with a darkened expression, his fists instinctively clenching. He had already gathered some information. This little brat was the Uchiha child adopted by Tobirama. A wave of envy and resentment washed over him. Why did this Uchiha child garner Tobirama's favor? Noticing Danzo's expression, Lian Yi smirked. You're still young enough to be in school. Your family must have pulled some strings, huh? At this, both Danzo and Hiruzen displayed awkward expressions. Lian Yi had hit the nail on the head. At 9 years old, they were well beyond the standard enrollment age. Their fathers had spent considerable sums to secure their places in the academy. With a scoff, Lianyi observed their silence with disdain. Danzo's anger flared. If it weren't for the school regulations, he would have taught this insolent brat a lesson long ago. Hiruzen's demeanor also soured as he cast a resentful glance at Danzo. If not for his friend's poor attitude, things wouldn't have escalated to this point. Before the entrance, his father, Sarutobi Sasuke, had informed him that there was a child adopted by Tobirama in this class, hoping he could establish a good relationship with him. Given Uchiha Madara's defection, it was likely that Tobirama would be the next Hokage. Building rapport with that child could lead to opportunities to connect with Tobirama, potentially even becoming his disciple. That would be the disciple of the Hokage. Hiruzen had been contemplating how to establish a connection with that child, only to discover that the brat Danzo had provoked was indeed Tobirama's adopted Uchiha. Fortunately, only Danzo had a poor relationship with him. Hiruzen had not been affected. Just as Hiruzen was preparing to approach Lianyi for a conversation, Danzo shouted, "Damn little brat, do you dare accept my challenge?" Hiruzen was taken aback, his expression one of disbelief as he turned to his friend. It was as if he were asking, "Are you kidding me?" After all, Danzo was a year or two older than Lianyi and had been training longer. Wasn't this just bullying? "Danzo, calm down," Hiruzen urged, hoping to dissuade him. Picking on someone younger was one thing. If he won, it would be acceptable, but if he lost, Danzo would never live it down. He attempted to reason with his friend, but Danzo paid him no heed. "Little brat, do you dare?" As a proud genius of the Shimura clan, how could he tolerate being looked down upon by a mere child? Several children from the Shimura clan were present. If he didn't reclaim his pride, how could he continue to hold his head high in the family? Lianyi had grown increasingly irked by Danzo's repeated provocations. Since the other party had taken the initiative to confront him, he certainly wouldn't mind delivering a profound lesson. Chapter 15, Victory. Since you wish to engage in combat, I shall not cower. Lianyi's gaze turned frigid. The mere fact that he was dragged into this school had already vexed him. And now he must contend with someone seeking trouble. It was imperative to teach this oblivious fool a harsh lesson. Upon hearing this, Shimura Danzo displayed a cunning smile, exclaiming, "Huh, little brat, you shall soon discover the consequences of provoking me." Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed in exasperation. Danzo was indeed impulsive. Lianyi was a child taken under the wing of Lord Tobirama, and with such guidance, his strength could not possibly be feeble. Hiruzen harbored concerns that Danzo would not stand a chance against Lianyi. What Hiruzen did not know was that Tobirama had never offered any instruction to Lianyi. Soon, word of the impending duel spread, and the children who had passed their tests gathered to witness. Even those currently undergoing testing occasionally glanced over. A teacher clad in a jonin vest approached with a look of utter dismay. He was the homeroom teacher of Class A, and had been preoccupied with assessments when this incident erupted. The news had spread so widely that even Lord Tobirama was aware of it, leaving the teacher feeling as though the sky were collapsing around him. "Are you two truly going to fight?" he asked in a stern tone, noticing the teacher's displeasure. Lianyi merely nodded, tactfully refraining from further comment. Danzo, however, lacked such perception and eagerly turned to the teacher, insisting, "Sensei, I must battle him. Please announce the start." He was itching to unleash his fury upon this young brat. The teacher's expression darkened at Danzo's words, and he instinctively glanced towards Tobirama. Upon receiving a nod from Tobirama, the teacher let out a sigh of relief and declared, "Both participants, please assume your stances." The onlookers quickly made way, creating a space for the confrontation. Lianyi and Danzo faced off, the atmosphere tense with anticipation. Neither party seemed inclined to assume their positions. "You better not cry later, little brat," Danzo sneered menacingly. Lianyi remained silent. He had no inclination to engage in trash talk before a battle. "You scoundrel!" Danzo initiated the assault, swiftly forming hand seals as wind chakra coalesced in his palms. The spectators gasped in astonishment. They had not anticipated that Danzo would resort to ninjutsu, and to commence with a B-rank technique, no less. A slip could prove fatal. It was merely a sparring match. The teacher's expression soured, and he opened his mouth to reprimand, only to be halted by Tobirama. The teacher was taken aback, but refrained from further protest. Tobirama, intrigued, remarked, "Let me witness the fruits of your training, little brat." He had observed Lianyi's efforts over the past year, and could not help but acknowledge the boy's dedication. Were Lianyi not of the Uchiha clan, he might have considered taking him as a disciple. Alas, it was a pity. Tobirama did not shy away from accepting Uchihas as pupils, but most exhibited excessively radical temperaments. Perhaps one day, an Uchiha could be worthy of his tutelage. However, Lianyi was not that candidate. Tobirama understood Lien Yi all too well. This boy was even more difficult to handle than the typical Uchiha. Who could say what reckless actions he might take upon gaining strength? This was part of the reason he hesitated to mentor Lien Yi. Wind release, vacuum sphere. Several wind bullets shot towards Lien Yi at blinding speed, each imbued with formidable penetrating power. Lien Yi's expression hardened. He had underestimated Danzo. In a flash, he evaded the incoming assault with remarkable agility and reflexes. Following that, Lien Yi rapidly formed hand seals and shouted, "Fire release! Great fireball technique!" Instantly, a colossal fireball erupted from his mouth, sending forth a searing wave toward Danzo. As the fireball connected, it transformed into a wooden stake. The fireball sailed past, scorching the adjacent grassland. The battle escalated into a fierce exchange, each combatant refusing to yield. The onlookers gasped repeatedly, astonished by the level of skill displayed, which had already reached that of a genin. Such prowess made one question the necessity of attending school. This thought occurred primarily to children from common and smaller clans. Those hailing from prominent families remained largely unfazed. As the fight progressed, Danzo grew increasingly alarmed. He realized he was no match for this young boy. What nonsense! How could I, a genius of the Shimura clan, possibly be inferior to a mere child? He could not afford to lose, absolutely not. Lien Yi noticed Danzo's rising anxiety and smirked slightly. Danzo had committed the gravest sin of battle. Losing his composure led to exposing vulnerabilities. Sure enough, after a fierce exchange, Lien Yi seized upon Danzo's opening and delivered a powerful spinning kick that struck Danzo squarely in the abdomen, sending him hurtling backward. Danzo collapsed to the ground, momentarily unable to rise, thus concluding the duel with Lien Yi's victory. This is impossible. I lost to a child. Danzo's face contorted in disbelief as he struggled to regain his footing. Danzo, are you alright? Sarutobi Hiruzen inquired, aiding Danzo to his feet. Get away. I don't need your help. Danzo angrily shrugged off his friend's hand, laboriously rising from the ground. Hiruzen sighed in resignation. He had advised Danzo to remain calm, but he refused to heed the warning. Now, look where it had led him, defeat. Huh, was that it? Lien Yi taunted, I expected more strength. Go back and practice some more. He had refrained from taunting prior to the battle, fearing embarrassment should he lose. But now, having triumphed, it was only fitting to indulge in a bit of banter to assert his status as the victor. Danzo's complexion fluctuated between shades of green and white, clearly irked. Faced with Lien Yi's derision and the gazes of onlookers, he wished to vanish into the ground, his hatred for Lien Yi boiling within him. The teacher admonished them to behave and returned to testing the students. Lord Tobirama observed Lien Yi with a complex expression. The power displayed by Lien Yi had already surpassed that of an average genin. He turned to retrieve the Uchiha observation manual to document his findings. The entrance examination for the ninja school had concluded. The vast majority departed dejectedly. Of the nearly 1,000 students who came to test, fewer than 300 were accepted, most of whom hailed from prominent families, while the number of commoners was under 100. This underscored the challenge faced by ordinary individuals in striving to become ninjas. Naturally, the difficulty of the examination could also be a factor. The inaugural class of the ninja school was expected to be particularly rigorous, though future admissions would likely ease in light of the ongoing war, which required ample cannon fodder. After the tests concluded, the teachers led their students to the classrooms. Along the way, Danzo glared at Lien Yi with a dark intensity, as if he wished to devour him whole. Lien Yi merely smiled and remained silent. Just a defeated foe. Chapter 16, Self-Introduction. Ninja School, Class A Classroom. Lien Yi found a seat and discreetly surveyed the children around him. These individuals would become his classmates. As they had just begun their studies and were still unfamiliar with one another, the teacher suggested they introduce themselves one by one. I shall go first. My name is Shinju Takuma, and I will be your homeroom teacher for the next 6 years. Lien Yi raised an eyebrow. He had sensed a familiarity about the teacher. Realizing he was a member of the Shinju clan, perhaps someone he had encountered before. You start, Takuma said, casually pointing at a boy in the front row with the Byakugan. The boy stood, surveying the room with an air of arrogance. I am Hyuga Yushu, from the Hyuga clan. Several children immediately displayed envy. Wow, the Hyuga clan is quite prestigious. Hyuga Yushu smirked, reveling in the admiration of those around him. Humph. Is that all? At that moment, a voice of disdain cut through the classroom. The room fell silent, all eyes turning to the source. In the back row, a young boy stared coldly at Hyuga Yushu, his eyes filled with profound contempt. His gaze seemed to regard him as one would an insignificant ant. Adorned with the Uchiha clan's fan emblem, his attire unmistakably marked him as a member of that esteemed lineage. Not only that, but 3 other children, similarly clad in the Uchiha insignia, sat nearby, two of whom exhibited expressions of disdain. Uchiha? Renya was somewhat taken aback. He had not anticipated finding 3 clansmen in his class. The orphanage director had once informed him that the children there did not attend the ninja academy, instead being guided by elite shinobi from the security forces, leading them directly into that branch. This implied that Uchiha-shun had a significant chance of securing a coveted position within the security forces. The origins of the security forces diverged from what Renya understood. In the original narrative, the security forces were established during the tenure of Senju Tobirama, amid the turmoil of Konoha's internal and external strife, as the Uchiha grew increasingly discontented with the Senju's monopoly over the village. Thus, Tobirama founded the Konoha security forces, with positions predominantly filled by Uchiha members, thereby expressing trust in their clan. However, in this context, the security forces were created from the very inception of Konoha. The 4 Uchihas noticed Renya's scrutiny. 3 of them cast scornful, disdainful looks, while the last one merely smiled and nodded at him. Renya felt bewildered. What was the meaning of this? Why did these individuals harbor such animosity towards him? He had never instigated any conflict. Well, aside from Shimura Danzo, that old coot was looking for trouble. Higayuki, filled with frustration, could only sulk and take a seat, recognizing the numbers were against him. Nara Honya preferred tranquility and abhorred trouble. Mito Gatika and Tanshin Koharu. Renya glanced at the two and pondered, are these the future advisors to the Hokage? If his memory served him correctly, these two seemed destined to live long lives. Saratobi Hizashi, Shimura Danzo. As self-introductions progressed, it was soon Renya's turn. I am Uchiha Renya. Upon finishing, just as he intended to sit down, a voice laden with mockery echoed from behind him. Heh, Uchiha? I see more Senju. Renya's eyes narrowed as he turned to face the speaker. Finally understanding the source of their hostility, they perceived him as a traitor to the Uchiha. Mind your tongue, or you'll regret it. Renya retorted coldly. Haha, this is too amusing. A traitor is a traitor, and you expect us to remain silent? The Uchihas exchanged glances, unable to suppress their laughter, dismissing Renya entirely. As a member of the Uchiha, yet fostered by the Senju, he was a walking shame upon his clan. Do not be so harsh. The Uchiha who had smiled at Renya earlier interjected. In our haste to ridicule him, we overlooked you. You two are a disgrace to the Uchiha. How can you speak like that? Enough. Quiet down. Senju Tobaru admonished, furrowing his brow. At his words, the group of Uchiha children fell silent, albeit reluctantly. Uchiha Renya, you may take your seat. Renya shot a disgruntled glance at the 3 Uchihas before resuming his place. How dare they bully him? They would soon learn the consequences of provoking him. Finally, it was the Uchiha's turn to introduce themselves. The leader, exuding arrogance, declared, I am Uchiha Reefing. The other 2 followed suit. Uchiha Yen, Uchiha Lin, to Renya's surprise. Despite their haughty demeanor, no one dared voice dissent, indicating a palpable fear of the Uchiha clan's reputation. Renya sighed in resignation. He now understood why Senju Tobirama remained wary of the Uchihas. Their immense strength and prideful nature, coupled with their volatile personalities, posed a significant risk. The clan's public image was tarnished by these very individuals, and with the security forces' position, they were bound to attract resentment. If this trend continued, the Uchiha clan was destined for ruin. Renya couldn't help but admire Senju Tobirama's political acumen. Despite knowing the Uchiha's problematic nature, he had strategically placed them within the security forces, an ingenious maneuver. This ensured that the Uchiha would be excluded from the Hokage position. Perhaps Uchiha Madara had discerned this scheme, prompting him to lead his clan away to establish their own path. Regrettably, no one was willing to follow him. As a clan that had co-founded Konoha, the Uchiha had not only failed to secure the Hokage position, but even a single advisory role. How lamentable. Speaking of lamentable, the Senju clan had not fared much better. The Third Great Ninja War had decimated the Senju. However, the Uchiha, after a brief period of resilience, ultimately met a similar fate. It was quite an ironic twist. The 2 mightiest clans of the Warring States period jointly established Konoha, only to face annihilation in the end. Hello, everyone, I am Uchiha Q. At this moment, the last Uchiha's introduction snapped Renya back to reality. So this was Uchiha Q. His character was starkly different from the typical Uchiha, which explained why he would eventually be taken as a disciple by Senju Tobirama. With the introductions completed, Senju Tobaru announced, since we have no classes this morning, let us take this time to get acquainted. We will commence formal lessons in the afternoon. He then requested a few students to assist him in moving books. With that, he led several students out of the classroom. Renya, feeling bored, gazed out the window, his expression rife with impatience. He loathed school. At this hour, He would typically be honing his skills in the training grounds, yet now he was confined to this dreary classroom, surrounded by a bunch of troublesome peers. Chapter 17. The History of the Ninja World. As midday approached, Senju Tobaru announced the dismissal. Renya hurriedly made his way home for lunch. The midday meal lasted an hour, during which students could choose to bring their own bento or return home to eat. As it was his first day at school, Renya had not prepared a bento, and thus had to return home for his meal. I wonder if Uncle prepared lunch for me. He mused as he walked towards the Senju compound. On his way back, Renya caught sight of a boy passing by in front of him. It was none other than Uchiha Rifing, the one who had been the loudest in the classroom. Scanning his surroundings and noticing that Rifing was alone, a mischievous grin spread across Renya's face. I've got you now. This boy had unwittingly become an easy target, and Renya was determined to seize the opportunity to teach him a lesson for provoking him. Damn it, I forgot to bring my bento, Uchiha Rifing muttered as he walked, frustrated at having been preoccupied with the entrance exam and neglecting to bring his lunch. Although he had forgotten his bento, his two companions had not, leaving him to return home alone for his meal. Suddenly, he heard a faint sound behind him, akin to someone deliberately muffling their footsteps. The subtle scrape of shoes against the ground. Who is it? Uchiha Rifing's heart raced, and he instinctively turned around. His gaze swept the area, but the street was empty. Nothing amiss. Only the gentle breeze stirred the wild grass by the roadside. Perhaps I misheard? Rifing frowned, contemplating that perhaps it was hunger-induced hallucinations from skipping lunch. Shaking his head, he turned to continue on his way home. Yet, just as he turned, a shadow lunged from behind. Before he could react, a coarse black bag enveloped his head, thoroughly obscuring his vision. In rapid succession, a flurry of fists and feet pounded against his body like a torrential downpour. Uchiha Rifing stumbled, thrown off balance, and crashed heavily to the ground. He struggled to prop himself up, only to be met with a powerful punch to the face. The force of the blow sent stars dancing before his eyes, and he felt the world spin around him. Before he could regain his senses, fists rained down upon his face relentlessly. Please, don't hit my face, he pleaded. The assailant remained silent, continuing the assault. Uchiha Rifing let out a heart-wrenching wail. Time passed, though he could not tell how long, before the attackers ceased their onslaught. Gasping for breath, Uchiha Rifing's chest heaved violently, each breath tugging painfully at his wounds, eliciting low groans of agony. After a considerable time, trembling hands finally struggled to remove the black bag that had been placed over his head. Squinting through eyes nearly swollen shut, he painstakingly surveyed his surroundings, hoping to catch a glimpse of his assailant. However, the street was deserted. Rifing raised his head, gingerly touching his battered face, the excruciating pain causing him to inhale sharply. No matter how muddy it gets, the 5 great shinobi villages will never forsake you. Uchiha Rifing fought to stand, his steps unsteady and his form swaying precariously. Leaning against the wall, he trudged slowly towards home. Meanwhile, in the Senju clan's district, it was a fine day. Renya hummed a tune as he made his way home. Strangely enough, after having dealt a beating to Uchiha Rifing, his mood had significantly improved. Uncle, is dinner ready? Renya called as he entered the courtyard. However, the response he received was not from Senju Tobirama, but rather a gentle laughter. Renya paused in surprise, turning towards the sound. There sat Uzumaki Kushina in the courtyard, a warm smile gracing her face. Little Renya, did you forget your lunch? She inquired. Aunt Kushina, what brings you here? Renya asked, slightly taken aback. Kushina raised the bento she held, smiling as she explained. Tobirama has matters to attend to and couldn't make dinner, so he asked me to bring you your lunch. I see, Renya replied, understanding. Come, let's eat. Kushina opened the bento, inviting him to savor her cooking. I'm digging in, Renya declared, not hesitating to indulge. Kushina watched him with a beaming smile and asked, Little Renya, are you enjoying school? It's all right. My classmates are all quite talented and eloquent, he replied. Is that so? Then make sure to get along with them, she advised. Renya recalled Uchiha Rifing's pitiful state and smiled. Don't worry, I've already bonded with them. Haha. Little Renya truly knows how to make friends. She chuckled, unaware that Renya's camaraderie was of a rather physical nature. After finishing his lunch, Renya bid farewell to Kushina, as he had to return to class in the afternoon. Later that day at the Ninja Academy, Uchiha Rifing was absent, likely recuperating from his injuries. Classmates, please take out your history books. Today we will discuss history, the history teacher announced. Renya thought to himself, isn't it just the 6th year of Konoha? What history could there possibly be? To put it bluntly, Konoha was established only a year before his birth. This year marked the 6th year of the ninja world, and Renya was precisely 7 years old, thus making him a year older than the village itself. However, Renya was mistaken. Upon opening the history book, he realized it contained the history of the ninja world, including its origins, the birth of ninjas, the Warring States period, and the entangled affairs of various clans. Of course, there was a brief section on Konoha's founding, but it was merely a few thin pages. Skimming through, he noted that it largely praised Senju Hashirama's remarkable achievements. With scant mention of Uchiha Madara, Renya's lips twitched. It was evident who authored this history book. His gaze fell on the cover, which read, authored by Senju Tobirama. Renya thought, as expected, it was indeed that old rascal Tobirama who wrote this. With that, he could only chuckle. There was little of value to learn from the history of the ninja world. It was far more enticing to sleep. Thus, Renya laid his head down on the desk and drifted off. He was not alone in this, as a certain Nara Shikaku had also succumbed to slumber. Renya-kun, wake up. School is over. He was roused from his dreams by a voice. As he opened his eyes, he found Nara Shikaku before him. School's over? Renya instinctively glanced around, noticing that only the two of them remained in the classroom. Looking out the window, he realized the sky had darkened considerably. It seemed school had let out quite some time ago. Time flies so quickly. He had only just closed his eyes for a brief moment. Indeed, it is over. Nara Shikaku remarked with a hint of nostalgia. He had thought himself quite the sleeper until he witnessed Renya still peacefully slumbering. That was a refreshing nap. Renya stretched, recalling how much more restful it was during class. Indeed, Nara Shikaku nodded in agreement. Chapter 18. Quickly say it wasn't you. In the Senju Tobirama residence, late at night, Tobirama sat alone in his room. The dim yellow light flickered, casting his shadow askew upon the floor. A low table before him was laden with food. The steam that once rose had dissipated, leaving the dishes cold. Tobirama made no move to eat, his brow furrowed in a deep frown, a cloud of darkness hanging over his expression. Today, the Uchiha brat had gone to school, leaving no time to prepare dinner. It had been quite some time since he had cooked, and on a whim, he had prepared a lavish spread, hoping Renya would appreciate his culinary skills. However, Tobirama had not anticipated that Renya would not return home. Initially, he would reheat the dishes intermittently, but after several attempts, he had given up. What on earth is that brat up to? Tobirama suppressed his rising anger. How long has it been? Why hasn't he returned? Surely he isn't up to any mischief. The inherently troublesome Uchiha brat. The more he contemplated, the more he felt it likely that Renya had indeed engaged in some misdeed, perhaps bullying classmates or hurling insults. Just as he prepared to rise and search for Renya, the latter walked into the courtyard. Upon entering the house, Renya immediately noticed the uneaten food and Tobirama's grim countenance. Instantly understanding the situation. You little brat, what were you doing this afternoon? Tobirama's face turned a steely shade, his gaze fixed intently on Renya. The Ninja Academy dismissed students early, around 3 in the afternoon, yet now it was nearly 8 in the evening. Tobirama was curious about what Renya had been doing for those 5 hours. Had it been anyone else, he might not have interrogated them so, but with an Uchiha, he had to exercise caution. The Uchiha clan was notorious for their madness, and even the young ones were no exception. Moreover, rumors had circulated recently about conflicts between the Uchiha clan and others. Such arrogant individuals were bound to stir up trouble. Tobirama had no choice but to tread carefully. Even if he had known this Uchiha for a year, faced with Tobirama's inquiry, Renya felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. He had intended to fabricate an excuse, but the dangerous glint in Tobirama's eyes dissuaded him from that course of action. This old man was guarding him like a thief. If he discovered Renya was lying, it would spell trouble. Thus, Renya decided to speak the truth. I fell asleep during history class because I found it exceedingly dull. By the time I woke up, it was already dark. Tobirama was taken aback, never having expected Renya's tardiness to stem from such a reason. Sleeping in class is better than bullying classmates. Tobirama thought to himself. I wonder who authored that book. It lacks any substance. Renya shrugged. I don't understand. Konoha's founding date is even older than I am. Is it really necessary to have a separate history book? Tobirama shot him a disapproving look, his patience wearing thin. Little brat, what do you know? Though the history of Konoha may currently be but a few thin pages, in 10 or 20 years, it shall undoubtedly burgeon into a substantial tome. The existence of such historical records will authentically chronicle the events of the present era, enabling future generations to comprehend the happenings of this time. However, Renya scoffed dismissively, muttering, I harbor doubts regarding the veracity of historical texts. Senju Tobirama remarked, Isn't it merely a slight embellishment of the Senju clan's achievements? Does this little brat truly need to voice such sentiments? He has also acknowledged the Uchiha clan. After all, has he ever denied their contributions? Is Senju Tobirama truly that kind of person? In the first year of Konoha, the god of shinobi, Senju Hashirama, reached an accord with the Uchiha clan, thereby ending the wars and founding Konoha village. Senju Hashirama was deeply beloved by the villagers, becoming the Hokage and leading Konoha toward prosperity. That old rascal Tobirama even omitted the name of Uchiha Madara. What choice did he have, considering Madara's defection? Even if the Uchiha voiced their concerns, they would be silenced by the very fact of Madara's betrayal. Thus, the Senju clan could rightfully claim the title of the primary architects of Konoha's founding. This was a little ploy of Senju Tobirama when penning the historical account. After all, everyone aspires for their lineage to be immortalized in history. Perhaps Tobirama never imagined that the Senju would face annihilation in the future. "Uncle, the food is getting cold," Renya interjected, wishing to end the discussion, pointing at the meal laid out on the table. "And don't sleep in class again," Tobirama admonished before taking the dishes toward the kitchen. After the meal, Renya proceeded to the training ground to practice his shuriken throwing. Over the course of a year, his skills had greatly improved, allowing him to consistently hit a fixed target with precision. Just then, a shout rang out from outside. "Lord Tobirama, the Hokage summons you to the office." Upon hearing this, Senju Tobirama emerged from the room and glanced at Renya, saying, "Brat, I have matters to attend to." With that, he opened the gate and departed. What could possibly have happened at this late hour? Renya pondered aloud. Nevertheless, he did not dwell on it too much. With Senju Hashirama in Konoha, it was the safest place, and the sky was not about to fall. Yet unbeknownst to Renya, this matter was intricately linked to him. Before long, Senju Tobirama returned with a stormy countenance. Renya noticed his expression and became curious. What could have transpired to incite such fury in the old man? "Brat, did you get into a fight today?" Tobirama asked, suppressing his anger. At this, Renya was taken aback, seemingly unable to fathom why he would be asked such a thing. He had been discreet in his actions, ensuring the area was clear before proceeding. Prior to engaging, he had even covered Uchiha Rifeng's head with a bag, remaining silent throughout. Renya was perplexed as to how he could have been discovered. Seeing his reaction, Tobirama's understanding dawned. Indeed, it was this little brat's doing. "You better tell me it wasn't he." "What?" Renya exclaimed, bewildered, as he reflexively checked his ears, thinking he had misheard. "I know this matter does not concern you," Tobirama continued. Renya quickly composed himself, asserting earnestly, "I did not hit anyone. This matter has nothing to do with me." Upon hearing this, Tobirama nodded in satisfaction, stating, "I knew it wasn't he. All right, go back and get some rest." Watching Renya retreat to his room, Tobirama sighed in resignation. This brat truly had a knack for getting him into trouble. The sequence of events was quite simple. Uchiha Rifeng had been ambushed, and his father had learned of it. As the vice-captain of the security team, upon inquiring whether his son had provoked anyone recently, he pinpointed Renya as the suspect. Enraged, he stormed to the Hokage's office to report to Senju Hashirama, demanding confrontation with Tobirama and claiming that Renya had been incited by him. Naturally, Tobirama could not acknowledge this. After a heated exchange, Rifeng's father, lacking evidence, was forced to leave in dissatisfaction. Thus, the earlier scene unfolded. Tobirama's intent was to ensure that Renya did not admit to the act of violence. If it had been a fair sparring match, that would have been one thing. But striking from the shadows was decidedly dishonorable. After all, this was Konoha village, not a battlefield. Uchiha Rifeng was a comrade, not an enemy. Chapter 19, Training. Ninja Academy. Renya-kun, have you heard the news? Nara Honya approached Renya, an expression of intrigue upon his face. Uchiha Rifeng was attacked yesterday and seems to have been quite severely beaten. Renya was well aware of this incident, perhaps too much so, yet he chose to feign ignorance. A glimmer of curiosity flickered in his eyes as he inquired. "Is that true?" "Of course it is," Nara Honya replied emphatically. "Haha, the heavens have opened their eyes." Renya couldn't help but chuckle. The boy truly had it coming. Nara Honya discreetly observed Renya's reaction. Seeing him feign surprise laced with a hint of schadenfreude, he couldn't help but wonder, was it truly Renya-kun who had done this? After all, just yesterday morning, Rifeng had provoked Renya, only to be attacked by someone at noon. The timing was rather suspicious, making it hard not to draw connections. Raising an eyebrow, Renya exclaimed, "You can't possibly think it was me, can you?" Nara Honya remained silent, his expression suggesting, what other conclusion could there be? That guy had angered many, so it was hardly surprising he got himself into trouble. As Renya spoke, he casually glanced in the direction of Hinata Yushu, prompting Nara Honya to follow his gaze, lost in thought. Uchiha Rifeng had indeed been arrogant and had made many enemies. It was plausible that Hinata Yushu might have acted out of revenge. Sitting in his spot, Hinata Yushu felt an unsettling sensation, as if someone were watching him. Unbeknownst to him, he He was about to become an unwitting scapegoat. I think Uchiha Kagami could also be a suspect, Renya murmured. Kagami? Narahonya questioned. Looking at the amiable Uchiha Kagami, who was engaged in cheerful conversation with Saratobi Hizashi and Shimura Danzo. Upon noticing Narahonya's gaze, Kagami smiled warmly and nodded in greeting. Renya-kun, you can't be serious. Narahonya exclaimed incredulously. Kagami has such a gentle demeanor. How could he possibly have done something like that? Renya, perceiving his thoughts, explained. You must understand, the most unassuming individuals can be the most formidable. They may endure bullying without retaliation, but should they ever be pushed to their limits, they might commit truly terrifying acts. Ah, I see now. Thank you for the insight. Narahonya nodded earnestly, realizing the validity of Renya's words. He understood that Uchiha Reifong and his cohorts had been deliberately ostracizing Uchiha Kagami, and should Kagami have been driven to a breaking point, it would not be unreasonable for him to retaliate against Reifong. Given Reifong's propensity for antagonizing many, it was entirely plausible that he had been assaulted. Why must the suspicion continually fall upon Renya? It certainly doesn't fit your character, Narahonya conceded. Exactly. So what further discussion is there? Renya said, feigning a wounded expression. Narahonya appeared puzzled, contemplating whether he had truly misjudged Renya. Resolving his thoughts, he declared, Renya-kun, I believe in you. Haha, that's the spirit. I'm not that kind of person. Renya skillfully manipulated the conversation, successfully convincing Narahonya of his innocence. As he continued to speak, he was almost convinced himself. Just as Renya had finished dealing with Narahonya, their homeroom teacher, Senju Takuma, walked into the classroom, announcing that everyone was to gather on the playground. On the playground, the students were chattering excitedly, speculating about what their teacher had in store for them. The morning's agenda was straightforward, to complete endurance training, strength training, and balance training. Senju Takuma declared the training regimen. Are we really going to train? How annoying. Narahonya muttered under his breath. Renya, however, held no such sentiments. He had long acclimated to the rigorous training, feeling restless if he went a day without it. After all, there are no shortcuts to power. Only through diligent practice can one continually grow stronger. First, let's run 100 laps for warm-up. With the sound of a whistle, Class A students began to jog along the track. 100 laps were manageable for the members of Class A, most of whom were descendants of ninja clans and had begun their physical training from a tender age. Although they were only 6 or 7 years old now, many had already been training for a year or two. At the inception of Konoha, the strength of ninjas far surpassed that of later generations. Back then, during the perilous Warring States period, even the slightest misstep could lead to death. The weak were even more susceptible to demise. Thus, they were compelled to continuously enhance their abilities for self-preservation. After completing 100 laps, everyone was panting heavily. Senju Takuma did not grant them a moment's respite. Immediately transitioning into strength training. The area was equipped with specialized training apparatus, and the students paired up to perform weighted squats, push-ups, and other exercises. Once the strength training concluded, the students collapsed onto the ground, utterly exhausted. I can't take it anymore, Renya-kun. I'm utterly spent. Narahonya gasped, his face ashen as he lay on the ground. Renya's complexion was not much better. His lips had turned pale. This intense training was nearly overwhelming, even for him. They had initially thought that training at the Ninja Academy would be somewhat lenient, but they were sorely mistaken. The regimen here was even more demanding. After a brief 10-minute rest, they proceeded to balance training. As soon as the words left his mouth, a chorus of lamentations arose. Noticing the students' woeful expressions, Senju Takuma felt a twinge of sympathy. He too believed the training was excessively harsh, but it was a regimen established by Lord Tobirama, and he had no choice but to adhere to it. As Tobirama had stated, Class A comprises promising talents. They must be pushed to their limits. Many geniuses have graced the annals of ninja history, yet few have achieved renown. This is because only those who endure to maturity can be deemed true geniuses. Those who falter along the way do not count. Senju Takuma understood that Lord Tobirama's intention was to expedite their growth into genuine prodigies. This was the rationale behind the stringent training plan. Of course, the foundation of all this was the innate talent of these children. Those without talent would not have been placed in Class A. It could be said that this group of children, if nurtured properly, could undoubtedly become the pillars of the village in the future. With the rest period concluded, they launched into a series of challenging stretching and balance exercises. The students were required to walk swiftly along a narrow balance beam while executing various poses. A single misstep could lead to a fall. Falling once meant running 10 laps. Twice meant 20, and so forth. Renya focused on his breathing, concentrating fully on controlling his body, successfully traversing the balance beam. Narahanya, however, was less fortunate. He slipped and fell, earning himself 10 laps. Already on the brink of exhaustion, the prospect of an additional 10 laps felt like a cruel twist of fate, leaving him utterly spent. Unsurprisingly, he stumbled again and fell hard, accruing another 20 laps. Narahanya gazed at the long track ahead, darkness clouding his vision as he neared the brink of despair. Of course, he was not alone in his misfortune. Renya surveyed the surroundings and estimated that only 10 students had successfully crossed the balance beam thus far. Among those he recognized were Sarutobi Hizashi, Mitokaze, Uchiha Kagami, and Hyuga Yuki. The others were unfamiliar to him. "Come on, Torizu," Sarutobi Hizashi shouted, urging his teammate. At that moment, Shimura Torizu was intensely focused. His eyes fixated on the balance beam beneath him, beads of sweat forming on his forehead as he neared success. However, Hizashi's sudden shout startled him, causing him to lose his balance and tumble to the ground. "Hizashi, you idiot!" Torizu exclaimed, his face flushed with anger. "Haha, sorry about that, Torizu," Hizashi chuckled sheepishly, scratching his head with an awkward smile. Renya couldn't help but smirk, sensing that Hizashi's antics were somewhat intentional. Chapter 20. The controversy sparked by Lion's Head. At noon, during lunch hour, Renya had brought his bento from home, opting not to return for a meal. He was not alone in this decision. Many others shared his sentiment. Training was arduous enough without the added distraction of returning home for lunch. "Renya-kun, what is this?" Narahanya was captivated by the plump, glistening braised lion's head in Renya's bento. The enticing sauce coating the lion's head was enough to stimulate anyone's appetite. Narahanya's throat involuntarily moved as he gazed longingly at the dish. Recognizing his yearning, Renya offered, "Would you like to try one?" "Really? Thank you, Renya-kun." Narahanya exclaimed joyfully, accepting the lion's head that Renya handed him and devouring it alongside a rice ball. The tender lion's head, paired with its fragrant sauce, created a delightful contrast with the ordinary rice ball, causing Narahanya to puff his cheeks in satisfaction, his eyes narrowing in bliss as he mumbled, "It's so delicious. I love it." Clearly, he was a glutton. His only hobbies were indulging in food and sleeping. Renya smiled faintly. It brought him joy to receive genuine praise for his culinary skills. The commotion drew the attention of those around them, their gazes converging on the tempting braised lion's head. Looking at the delectable dish, and then at their own lackluster lunches, they felt a wave of dissatisfaction wash over them. "Torizu, I want to eat that." Sarutobi Hizashi turned to his friend. They were closest to Renya and could easily savor the fragrant aroma of the lion's head. "Hizashi, you're being pathetic," Shimura Torizu chided. Yet his rolling Adam's apple betrayed his true feelings. Deep down, he too yearned for a taste, but he couldn't bring himself to stoop so low as to ask. Especially after his previous conflict with Uchiha Renya. How would others perceive him if he ran over eagerly like a fool? It was as if he had no desire to remain in Konoha. Hizashi, observing Renya continuously savoring the lion's head, realized he could no longer stand idly by. He swiftly approached Renya. "Torizu, what are you doing? Come back." Shimura Torizu exclaimed, panic rising within him. Hizashi ignored his friend's pleas. At that moment, all he wanted was to experience the taste of the lion's head. Damn it, this guy is being seduced by food, Torizu thought, his expression darkening as he watched silently. He never anticipated Hizashi would be so easily swayed by a meal. It was downright embarrassing. "Renya-kun, try my tempura." Hizashi cheerfully offered his bento box. Renya was taken aback by Hizashi's gesture but quickly noted that his gaze was fixated on the last remaining lion's head. Understanding the intent, he replied, "Thank you, Hizashi." He picked up a piece of tempura and popped it into his mouth. The flavor was decent, having indulged in the lion's head too much. It was refreshing to change things up. Seeing Renya eat, Hizashi grinned widely and asked, "What is this?" pointing at the lion's head with a puzzled expression. "This is my braised lion's head. It tastes pretty good. Would you like to try it?" Renya inquired. "Is that all right?" "Of course." Receiving Renya's consent, Hizashi quickly grabbed the lion's head and placed it into his own bento box. "Lianyi, I extend my heartfelt gratitude for the culinary delights you have shared." After exchanging pleasantries, Sarutobi Hizashi swiftly turned on his heel and hurried towards his friend. "Tuanzong, take a look," Sarutobi Hizashi exclaimed, brandishing a lion's head dumpling before Tuanzong, his eyes gleaming with unabashed pride. Shimizu Tuanzong feigned a nap, but upon hearing the commotion, he slowly opened his eyes. "What is this?" he inquired with an affected curiosity. "Hee, Lian Yi said this is called a lion's head," Sarutobi Hizashi replied with a cheerful demeanor. "Let me see." Tuanzong leaned in closer to the dumpling. At that moment, Sarutobi Hizashi remained blissfully unaware of the gravity of the situation. animatedly recounting the tale of how he acquired the last lion's head. Gazing at the dumpling within arm's reach, Tuanzong revealed a cunning smile. Hizashi, you are still too naive. With that, he suddenly opened his mouth wide. Hizashi's heart raced in alarm as he instinctively tried to retract his hand. But it was too late. Tuanzong had already stuffed the lion's head into his mouth. Stunned by the unexpected act, Hizashi's eyes widened, his hand frozen in the air. Disbelief etched across his face. It took him several seconds to react before he angrily shouted, Tuanzong, you beast! Meanwhile, Tuanzong, with his cheeks bulging, chewed away while mumbling indistinctly, it does taste quite good. Witnessing this, Sarutobi Hizashi's eyes nearly bulged with fury, his gaze turning crimson. Had he been a member of the Uchiha clan, he would have activated his Sharingan by now. Tuanzong, you scoundrel! That lion's head was a hard-won treasure for him. Tuanzong had truly crossed the line. Just as Lien Yi finished his meal and leaned lazily against a tree, preparing for a refreshing nap, he was suddenly jolted by the sounds of a ruckus nearby. What on earth is happening? Lien Yi mused, following the noise with curiosity, only to be taken aback. There stood Sarutobi Hizashi and Shimizu Tuanzong grappling with one another. Lien Yi, aren't these two supposed to be good friends? What on earth is going on? Tuanzong, return my lion's head. Wait, are you really going to fight? Upon hearing their exchange, Lien Yi finally grasped the absurdity of the situation, finding it both amusing and exasperating. Who would have thought that a mere lion's head could spark such discord? Tuanzong truly was incorrigible. True to his reputation, he had displayed his darker side from a young age, even scheming against a close friend. Stop fighting already. One student attempted to intervene, only to be caught in the fray himself, further inciting the chaos. The onlookers quickly abandoned any thoughts of intervention. Thus, A-class established an unspoken rule against mediating disputes. The commotion soon caught the attention of Senju Tobirama. Cease this at once. At the sound of their instructor's voice, the bruised and battered duo immediately halted their brawl. Senju Tobirama's expression darkened. Who allowed you to engage in combat? The two lowered their heads in silence, aware that it was best to remain mute in the face of their instructor's fury. Noticing their silence, Senju Tobirama surveyed the surrounding students with a cold smirk. Don't you enjoy fighting? This afternoon, we will conduct practical combat training, and you can fight to your heart's content. Lien Yi, the rest of A-class. They never anticipated that merely observing would lead to such consequences. Instantly, the gazes of their classmates turned reproachful, clearly indicating that Sarutobi Hizashi and Shimizu Tuanzong had incurred the wrath of the group. This is all your fault, Tuanzong muttered under his breath. If you hadn't stolen my lion's head, would I have resorted to violence? Sarutobi Hizashi nearly fainted from the anger. That scoundrel Tuanzong was even trying to shift the blame, clenching his fists. Hizashi resolved that he must deliver a thorough beating to Tuanzong during the afternoon training session. Chapter 21, Practical Combat Training. Due to the antics of Sarutobi Hizashi and Shimizu Tuanzong, Senju Tobirama canceled the afternoon classes in favor of practical combat training. Typically, such training was reserved for upperclassmen. But A-class students were not to be judged by conventional standards, and an early start would pose no harm. Senju Tobirama contemplated the list in his hands, facing a dilemma in selecting the combat pairings. With it being only the second day of school, he had yet to familiarize himself with each student's abilities. He could only group them based on their performance during the morning exercises. Each student's unique circumstances necessitated that he pair them with those of comparable strength. Senju Tobirama swiftly devised the combat roster and began calling out names for the training sessions. Hyuga Narahanya. What bad luck, I'm the first. Narahanya lamented with a face full of despair. You can do it, I believe in you. Lien Yi encouraged. I'll take your good wishes to heart. With his hands in his pockets, Narahanya ambled into the arena, still wearing that same despondent expression. You might as well concede, you are no match for me. Hyuga declared, lifting his chin with an air of innate arrogance and disdain. How infuriating, this guy is so pretentious. Uchiha Rin remarked, visibly annoyed. He is so full of himself. I must confront him after school. Uchiha Yin concurred. How is it that Hyuga could be even more pretentious than them? The Uchiha. For once, Lien Yi found himself agreeing with them. Hyuga was indeed overstepping. What a condescending attitude. Narahanya muttered under his breath. Hyuga assumed the unique stance of the Hyuga family's gentle fist technique. Warning, be careful, I won't hold back. As his words fell, Narahanya's expression sharpened, and he swiftly formed hand seals, whispering, shadow imitation technique. A shadow darted toward Hyuga like a nimble serpent. This was the signature secret technique of the Nara clan. Unfazed, Hyuga nimbly sidestepped, evading the shadow's pursuit with grace. Then, He charged forward, swiftly striking with both palms, sending gusts of wind hurtling towards Narahanya. Narahanya dodged left and right, searching for an opportunity to counterattack. Suddenly, Hyuga Yuki closed the distance, landing a palm strike directly against Narahanya's chest. Unable to evade in time, Narahanya was sent sprawling backward, crashing heavily onto the ground. Hyuga Yuki emerged victorious. The surrounding classmates erupted in gasps of astonishment. Hyuga Yuki's prowess surpassed their expectations, swiftly defeating Narahanya in mere moments. Struggling to rise from the ground, Narahanya dusted himself off, offering a rueful smile. "You're truly impressive." Hyuga Yuki nodded. "I know." Narahanya, how infuriating. He really got one over on us. Uchiha Yin declared with frustration. "I must trap him in an alley after school." Uchiha Rin gritted her teeth. Lien Yi cast a solemn glance at Hyuga Yuki, murmuring, "His strength is indeed formidable." Narahanya sat beside Lien Yi, inquiring, "Lien Yi, do you have confidence in defeating him?" After a moment's silence, Lien Yi revealed a confident smile. "Though he is quite strong, I am not weak either." "I see." Narahanya feigned understanding, but internally he cursed. They are all a bunch of monsters. He considered himself a genius within the Nara clan, yet here he was, easily bested in just a few moves. Narahanya finally comprehended why his father, the clan leader, had insisted on placing him in A class. In such an environment, one would be foolish not to strive for improvement. Shimizu Tuanzong, Uchiha Kagami. Lien Yi muttered with curiosity. Who is stronger, Kagami or Tuanzong? Uchiha Yin seemed to catch wind of Lien Yi's musings, explaining, "Do you even need to think? Of course, Kagami is stronger." As the battle commenced, it became evident that Uchiha Kagami had the upper hand, swiftly overpowering Shimizu Tuanzong. "Damn it!" Tuanzong, sprawled on the ground, begrudgingly raised his fist to strike the earth in frustration. He had lost, and his mood was anything but pleasant. Losing to Uchiha Lien Yi and Hizashi was one thing, but succumbing to Uchiha Kagami was an altogether different blow. No matter how one may argue, he is undoubtedly a genius of the Shimura clan. Yet he has been repeatedly defeated, which leaves him feeling utterly humiliated. "Tobirama, are you alright?" Uchiha Kagami extended his hand, attempting to pull Tobirama up. "Get away. I do not require your pity." Shimura Tobirama rebuffed Kagami's gesture. Gritting his teeth, he pushed himself off the ground, vowing silently that he would never suffer defeat again. Uchiha Renya, Sarutobi Hizashi. In the center of the arena, Renya donned a black ninja uniform, its edges fluttering in the wind. He slightly turned his body, adopting a battle stance, exuding an air of confidence and formidable presence. "Hizashi, I shall show no mercy." "Understood, Renya-kun," Sarutobi Hizashi replied gravely. "I will give it my all." The surrounding classmates watched intently, including the formidable Hinata Yuki. "Lin, do you think Uchiha Renya will win?" "I don't know. I'm not clear on his strength. I should have cornered him in that alley yesterday." Renya caught wind of their conversation, the corners of his mouth twitching. "Goodness. Do these two have an affinity for that alley? It seems I must prepare a sack for them." With a command from Senju Takemura, the battle erupted instantaneously. Renya took the initiative, dashing before Hizashi and launching a right hook aimed at his face. Hizashi sidestepped, grasping Renya's arm. Quick to respond, Renya withdrew his arm and executed a somersault in midair, delivering a powerful kick to Hizashi's chest. Hizashi hastily retreated, crossing his arms defensively to block the blow. The two briefly separated, each recalibrating their stance. Renya took a deep breath, acknowledging Hizashi's impressive strength. It was no wonder he would eventually become a disciple of Senju Tobirama and inherit the Hokage position. The title of ninja hero was not bestowed lightly. Sarutobi Hizashi's expression grew serious. He had not anticipated that Renya would be able to hold his ground against him. Although he had not employed his full strength or favored ninjutsu, he was aware that he was 2 years older than Renya. To overpower someone younger is already dishonorable, and failing to achieve a clear victory was truly embarrassing. Shimura Tobirama, witnessing the scene, felt a slight grin form at the corners of his mouth. It seemed he was not the only one to suffer embarrassment today. While he lamented his own defeat, he took comfort in Hizashi's failure. Just as the two were about to continue their duel, Senju Takemura intervened. "Both of you performed commendably. You may return." Sarutobi Hizashi breathed a sigh of relief. He feared that if the battle continued, he would end up like Tobirama, falling short against Renya. At that point, he would truly struggle to hold his head high. Senju Takemura expressed his admiration softly, murmuring, "Truly, he is a child nurtured by Lord Tobirama. His strength has already surpassed that of his peers." Chapter 22. Renya is mine. In the afternoon, as the ninja school day came to an end, there was no moment more delightful than this. Renya gathered his belongings. preparing to return home for a meal. At that moment, a group appeared, blocking his path. Among them were Sarutobi Hizashi, Uchiha Kagami, and Shimura Tobirama, their demeanor suggesting they were there to cause trouble. Upon seeing this, Renya furrowed his brow. Surely, these fellows do not intend to confront me? He discreetly distanced himself from them, ready to flee at the slightest hint of aggression. Faced with their potential assault, he truly felt powerless. If he did not run, he would simply have to endure the beating. Renya's apprehensions were unfounded. The group merely wished to invite him out for dinner. Renya-kun, would you like to join us for barbecue? Hizashi inquired. Upon hearing this, Renya finally grasped the situation. So, they are not here to pick a fight. Renya-kun, I know a place where the barbecue is exceptionally good, Kagami chimed in. Faced with their invitation, Renya shook his head, replying, I apologize. But I must return home to prepare dinner. I do not have time to go out with you. He knew all too well that Senju Tobirama would be waiting for him at home to cook. This left Renya feeling quite helpless. He had wholly become the chef for Senju Tobirama. The group, upon hearing his response, did not press the matter further. After bidding farewell to Renya at the school gate, they departed together. At the Senju Tobirama residence, Renya asked, Uncle, have you procured the ingredients? Hearing this, Senju Tobirama set down the documents in his hands and replied, You need not cook today. We are going to your uncle's house for dinner. Understood. Renya was pleased with the reprieve. Today's training had indeed been exhausting, and he welcomed the chance to avoid cooking. After taking a shower, he followed Senju Tobirama to Senju Hashirama's residence. The two figures, one large and one small, walked side by side through the Senju clan territory. How did you fare at school today, little one? Senju Tobirama suddenly inquired. I held my ground against Sarutobi Hizashi. Renya replied honestly. As the founder of the ninja school, Tobirama was surely aware of every action taken by Renya within its walls. Had he not noticed that the A-class homeroom teachers were all members of the Senju clan? Renya speculated that there were two possible reasons for Tobirama's inquiry. The first was simply to engage in conversation. The second was to gauge whether Renya would conceal the truth. The former was benign, while the latter was somewhat unsettling. This indicated that even after a year of their companionship, Senju Tobirama still regarded him with suspicion. Nodding in understanding, Senju Tobirama refrained from asking further questions. Renya glanced at him, hoping to glean something from his expression, but alas, he gleaned nothing. Senju Tobirama was known for his caution, rarely revealing his innermost thoughts. If Renya could easily discern his intentions, he would not be Senju Tobirama. Before long, they arrived at their destination, the Senju Hashirama residence. Uncle Hashirama. Renya called out to Senju Hashirama, who was in the courtyard. Brother, Senju Tobirama greeted as well. Haha, little Renya, you finally arrived. Senju Hashirama exclaimed warmly, completely ignoring Senju Tobirama's presence. It has been ages since I have tasted your culinary skills. Might you showcase them today? Senju Tobirama was left in the lurch, a frown adorning his face. Brother, is this why you summoned us here? He had suspected that Hashirama's invitation was nothing more than a scheme for a meal. Haha. Little Renya's cooking is simply exquisite. It has been too long since I have indulged. Senju Hashirama chuckled. Renya glanced at Senju Tobirama, his expression silently questioning. Did you not say I was not to cook today? Senju Tobirama turned his head, feigning ignorance of Renya's expression. Little Renya, is that all right? I implore you. Senju Hashirama clasped his hands together, pleading earnestly. Brother, you are being quite rude. Senju Tobirama admonished. As the Hokage of Konoha, to stoop to such levels for a meal is truly shameful. Senju Hashirama ignored Tobirama's admonishments, casting a pitiful glance at Renya. Unable to withstand Hashirama's gaze, Renya relented. Very well, Uncle Hashirama. Upon hearing this, Senju Hashirama beamed with joy. Thank you, little Renya. You are a lifesaver. It was unavoidable. Renya's culinary skills were simply unparalleled. After tasting his cooking once, Hashirama was unable to forget it, often concocting excuses to have Renya come and cook for him. Renya made his way to the kitchen, familiar with the layout from previous visits. After he departed, Senju Tobirama could no longer contain himself. Brother, how could you act this way? He was genuinely astonished that his elder brother would disregard his dignity for a meal. Tobirama, your words are misguided, Senju Hashirama replied with a tinge of melancholy. Unlike you, who can feast upon little Renya's cooking every day, I do not have that luxury. Hearing this, Senju Tobirama's lips curled slightly upward. His arms crossed over his chest in smug satisfaction. Though Renya was a child of the Uchiha clan, his culinary prowess was indeed beyond reproach. Senju Tobirama was able to endure living alongside Uchiha Renya largely due to the exquisite culinary skills that had utterly captivated him. Tobirama, how about this? Let little Renya stay with me for a few days. Senju Hashirama said with a hopeful expression. Absolutely not, big brother. Tobirama promptly declined without a second thought. Tobirama, how can you be so unyielding? Hashirama's face displayed a painful look. Tobirama understood his elder brother very well and was not swayed by his theatrics, coldly stating, Brother, do not harbor such thoughts. Uchiha Renya is mine. Upon uttering these words, Tobirama was taken aback. What had he just said? It was unfathomable that such audacious sentiments could emanate from Senju Tobirama. Brother, please do not misunderstand, he hurriedly explained. But his mind was a whirlwind, and he stumbled over his words, failing to articulate any coherent reasoning. The phrase Renya is mine echoed repeatedly in his mind. Senju Hashirama, observing Tobirama's flustered demeanor, wore an amused smile. Tobirama, you need not elaborate, I understand. As he had anticipated, a bond had indeed formed between Tobirama and little Renya. He believed that in a few years, Renya would alter Tobirama's perception of the Uchiha clan. Brother, you do not comprehend. And do put away that disgusting expression, Tobirama chastised. His face flushed with embarrassment. It was unclear whether the redness in his cheeks stemmed from shyness or irritation. Haha, I understand. Silence. You do not understand at all. Tobirama, you are scolding me again. In the kitchen, little Renya, you have finally arrived. Uzumaki Mito greeted with a smile, pointing to the ingredients laid out on the table. I have already washed the vegetables. Thank you, Mito-san, Renya replied, promptly beginning to prepare the meal. Mito assisted nearby, diligently learning Renya's cooking techniques. Having visited frequently to cook, Renya had significantly improved his culinary skills. Chapter 23. You are quite remarkable. Renya busily flitted between the stove and the counter, the clinking of pots and pans creating a melodious sound. Mito was equally engaged, skillfully chopping vegetables and occasionally exchanging quiet remarks about the cooking process, her face adorned with a gentle smile. Soon, a plethora of dishes, rich in aroma and flavor, filled the table, their enticing scent wafting through the air and tantalizing everyone's taste buds. Senju Hashirama was the first to take a seat, as he settled into his chair. His gaze was drawn to the sumptuous spread before him, and he instinctively swallowed. Mito, sitting beside Hashirama, gazed at the feast and complimented, truly, the culinary skills of little Renya are commendable. Today we shall indulge. Haha, Mito is right. Hashirama chimed in, both he and his wife having long craved such a meal. You flatter me, Renya responded with a smile. Senju Tobirama approached leisurely, maintaining his usual calm demeanor, though the slight quickening of his pace betrayed his inner anticipation. Typically, Renya would not prepare such an extravagant feast at home. He usually contented himself with a couple of simple dishes. While Tobirama found Renya's everyday cooking delightful, he was nonetheless eager for the occasion of a grand spread. This way, he could relish a variety of delectable dishes. As everyone took their seats, Renya enthusiastically urged them to dig in. Hashirama, unable to contain himself, swiftly picked up a piece of succulent braised pork and placed it into his mouth, the rich flavor bursting forth. He could not help but exclaim in satisfaction, Little Renya, your culinary prowess is simply extraordinary. This flavor is utterly irresistible. He quickly reached for another generous portion. If Uncle Hashirama enjoys it, do indulge further, Renya encouraged. For a cook, receiving recognition and praise for one's creations was a source of immense joy. Mito smiled gently, savoring each dish with grace, occasionally casting appreciative glances at Renya. Little Renya, the flavors of your dishes are truly delightful, she remarked, pausing before adding. Moreover, the process of preparing the meal together has made this dining experience even more meaningful. Some of the dishes were a collaborative effort between her and Renya, which filled her with happiness. Mito realized she was growing increasingly fond of this child. She could not fathom why Tobirama frequently complained about Renya, given his amiable nature and culinary talents. Though Tobirama did not praise as vocally as Hashirama, his chopsticks moved with fervor. Before long, his bowl was piled high with an assortment of delicacies. He nodded slightly and murmured, indeed, quite remarkable. The evening sun cast its warm glow through the window onto the dining table, and the diners reluctantly set down their chopsticks. Hashirama reclined comfortably against the chair's back, patting his round belly, and turned his gaze to Renya, smiling as he inquired, Little Renya, how have you been faring at school these past couple of days? Uncle Hashirama. It's been quite acceptable, Renya replied, wiping the corner of his mouth and sitting up straight. Although he had initially been reluctant to attend school, after a couple of days he found it tolerable. After all, his classmates were all talented individuals with pleasant conversation, far more engaging than his solitary training at home. Hashirama nodded in satisfaction and continued, Little Renya, do you have any aspirations for the future? At this question, Tobirama cast a discreet glance at Renya. Renya lowered his gaze, fixating on the swirling tea in his bowl, his fingertips unconsciously tracing the porcelain rim. He pondered how to respond in a manner that would please Hashirama. Renya's desire to grow stronger was simple. He aimed to possess the means of self-defense in future conflicts, to avoid being relegated to mere cannon fodder. However, it was evident that he could not express this sentiment. After a moment of silence, Renya raised his head, his gaze resolute. I want to become strong, incredibly strong. Tobirama's eyes flickered, and his expression grew increasingly serious. Why is this child so fixated on becoming strong? He was eager to uncover the motive behind Renya's desire for strength. This was of paramount importance. Fortunately, his brother had posed the question. Why is it essential to become strong? Hashirama inquired. Renya met Hashirama's gaze directly, enunciating each word. Because only by becoming strong can I protect the things I wish to safeguard, just as you protect the village. These words resonated like a stone cast into a deep pond, creating ripples of profound impact. Hashirama's pupils constricted sharply, the images of countless fallen clansmen flooding his memory, overlapping with Renya's defiant visage. Tobirama stared blankly at Renya, his expression one of disbelief. He could hardly fathom that the Uchiha child could articulate such profound thoughts. Was this truly the same child he thought he knew? Renya remained unaware that his declaration had irrevocably altered Tobirama's entire perception of him. Could it be that he had misjudged him? Tobirama murmured softly. Renya's words were so impactful that they began to sow seeds of self-doubt within him. Perhaps he had indeed harbored prejudice against Renya due to his Uchiha heritage. After a long pause, Hashirama's hand landed heavily on Renya's shoulder, his voice noticeably subdued. Well said. He strode purposefully to the wooden cabinet against the wall and retrieved a weathered scroll, embossed with the Senju clan's emblem. This contains my techniques and insights from years of training, Hashirama declared solemnly, presenting the scroll to Renya. I hope you will study it diligently and become strong in due time. Tobirama's eyes widened in astonishment. He had not anticipated his brother would bestow such a valuable scroll upon Renya. It held numerous Senju clan techniques, including the elusive wood release. Mito's eyes sparkled with pride as she gently said, Little Renya, should you encounter any confusion during your training, do not hesitate to seek our guidance. Renya's hands trembled slightly as he cradled the scroll, bowing his head in gratitude. Thank you. I will not disappoint your expectations. He had initially intended to express some flattering words to delight Hashirama, but had inadvertently applied too much force in his expression of gratitude. Nonetheless, it turned out to be a delightful surprise. The complex expression on Senju Tobirama's face fixed intently on Uchiha Renya, his thoughts shrouded in mystery. After a brief interlude, the two bid farewell and departed. The night enveloped them like ink. Clutching a scroll, Renya trailed behind Tobirama. As they reached the edge of the clan's territory beneath a maple tree, Tobirama abruptly halted, unexpectedly exclaiming, Uchiha Renya, you possess remarkable potential. Renya stared at Tobirama, bewildered, uncertain of the old man's sudden change in demeanor. With arms crossed, Tobirama's gaze swept over the scroll in Renya's grasp, warning him that mere words were insufficient to safeguard what he sought to protect. At the hour of the tiger tomorrow, bring the scroll to the training ground, and I shall personally instruct you. With that, Tobirama turned away, his figure vanishing into the shadows of the night. Renya stood frozen in place, disbelief etched across his features. Chapter 24, Instruction. At Senju Tobirama's residence, Renya lay on his bed, still grappling with disbelief, the shinobi scroll resting beside him. His mind incessantly replayed Tobirama's earlier words. Having been taken in by Tobirama for a year, the old man had always maintained a wary distance from him, let alone offered to guide his training. Yet now, he had voluntarily proposed to mentor Renya, evoking an unreal sensation within him. Am I perhaps ensnared in a genjutsu? Renya bit his tongue, the sharp pain jolting him back to reality. This was no illusion. He had not anticipated that such words would wield such profound impact, not only resulting in Tobirama bestowing upon him the Senju scroll, but also in Tobirama's willingness to guide his training. His heart raced, excitement bubbling beneath the surface. Tobirama was a powerhouse of the Hokage level. With his guidance, Renya believed he could venture further and grow stronger. Immersed in dreams of future strength, he unwittingly drifted into slumber. At the hour of the tiger, a waning moon hung above the Senju clan's grounds. The dawn was yet to break when Tobirama's low voice resonated from outside. Little brat, how much longer do you intend to sleep? Upon hearing the commotion, Renya sprang from his bed, hastily donning his attire as he called out, Uncle, just a moment. I'll be right there. Soon, he was fully dressed. Clutching the scroll as he opened the door, Tobirama stood at the threshold, briefly assessing Renya before turning and heading toward the training ground. Observing this, Renya silently followed. They arrived at the center of the training field. Tobirama turned to face Renya, or rather, the scroll in his hands. Realizing the implication, Renya promptly extended the scroll toward him. Tobirama accepted it, nodding with satisfaction before stowing it away. In the midst of Renya's astonishment and confusion, Tobirama's demeanor shifted as he clarified, "We shall not focus on ninjutsu today. We will commence with fundamental training." Renya eyed Tobirama skeptically. "Uncle, you're not planning to abscond with the scroll after deceiving me, are you?" Tobirama's face flushed, indignation evident as he retorted, "What do you mean, little brat? Am I that kind of person?" Although he initially intended to guide Renya, he contemplated examining the clan's ninjutsu scroll during their sessions. Was there any harm in that? Renya remained silent, merely pouting. Tobirama, contemplating his next words, felt an urge to turn and leave. Thankfully, Renya did not dwell on the topic, eagerly proclaiming, "Uncle, did you not promise to guide my training? Let us begin. Show me your ninjutsu." Tobirama responded, having previously observed Renya's training. Noting that his control over chakra left much to be desired, resulting in considerable wastage during ninjutsu execution. At that time, he had refrained from offering advice, harboring a desire to impede Renya's growth. However, Renya's earlier remarks made Tobirama realize his own biases against the Uchiha clan. While they were prone to extreme emotions, it also indicated a deeper understanding of love than the average person. Renya's words had awakened him, reshaping his preconceived notions of the Uchiha. Certainly, Tobirama only acknowledged Renya, not all members of the Uchiha clan, which led him to voluntarily offer guidance. Upon hearing Tobirama's words, Renya did not hesitate. He formed hand seals and unleashed his ninjutsu. Fire release, great fireball technique. A massive fireball erupted from his mouth, illuminating the training ground with its searing light. Renya felt a surge of satisfaction, a testament to his year of training. He anticipated praise from Tobirama, but the ensuing words struck him like a blow. Tobirama frowned, his tone icy. Fire release is not merely a reckless release of chakra. Renya looked up, confusion clouding his features, evidently failing to grasp the meaning of this statement. Observing his bewilderment, Tobirama raised his hand, forming seals as a ghostly blue flame ignited at his fingertips, distinct from the typical orange-red flames. Your technique appeared fierce, yet your chakra was chaotic, akin to a wildfire out of control. With a flick of his wrist, the flame morphed into a slender fire whip, precisely ensnaring a nearby wooden post before gently returning it to its original position, unscathed. Renya gaped in awe. Such meticulous chakra control was befitting of a master of forbidden techniques. Yet, it was also evident that without precise chakra manipulation, one might face dire consequences during the development of ninjutsu. Moreover, the techniques devised by Tobirama wielded immense power, necessitating even greater precision in chakra control. Renya felt a twinge of envy. How he wished to possess such mastery over chakra. "Little brat, give it another attempt." Tobirama interrupted Renya's musings, heeding the advice. Renya tried once more, striving to control the flow of chakra as he formed the seals. This time, flames erupted from his palm, yet they appeared irregular and chaotic, incinerating the grass and trees before him. "Your chakra flow is too rigid," Tobirama remarked, pressing down on Renya's wrist, the cold sensation causing him to stiffen. "Envision the flames as living beings. You are not merely commanding them, you are dancing with them." A wave of icy chakra coursed through Renya's veins, harmonizing with his tumultuous fire affinity chakra. As Renya attempted to condense chakra for the third time, Tobirama suddenly disrupted his sequence of seals. "In actual combat, no one will wait for you to follow a set sequence," Tobirama asserted, his voice resolute. Adaptability is paramount. It was evident that he was not dismissing the matter lightly. He was genuinely committed to instructing Renya. Renya hastily adjusted, and the flames in his palm transformed into a serpentine fire that darted forth, albeit slightly misdirected. Yet it showcased the beginnings of progress. "Good progress," Tobirama nodded, raising his hand to form the snake seal, unleashing a precise fireball that struck the wooden post, igniting it into a blazing inferno that soon reduced it to ash. Some ninjutsu require excessive hand seals, making release during combat difficult. You must learn to streamline your seals. After a moment of contemplation, he added, "However, this is something you will struggle with for now. For instance, the water release. Water dragon bullet technique typically requires 44 seals for an average jonin, yet I can execute it with merely 3. Renya held no particular thoughts on this. Simplifying seals was inherently challenging, requiring formidable chakra control, a feat he could not yet aspire to. The essence of fire release lies in the balance between explosion and control. Now, before dawn breaks, teach your flames to obey. With that, he turned to leave. Uncle, I will succeed, Renya called after Tobirama's retreating figure, his heart brimming with determination as he reignited the flames in his palm, plunging back into his training. While envisioning success was one thing, the practical application proved to be an entirely different endeavor. Chapter 25. How much longer must I wait? Sunlight streamed through the thin morning mist, casting a glow upon the training ground. The diminutive figure of Renya knelt on the ground, his palms charred and marked by the remnants of failed fire techniques. Panting heavily, he felt the chakra within him nearly depleted. He gazed at the training ground, now a desolate wasteland due to his own efforts, his heart heavy with despair. This was too challenging. He felt he would never master it. At that moment, the austere figure of Senju Tobirama emerged on the training field. He observed Renya with a penetrating gaze. Are you contemplating surrender at the first sign of adversity? Senju Tobirama's voice was frigid, yet it carried an undeniable authority. Do you believe that becoming stronger is a trivial endeavor? Renya lifted his head to meet Tobirama's gaze, a complex light flickering in his eyes. Uncle, I have no intention of giving up. Senju Tobirama approached slowly, coming to a halt before Renya. Ninjutsu is akin to your innermost self. When fear of failure and thoughts of capitulation consume you, it cannot be wielded effectively. He leaned slightly, examining Renya's charred palms. You are not incapable of learning. Rather, you lack the resolve and focus. Clenching his teeth, Renya replied, I will strive harder. Effort is not mere mindless repetition. It is about drawing lessons from failure and adjusting continuously. Senju Tobirama straightened, his gaze drifting toward the horizon. The cultivation of ninjutsu is akin to ascending a lofty peak. Each step is fraught with difficulty, but as long as you do not relinquish your pursuit, you will inevitably reach the summit. Renya inhaled deeply, rising slowly with renewed determination. I understand, uncle. Just as he prepared to concentrate his chakra anew, Tobirama's voice echoed from behind. The time is nearly upon us. It is time for school. Renya froze momentarily, suddenly recalling the obligation to attend school. In an instant, it felt as though the sky had fallen upon him. After several hours of training, he was now to endure the drudgery of school. Who could tolerate such a fate? He glanced at his scorched palms, and then at the scarred training ground. A sense of dissatisfaction welling within him. Just as he had begun to regain some semblance of skill, he was now forced to halt his progress. Senju Tobirama appeared to perceive his thoughts, frowning slightly. The education you receive at school is equally vital. Knowledge and practical ability are indispensable. Do not assume that mastering ninjutsu encapsulates the entirety of becoming an exceptional ninja. Renya hastily replied, I understand, uncle. I will dedicate myself to my studies. With that, he stretched his stiff limbs and made his way to the kitchen. He needed to prepare breakfast and lunch. Once his chakra was depleted, an overwhelming hunger surged within him, necessitating a timely replenishment of sustenance to restore his chakra. After consuming breakfast, Renya reluctantly set off for school. At the Ninja Academy, Class A, the morning's curriculum consisted of cultural subjects, including but not limited to an explanation of the geographical advantages and defensive characteristics of the 5 great ninja villages: Konoha, Mist, Rock, Cloud, Sand. A brief overview of the elements that comprise chakra and how to enhance the quality and control of chakra through training. Please list 3 different elemental chakra types: fire, water, earth, lightning, wind, and explain their interactions with one another. Regarding the cultural studies, Renya did not adhere to his prior commitment to study diligently. Instead, he slumped over his desk, drifting into a deep slumber. The teacher at the podium expounded endlessly on the theoretical aspects of ninjutsu, yet the words resonated like a distant murmur, failing to penetrate Renya's ears. His breathing gradually stabilized. His body fully relaxed, and he succumbed to dreams. The hushed whispers of his classmates and the occasional sound of pages turning failed to rouse him. Having trained early that morning, exhaustion weighed heavily upon him, necessitating a proper rest. Nara Shikamaru, equally bored, yawned and noticed Renya asleep, following suit by resting his head on the desk. It wasn't until the school bell rang that Renya stirred, groggily surveying his surroundings. Finding himself alone in the classroom with Nara Shikamaru, who remained slumped over his desk, realization dawned upon him that school had concluded. After a day of slumber, his fatigue had dissipated. Renya stood, stretched lazily, and after rousing Nara Shikamaru, the two departed the school together. Renya-kun, I'm glad you woke me in time, otherwise I would have overslept, Nara Shikamaru said, a hint of trepidation in his voice. Previously, his parents had discovered he was late because he had overslept at school, resulting in a rather severe reprimand. It's a trivial matter, Renya dismissed with a casual wave of his hand. Nara Shikamaru's easygoing personality suited Renya well, thus their friendship flourished. At that moment, they overheard two familiar voices echoing from the alleyway. Aren't you quite the show-off? We've finally cornered you. Renya's expression turned peculiar. Could these two truly have blocked someone? He recognized the voices of Uchiha Rin and Uchiha Yen. Renya-kun, who are they cornering? Nara Shikamaru inquired, curiosity etched on his face. Both were formidable within their class, positioned in the upper tier. Who could have provoked these two? It's likely Hyuga Yuki, Renya speculated, uncertain. He had previously overheard the two discussing their intentions to confront the king of pressure in the alley. Hyuga Yuki? Nara Shikamaru's eyes flickered with anticipation. A spectacle was imminent. The two exchanged glances, silently understanding each other's thoughts. They lowered their footsteps and stealthily approached the corner. There they beheld Uchiha Rin and Uchiha Yen encircling Hyuga Yuki. Undaunted by their encirclement, Hyuga Yuki launched the first strike, pushing his palm forward. An invisible chakra shockwave collided with Uchiha Yen's chest, sending him hurtling backward, shattering a sake barrel at the alley's end, rendering him unconscious. With a single move, he had incapacitated him. Of course, this was also due to Uchiha Yen being unprepared and taking the blow squarely. The two lacked combat experience, failing to anticipate the sudden assault. You scoundrel! How dare you launch a sneak attack? Uchiha Rin roared in fury upon witnessing his companion incapacitated. Hyuga Yuki's expression remained unchanged as he deftly evaded the attack, his feet lightly tapping the ground, while simultaneously forming a palm stance to unleash the 8 trigrams palm. Uchiha Rin reacted swiftly, sidestepping the assault and retaliating with a punch aimed directly at his face. Hyuga Yuki's pupils constricted, the markings of the Byakugan becoming vividly apparent as he concentrated a pale blue chakra in his palm. His strikes accelerated in speed. Under this relentless onslaught, Uchiha Rin found himself retreating in defeat, ultimately being struck by a gentle fist to his sleep point, collapsing to the ground. Prior to losing consciousness, a singular thought echoed in his mind. How could this guy be so strong? Renya and Nara Shikamaru stared wide-eyed in shock, astonished that Hyuga Yuki could so effortlessly conclude the conflict. At that moment, Hyuga Yuki slowly turned to face the alley's entrance. Are you going to keep watching? Chapter 26, Breach of Defense. Upon hearing this, Renya and Nara Shikamaru exchanged glances before stepping forward. The Byakugan of the Hyuga clan possesses the ability to see through and almost a 360-degree perspective. Once Hyuga Yuki activated his Byakugan, he naturally detected the two hiding in the shadows. Hello, Hyuga Yuki, Renya greeted. What a coincidence to encounter you here, Nara Shikamaru added in agreement. Hyuga Yuki's Byakugan scanned the two. Are you also intending to ambush me? Hearing this, Nara Shikamaru quickly shook his head. No. He had just witnessed Hyuga Yuki effortlessly vanquishing Uchiha Yen and Uchiha Rin. This individual was terrifyingly strong, almost monstrous. If a confrontation ensued, his fate would undoubtedly be grim. Renya felt a stir of excitement, eager to challenge Hyuga Yuki and ascertain who was stronger. The prowess Hyuga Yuki had displayed was formidable, without direct confrontation. One could not discern who surpassed the other. Ultimately, Renya quelled this notion. There would be ample opportunities for sparring in the days to come. He was not a belligerent soul, and there was no necessity to invite trouble upon himself. You've misunderstood. We were merely passing by, Renya clarified. Recognizing their lack of malice, Hyuga Yuki deactivated his Byakugan. Renya, curious, fixed his gaze on Hyuga Yuki's eyes, inquiring, Yukikin. At what age do members of the Hyuga clan typically awaken their Byakugan? He was not particularly well versed in such matters, which is precisely why he felt compelled to inquire. Nara Motoya's gaze followed suit, equally intrigued by the question. Hyuga Yuki cast a puzzled glance at the two, unable to comprehend their motives for asking such a question. Despite his confusion, he explained, the age at which one awakens their eyes varies from person to person, typically occurring between the ages of 10 and 12. Renya, understanding, noted that Hyuga and Uchiha were quite similar. Aside from a few exceptions, the awakening generally transpired during the teenage years. Suddenly, a thought struck Renya, and he looked at Hyuga Yuki in astonishment. It seemed that this individual was indeed an exception. Yuki-kun, how old are you? Renya inquired. 6, came the response. Renya, goodness. He is even 1 year younger than me. Yuki-kun, you are remarkably strong to have awakened at the age of 6. Nara Motoya exclaimed, greatly astonished. Is this the realm of geniuses? Hyuga Yuki, however, remained unfazed. He had heard similar comments far too often. Moreover, Nara Motoya had misspoken. He had not awakened at 6, but rather at 5. Renya scrutinized Hyuga Yuki, a look of confusion etched on his face. Given Yuki's prodigious talent, why had he never heard of him? He was aware of figures such as Sarutobi Hizashi, Shimura Danzo, and Uchiha Kagami, yet Hyuga Yuki was a name that eluded him. The potential of Hyuga Yuki was not inferior to that of Sarutobi Hizashi and others. He soon arrived at a singular conclusion. The truth was that Hyuga Yuki had perished before reaching his full potential. This realization left Renya feeling melancholic. Indeed, only those geniuses who had truly matured could be deemed exceptional. Those whose paths were thwarted midway or who faded into obscurity did not count. Clenching his fists, Renya resolved to train diligently. His objective to grow stronger had never wavered. He sought the means to protect himself within the world of shinobi. Hyuga Yuki noticed something amiss with Renya and asked, "Uchiha Renya, are you all right?" Renya waved his hand dismissively, indicating he was fine. Believing Renya to be disheartened by his own talent, Yuki offered words of comfort. "Do not envy. With hard work, you can achieve it too, Renya." It finally dawned on him why Uchiha Rin and Uchiha Hiko had been trying to shut him down. What an insufferable show-off. Hyuga Yuki approached Renya, halting his steps, and declared, "I await your pursuit of my footsteps." With that, he departed without another word. Renya stood rooted to the spot, gazing at Hyuga Yuki's receding figure until he vanished, lost in thought for what felt like an eternity. The phrase echoed repeatedly in his mind, "I await your pursuit of my footsteps." After a prolonged moment, Renya's face flushed with indignation. He had been utterly provoked. What an insufferable braggart. He was undeniably the king of show-offs. If Hyuga Yuki were still present, he would undoubtedly have launched an attack. Eager to deliver a sound thrashing to that arrogant king, "Renya-kun, are you all right?" Nara Motoya asked cautiously. It was the first time he had witnessed Renya display such anger. "I'm fine, truly," Renya insisted, his expression betraying a desire for violence. "Is this what you call fine?" Motoya thought, yet he wisely chose not to press further. Feeling a twinge of schadenfreude, "It seems I'm not alone in feeling overwhelmed by this monster." He was among the foremost geniuses of the Nara clan. Having reached the rank of genin at the tender age of 6, he had thought that, with his innate talent, he would excel at the ninja academy. However, on just the second day of school, he was bested by Hyuga Yuki in mere 2 moves. Furthermore, there were numerous classmates who surpassed him. This realization plunged Nara Motoya into a state of profound self-doubt. He finally grasped the distinction between ordinary prodigies and true anomalies. Renya's outburst snapped him back to reality. "I'm so furious. What an insufferable show-off," Nara Motoya muttered. "Did you not just say you were fine? How can you be angry again?" Renya was brimming with pent-up frustration. He had not anticipated that Hyuga Yuki's 2 remarks would strike such a nerve. Vowing to reclaim his dignity, Renya resolved to show that he could also display confidence. Years later, whenever Renya recalled those 2 sentences, he remained unable to find closure. At the Senju Tobirama residence, Senju Tobirama quietly leaned against the kitchen doorway, murmuring to himself, "What is the matter with this young one?" He had noticed the unusual state of Renya the moment he returned home. The sight of Renya, cooking with a scowl etched on his face, piqued Tobirama's curiosity. What could have transpired to incite such fury in the boy? After all, this was a child who rarely exhibited anger. Just then, Renya emerged with a plate of food. "Young one, what has happened?" Tobirama inquired. "Nothing much, just encountered a show-off," Renya replied. "Show-off?" Tobirama was puzzled by the term. Renya had no intention of explaining. After dining, he headed straight to the training grounds. He needed to grow stronger, so that one day, after defeating Hyuga Yuki, he could deliver a few boastful remarks of his own. As Tobirama observed Renya training, he pondered the meaning of show-off. Yet, after much contemplation, he remained none the wiser. What is this child thinking? He wondered. But since he could not decipher it, he decided to let it be. Realizing that he had not delved into Uchiha research for quite some time, Tobirama rose and headed to the kitchen. After adding a substantial amount of sedative to the milk, he wore a satisfied grin. He then approached the training ground and handed the milk to Renya. "Young one, it's about time." Upon hearing this, Renya halted his training, consumed the milk, and retreated to his room to wash up and sleep. That night, he dreamt once more of the laboratory. Chapter 27. I challenge you. At the Ninja Academy, Renya stood before Hyuga Yuki, boldly declaring, "Show off, I challenge you." The surrounding students turned their attention to the two, eager to witness the unfolding drama. "Renya-kun, what is going on?" Sarutobi Hizashi asked, his face a mask of curiosity. He was unaware of the events that had transpired the previous day. In his view, Renya and Hyuga Yuki had little interaction. One remained silent in class, while the other was prone to dozing off. It was perplexing to witness a conflict arise between 2 individuals who seemed worlds apart. Shimura Danzo, reveling in the drama, thought to himself, I hope they fight. He had long harbored a distaste for both and yearned to see them engage in a mutually destructive clash. The only one aware of the truth, Nara Motoya, remained silent. Observing quietly, he had anticipated that Renya would act this way. In truth, he was also curious about who was the stronger of the two. What did you call me? Hyuga Yuki asked, a look of confusion crossing his face. He did not comprehend the term show-off. Renya had no intention of explaining, his frustration boiling over as he shouted. Let's settle this one-on-one. I'll crush you. The mere thought of Yuki's smug demeanor infuriated him. Did he truly believe himself to be strong? Last night, as soon as he closed his eyes, the echoes of that phrase reverberated in his mind, fueling his anger. Thus, early that morning, Renya sought out Hyuga Yuki, eager to confront him and reclaim his honor. I'm sorry, I don't have time, Yuki replied, engrossed in his book. Renya's expression darkened, feeling as though he had just consumed something distasteful. How dare he flaunt his arrogance and then retreat? Yuki's indifference felt like a punch to the gut. He had no interest in engaging Renya in battle. This dismissal was more painful than defeat itself. After all, if Renya did not win, he could not regain his dignity, while Yuki would continue to don that arrogant facade. How can you do this? Renya was on the verge of losing his composure. Uchiha Renya, I am trying to read. Please be quiet, Hyuga Yuki stated flatly. Fine, fine. Renya's face flushed crimson. One day, he vowed, Yuki would regret this. Time was on his side, and he refused to believe that their paths would not cross in combat. Just then, a figure wrapped in bandages entered the classroom. Upon spotting Renya, he shouted, Uchiha Renya, I challenge you. The individual in question is none other than Uchiha Reifong, who was recently ensnared in a sack by Uchiha Renya. His father informed him that this incident was most likely orchestrated by Uchiha Renya, but due to a lack of evidence, it was left unresolved. This revelation ignited a profound anger within him. That scoundrel Uchiha Renya. Was it not merely a few disparaging words? How could he resort to such underhanded tactics? Uchiha Reifong vowed to make him pay. Once his injuries had healed sufficiently, he eagerly made his way to school, intent on seeking vengeance against Renya. Who are you? Renya appeared bewildered. Who was this person, and why was he challenging him? Uchiha Reifeng's face, obscured by bandages, was a tapestry of frustration. This rogue had beaten him to a pulp and now feigned ignorance. Yet, one could hardly blame Renya. Uchiha Reifong was swathed like a dumpling, making it a challenge to recognize him. Scoundrel! I am Uchiha Reifong. He bellowed. Do not think for a moment that I am unaware. It was you who attacked me. Renya, taken aback, felt a twinge of embarrassment. So this was indeed Uchiha Reifong. Hey, Reifeng-kun. We have no grievances between us. Please refrain from casting aspersions on my character. Evidence is paramount, Renya asserted with righteous indignation. Uchiha Reifeng's body trembled with rage, his teeth grinding audibly, filled with an overwhelming desire to strike Renya squarely in the face. You scoundrel! Uchiha Renya, I challenge you. Apologies, Reifeng-kun, but I am currently preoccupied, Renya replied. Picking up a book from Hinata Yuki's desk, Uchiha Reifeng's forehead throbbed with indignation. You are holding the book upside down. His fists clenched in frustration. It became clear to him that Uchiha Renya was avoiding their confrontation, seeking excuses instead. With this realization, Uchiha Reifong smirked and taunted, Uchiha Renya, are you afraid? He longed to see fear reflected in Renya's countenance. However, Renya remained composed, seemingly unfazed by his words. Seeing this, Uchiha Reifong could not help but scoff. He believed Renya was merely putting on a brave face, though he was likely terrified beneath the surface. If you kneel and apologize to me, we can consider this matter settled. Without lifting his gaze, Renya replied coolly, Reifeng-kun, please keep your voice down. I am trying to read. Uchiha Reifong was utterly exasperated. How could this individual be so infuriating? Were it not for the school's prohibition against private combat, he would have long since taught Renya a lesson. Observing Reifeng's breakdown, Renya felt a wave of satisfaction wash over him. His earlier discontent had dissipated, replaced by a newfound delight in his role as an instigator. Hinata Yuki observed with a peculiar expression, sensing that Renya was echoing his own sentiments. Thank you, Yuki-kun. Renya expressed his genuine gratitude. He suddenly realized that aggravating others could be a rather enjoyable pastime. From that moment forth, Renya delved deeper into the art of annoyance. Time sped by, and a year passed in the blink of an eye. During this period, Renya achieved his desire to engage in combat with Hinata Yuki. Utilizing the advantage of his Byakugan, Yuki narrowly triumphed over Renya. Uchiha Reifong relished in this turn of events. Renya, already displeased with his loss, faced further humiliation at the hands of Reifong, who was now mocking him. In a fit of rage, he retaliated by soundly thrashing Uchiha Reifong. If I cannot best Hinata Yuki, do you think I cannot defeat you? It is worth noting that the school recognized the future potential of these students, destined to become ninjas on the battlefield, rather than delicate flowers in a greenhouse. Consequently, they revised the rules of the Ninja Academy. Students were permitted to engage in private duels, provided they refrained from employing lethal jutsu. The faculty even turned a blind eye to certain bullying behaviors. In the ninja world, might makes right. It was deemed preferable for students to be bullied by their peers than to be slain on missions, leading to a shattered will and eventual dropout. This way, they could live out their lives as ordinary citizens in peace. Class A students held themselves above the act of bullying the weak. However, an unexpected phenomenon arose. Students from other classes frequently sought trouble with Class A, particularly those ranking highly in the school, such as Sarutobi Hizashi, Uchiha Kagami, and Hinata Yuki, faced daily provocations from the less astute. Renya was well aware of the prevalent bullying of superior students by those who struggled academically. Notably, Uchiha Itachi, Hyuga, and Uchiha Sasuke had also endured their share of bullying during their school years. Perhaps such behaviors stemmed from the jealousy of the weak toward the strong? Nonetheless, these bullying attempts were consistently thwarted, often resulting in the bullies themselves receiving a sound beating. As for why no one sought out Renya, that was tied to his dismal performance in academic subjects. The school's rankings were based on comprehensive student evaluations. Renya found himself languishing in the middle tier of his class, making him an unlikely target for either the top or bottom students, who preferred to challenge those at the extremes of the ranking. Chapter 28. The discovery of Senju Tobirama in the Senju Tobirama residence. Tobirama was perusing the profiles of the Ninja Academy students in his study. Among the pile of documents, he extracted 5 profiles: Sarutobi Hizashi, Shimura Danzo, Hinata Yuki, Uchiha Kagami, and Tonari Koharu. A conflicted expression crossed Senju Tobirama's face as he considered Hinata Yuki. He was well aware of the boy's prodigious talent. However, the Hyuga clan placed great emphasis on their main family. He shook his head and returned Yuki's profile to the pile. He then withdrew another document, revealing Mito Menka. After thoroughly reviewing all 5 profiles, Senju Tobirama murmured, "I shall select my disciple from among these." It was evident that Tobirama intended to take on a student. After sifting through numerous candidates, he had identified 5 suitable individuals. Their performance in the upcoming final examination would determine their fate. With the final exam set for tomorrow, those who excelled would have the opportunity to become his disciples. He needed to cultivate a cadre of talented individuals loyal to Konoha as soon as possible. "Uncle, dinner is ready." Renya's voice echoed from outside, interrupting Senju Tobirama's thoughts. "Understood," Tobirama replied as he made his way to the kitchen, where Renya had prepared a sumptuous feast. "Kid, tomorrow is the final exam. Are you feeling confident?" As Renya prepared to eat, he paused and confidently declared, "Fear not. The final exam will be a piece of cake for me." Senju Tobirama regarded Renya's self-assured demeanor in silence. Had it not been for Renya's abysmal performance in the previous semester, where he ranked dead last, he might have been convinced. "Have you been paying attention in your academic classes?" Tobirama inquired. Renya's expression faltered momentarily, and he chuckled nervously. "Of course, I've been listening." As for whether he truly had, only he knew. Tobirama chose not to dwell on the matter. "As long as you've been listening, tomorrow's exam is crucial." Renya, taken aback, pondered the meaning behind Tobirama's words. What had transpired during this time? After much contemplation, he could not arrive at a conclusion. Forget it. The way that old man thinks is beyond the comprehension of ordinary people. After dinner, in an unprecedented turn of events, Renya forwent his usual training and returned to his room to read. The theoretical exam was scheduled for the following morning, and having spent his time napping rather than studying, he felt ill-prepared. Renya had a tendency to doze off during cultural classes, sometimes sleeping for an entire day. Usually, Nara Shikamaru shared his penchant for napping in class. During the last exam, Renya had assumed that Shikamaru would perform poorly, just as he had, only to discover that Shikamaru had achieved a perfect score. This revelation left him questioning his own existence, feeling betrayed. "How could you attain full marks when we both slept through class?" Shikamaru's explanation was simple. "There was no need to pay attention in such an easy course, which is why I napped." "I thought you were just like me," Renya. Upon hearing this, Renya found himself at a loss for words. "All right, you win. The Nara clan possesses remarkable intelligence, a quality he cannot rival. This time, I am determined to study diligently and reclaim all that rightfully belongs to me." Renya, with a book in hand, resolves to strive for excellence. He believes that, given his intellect, achieving a passing grade after a night of study should pose no challenge. "Once I finish this glass of milk, I shall study until dawn. Renya encourages himself, downing the milk in one go. He promptly opens his book, ready to immerse himself in his studies. However, after merely glancing at the pages, he finds himself yawning uncontrollably. What is happening? Why do I feel so drowsy the moment I open a book? He muses. It seems I am truly not cut out for studying. With that, Renya turns over and drifts into slumber, postponing thoughts of exams until the morrow. Not long after he falls asleep, Tobirama Senju enters the room. He surveys the books on the desk and nods in satisfaction. This little rascal has not deceived himself. He has indeed been studying diligently. Approaching the desk, he opens Renya's homework notebook, eager to evaluate the accuracy of his assignments. Yet, upon opening the notebook, Tobirama is utterly taken aback. The pages are completely blank, devoid of even his name. Good grief, this child has truly outdone himself. Tobirama exclaims with exasperation, casting a disapproving glance at Renya before lifting him into his arms and exiting the room. The night was dark as ink, and the streets of Konoha lay enveloped in silence. Tobirama, carrying the slumbering Renya, hastened toward the underground laboratory with remarkable speed, moving furtively to avoid detection. Hashirama Senju had strictly forbidden Tobirama from conducting experiments, having sealed off many of his laboratories. This was his last remaining venue. Should it be sealed, he would be left with none. Pushing open the stone door of the laboratory, he was greeted by a musty odor mingled with the scent of disinfectant. Tobirama gently placed Renya upon the examination table and methodically donned a lab coat and mask. What secrets lie hidden within the Sharingan that grant the Uchiha clan such formidable power? He carefully lifted Renya's eyelid, revealing those unique eyes. Tobirama took a slender syringe and gently pricked Renya's arm, allowing the crimson blood to flow into a test tube. Under the microscope, the cells within the blood were distinctly visible. Tobirama observed intently, occasionally jotting down notes on parchment. As time passed, the only sounds in the laboratory were the whir of machinery and the scratch of his pen across the paper. Meanwhile, Renya groggily opened his eyes, surveying his surroundings with a sense of resignation. Here again, in this laboratory, predictably, his body remained immobile. Tentatively, he attempted to raise his arm, but as expected, he could not move. Straining to control his eye movement, he began to observe his surroundings. There, he saw the familiar figure in a white coat, engrossed in research. When will this dream ever end? Renya pondered, and with that thought, he closed his eyes once more. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration struck Tobirama as he considered the implications of a person possessing both Senju and Uchiha bloodlines. Without hesitation, he drew a vial of his own blood and mixed it with Renya's. To his astonishment, the two blood samples resonated upon contact. Was this resonance a fusion or a devouring? The two blood types merged seamlessly. No, this was not a conflict of bloodlines at all. Tobirama's voice trembled with disbelief. He hastily placed the mixed blood under the microscope. As he magnified it to the utmost limit, he discovered that the cells contained an identical spiral gene structure deep within. Stumbling, he grasped the table, his expression one of sheer astonishment. How could our bloodlines stem from the same source? The experimental results indicated that the Senju and Uchiha are indeed of the same origin. In a daze, he felt as though the world around him had become surreal. If Renya were to learn of this, he would surely dismiss Tobirama's findings as mere exaggeration. After all, the ancestors of both clans were brothers, sons of Otsutsuki Kagaya. Their bloodlines intertwined in a way that was nothing short of extraordinary. Chapter 29. The theoretical examination the next day, at Tobirama Senju's residence. His eyes were bloodshot as he stared at the blood samples. He simply could not comprehend how the bloodlines of the Senju and Uchiha could be of the same origin. If the data was accurate, it implied that, in ancient times, the Senju and Uchiha were blood relatives. This revelation was indeed unsettling. Who would have imagined that these two clans, historically at odds, shared a blood connection? Just then, Renya's voice broke through his thoughts. "Uncle, I'm off to school." With that, the sound of Renya's departing footsteps filled the air. Realizing the sun had risen, Tobirama recognized that the night had slipped away unnoticed. He gazed at the towering stack of books before him, a frown etched on his face. What was the truth? He combed through the historical records of the Senju clan, but found no mention of a shared lineage with the Uchiha. This meant that for millennia, he was the first to uncover this fact. Tobirama felt a rush of excitement. If he could successfully unravel this secret, he would gain invaluable insights into the Uchiha, thus formulating a superior strategy against them. The inherently malevolent Uchiha shall not escape my grasp. With that thought, he resumed his perusal of the mountain of documents. At the Ninja Academy, it was the day of the final exam. Renya arrived at school early, eager to seize the opportunity to review. Having inadvertently dozed off the previous night, he knew he had to study diligently that morning to avoid disaster. He had no desire to land in the last place again. Renya-kun, why are you here so early? Honyo inquired, his expression one of surprise. Just preparing for the exam. Renya replied as he pulled out his textbooks to begin reviewing. As the saying goes, a stitch in time saves 9. Nara scratched his head in confusion. Is it really necessary to review such basic knowledge? Renya thought to himself, this guy seems to be showing off. At that moment, Saratobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo entered the classroom. Hiruzen appeared surprised. Oh, Renya-kun, you're here so early? I came to study, Renya replied. Well, where were you earlier? Danzo scoffed derisively. Sleeping in class, and now you're panicking before the exam. Renya, feeling irritated, looked up defiantly. You'd better pray you don't run into me in the afternoon's practical assessment, or I'll make you regret it. The prospect of a theoretical exam already frustrated him, and Danzo's taunts only added fuel to the fire. Danzo's expression fluctuated between anger and frustration as he clenched his fists. Renya ranked among the top 5 in their class. If he truly encountered Renya in the afternoon, he would indeed be in for a challenge. Deep down, Danzo felt a profound sense of bitterness. Despite his diligent training, he could not seem to catch up to his peers. Hiruzen, Hinata Yuki, Uchiha Kagami, Uchiha Renya, and even Uchiha Reifong all outperformed him. Cursed Uchiha. Among the 5 students stronger than him, 3 were Uchiha. A seed of jealousy began to take root in Danzo's heart. The ninja from prestigious clans possessed innate talents that surpassed those from ordinary families. If only his talent were a touch stronger, he would surely claim the top spot. Renya had barely flipped through a few pages when Tobirama Takemura entered the classroom with a stack of exam papers. The final exam is commencing. Everyone, behave yourselves. Cheating will result in an immediate 0. The final exam was unlike the Chunin exams. Cheating was simply not an option. Otherwise, he would not have bothered to study. Renya silently prayed for a better outcome this time. Tobirama had mentioned that this exam was of great importance. Although he was unsure why, performing well could only be advantageous. When Renya received the exam paper and glanced at the questions, he was instantly left dumbfounded. What on earth are these questions? The exam paper may not have many questions, yet he finds himself unable to answer most of them. There are 5 main questions, each worth 10 points, totaling 50. 1. Basic question. Who were the founding leaders of Konoha, Kirigakure, Iwagakure, Kimogakure, and Sunagakure? Renya, this one is simple. The first Hokage, Senju Hashirama. As for the leaders of the other villages, he has no idea. Seriously, who would be so bored as to care about the names of the leaders from other villages? He only knows the names of the second-generation leaders and beyond. The first generation is a mystery to him. 2. History and culture question. What was the hallmark event that marked the end of the Warring States period? And what impact did it have on the system of the 5 great ninja villages? Renya, TSK, this is a bit challenging. After some contemplation, he scribbles, the defeat of the Uchiha. He leaves the rest blank since he has no clue. 3. Ninjutsu principles question. What is the core principle of medical ninjutsu? What key steps must be taken when treating fractures and toxin infections? Renya scratches his head. After all, he is not a medical ninja. Shouldn't such questions be reserved for medical ninjas? Since he is not one, he decides to leave this question unanswered as well. 4. Tactical analysis question. What counter-reconnaissance measures should be taken during reconnaissance missions? Please propose 3 strategies that consider terrain and ninjutsu. Renya, his eyes glistening with excitement. Finally, a question he can answer. Erasing footprints, concealing one's presence, masking chakra. 5. Open-ended discussion question. Please elaborate on the symbolic significance of the ninja headband and analyze its practical role in diplomacy and mission execution. Renya, what kind of questions are these? Forget it. He feels exhausted, so he decides to leave it at that. Failing is failing. After all, this is not his first time. Indeed, he is simply not cut out for academics. While his classmates diligently work on their answers, Renya opts to rest his head on the desk and doze off. Senju Takuma observes Renya sleeping, raising an eyebrow. Has this kid really finished so quickly? Quietly, he approaches Renya's side, glancing at the exam paper. The first question has 5 blanks, with only 1 answered. Takuma furrows his brow as he looks at the second question. Upon seeing Renya's response, he feels a wave of darkness wash over him. The utter nonsense of the defeat of the Uchiha. The correct answer should have been the establishment of Konoha. He continues to the third question, which is entirely blank. Takuma, the answer to the 4th question is incomplete. He can only award 3 points out of 10 for that. The 5th question remains unanswered. Takuma's eyelids twitch uncontrollably. He is at a loss for words. How could he not manage even such basic questions? It seems this kid has never attended a single class. With 2 points from the first question and 3 from the fourth, Renya's theoretical score amounts to a staggering 5 points. Takuma finds himself engulfed in self-doubt. Is Renya even human? He seems to have surpassed the bounds of humanity. While ninjas are respected for their strength rather than their academic prowess, one cannot be this abysmally low, can they? Scoring 5 points in cultural studies, he has genuinely never witnessed such a thing in all his years. Chapter 30. There must be a conspiracy. Renya-kun, wake up, don't sleep. Renya groggily opens his eyes to see Narahanya softly calling him. Is the exam over? He wipes the drool from the corner of his mouth and looks around. The classroom is nearly empty. Hanya nods, saying, the exam is over. Everyone has gone out to eat and prepare for the practical combat assessment in the afternoon. Let us go eat as well. The two of them head to the training ground with their bento boxes, finding a spot to sit. Some classmates have already finished their meals and begun their warm-ups. Renya opens his bento and starts to eat. How did you do on the exam, Renya-kun? Saratobi Hizashi approaches with his own bento. Not bad, I suppose, Renya replies. Haha, that is good to hear. Hizashi picks up a piece of braised pork from Renya's bento, and, upon tasting it, his eyes light up in surprise. Delicious. Really? Let me try? Hanya follows suit, taking a piece of braised pork and squinting in satisfaction. The flavor is indeed delightful. One more, please. Me too. Before long. The entire box of braised pork is devoured by the two. Renya is unfazed. He is accustomed to their frequent visits to mooch off his food. In the distance, Shimura Danzo glances at the rice ball in his hand, then at Hizashi, who is eating with grease dripping from his mouth. Hizashi, you selfish brat. You don't even think to share with me. It has been ages since he last had one of Renya's bentos. Initially, Hizashi would share some food with him after receiving it from Renya, but eventually, he stopped. During meals, Hizashi even deliberately avoids him, always dining alongside Renya while Danzo can only watch from afar. In truth, he cannot entirely blame Hizashi. Renya's bentos are simply too delicious. Even he struggles to get enough, let alone share with Danzo. After enduring a few painful instances of sharing, he has reached his limit. Danzo instinctively swallows hard. Huffing disdainfully, Hizashi, you will regret this. One day, you will feel remorse for not sharing your delicious food with me. In the afternoon, the practical assessment begins. Senju Takuma arrives at the training ground with the draw box. The upcoming practical assessment will be determined by a draw. During the battles, students are required to utilize their learned ninjutsu, taijutsu, and jinjutsu skills to demonstrate their combat abilities and adaptability. Takuma will conduct a comprehensive evaluation based on the students' performance in the arena, including their skill application, combat decisions, and reaction speed, rather than judging them solely on victory or defeat. After the draw concludes, Shimura Danzo looks at the results and turns pale. Damn it. His opponent is none other than Uchiha Renya. He seriously suspects that Uchiha Renya has bribed the homeroom teacher to orchestrate this scheme. Haha, I've got you now. Renya's gaze is icy. He won't hold back until he draws out all of your secrets. This guy came looking for trouble early in the morning. And with his poor theoretical exam performance, it's the perfect opportunity to vent his frustrations on Danzo. Danzo, with a dark expression, retorts, the outcome remains uncertain. Although he was not Renya's match before, it does not mean the same holds true now. During this time, he has been diligently training late into the night to prepare for the practical assessment. Danzo is confident that he can redeem himself in this assessment. Oh, you best ensure your victory. Renya responds nonchalantly. Veins bulge on Danzo's forehead. He is itching to fight Renya right now. Unfortunately, it is not yet their turn. The first match is Saratobi Hizashi against Narahanya. Upon seeing the draw results, Hanya feels as if the sky is collapsing. Why am I so unlucky? Hizashi smirks slightly. Hanya-kun, I'll go easy on you. Senju Takuma announces, begin the battle. Hizashi launches an attack toward Hanya. Damn it, don't underestimate me. I am a genius of the Nara clan. Hanya uses the shadow binding technique, attempting to control Hizashi. However, the attack is effortlessly evaded. What? Hanya is startled and, just as he attempts to redirect the shadows, Hizashi is already upon him. It's over. He can only watch helplessly as Hizashi's attack approaches. Is this the gap between geniuses? Hizashi emerges victorious. Takuma begins to score the performances of both. Uchiha Reifong is set to battle Uchiha Kagami. Kagami. This time I will surely win. In the previous test, Uchiha Reifong met his defeat at the hands of Q. This left him with an overwhelming sense of dissatisfaction, questioning why he should lose to someone like him. Since that moment, he devoted himself to rigorous training, determined to surpass Q. Uchiha Q smiled. Reifong-kun, I assure you, I shall not show any mercy. Bastard, You haven't won yet. 2 minutes later, Uchiha Q emerged victorious. Uchiha Rayphone collapsed to the ground, beginning to doubt his life choices. Why did it feel as though Q had grown stronger once more? Raifen-kun, are you alright? Uchiha Q inquired with concern. The penetrating gaze of Q felt like needles piercing his heart. Struggling to rise, Rayphone declared, Uchiha Q, next time, I will surely defeat you. I eagerly await that day. Q replied, still smiling. Next, Hinata Yuki faced off against Tsurun Koharu. Hinata Yuki won. Uchiha Rin battled Mido Gate Q. Mido Gate Q emerged victorious. Soon, the battle between Renya and Danzo commenced. Danzo, you can do it. Sarutobi Hisashi shouted. Hearing this, Danzo's expression darkened. Was Hisashi trying to embarrass him further? Uchiha Renya. This time I shall definitely win against you. Let us see about that. Their battle began. The clash concluded with Uchiha Renya claiming victory. Danzo, are you alright? Sarutobi Hisashi stepped forward with concern. Get lost, Hisashi. Spare me your false sympathy. Renya thought. Why does this scene feel so familiar? The practical assessment concluded. Senju Takuma began to rank the students based on their theoretical and practical scores. First place went to Sarutobi Hisashi. Second place to Hinata Yuki. Third place to Uchiha Q. Fourth place to Mido Gate Q. Fifth place to Shimura Danzo. 11th place to Nara Motoya. 25th place to Uchiha Renya. What nonsense is this? Upon learning of his rank, Renya felt as though the sky had collapsed upon him. With only 30 students in the class, his position was disgracefully low. There must be foul play involved. Renya protested vehemently. In response to Renya's outcry, Senju Takuma produced the 5-point test paper. The onlookers were left in disbelief upon witnessing the score. Is this even a score that a person can achieve? Renya stared at the paper, lost in contemplation. Chapter 31. The unique recipe of the Sarutobi clan. The final exams concluded, and the students of the ninja school welcomed a month-long summer vacation. The classmates eagerly discussed their plans for the holiday. Finally, vacation. Renya felt a wave of happiness. Without the need to rise early for school, he had more time to dedicate to training. Sarutobi Hisashi, Uchiha Q, and Shimura Danzo sought out Renya. Renya-kun, let us go out for a meal, Hisashi suggested. After all, we finally have a break. Aren't you coming with us? Uchiha Q chimed in. Indeed, training can become monotonous. It's essential to relax as well. Exactly. One must strike a balance between work and leisure, they urged in unison. They had previously invited Renya numerous times, only for him to decline each time due to a lack of time. Surely he would have time now? As for Shimura Danzo, he wore an expression of discontent. Do we really have to invite this arrogant fellow? Upon hearing their words, Renya found their arguments compelling. This past year, his life had revolved solely around training, which had indeed become tiresome. It was high time to unwind. All right, Renya nodded in agreement. Hisashi also extended the invitation to Hinata Yuki and Nara Motoya. To Renya's surprise, Yuki accepted. It was as though the sun had risen from the west. No wonder Renya was astonished. Throughout the year, he had observed that Yuki was a training fanatic, often more diligent than himself. The 6 of them departed from the school. The summer cicadas sang through the crevices of Hokage Rock, and the bustling streets of Konoha were filled with activity. Biko, what brings you here? Renya inquired curiously. Yuki, accustomed to Renya's nickname for him, replied, Uchiha Q is right. Balance between work and play is essential. Since his earliest memories, his father had urged him to train. You are the Hyuga clan's main family. The future of the clan rests upon you. Under the expectations of his father and the clan elders, Yuki diligently practiced. At merely 5 years old, he awakened the Byakugan, earning the title of genius throughout the Hyuga. Bearing the weight of his family's future, Yuki could not afford to slacken his efforts. Rarely did he decline an invitation. And this time was no exception. He wished to grant himself half a day off after the exams. Tomorrow, I shall train doubly hard, Yuki murmured softly. Biko, what did you just say? Nothing. Sarutobi Hisashi turned back. What does everyone want to eat? I'm open to anything. Both Renya and Yuki replied in unison. Anything is fine. Deciding is the most troublesome. Let you both make the arrangements, Nara Motoya remarked. Hisashi, I'll follow your lead, Uchiha Q said with a smile. Only Shimura Danzo refrained from expressing his opinion, and the group's gaze settled on him. Under their scrutiny, Danzo awkwardly turned his head away. I'm indifferent. Then shall we have barbecue? Sarutobi Hisashi suggested. Of course, came the unanimous response. The barbecue restaurant owner spotted Renya and the others from afar and called out, Hey, Sarutobi kid, today's beef tongue just arrived. Are you sure you want to come and try it? Evidently, Sarutobi Hisashi was a regular patron of this establishment. The barbecue here is exquisite. I often come here, Hisashi explained, rubbing his hands together in excitement. his nose already captivated by the mingling aromas of charcoal and grease. As he led the way into the restaurant. Inside the barbecue restaurant, the 6 of them gathered around a table. The sizzling meat on the grill crackled, with sparks from the splattering oil illuminating their faces. Sarutobi Hisashi fanned the grill with a wooden hand fan, enhancing the savory aroma that made their mouths water. Renya gazed at the barbecued meat, his eyes sparkling. It had been a long time since he had indulged in such delicacies. The fragrance was simply divine. Even before tasting it, he knew the flavor would be exquisite. Behold my secret sauce. Sarutobi Hisashi mysteriously produced a small porcelain bottle, adding a few drops of green liquid to his sauce. I concocted this with herbs I found in the forest. I assure you it's delicious. Would you like to try it? Is it really that good? Renya asked with skepticism. That green concoction, can it truly taste good? Of course it's delicious. This is the unique recipe of the Sarutobi clan, Hisashi proclaimed confidently. Upon hearing this, the others were somewhat intrigued, eager to discover the flavor of this unique recipe. Danzo's eyelids twitched. Please don't let it be one of your bizarre experiments again. Last time's dark cuisine left me suffering all day. Hisashi had made a similar claim before, and after eating, he couldn't stop the ensuing chaos. Never mind, I think I'll pass, Renya chuckled awkwardly. The others nodded in agreement, not wishing to endure a similar fate. Don't listen to Danzo. Last time was an accident. I assure you this will be delightful. Hisashi quickly defended himself. Unfortunately, no one was willing to take the plunge. Seeing this, Hisashi let out a resigned sigh, casting a resentful glance at Danzo. If not for you speaking out, everyone would have had the pleasure of tasting my special dipping sauce. Alas, you've all missed out, Hisashi lamented. As he picked up a piece of grilled meat, dipped it generously in the sauce, and placed it in his mouth, his eyes closing in satisfaction. The flavor is truly delightful. Are you all certain you don't want to try? If it's good, you should eat more. Renya said as he took a piece of barbecue and savored it. The ingredients at this establishment were remarkably fresh, and the flavor was superb. They all began to feast heartily. As they enjoyed their meal, Naramotoya suddenly lowered his voice. Did you know? I heard that Lord Tobirama is going to take on disciples at the school. The sound of chopsticks clattering to the ground echoed in the air. Lotus Knight suddenly experienced an epiphany, finally comprehending why Senju Tobirama had declared the upcoming examination to be of utmost significance. It was apparent that he intended to select disciples. Most likely, his chosen apprentice would emerge from the top ranks of Class A. Lotus Knight recalled that in the original narrative, figures such as Sarutobi Hiruzen, Shimura Danzo, Uchiha Kagami, Mito Kamen, and Tsubaki Kanomaru were all disciples of Senju Tobirama. This time, aside from Hyuga Yuki, the rest were indeed these very individuals. It seemed that the annals of the ninja world had not altered with his arrival. Is this true, Mune? Sarutobi Hiruzen exclaimed with excitement. Shimura Danzo, breathing heavily, fixated his gaze on Naramune. Uchiha Kagami displayed a look of yearning. How wonderful it would be to become Lord Tobirama's disciple. Hyuga Yuki maintained his usual demeanor, nonchalantly continuing to enjoy his grilled meat, seemingly indifferent to the matter. Naramune nodded. This is a message directly from Lord Hokage to my father. The information is undoubtedly accurate. What are Lord Tobirama's criteria for selecting disciples? Shimura Danzo, typically composed, now displayed signs of agitation. If he could be chosen as Lord Tobirama's disciple, he would assuredly become stronger, surpassing Hiruzen, Yuki, Lotus Knight, and Kagami. I'm not entirely certain. Naramune shook his head. At this moment, everyone's gaze converged upon Lotus Knight. If their memories served them right, it seemed that Lotus Knight resided with Lord Tobirama. Did he not? Chapter 32. Outstanding in practical exams. How could one still rank last? Why are you all staring at me? Lotus Knight felt somewhat unnerved under their intense scrutiny. Lotus-kun, do you know about Lord Tobirama's plans for taking in disciples? Sarutobi Hiruzen asked cautiously. The others eagerly awaited his answer. Lotus Knight shook his head. He has never mentioned it to me. Upon hearing this, disappointment washed over them. They had hoped to glean first-hand information from Lotus Knight. However, Lotus Knight continued, based on my understanding of him, it is highly probable that he will select those with top results as his disciples. Haha, that sounds fantastic. Sarutobi Hiruzen was so thrilled, he nearly leapt from his seat. If what Lotus Knight suggested were true, his selection as Lord Tobirama's disciple would be a certainty. Shimura Danzo clenched his fists anxiously. He ranked 5th in class, a position he would typically find satisfactory. Yet, upon learning that Lord Tobirama selected apprentices based on their rankings, 5th place seemed rather insufficient. What if Lord Tobirama only accepted 3 disciples? Would he not find himself in dire straits? Lotus Knight, noticing Danzo's troubled expression, surmised his thoughts and, with a hint of mischief, remarked, the top 3 spots are secure. the rest remains uncertain. At his words, a pallor overtook Shimura Danzo's face. He could scarcely fathom the despair of not being chosen, especially witnessing Hiruzen being accepted as a disciple of Lord Tobirama. The mere thought of such a scenario left him breathless. Danzo fervently prayed in his heart, hoping to catch Lord Tobirama's eye. Observing Danzo's fluctuating complexion, Lotus Knight felt an inexplicable sense of satisfaction. For reasons unknown, Danzo's distress only heightened his own delight. As for Lord Tobirama's decision to take in disciples, Lotus Knight held no particular thoughts. Having received guidance from Tobirama in the past, he considered himself somewhat of a disciple in his own right. After dinner, each of them returned home, each preoccupied with their own thoughts. At the Hyuga compound, Hyuga Yuki arrived at the entrance only to encounter a stern middle-aged man awaiting him. The man, with a furrowed brow, coldly inquired, "Where have you been?" Hyuga Yuki lowered his head, remaining silent. The man said nothing further, merely observing him. After a long pause, Hyuga Yuki finally spoke. "Father, I went out to eat with my classmates. Is the food at home not to your liking?" "Not at all. Yet you still chose to dine out." "Father, I understand my mistake. Considering this is your first offense, you shall practice 1,000 repetitions of the gentle fist before dinner. You shall not eat until you complete it." "Yes, father." At the Senju residence, Lotus Knight returned home to find no sign of Senju Tobirama. Most likely, that old rascal was off experimenting with forbidden jutsu somewhere. He commenced his training for the day. Lotus Knight possessed decent talent. With diligent practice, he would be able to defend himself in the forthcoming ninja wars, thus avoiding being treated as mere cannon fodder. He had never harbored excessively lofty aspirations. His sole aim in becoming stronger was to survive. Nothing more. Lotus Knight understood his own position well. He was neither a prodigy like Naruto, nor someone misled by the will of fire to the point of losing his way. He could not recklessly charge into danger while proclaiming the will of fire. As night fell, Senju Tobirama returned with his hair in disarray. He had not slept since the previous night, having been engrossed in researching the origins of the Senju and Uchiha clans, yet regrettably, he had made no progress. Upon seeing Tobirama's disheveled appearance, Lotus Knight became even more convinced that the old man had been clandestinely dabbling in forbidden jutsu. At this hour, he should have begun investigating the reanimation jutsu, shouldn't he? "Kid, how did the exam go? I saw you reviewing before the test. Your results should be satisfactory, yes?" Tobirama asked, noticing Lotus Knight's preparation. These fundamental questions are easily grasped with a glance. "Haha, it went well," Lotus Knight replied with a chuckle. Tobirama did not press further. After a simple dinner, he returned to his study to continue his research. Lotus Knight breathed a sigh of relief, grateful that the old man refrained from further inquiries. There was no way to present the fifth-to-last score with any pride. Academic subjects were indeed his weak point. He must catch up during this summer. Determined, Lotus Knight retrieved his books and began to study diligently. After 30 days of effort, I shall become the top student in my grade. 5 minutes later, Lotus Knight expressionlessly closed his book. In truth, as a ninja, mere strength sufficed. Academic prowess held little significance. Hadn't he seen Naruto Uzumaki who didn't even grasp the meaning of the term mob? This also illustrated that in the ninja world, academic performance was not paramount. "It's not that I cannot learn. It's just that there's no necessity to do so," Lotus Knight reassured himself. Time for sleep. The sensation of knowledge entering one's mind is truly captivating. Lotus Knight recalled the information he had just absorbed. Utterly blank. Although he hadn't managed to learn anything, it did not hinder his descent into slumber. In the study, Senju Tobirama perused various texts on the ninja world and eventually stumbled upon relevant records. He brushed the dust from the last page of an ancient tome, revealing a faded mural that flickered between the yellowed pages. In the illustration, an elderly man wielding a staff hovered in midair, flanked by two kneeling youths, one adorned in vine-patterned attire, the other with crimson ripples in his eyes. The text inscribed along the edge of the mural slightly protruded, "Indra and Ashura, the twin sons of the Sage of Six Paths." The records indicated that Indra inherited formidable ocular techniques and combat prowess, yet succumbed to darkness through his obsessions. In contrast, Ashura cultivated wood release with a heart of compassion, using his healing abilities to safeguard humanity. Ocular techniques and wood release, Tobirama murmured to himself. Though the records were hazy, he understood that these were the origins of the Uchiha and Senju clans. The forebears of Senju and Uchiha were, astonishingly, descendants of the Sage of Six Paths. He speculated that the discord between Indra and Ashura had sparked the centuries-old conflict between the Uchiha and Senju clans. Just as Senju Tobirama intended to continue seeking additional materials for confirmation, His peripheral vision caught sight of the final exam results on the table. This was the report he had requested from Senju Takuma, which he had yet to review due to his research. Thus, Senju Tobirama opened the results sheet. First place, Saratobi Hiruzen. Second place, Hugeyuki. Third place, Uchiha Kagami. Fourth place, Mito Kamen. Fifth place, Shimura Danzo. Senju Tobirama nodded in satisfaction, recognizing that these were the future of Konoha. However, his brow furrowed upon noticing the absence of that little rascal's name. He began to search for Renya's name, ultimately discovering it in the 6th position from the bottom. Perfect scores in the practical assessments. How could he still be ranked so low? Confusion washed over him until he glimpsed Renya's theoretical results. Senju Tobirama. Chapter 33, Do Not Disappoint Me. The darkness before dawn had yet to recede, and a delicate frost clung to the training ground's bluestone. Remember, little one, Senju Tobirama's voice resonated deeply. A true ninja must conclude combat before the enemy even perceives it. With a flick of his fingers, 3 shuriken shot forth in a formation, striking the distant target with precision. Renya was utterly engrossed, capturing every detail. Dew still clung to his long black hair, and his pale face was etched with seriousness. When Senju Tobirama suddenly closed the distance, Renya instinctively leaned back, narrowly avoiding a kunai that whizzed past his nose. Senju Tobirama withdrew his hand, the fabric of his attire rustling in the breeze. In battle, the enemy would not grant you a second chance. He raised his hand to form seals, and dozens of shadow clones surrounded the training ground, rendering escape impossible. Renya's pupils constricted, his eyes darting rapidly as he endeavored to identify the real body among the clones. Sweat trickled down his cheek, saturating his collar. This was one of Renya's daily training exercises, designed to hone his perceptiveness by locating Senju Tobirama's true self. He had only 3 chances to strike. Little one, have you found it? 20 voices echoed simultaneously. Renya scrutinized the myriad Senju Tobirama before him. Some crossed their arms, wearing expressions of mockery, while others remained stoic. Observing him quietly, a few brandished kunai, their faces serious. Renya felt exasperated. Identifying the real body among 20 clones was no simple feat. Moreover, this was Senju Tobirama's multiple shadow clone technique. Little one, you might as well give up. The clones chorused. Silence. Renya snapped, irritation bubbling within him. He began to observe intently, catching sight of a single clone moving at the back of the crowd. The moment the clone acted, Renya's kunai flew forth. Could this be the real body? He murmured to himself. As he hoped, the clone dissipated into white smoke. Unfazed, he wore an expression that suggested he had anticipated this outcome. Senju Tobirama would never make such a basic error unless he intended to lead Renya astray. Yet, he dared not gamble. What if this was indeed the true body? Little one, you have one last chance. I know. Before the words escaped his lips, all the shadow clones launched their assault simultaneously. Facing 18 clones, Renya's lips curled into a slight smirk. They had unwittingly presented him with this opportunity. He could not be blamed for what followed. Leaping into the air, Renya formed seals, invoking the great fireball technique. A roaring inferno engulfed the training ground, the 18 clones flickering within the flames. Just as the fire was about to extinguish, Renya sprinted toward the northwest corner, his kunai aimed directly at one of the figures. In that instant, Senju Tobirama extended his hand, intercepting Renya's attack with a smile gracing his lips. Well done. To discern the real body through residual chakra indicates your advancement. Although he had intentionally afforded Renya this opportunity, it was not an easy one to seize. Renya's ability to identify the true self indeed surpassed Senju Tobirama's expectations. With a long exhale, Renya finally relaxed, sinking onto the ground. The morning training sessions evoked a love-hate relationship within him. That old man truly pushed him to his limits. Occasionally, during their sparring sessions, Senju Tobirama held nothing back, leaving Renya battered and calling for medical ninjas to tend to him. Renya felt that the old man was doing it on purpose, seeking an excuse to pummel him. Despite the grueling training, his progress was undeniably evident. Renya's current prowess had already surpassed that of a typical genin. He confidently believed that it wouldn't be long before he could realize his dream of defeating the likes of the Hokage and the legendary Jiraiya. As Renya fantasized about the future, Senju Tobirama emerged with a solemn expression, brandishing a report card. Uchiha Renya, tell me, how did you achieve this score? Renya gazed at the paper marked with a mere 5 points, scratching his head awkwardly. Haha, uncle, let me explain. That insufferable Uchiha brat. You truly learned nothing. Senju Tobirama bellowed. Uncle, don't slander me. I did study, Renya replied sheepishly. Well, flipping through a few pages before the exam counts as studying, right? Although the duration was short, you can't deny I made an effort. He had done his best. What could he do if the results were poor? If you score like this next time, I will personally. Senju Tobirama narrowed his eyes, gripping the middle of his kunai. Crack. The kunai shattered with a resounding snap. Renya instinctively swallowed hard, anxiety creeping in. Uncle, please calm down. It's not that serious. Senju Tobirama remained silent, his gaze fixed on Renya, devoid of any hint of jest. Should Renya earn such a humiliating score again, there would be no mercy. Such an elementary exam. Had he not witnessed it with his own eyes, he would never have believed someone could score a mere 5 points. By the way, can anyone who scores 5 points still be considered human? The more Senju Tobirama pondered, the angrier he became, a formidable aura of killing intent radiating from him. This was Renya's second encounter with Senju Tobirama's murderous intent, nearly suffocating him. Was this the pressure of a shadow-level powerhouse? Had he not been seated on the ground, he might have crumpled to his knees. Dear uncle, I promise to strive for a passing score next time. Please calm down. With Renya's assurance, Senju Tobirama snorted, retracting his murderous aura. Little one, this better not happen again. He tossed the report card to Renya and turned to leave. Today's instruction was concluded, and he had matters to attend to regarding his disciples. He needed to cultivate a group of geniuses imbued with the will of fire for Konoha, shaping them into the village's elite forces. As for Renya, he was not particularly hopeful. Senju Tobirama held little expectation that a child who scored 5 points on a cultural exam could inherit the will of fire. He even harbored serious doubts that Renya understood what the will of fire entailed. His expectations were low. As long as Renya did not engage in actions detrimental to the village, that would suffice. While Renya presently exhibited commendable character, he had yet to awaken his Sharingan. The true evaluation would come only after that moment. Given Senju Tobirama's understanding of the Uchiha clan, it was common for their personalities to shift upon awakening the Sharingan. He could not ascertain how Renya's character would develop. All he could do was guide him toward the right path as best as he could. Little one, do not let me down. Chapter 34, Sarutobi's Future. I fear I may disappoint you, dear uncle. Renya whispered softly, watching Senju Tobirama's receding figure. Ever since he began receiving guidance from Senju Tobirama, he could sense the latter's subtle attempts to instill a love for the village within him. For an ordinary child, this influence might have been imperceptibly effective. However, Renya was different. Having lived 2 lifetimes, his worldview had already been firmly established, making it difficult to alter. Senju Tobirama had consistently conveyed to Renya, albeit subtly, that for the sake of Konoha, one might even have to relinquish their life when the situation demands it. The safety of the village superseded all else, including one's own existence. However, Renya harbored a contrary sentiment. Fundamentally, he was an outsider, possessing a rather tenuous sense of belonging to both the village and his clan. To him, the paramount concern was his own survival. His relentless pursuit of strength was motivated by the desire to endure through the trials of the shinobi wars. Rising to his feet, Renya gazed into the distance and murmured, "If I were to become sufficiently powerful in the future, I would not mind aiding in the protection of the village. There is a saying, when impoverished, one should cultivate oneself. When prosperous, one should benefit the world. Being capable naturally incites a willingness to assist. In the absence of such capability, ensuring one's own well-being takes precedence over all." Renya resumed his arduous training, aware that the journey to strength is a protracted endeavor, unless one possesses extraordinary talent. It typically requires years, if not decades, of dedication. The Sarutobi clan had been among the founding families of Konoha, earning them a venerable status within the village. Their members often exhibited proficiency in all 5 elemental natures, thus making them formidable in battle, a key reason why Senju Hashirama valued and invited them to join. At this moment, the current clan leader, Sarutobi Sasuke, was flushed with excitement. The reason was none other than the visit from Senju Tobirama, the brother of the first Hokage and the most likely candidate to become the second Hokage. "Lord Tobirama, may I inquire as to the purpose of your visit?" Sasuke asked cautiously. Over the years, Tobirama had only graced the Sarutobi clan with his presence once, during their initial induction into Konoha alongside his elder brother. It is often said that those who come uninvited have urgent matters to discuss. Sasuke instinctively fidgeted with his fingers, pondering Tobirama's intentions. The demeanor and approach of Tobirama starkly contrasted with that of his brother, Hashirama. Engaging in conversation with such an individual necessitated utmost caution. It was prudent to avoid attempting to discern his thoughts, as it could lead to misfortune. Tobirama did not respond immediately. Instead, he lifted a cup of red tea from the table and savored it leisurely. Sasuke, unperturbed, observed in silence. After a considerable pause, Tobirama set down the teacup. Sasuke's expression tightened. Was the moment arriving? What could be the purpose of his visit? Sasuke, I wish to take your son as my disciple. Would you be amenable to this? The color on Sasuke's face shifted from anxiousness to shock, then to elation, ultimately culminating in exhilaration. Are you truly willing to accept my son? He stammered, his voice hoarse and hands trembling uncontrollably. Was he dreaming? Lord Tobirama wanted to take Nichiryu as his disciple. With Tobirama's esteemed reputation in Konoha, it was a foregone conclusion that he would become the second Hokage. This would provide Nichiryu with a Hokage mentor as a formidable backing. When the time came for Sasuke to retire and Nichiryu to ascend as clan leader, which family in Konoha would dare to disrespect the Sarutobi clan? Under Nichiryu's leadership, the clan status would undoubtedly rise significantly. Perhaps in the future, the Sarutobi clan could evolve into a great clan akin to the Senju and Uchiha. As Sasuke's thoughts spiraled with excitement, he nearly succumbed to a euphoric faint. Although this may seem like a mere acceptance of a disciple, it entailed a multitude of implications. Tobirama nodded. Nichiryu is an exceptionally talented child. I am confident that under my tutelage, he will become an outstanding shinobi. I extend my heartfelt gratitude to you, Lord Tobirama. Sasuke bowed deeply, his eyes shimmering with hope. The rise of the Sarutobi clan now rested upon Nichiryu. At that moment, Sarutobi Nichiryu arrived, slightly delayed due to his training. Upon learning that Lord Tobirama wished to take him as a disciple, he hurried over without pause. Tobirama noted the signs of training on Nichiryu and subtly nodded. Nichiryu, do you wish to become my disciple? With heavy breaths, Nichiryu eagerly replied, yes, I would be honored. He had dreamt of being chosen as Tobirama's disciple. Just yesterday, they had fantasized about being selected by Lord Tobirama, and now that dream had materialized, instilling in him a sense of surreal disbelief. Upon Nichiryu's affirmation, Tobirama instructed, tomorrow at the hour of the tiger, we shall meet at the training grounds in the Konoha forest. Do not be late. With that, he turned to leave. Understood, sensei. Nichiryu exclaimed excitedly. Tobirama was taken aback by the boy's swift change of address. Subsequently, he sought out Uchiha Kagami, Shimura Danzo, Uzumaki Koharu, and Mido Kaze. Initially, Koharu was not within Tobirama's considerations, but recalling her potential in medical ninjutsu, he made an exception. After all, during missions, it was essential to have a medical ninja within the team. Furthermore, having a medical ninja among his disciples would enable him to elevate the training intensity, as any injuries could be promptly treated. He chuckled to himself, relishing the thought that these youngsters could no longer use injuries as an excuse. Having gathered several talented disciples, Tobirama felt a surge of satisfaction. Today, he would not delve into Uchiha matters. Instead, he would explore a forbidden technique. Continuously administering sleeping medicine to Renya was becoming untenable. As Renya's resistance was growing stronger with time, Tobirama contemplated developing a new type of sedative while researching forbidden techniques. Otherwise, the matter of the sleeping medicine would inevitably come to light. If that happened, he would undoubtedly be labeled as a pervert, evil scientist, and worse, one who spares not even children. The mere thought of such scenarios sent shivers down his spine. Above all, this secret must not be revealed. Setting aside Renya's potential reaction, if his elder brother learned that he was using Renya for experimentation, he would undoubtedly face dire consequences. That night, Nichiryu and the others were too exhilarated to sleep. They were all eager to see what the training the next day would entail. Conversely, Renya found himself unusually restless, unable to slumber. Why was sleep so elusive? Having been in the shinobi world for over a year, this was his first bout of insomnia, and he felt no semblance of drowsiness, despite usually falling asleep instantly. Tonight he found himself wide awake, leaving him bewildered. Chapter 35, just a routine day. In the Konoha forest, at the training grounds, Sarutobi Nichiryu, unable to sleep from excitement, arrived at the training grounds even before the appointed time. The moon was shrouded by clouds, rendering visibility quite low. He could only navigate in the direction of the training ground based on memory. As he drew near, he noticed a shadow standing in the center of the training area. Due to the darkness, he could not discern the figure's identity. Nichiryu approached cautiously. As his footsteps echoed, the figure abruptly turned, coldly demanding, "Who goes there?" Upon hearing that familiar voice, Nichiryu's eyes brightened. Wasn't that his good friend Danzo? Just as he was about to identify himself, a shuriken whizzed past his ear and embedded itself in a tree. Cold sweat broke out on Nichiryu's brow as he swallowed hard. Had it not been for the dim surroundings causing the shuriken to veer off course, he might have become a lifeless corpse. "Danzo, it's me, Nichiryu." As Shimura Danzo approached and recognized Nichiryu's face, he furrowed his brow and sheathed his weapon. "Nichiryu, what brings you here at this hour? Are you also here to join Lord Tobirama as a disciple?" Indeed, Nichiryu's subsequent words confirmed Danzo's speculation. Danzo, I've been taken as a disciple by Lord Tobirama. He instructed me to gather here. He should have anticipated that being the 5th-ranked student, he could become Lord Tobirama's disciple, just as the 1st-ranked Hisashi certainly could. Instinctively, he clenched his fists. The fact that Hisashi was also a disciple of Lord Tobirama was not good news for him. He had initially hoped that with Lord Tobirama's guidance, he would be able to widen the gap between himself and Hisashi, only to discover that Hisashi was on the same path as him. This aspiration was now dashed. The expression on Danzo's face grew increasingly grim. Hisashi's talent surpassed his own, and with Lord Tobirama's personal mentorship, their disparity would only widen further. Unbeknownst to Sarutobi Hisashi, who was cheerfully draping an arm around Danzo's shoulder, he exclaimed, "What splendid news, Danzo. I never imagined we would both become disciples of Lord Tobirama. We can train together from now on." Danzo's presence here at such a late hour indicated that he too was a disciple of Lord Tobirama. Hisashi genuinely felt joy for his friend. With great effort, Danzo managed to force a smile, replying, "Haha, you're absolutely right. Let us strive to grow stronger together. Indeed, let us grow stronger." At that moment, a female voice called from behind, "Hey, you two are here too?" The two turned to see Tsunade and Mito walking side by side. Danzo frowned with displeasure and directed his gaze at Tsunade. "Are you also a disciple of Lord Tobirama?" In this day and age, was it truly that easy to become one of Lord Tobirama's disciples? It seemed as though anyone and everyone could be accepted. "Well, Lord Tobirama said I possess a talent for medical ninjutsu, so he took me on as his disciple," Tsunade replied with a smile. "Haha, congratulations." Hisashi chimed in cheerily. Moments later, a figure emerged from the darkness, striding toward the training ground. As he drew near, they recognized him. "Kakashi, I knew it was you." Hisashi laughed. Uchiha Kakashi smiled. "Hello, everyone." Seeing Kakashi arrive, Danzo let out a sigh of relief. At least it wasn't that Uchiha Obito. The mere thought of Obito had left him with psychological scars, and he was just grateful it wasn't that rascal. The memory of being thoroughly beaten by Obito flashed in his mind, causing him to instinctively clench his fists, his expression darkening. He vowed that when he became stronger, he would ensure that Uchiha Obito paid for what he had done. Humph, Uchiha Obito, just you wait. At this point, it was odd that Obito had yet to appear. It seemed he had not been accepted as a disciple by Lord Tobirama. How pitiful. Upon hearing Danzo mention Obito, Hisashi suddenly pondered. Do you think Obito was accepted as Lord Tobirama's disciple? At this, the others exchanged glances. Obito's strength was unquestionable, but his theoretical scores left much to be desired. Kakashi spoke up. If Lord Tobirama only considered practical performance, Obito would undoubtedly be accepted as a disciple. However, if overall performance is taken into account, he left the thought unfinished, but they all understood. Sigh, what a pity for Obito, Hisashi remarked with a hint of regret. Haha, serves him right. Who told him not to study? Danzo replied, reveling in schadenfreude. He was convinced that with Lord Tobirama's guidance, his strength would undoubtedly increase, eventually surpassing Uchiha Obito. He envisioned the day when he would return the humiliation he had once endured, doubled. He could almost see himself standing triumphantly over Obito. He believed that day was not far off. Hey, are you talking behind my back again? Obito's voice rang out from a distance, causing Danzo to stiffen and turn with difficulty. Emerging from the shadows were two figures, one large and one small, Senju Tobirama and Uchiha Obito. Good day, sensei. The five of them bowed respectfully. Senju Tobirama nodded, commending, well done, no one is late. Obito looked at the five, finally understanding why Senju Tobirama had summoned him for training. So, this old man had quietly been taking on disciples behind his back. Warm up first, Senju Tobirama instructed. Leaning against a tree with his eyes closed, resting, the gazes of Hisashi and the others converged on Obito. Obito, have you also become sensei's disciple? Kakashi inquired softly. Not exactly, Obito replied. Senju Tobirama is merely guiding my training. He cannot be considered my teacher. Humph, if that's the case, please leave. Sensei will be instructing us shortly. Danzo said coldly. As Obito began his warm-up, he remarked, what you have been eagerly anticipating is merely my daily routine. He paused, extending a finger. I have been training every day since the Tiger Hour. This has been my life for an entire year. At his words, the others' pupils dilated in shock. So, Obito had already been training with Sensei for a year? Danzo suddenly recalled that Obito had already been taken in by the teacher. It was perfectly normal for the teacher to guide his training. Realizing this, jealousy filled Danzo's eyes. Why him? What kind of luck did that damned fellow have to be taken in by the teacher? Seeing Danzo's envious and resentful expression, Obito felt a surge of satisfaction. The thought of how Danzo would struggle during training made him want to laugh. Did he truly believe that Senju Tobirama's training regimen was easy? As the warm-up concluded, Obito commanded, "All right, kid, you lead them in training." Obito? Wait, is this right? This old man thinks I'm his free labor. Chapter 36, 3 years. Danzo, what are you doing? Obito shouted at Danzo, who was sprawled on the ground. Get up, stand up quickly. I can't do it anymore. I'm finished. Danzo lay on the ground, utterly exhausted. He had lost count of how many laps he had run. All he knew was that since training began, his legs had not ceased their motion. This training was far stricter than anything he had ever experienced. Hisashi and the others were also suffering. Their legs felt as heavy as lead, making movement nearly impossible. They looked in shock at Obito, who, despite being drenched in sweat, spoke with a robust voice, clearly still having energy to spare. So this was Lord Tobirama's training method? No wonder Obito's strength was so formidable. Useless, get up. Everyone is waiting for you. You don't want to hold back the entire team, do you? Obito said coldly. At those words, Danzo gritted his teeth, forcing himself to rise with great difficulty. I understand. Only 10 laps left. Let's all hang in there. Obito encouraged. At this point, their stamina had long since been depleted, and they could only rely on sheer willpower to complete the training. This kind of physical training, which pushed beyond the limits of the body, often inspired latent potential. Of course, there was a threshold to this limit. Exceeding it would not only fail to unlock potential, but could also inflict irreparable damage, especially on children still in their growth phase. Senju Tobirama's reason for observing from the sidelines was to ensure they did not overexert themselves during training. As the running concluded, Obito sat on the ground, watching the others sprawled out, gasping for breath, and he couldn't help but recall his own first training experience. He had been just 7 years old at the time, his body still developing. The training plan devised by Senju Tobirama was not overly harsh, but it was certainly enough to make him sweat. A year had passed, and Obito's training regimen had already doubled. This was why Hisashi and the others were utterly exhausted. Danzo gazed up at the azure sky, his mind blank. He was too fatigued to think. All he could hear was the rapid beating of his heart. The others were in a similar state. Among them, Hisashi was in slightly better condition, but not by much. He turned to look at Obito, who sat on the ground, his face pale, pondering in confusion. How did the 8-year-old Obito manage to complete the teacher's training? After all, he was 2 years older than him. It is truly unfathomable to consider how formidable Renya's abilities will become in 2 years' time. I fear that by then, I may not stand a chance against him. I must strive diligently in my training to ensure that I do not fall behind Renya. Sarutobi Hisashi clenched his fists, his eyes brimming with an ardent desire for strength. As a prodigy of the Sarutobi clan, he naturally harbored no wish for others to surpass him. At that moment, Senju Tobirama approached the group of youngsters. Ignoring their physical exhaustion, they hastily rose to their feet, standing at attention. Senju Tobirama nodded slightly, offering words of praise. Well done. You all have persevered. He recognized the tenacity of these children, who were indeed his chosen disciples. With his guidance, he firmly believed they would become exceptional ninjas, devoted to their village for a lifetime. Perhaps among them, a future Hokage could even emerge. From this day forth, I shall personally instruct you in your journey to become stronger, Senju Tobirama declared. Upon hearing his words, the group gasped in excitement, their faces alight with admiration. Sensei, we will train diligently. Renya observed the expressions on their faces, his mouth twitching in bemusement. Had they so quickly forgotten the hardships of their training? Just moments ago, they had been on the brink of exhaustion, and now they were filled with renewed vigor. He found himself somewhat eager to witness their expressions during the next training session. Senju Tobirama, noticing their exuberance, continued, physical fitness is the foundation of a ninja. We shall proceed with further physical training. As soon as he uttered these words, the expressions of the group stiffened. Wait, more? Didn't we just finish running? Renya watched their faces, a smirk forming. Did they truly believe that becoming stronger was so effortless? Danzo, with a cold tone, remarked, Humph, it's just running. I can endure. Renya replied with an odd expression. Who said it was running? Danzo looked perplexed. If it wasn't he running, then what could it be? Renya smiled and rattled off more than 10 different training methods. Why? It's push-ups, squats, rock climbing. The morning training concluded, and the group was utterly spent, collapsing onto the ground, too fatigued to rise. Today's training had made them acutely aware of the sheer intensity of Lord Tobirama's regimen. Each exercise designed to push their physical limits. They began to question their life choices. Would they truly be able to endure the training that lay ahead? Ultimately, the 5 of them supported one another as they departed. Senju Tobirama inquired, Little one, what do you think of them? Renya felt a stir in his heart. Realizing that this old man was once again probing him, he gazed in the direction the others had left and replied, "They possess perseverance and a willingness to work hard. Their future is boundless." Senju Tobirama scrutinized Lien Ye's profile before asking, "Do you think they love the village?" "Of course, they surely love the village." Lien Ye responded without hesitation. "And what about you?" Senju Tobirama suddenly questioned. "I certainly love the village," Lien Ye smiled. "Are you willing to give your life for its development?" Lien Ye hesitated, pondering for a long while. Perhaps. Loving the village and sacrificing oneself for it were two distinct matters. In comparison to the safety of the village, he was far more concerned about his own well-being. Senju Tobirama chose not to press further, nodding thoughtfully. He had long observed that Lien Yi lacked a sense of belonging and identification with the village. While such sentiments might be tolerable in others, they posed a greater danger when found in a Uchiha. Over the years, he had endeavored to instill a love for the village in Lien Yi, but with little effect. Yet, there was still time, and he believed he could gradually alter Lien Yi's perspective. "Kid, it's time to go home for dinner. What would you like to eat today?" 3 years passed in the blink of an eye, bringing them to the 9th year since the founding of Konoha. Lien Yi was now 10 years old, standing at a height of 1.50 meters. He felt quite satisfied with his stature, no longer the short child he once was. Though, he acknowledged that his legs were not particularly long either. Within these 3 years, Lien Yi's strength had progressed rapidly, hinting at a potential to surpass Sarutobi Hisashi. He believed this surge was due to his body beginning to develop, with both his physical fitness and chakra reserves growing swiftly. Fearing being outdone by Lien Yi, Sarutobi Hisashi trained with fervor. Shimura Danzo, witnessing his close friend's relentless efforts, refused to lag behind. Others followed suit, engaging in a relentless cycle of competition. With Senju Tobirama's guidance and their own hard work, the traditional education model of the Ninja Academy was no longer sufficient for them. At their request, Senju Tobirama agreed to allow them to graduate early. Though termed early graduation, it merely meant they completed their studies a year ahead of their peers. Chapter 37. The Sun Rising from the West? Under the moonlit night, in the training ground, Lien Yi wielded his sword, cleaving through the damp air, the moonlight reflecting a chilling silver sheen upon the blade. The sweat-soaked black sleeves clung to his arms, each swing of the sword executed with utmost seriousness. He recalled the techniques imparted by Senju Tobirama. With a slight flick of his wrist, the blade sliced through the stillness, producing a sharp whoosh. Lowering his shoulders and dropping his elbows, he directed his strength to the tip of the blade, the instructor's words echoing in his ears, each strike precise and calculated. Lien Yi fluidly transitioned between techniques, from basic slashes to intricate combinations, his movements flowing like water. Occasionally, he would pause abruptly, replaying his recent actions in his mind, contemplating where improvements could be made. 3 years prior, Lien Yi had realized that mere physical training was insufficient. He needed to master the use of weapons. In battle, the side-wielding weapons often held a distinct advantage. Thus, he proactively sought to learn swordsmanship from Senju Tobirama. After 3 years of diligent training, he had made notable progress in his sword skills. Once the training concluded, Lien Yi sheathed his blade. This sword had cost him a hefty sum at the ninja tool shop. While the material was nothing extraordinary, it sufficed for Lien Yi at this stage. As for acquiring superior weapons, he would address that once he became a ninja and earned some money. Today, they had petitioned Senju Tobirama for early graduation, and he had granted their request. Tomorrow marked their first day as ninjas. Lien Yi felt a surge of anticipation for the ninja life that awaited him. He wondered who his team leader would be. In his recollection, newly graduated Genin teams were typically led by Chunin or Jonin, as inexperienced Genin were prone to making mistakes during missions. Thus, it was essential to have experienced Chunin or Jonin leading them to ensure the success and survival of the missions. The following day, at the Konoha training ground, Senju Tobirama approached with the grouping list in hand, announcing, Uchiha Kagami, Mito Kaze, Sarutobi Hisashi, Tsurugi Kokoro, Shimura Danzo, Uchiha Lien Yi. You all wait here, shortly. A Jonin will come to take you away. After delivering his message, Senju Tobirama turned and departed. He was a busy man, after all. He had no time to lead them himself, leaving the 6 to exchange glances in the training ground. Danzo's face darkened. Damn it, why am I so unlucky? Lien Yi smirked. Well, Danzo, I never expected we'd be on the same team. The thought of teasing you during our missions makes me want to grin from ear to ear. To Lien Yi, Danzo's grin resembled that of a demon. Danzo, we'll be teammates from now on, Tsurugi Kokoro remarked. Danzo nodded. Though he looked down on Tsurugi Kokoro, he at least found her preferable to Uchiha Lien Yi. Soon after, 2 middle-aged men clad in Jonin vests arrived at the training ground. Hello, Little ones, I am Senju Tanaka, and this is Senju Yusuke. We will be your team leaders. Senju Tanaka had a cheerful disposition, while Senju Yusuke presented a more serious and stoic demeanor. Lien Yi was not overly surprised to find that their team leaders were from the Senju clan. It was only logical for Senju Tobirama to assign trusted clan members to oversee their performance. From now on, I will be your Jonin instructor. In the presence of Renya and his companions, Senju Yusuke greeted them with a respectful hello, teachers. The trio bowed in deference, observing their demeanor. Senju Yusuke nodded in satisfaction and instructed, follow me. Shortly thereafter, he led Renya and the others to the banks of a river. This shall be our assembly point from now on. Now, let me assess your abilities. He paused momentarily before continuing. You three must work together to endure for the duration of half a stick of incense under my watch. Upon hearing this, Renya's expression turned grave as he slowly unsheathed his sword. Shimura Danzo and Uzumaki Koharu approached Renya's side. Exchanging glances, Danzo was the first to launch an attack. Wind release, vacuum wave. Countless blades of wind shot forth like arrows aimed directly at Senju Yusuke. Effortlessly, Senju Yusuke evaded, causing the wind to crash to the ground and stir up clouds of dust. Simultaneously, Renya, wielding his katana, utilized the cover of smoke to maneuver to the right. Upon spotting Senju Yusuke, he wasted no time, slashing downward with his blade. The wind from his strike grazed past Yusuke's ear, severing several strands of dark hair. Too slow, Senju Yusuke remarked, disappearing and reappearing behind Renya. In a split second, Uzumaki Koharu ensnared Yusuke's ankle with a chain. Teacher, do not underestimate us. Yet, before she could finish her sentence, a shuriken thrown by Senju Yusuke precisely severed the chain, the sharp projectile barely missing Koharu's cheek, causing her to stagger back in shock. Seizing the opportunity, Danzo formed hand seals and unleashed another attack, wind release, vacuum wave. Senju Yusuke leaped atop a tree branch, evading the onslaught. Looking down with a cold smirk. Good coordination, but there are too many openings. As he spoke, 3 shurikens flew toward the trio. Renya swung his sword to block, sparks flying from the impact. Koharu rolled to the side, narrowly avoiding the assault. Danzo, caught in the midst of forming seals, was unable to dodge and was struck in the shoulder by a shuriken, his face paling instantaneously. Danzo, are you alright? Koharu rushed to his side, intending to use medical ninjutsu to aid him, but was met with Danzo's admonition. Do not mind me. Quickly assist Uchiha Renya. At this command, Koharu hurried to aid Renya. Danzo grimaced, clutching his shoulder, grit his teeth, and rejoined the fray. He was acutely aware that his injury was hindering the team's progress. Senju Yusuke regarded Danzo with an appreciative glance before kicking him aside. If you're injured, then lie down quietly, Danzo. The battle escalated, the youth's labored breaths mingling with the clash of weapons. When Senju Yusuke employed earth release to entomb the 3 in soil, the last grains of sand in the hourglass trickled down. Observing only their heads protruding from the ground, he smirked, half a stick of incense, barely adequate. Suddenly, he hurled 3 forehead protectors into the air, declaring, next time, I shall not be so lenient. One of the forehead protectors struck Danzo squarely in the face, rendering his already pale complexion even more ghostly. Only then did Senju Yusuke remember that the trio was still ensnared in the earth. Ah, my apologies, he hastily released them. After informing them to gather here tomorrow morning, he departed. Once freed, Koharu rushed to Danzo's side to tend to his wounds. Renya picked up the fallen forehead protector, offering it to his companions. Apologies, I was the one who hindered us, Danzo murmured. Had it not been for his injury, they would not have struggled so. Renya was somewhat taken aback. He had not anticipated such words from Danzo. He had intended to disparage him, but now, since he had apologized, he decided to let it slide. It's nothing, just be more careful next time, Renya waved dismissively. Danzo looked up in astonishment, disbelief etched on his face. Was he dreaming? The rogue Uchiha Renya had actually refrained from disparaging him? Had the sun risen in the west? Koharu watched the two with a smile upon her face. Chapter 38. In truth, I had no intent to kill him. At the Senju Tobirama residence. Kid, how does it feel to be a ninja? Senju Tobirama noted the forehead protector adorning Renya's brow. It's fine, not particularly difficult, Renya replied. Senju Tobirama could not help but advise, exercise caution during missions. A moment's carelessness can lead to death. I understand, uncle. I am well aware of such matters, Renya retorted, as he was quite fond of his own life. Tobirama murmured softly, as long as you know. After all, he had lived with Renya for 4 years. It would be quite regrettable if he were to perish on a mission. Fortunately, he was merely a genin, and with an elite ninja leading the team, he would likely face little peril. Kid, go prepare dinner. Senju Tobirama remarked as he watched Renya enter the kitchen, sighing to himself. I shall have to cook for myself from now on. Since Renya had become a ninja, he had been at home less frequently. At times, he would be away on missions for several days, which meant no one was around to prepare meals for him. Tobirama regretted acquiescing to Renya's early graduation, as it had deprived the household of a cook. Now meals were scarce. He called into the kitchen, Kid, make a few extra dishes today. After dinner, Renya went to the training ground to practice his swordsmanship. As he drew his blade, he suddenly noticed a nick on the edge, likely inflicted while blocking shurikens earlier. This distressed him, as he had spent a considerable sum on it. With a sigh, he lamented, Alas, once I have the means, I must procure a fine blade. A quality katana would cost no less than 500,000 ryo. He would need to save for several years. For now, he would have to make do. Senju Tobirama happened upon this scene and fell into contemplation. This kid had been with him for 4 years, and he realized he had never gifted him a present. Since Renya desired a good sword, he resolved to gift him one. He had long cherished a particular katana. Kid, Tobirama began. I shall present you with a sword as a gift for your coming of age as a ninja. Really? Renya's eyes brightened. As if he had been offered a pillow when he was just about to doze off. He hurriedly expressed his gratitude. Thank you, uncle. Lead the way. Senju Tobirama made his way to the study. Uncle, where is the sword? Renya asked, scanning the surroundings but seeing no sign of it. Tobirama remained silent as he approached a bookshelf and pulled out a book. A creaking sound echoed as a door appeared in the corner of the study. Renya was taken aback. He had not realized there was a hidden door all this time. Internally, he marveled at how deeply Senju Tobirama had concealed this secret. Following Tobirama into the secret chamber, Renya's pupils dilated in shock. The walls of the chamber were lined with scrolls, and without needing to guess, he knew they were all forbidden jutsu scrolls. Truly, a master of forbidden techniques. At that moment, Renya's attention was drawn to a katana gleaming coldly on the innermost shelf, a blade that radiated quality. Senju Tobirama gazed at the sword, lost in memories, murmuring, This blade was captured from an enemy I defeated on the battlefield. In truth, I had no intention of killing him. I merely wished to test a newly devised technique. I did not anticipate that he would perish. As Renya listened, an unsettling feeling grew within him. The sword's former owner could not possibly be. Senju Tobirama tossed the sword to Renya, stating, This blade belongs to your Uchiha clan. Returning it to you is a matter of restoring its rightful owner. Renya understood instantly. This sword indeed belonged to Uchiha Izuna. The moment he grasped it, he recognized its exceptional quality. Perhaps it rivaled the Kusanagi of Orochimaru. Alas, the young master of the Uchiha clan had met his demise at the hands of Senju Tobirama. Judging by Tobirama's earlier remarks, it seemed to have been an unfortunate accident. Renya surmised that the essence of Tobirama's words conveyed a sentiment akin to, Really? I merely stabbed you once, and you died? I truly did not expect you to die. You are rather fragile, aren't you? Faced with an adversary like Senju Tobirama, Renya could only mourn for Uchiha Izuna for 3 seconds. Rest assured, Lord Izuna, I shall treasure this blade. Renya murmured to himself. You know Uchiha Izuna? Tobirama inquired, somewhat astonished. He had not anticipated that this young child, Renya, would possess knowledge of events that transpired over a decade ago. Not only that, but he had also deduced the identity of the blade's owner from just Tobirama's fleeting remarks. It was then that Renya realized he had inadvertently let something slip, yet there was no need for concealment. He could easily fabricate an excuse to brush it aside. I once heard from the elders of my clan that it was you who killed Lord Izuna. Upon hearing this, Tobirama exhibited a conflicted expression and replied solemnly, In truth, I never intended to kill him. Although he had harbored thoughts of ending Izuna's life at that moment, he did not genuinely wish for his demise. He merely sought to demonstrate his newly developed Flying Thunder God technique to Uchiha Izuna, never expecting the outcome to be fatal. Tobirama had been equally shocked upon discovering the truth. Who could have known that Uchiha Izuna would not survive? It was undoubtedly Madara's failure to provide timely medical assistance that led to Izuna's death. Ultimately, he attributed Izuna's passing to himself. Damn that Uchiha Madara. Tobirama gritted his teeth. Renya? Why is Uchiha Madara being dragged into this? Could it be that this old man is trying to pin Izuna's death on Madara? Well, based on his understanding of Tobirama, it was indeed a possibility. What kind of expression would Uchiha Madara have upon learning this? Somewhere in the ninja world, a long-haired man clad in black, with a flaming fan slung across his back and a scythe in hand, suddenly sneezed without warning. This man was none other than Uchiha Madara, who had defected from Konoha 4 years prior. He had discerned the true nature of Konoha. The one who succeeded Hashirama as Hokage was Tobirama. Consequently, it was evident that the Uchiha clan was destined for annihilation. It was this realization that compelled him to rally his clan to leave the village, yet not a single person was willing to follow him. This incident left him thoroughly disillusioned with his kin. Those short-sighted individuals were unworthy of being his family. It was not Uchiha Madara who was abandoned by his clan, but rather he who abandoned them. Ultimately, Uchiha Madara departed the village alone in pursuit of true peace. The stone tablet of the Uchiha clan bore the words left by the Sage of Six Paths: "The infinite Tsukuyomi can draw everyone into a dream, allowing all to live the life they desire." Thus, Uchiha Madara resolved to initiate the infinite Tsukuyomi in order to achieve world peace. Reality was too harsh. What harm was there in a dream? However, the prerequisite to activate the infinite Tsukuyomi was to possess the Rinnegan. Nevertheless, he had discovered a method to awaken it inscribed upon the tablet. He was now preparing to execute the first step of his infinite Tsukuyomi plan to control a tailed beast. Chapter 39, D-Rank Mission. At the Riverside Assembly Point, Renya, "Have you changed your blade?" asked Tsurugi Koharu, astonished. "Yes," Renya replied, gently caressing the scabbard. "Does this blade have a name?" "I have named it Immaculate." Tobirama had once told Renya that this blade would not stain with the blood of enemies when drawn, hence he chose the name Immaculate. Shimura Danzo's gaze burned with envy as he fixated on Immaculate. He could discern that this was a remarkable blade, even surpassing the weapons wielded by the jonin of their clan. This ignited a twinge of jealousy within Danzo. Why did Uchiha Renya possess such an exceptional weapon? Renya's strength was already superior to his. With this fine blade, it would become even more challenging for Danzo to catch up. Danzo thought to himself, "No, I must acquire a formidable weapon as well." Before long, Senju Yojo appeared before the trio in a flash. He noticed the blade in Renya's hand and praised, "That is a fine sword." Upon hearing this, Danzo's eyes ignited with jealousy. A weapon even praised by Master Yojo must be extraordinary. If only he could possess a weapon of such caliber. Senju Yojo glanced at Danzo, who immediately suppressed his expression, feigning nonchalance. "I will take you to accept a mission." At the mission assembly hall, Renya surveyed the surroundings and discovered that tasks of various ranks were divided into corresponding sections. Senju Yojo led them to the D-rank task area. "Please wait a moment while I select a mission for you." With that, he began sifting through the mission information. "Haha, we will soon be undertaking a mission," Danzo said excitedly, clenching his fists. This would be his first mission since becoming a ninja. He was fully prepared to unleash destruction. "Phew, I'm a bit nervous for my first mission," murmured Tsurugi Koharu. Renya observed the two with a complex expression. It was merely a D-rank mission. Why were they so agitated? If he was not mistaken, D-rank missions were typically trivial tasks, weren't they? "Renya-kun, what do you mean by that?" Koharu asked, puzzled. Renya had no intention of explaining. They would soon find out. Danzo scoffed. That bastard is being cryptic again. Soon, Senju Yojo returned, carrying a stack of scrolls. "I have selected the tasks for you." "Master Yojo, is this too much?" Koharu swallowed hard. With so many tasks, how long would it take them to complete? "It should be manageable. You should be able to finish them all today," Senju Yojo stated. Given the abilities of the youngsters, completing D-rank missions would be quite easy. That was why he had taken on so many tasks. Danzo's eyes widened in shock. Master Yojo truly did not regard them as human. Ninja missions are not that easy to accomplish. "Take a look at the tasks," Renya said as he opened one of the scrolls, his mouth twitching in disbelief. As expected, it was just as he thought. Hearing Renya's comment, the two displayed puzzled expressions, wondering what kind of tasks awaited them. Each opened a scroll, and their expressions instantly froze. "Master Yojo, this is our mission?" Danzo exclaimed, bewildered. "Indeed, this is your task. It must be completed by this afternoon," Senju Yojo replied. Danzo, refusing to accept the absurdity, opened a second scroll. Upon reading its contents, he fell completely silent. It was astonishing to realize that these were the missions assigned to ninjas. Task 1. Organize a beauty pageant for the pigs at Uncle Yukimura's house on the eastern edge of the village. Task description. Uncle Yukimura had a sudden whim to hold a beauty contest for his 10 spotted pigs and needs ninjas to help set up the venue and gather an audience. Task reward, 2,000 Ryo. Task 2. Mediate a conflict between two fighting dogs. Task description. 2 stray dogs in the village square often get into fights, frightening the children from playing in the square. Ninjas are needed to understand the reasons behind their altercations and mediate their disputes. Task reward, 1,000 Ryo, plus a box of dog biscuits. Task 3. Change the diapers of children at the orphanage. Task description. A caregiver at the orphanage has taken a leave of absence and urgently requires several ninjas to help change diapers for hundreds of children. Task reward, 5,000 Ryo. Even with prior mental preparation, Renya found it difficult to contain himself upon seeing these tasks. What in the world were these D-rank missions? Master Yojo, is there any chance we could decline these tasks? Renya inquired. Senju Yojo raised an eyebrow. If you refuse, it will be considered a voluntary abandonment of the mission, and you will incur a penalty. Renya. To be honest, he had no desire to engage in such low-paying tasks. The reward for D-rank missions was already meager, and the village would take a 30 cut, leaving only 70 to be divided among the 4 of them based on performance, resulting in a paltry sum. All right, off you go to complete your tasks. The rewards you earn will be shared equally among you, and I will not take a share. Senju Yojo concluded. As a seasoned jonin, he naturally held no interest in sharing the rewards of a task with a mere handful of children, especially when it pertained to a D-rank mission. The trio sighed in resignation as they departed from the mission hall. Although D-rank tasks posed minimal danger, they were notorious for being labor-intensive with meager financial compensation. After toiling throughout the day, their little legs nearly gave out from exhaustion before they finally completed the assignments. By the end of the day, Shimizu Danzo and Tsurun Koharu wore expressions devoid of the initial excitement that accompanies a first mission, replaced instead by a visage of sheer numbness. Heaven only knows what they had endured throughout that day. At last, the two began to grasp the essence of Renya's earlier words. So, this is what D-rank missions entail. Observing the despondent countenances of his companions, Renya offered some solace. Although the tasks were arduous, we did earn some money, did we not? Upon hearing this, their expressions softened. Renya-kun is right. At least we have made some earnings, Koharu replied with a smile. Danzo nodded in agreement, realizing that with the money, he could finally purchase the weapons he desired. The trio, filled with anticipation, made their way back to the mission hall. Having completed over 10 D-rank missions that day, surely they would have earned a substantial amount. Wouldn't they? At the mission hall, they were informed, you have completed a total of 15 D-rank missions, and here is your reward. 18,000 Rio. Please accept it. 18,000. What kind of joke is this? Renya exclaimed in disbelief. After a day of grueling labor, the meager sum was hardly satisfactory. Divided among the 3, it would amount to a mere 6,000 Rio each. The weight of disappointment felt as if the sky were collapsing upon them. Both Danzo and Koharu shared equally grim expressions. It was disheartening to realize that, despite their hard work, the reward was so paltry. While it is true that ninjas can earn money swiftly, their expenditures often outpace their earnings. After purchasing the necessary ninja tools, their pockets would be emptied. Renya distributed the money among his companions. Danzo accepted his share with a sullen demeanor, stating, tomorrow, let us have Teacher Yusuke take us on a C-rank mission. Renya nodded in agreement. Indeed, D-rank missions hold little significance for us at this stage. It is time to escalate the difficulty. Chapter 40, Awakening the Eyes. Teacher Yusuke, we wish to undertake a B-rank mission, Danzo proclaimed. The words left both Renya and Koharu utterly astonished. Had they not previously agreed to pursue a C-rank mission? What had prompted this sudden change of heart? Danzo, if you want to court danger, do not drag us into it. Renya retorted, somewhat exasperated. Despite his confidence in his own abilities, it was prudent to avoid unnecessary risks. B-rank missions were fraught with peril. Uchiha Renya, are you afraid? Danzo scoffed, casting a condescending glance at him. Renya did not deny it and merely nodded. It's just a B-rank mission. What is there to fear? Clearly, Danzo was oblivious to the dangers inherent in B-rank missions. Konoha Yusuke, he frowned, you wish to undertake a B-rank mission? The classification of missions for ninjas is determined by their own strength. Typically, freshly graduated genin are assigned primarily D-rank missions, though they may also take on C-rank tasks, albeit with a greater frequency of D-rank assignments. Chunin similarly focus on C-rank missions. B-rank missions are contingent upon the requirements of the task and the strength of the team. Jonin primarily engage in B-rank missions, occasionally tackling A-rank ones. As for S-rank missions, they are generally reserved for a group of jonin to complete together. Of course, this pertains to the standard choices of ordinary ninjas. The prodigious talents do not fall under this categorization. Indeed, Teacher Yusuke, Danzo insisted. Konoha Yusuke stroked his beard, contemplating the trio's request. Given their current strength, D-rank missions were indeed of little benefit. However, was it wise to pursue a B-rank mission? Generally, only seasoned Chunin teams would undertake B-rank tasks due to the heightened risk involved. A moment's carelessness could lead to loss of life, particularly for these fresh graduates who had only just completed their training. No, it is out of the question. B-rank missions are far too dangerous, he declared. B-rank tasks typically involve infiltration and assassination, and freshly graduated genin lack the requisite experience. To acquiesce to their request would be tantamount to sending them to their demise. Just as Danzo was about to counter, Yusuke interrupted, forget about B-rank missions. With your current capabilities, it would merely be a gift to the enemy. The trio were disciples personally nurtured by Lord Tobirama. Should they inadvertently perish on a mission, Lord Tobirama would undoubtedly be furious. Renya concurred, asserting, Teacher Yusuke is correct. We should stick to C-rank missions for now. Yes. Renya-kun is right, Koharu chimed in agreement. Witnessing this, Danzo's forehead twitched in frustration as he gritted his teeth. You two are the most incompetent teammates. Renya implored gently, Danzo, B-rank missions are perilous. Let us settle for C-rank once. Why do you want to undertake a B-rank mission? Danzo? Koharu inquired with confusion. Had they not agreed to pursue C-rank missions just the day before? Nikazane informed me yesterday that they accepted a B-rank escort mission. Danzo replied coldly. Renya was taken aback. They are already undertaking B-rank missions? Danzo nodded, attempting to sway his companions. If they can accept B-rank missions, why should we not? We are all freshly graduated. Why do they get to take on B-rank tasks while we languish with these lowly assignments? One must concede. Danzo possessed a talent for oration. Within mere moments, he ignited Renya's competitive spirit. It was no wonder he would eventually rise to lead the root organization. Uchiha Renya. Why do you think that is? Danzo suddenly posed, believing he had successfully provoked Renya's sense of rivalry. Indeed, for a fleeting moment, Renya contemplated accepting a B-rank mission. However, he quickly regained his composure and responded to Danzo's inquiry. Perhaps it is because they are bolder? Danzo's mouth twitched. What the hell does boldness have to do with it? True ninjas emerge from mountains of corpses, not from completing D-rank missions. He bellowed. The weight of Danzo's words struck Renya profoundly. They awakened him to the reality he had yet to fully grasp. He understood that to survive in the ninja world, one must possess formidable strength. Since his arrival in this realm, he had dedicated himself tirelessly to training in pursuit of strength. Yet, Renya had failed to recognize that mere training was insufficient. One must also gain experience through combat. Although executing missions is perilous, it is undeniably the fastest avenue to growth. Danzo, you are correct. Renya suddenly raised his head. We should indeed accept B-rank missions. He had come to this realization. Hesitating to undertake a B-rank mission now would only hinder his growth in the future. What would happen during the upcoming ninja wars? While it was true that fear lingered within him, this was the ninja world, and he was not in control of his destiny. The only course of action was to strive for strength and survive. He was resolute in his belief that he would grow stronger. At this moment, Renya's determination to grow eclipsed all else. Renya, your eyes, Koharu's exclamation interrupted his thoughts. What is wrong with my eyes? Renya inquired, puzzled. For some reason, he felt as though his vision had become astonishingly clear, even able to discern the pores on Danzo's face with startling clarity. Uchiha Renya, have you awakened your eyes? Danzo gasped. Staring in shock at the three-tomo Sharingan that now glimmered in Renya's eyes, his expression one of utter disbelief. Had he known that his own words had inadvertently led to Renya's awakening, would he have regretted not slapping himself in the face? Renya finally grasped the situation. A surge of joy swelling within him. So that was why his vision had suddenly improved. He had awakened his eyes. After 4 long years in the ninja world, he had finally done it. Although awakening a single tomo at the age of 10 might be seen as a blemish upon the honor of those who had traversed this path before him, he found himself utterly elated. The disparity between Uchiha clan members who possessed the Sharingan and those who did not was monumental. The Sharingan not only enhanced one's visual acuity and perceptual abilities, but also enabled the user to discern and even counter genjutsu. Furthermore, the Sharingan boasted the remarkable capability to replicate an opponent's ninjutsu, taijutsu, and genjutsu. To comprehend the genesis of Kakashi's title as the Copy Ninja, one must acknowledge the pivotal moment when he acquired a Sharingan. No longer would his mother fret over his inability to master ninjutsu. Haha, I've finally awakened my eyes, exclaimed Renya, brimming with excitement. To awaken the Sharingan at the tender age of 10 is regarded as a prodigious feat within the Uchiha clan, warranting the family's investment of abundant resources in his training. Regrettably, Renya's circumstances were somewhat peculiar. After being taken in by Senju Tobirama, the Uchiha clansmen seemed decidedly reluctant to engage with him. They instinctively regarded Renya as a traitor. Even Uchiha Minato began to deliberately avoid him. However, Renya remained unfazed by the actions of the Uchiha, even finding a hint of amusement in their behavior. It was evidently a compromise on the part of the Uchiha towards the Senju, yet they chose to lay the blame squarely on his shoulders, which only highlighted the incompetence of the Uchiha leadership. Renya bore no anger over this. As an outsider, he felt no sense of belonging to the clan. The trio sought out Senju Yusuke, collectively demanding to undertake a B-rank mission. Unable to withstand their insistence, Senju Yusuke acquiesced and assigned them a mission to eliminate a band of mountain bandits. Chapter 41. A Bitter Struggle. In the borderlands of the Land of Fire, Senju Yusuke declared, "For this mission, I shall not intervene. You are free to devise your own strategy. Kids, do take care not to perish." He tossed the mission scroll to Renya and vanished in an instant. Upon unrolling the scroll, Renya read, "A band of ruthless mountain bandits has taken up residence along the main road, frequently pillaging passing merchant caravans and nearby villages, severely disturbing the regional peace. Please eradicate this detestable band of outlaws. Note, it is suspected that rogue ninjas may be among the bandits. It is advisable for a Chunin team to undertake this mission." After perusing the task, Renya's expression turned grave. "There are rogue ninjas among these bandits. We must exercise utmost caution. Are they Genin or Chunin?" queried Tanshin Kamaru. "If they are Genin, it should be manageable. However, if they are Chunin, the situation becomes considerably more challenging." The trio faced not only the ordinary bandits, but also the potential threat posed by rogue Chunin, thus significantly amplifying the mission's difficulty. "Who knows? Let us prepare as if they are Chunin," Renya responded, dismissing any notion of the possibility of encountering Jonin. In the ninja world, which Jonin would frivolously descend to the level of banditry. Typically, only those half-hearted Genin or low-tier Chunin resort to such actions, wielding their strength against common folk. Renya addressed his companions. "We shall observe the enemy's movements once night falls and subsequently devise our battle plan." The two nodded in agreement, seeking a spot to recuperate and ready themselves for the impending confrontation. Renya soon noticed his body trembling slightly, a look of confusion crossing his face. Is this fear? No. It seems more akin to excitement. Having been in the ninja world for several years, this marked his first undertaking of a lethal mission. As darkness enveloped the land, the moonlight was shrouded by thick clouds. Renya and his two comrades lay concealed in the underbrush several hundred meters from the bandit camp. All three held their breath, their senses heightened. Renya's Sharingan glimmered with a crimson hue in the darkness, keenly attuned to every movement within the camp. Two lookout towers formed a strategic angle, their sightlines nearly encompassing the entire encampment. In a hushed voice, Renya sketched a rudimentary map in the dirt, indicating that the wooden structures to the west served as the primary living quarters, while the three structures to the east likely housed the rogue ninjas. In the latter half of the night, we shall first eliminate the sentries at the lookout towers, then swiftly dispatch the bandits, and finally confront the rogue ninjas. Tanshin Kamaru and Shimura Danzo nodded in unison, indicating their agreement. As the clock struck the latter half of the night, a time when weariness often overtakes individuals, Renya brandished his weapon, Innocence, signaling for action. The trio darted through the darkness toward the camp with remarkable speed. At that moment, the lookout sentinels, drowsy and barely able to keep their eyes open, remained oblivious to the impending approach of the three. Renya activated his Sharingan, deftly launching 3 shuriken that accurately struck the throats of the sentries. Almost simultaneously, Tanshin Kamaru and Shimura Danzo executed their ambush, for lifeless bodies collapsing silently to the ground. "As per our plan, let us first clear out the minions," Renya instructed in a subdued tone. He then burst into one of the rooms, where the bandits lay in deep slumber, entirely unaware of the death that awaited them. Without a moment's hesitation, Renya swiftly severed the throat of one bandit. Warm blood splattered across his face, yet he felt neither fear nor disgust. Rather, an uncontrollable exhilaration coursed through him. Gripping his blade, Renya proceeded to the next chamber. Inside, frantic shouts and curses erupted as bandits armed with steel blades stumbled out of the room in disarray. Clearly, their actions had been compromised. Renya's eyes widened as he witnessed the first few emerge, suddenly freezing in place, turning their blades upon one another in a chaotic frenzy. "Swiftly resolve this," Renya urged, intensifying his strikes. They needed to eliminate these minions before the rogue ninjas could react. The bandits, mere commoners, fell easily beneath Renya's assault, akin to slaughtering chickens, and soon lay vanquished. "You bastards, cease this at once," bellowed a burly man wielding a great blade, arriving belatedly. His eyes blazed with fury as he surveyed the corpses of his fallen subordinates. "Those brats from Konoha, I shall not let you escape." Recognizing the foe as a Chunin, Renya directed his companions, "You two, cover me." Renya launched the first assault, targeting the burly man's vital points. The man remained unfazed, parrying Renya's attack with his large blade. The tremendous force reverberated through Renya's hands, causing his grip to falter as he staggered back a few steps. "You little brat, meet your demise," the burly man roared, raising his great blade. At that instant, Danzo and Kamaru swiftly advanced in support. Danzo formed hand seals and shouted, "Wind release," Vacuum wave. The burly man roared in response, swinging his blade to shatter the wind technique. Seizing the opportunity amidst the ensuing dust cloud, he charged at Danzo. Danzo's expression shifted dramatically as he hastily employed a defensive technique. However, the man's strength proved overwhelming. His blade struck Danzo's defense with such force that it sent Danzo reeling, blood spurting from his mouth. In that moment, Danzo's mind fixated on a singular thought. It seems I've become a burden once more. Observing the scene, Kamaru's eyes flickered with urgency as he promptly deployed healing ninjutsu to tend to Danzo's injuries. Simultaneously, Renya surged forward once again, engaging in a fierce struggle with the burly man. Their weapons clashed repeatedly, sparks flying as blades met. Leveraging the advantage of his Sharingan, Renya diligently sought openings in the burly man's defenses. Frustrated by his inability to subdue the boy, the burly man suddenly roared, his muscles tensing as his strength surged. He unleashed a barrage of strikes with his long blade, and Renya, unable to evade in time, suffered a gash to his right shoulder, blood staining his garments. The intense pain rendered Renya pale as he swiftly distanced himself from the burly man. Just as Renya found himself in dire straits, a partially recovered Danzo and Kamaru rejoined the fray. Kamaru unleashed a fire technique, flames roaring toward the burly man. Danzo followed suit with a wind technique, amplifying the ferocity of the flames. Forced to retreat from the encroaching inferno, the burly man found himself cornered. Seizing the moment, Renya concentrated chakra into innocence, swiftly appearing before the burly man. The man, enraged, swung his long blade in defense, but Renya's strike, infused with every ounce of strength, coupled with Danzo and Kamaru's coordinated efforts, ultimately shattered the blade. Innocence plunged directly into the burly man's chest, his eyes widening in disbelief as he gazed at the blade embedded within him, blood gushing from his mouth as he collapsed heavily to the ground. With the battle concluded, Renya found himself on the ground, staring at the lifeless body of the burly man, overwhelmed with a sense of relief at having survived. This B-rank mission was exceedingly perilous. We nearly met our end here. Had I known, I would have disregarded Danzo's incessant prattle. Kamaru hurried to Renya's side, employing healing ninjutsu to staunch his bleeding. Danzo lay on the ground, his gaze vacant as he stared at the sky. Once again, he had become a liability during this mission. TSK. Will we undertake another B-rank mission next time? Unbeknownst to them, Senju Yusuke had materialized before the trio. He certainly could not feign indifference. Should the three meet an untimely demise, Lord Tobirama would undoubtedly tear him to shreds. Uchiha Senju could not help but be astonished. He never anticipated that they had truly collaborated to vanquish a Chunin. Truly, they were worthy disciples nurtured by Lord Tobirama. Renya rose to his feet, withdrawing the blade known as Innocence from the robust figure it had pierced. Just as Tobirama had stated, the blade remained untainted by blood. He lifted his gaze towards Uchiha Senju, and the response was inevitable. Of course, he would respond. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Senju momentarily fell into a daze. Had this lad already forgotten the pain of his wounds? No, the injury had not yet healed. He observed the gaping, blood-soaked wound on Renya's shoulder, descending into silence. It was only then that Renya realized that his earlier motion to withdraw the blade had been too forceful, further tearing the wound. Xiaochun. Chapter 42, Renya's Chakra. With the mission accomplished, Uchiha Senju led his companions back to the village. Due to the injuries sustained by Danzo and Renya, their pace was unhurried. They ambled along, taking 3 days to return to Konoha. Meanwhile, Senju Tanaka hurried towards the village, cradling the unconscious figures of Sarutobi Hizashi and Mido Monin. Uchiha Kagami trailed behind, evidently injured as well. Tanaka wore a frown, lamenting, "Had I known, I would have never allowed you to undertake a B-rank mission." Previously, the group had clamored to embark on the B-rank task, leading Tanaka to unwittingly acquiesce. The mission target had been 2 Chunin and 1 Genin. The freshly graduated trio of Genin were no match for such formidable opponents. Within mere minutes of engagement, Hizashi and Un had been incapacitated, leaving only Kagami desperately struggling. Had he not intervened in time, the three would have met their demise. Were this information to reach Lord Tobirama, Tanaka would undoubtedly face severe reprimand. The two teams eventually converged at the gates of Konoha. "Tanaka, what on earth happened?" Uchiha Senju inquired, raising an eyebrow. "Oh, don't even get me started," Tanaka sighed, explaining. These little rascals insisted on undertaking a B-rank mission, only to find themselves overwhelmed and nearly beaten to death. Renya gazed at the grievously injured and unconscious duo, his lips twitching. What a sight! Their injuries were quite severe. Shimura Danzo displayed a mirthful expression, initially concerned that Hizashi's team would outperform theirs. However, witnessing their disheveled state brought him considerable relief. "Kagami, are you all right?" Danzo asked, a rare smile gracing his lips. Kagami sheepishly scratched his head. "I'm managing, I suppose." When they had first taken on the B-rank mission, the trio had boasted before Danzo, unaware of how swiftly fate would humble them. "I won't keep you any longer. I must take them for treatment," Tanaka stated, dashing towards the hospital in Konoha, with Kagami limping behind. "Haha, this is truly hilarious." Danzo guffawed. Believing Hizashi's team undertaking a B-rank mission to be a remarkable feat, who would have thought it would end in such disarray? His laughter was interrupted by a cough. As he inadvertently strained his injuries, his face turning pale. "Renya, is this what they mean by joy turning to sorrow?" Uchiha Senju's lips twitched. "Perhaps I should escort you all to the hospital." After a brief treatment at Konoha Hospital, Renya returned home. Senju Tobirama's residence. This mission, including travel time, had spanned a total of 5 days. Renya pushed open the door, entering the courtyard. Hearing the commotion, Tobirama emerged from his study, surprise flickering in his eyes before vanishing. "You're back, little rascal." In Renya's absence, Tobirama had found it difficult to eat. Realizing that Renya had spoiled his appetite, no other meal seemed appealing. Just as he was about to ask Renya to prepare a couple of dishes, he noticed something amiss, instinctively furrowing his brow. In his perception, Renya's chakra had changed, becoming exceedingly cold and inexplicably distasteful to him. This little rascal, Tobirama's eyes glimmered with intrigue. Renya, perplexed, wondered why Tobirama's demeanor had shifted so abruptly. Had he unwittingly offended him? Could it be that the man was experiencing a midlife crisis? Just as Renya pondered this, Tobirama spoke. "Little rascal, have you awakened your Sharingan?" "Uncle, how did you know?" Renya replied, astonished. He had yet to disclose this information to Tobirama, yet the elder was already aware. Tobirama wore an expression of as expected. Through his extensive observations of the Uchiha clan, he had discerned that whenever a Uchiha activated their Sharingan, their chakra would undergo a transformation. The higher the level of the Sharingan, the colder the chakra became. This chilling sensation was one he found particularly repugnant. Typically, the colder the chakra of an Uchiha, the more prone they were to extremism and dangerous behaviors. This was the reason Tobirama had always been wary of the Uchiha clan. In his view, they were a collection of formidable lunatics, unpredictable in their behavior. If these madmen were to lose control, the village would undoubtedly suffer. "Little rascal, show me your Sharingan," Tobirama commanded, his gaze fixed intently on Renya's eyes. Renya, uncertain of the elder's intentions, complied dutifully. A black tomo manifested near his pupils. The instant he activated his eyes, Tobirama could distinctly sense Renya's previously tranquil chakra beginning to surge chaotically, transforming into a cold, violent force. However, this chilling sensation dissipated swiftly. Tobirama fell into contemplation. What secrets did the Uchiha clan's eyes conceal? Why did their activation lead to such drastic changes in temperament? He resolved to investigate Renya's Sharingan further that evening. "Very well, little rascal," Tobirama declared. Upon hearing this, Renya gradually closed his Sharingan. What an enigmatic old man. One could hardly fathom what schemes he was concocting. In the evening, Tobirama sat at the table, contentedly enjoying the dinner prepared by Renya. Indeed, the culinary skills of this little rascal were exceptional. In the preceding days, when he had attempted to cook for himself, he found it nearly inedible and devoid of any desire to eat. Before long, the table was cleared of all dishes. Tobirama wiped his mouth, his gaze drifting to Renya's shoulder, now wrapped in bandages. "Little rascal, I heard you undertook a B-rank mission?" Renya nodded, responding, "The difficulty exceeded our expectations." The scenes of the mission played back in his mind like a revolving lantern. Danzo becoming the team's Achilles heel, Xiaochun attending to Danzo's injuries, and himself grappling with the burly adversary, finding themselves in dire straits. This mission illuminated for Renya the stark reality that they had previously underestimated the nature of combat. The battles between ninjas were brutal, and a moment's carelessness could lead to fatal consequences. He recounted the mission's details to Tobirama. Tobirama did not rebuke them for undertaking a B-rank mission. In his view, a ninja could only grow through the crucible of conflict. A flower nurtured in a greenhouse could never bloom into a powerful ninja. Tobirama nodded slightly, his fingers gently tracing the surface of the table. "I am quite satisfied with your mission. It is only by flirting with death that one can truly grasp the essence of the ninja way." With that, Tobirama rose, carrying his bowl and chopsticks toward the kitchen. Renya settled onto the sofa, picking up a novel to read. In the current ninja world, there was no television, and entertainment options were scarce. Thus, Renya had purchased a selection of novels to pass the time. The quality of these novels was mediocre, lacking the brilliance of works from his previous life. When time permitted in the future, Renya contemplated writing a couple himself. Having read countless novels, he could undoubtedly craft a couple that would be immensely popular. It was worth noting that novels in the ninja world often adhered to straightforward narratives, devoid of any dramatic confrontations or triumphant returns. Once he penned his own tales, the residents of the ninja world would surely stay up late demanding more updates. Chapter 43. Beasts, submit to me. Little Renya, it has been a while. Months later, upon returning home from a mission, Renya was greeted by the sight of Senju Hashirama seated in the courtyard, smiling and waving at him. Uncle Hashirama, what brings you here? Renya inquired, a hint of surprise in his voice. It is well known that aside from the fourth Hokage, other leaders of the Hidden Leaf Village are perpetually occupied. For Senju Hashirama to personally make an appearance during his mission, something significant must have transpired. With a heavy sigh, Hashirama explained, I cannot quite comprehend it. But I have been feeling rather peculiar lately. Even my appetite has vanished. During this period, he occasionally experienced palpitations, as though invisible hands were tightening the threads of fate around him. This sensation was undeniably distressing. Uzumaki Mito, noticing Hashirama's change, suspected that her husband was suffering from exhaustion-induced anorexia and suggested he partake in a meal prepared by Renya. Upon learning the details, Renya smiled and said, I see, Uncle Hashirama. I shall prepare a meal for you shortly. Thank you. Little Renya. Hashirama managed a strained smile. Renya, not overthinking the matter, assumed Hashirama's loss of appetite was the cause of his distress. He resolved to prepare several of Hashirama's favorite dishes to see if it might rekindle his appetite. If that failed, there would be little more he could do. Renya furrowed his brow, pondering, could a powerhouse of Hashirama's caliber truly succumb to anorexia? Perhaps it was not merely anorexia, but a more profound emotional turmoil. After Hashirama departed, he did not return home, but instead ventured alone to the Hokage Rock. Below, the smoke from the village curled upward, mingling with the shouts of merchants and the laughter of children, creating a vibrant tapestry of life. His wooden sandals crunched over the fine gravel atop the rock. The familiar contours beneath his feet felt eerily reminiscent of a memory long past. Years ago, he stood in that very spot with Madara, envisioning the village's future. Back then, Madara had pointed to the barren land below, proclaiming, this place shall bloom with symbolic white flowers. Now, the cherry blossoms of Konoha flourished, yet the sight of their pale pink petals left him momentarily stunned. The wind carried the sounds of merchants and children, brushing against his ears, and he instinctively reached out, as if attempting to grasp his dear friend. Hashirama's expression was complex. He could not fathom why his companion chose to depart. Was this not the village they had built together? He stood silently upon the Hokage Rock, lost in thought. As night descended, Hashirama finally snapped back to reality, gazing into the distance. Madara? What are you doing at this moment? At the Senju residence, Tobirama glanced at the dishes on the table, swallowing hard. Sister-in-law, why hasn't brother returned yet? These dishes were not only favored by his brother, but also by him. Were it not for the fact that this was his brother's home, he would have already indulged in the feast. Uzumaki Mito frowned in annoyance. Hashirama is truly something else, leaving so many waiting for him. Since Hashirama departed that morning, he had yet to return, and she had no inkling of his whereabouts. Renya felt puzzled. What could Hashirama be doing? He had come to prepare dinner, but discovered that his uncle was absent. Believing Hashirama would soon return, Renya waited for an entire afternoon, only to find his absence lingering. The dishes had been reheated numerous times. In the midst of this prolonged wait, Hashirama finally made his appearance. Ha! My apologies for keeping you waiting, he exclaimed. What took you so long? Mito questioned, tugging at Hashirama's ear in reprimand. Ouch, that hurts. Mito, please let go. Hashirama quickly pleaded. Mito huffed and finally released him. Hashirama rubbed his reddened ear and explained, I went to the Hokage Rock to enjoy the view, and inadvertently lost track of time. Mito rolled her eyes in exasperation, unsure how to address her husband's carefree attitude. Renya and Tobirama exchanged glances, their expressions betraying their surprise. They had assumed Uncle Brother was dealing with official matters, only to discover he had simply lost track of time while admiring the scenery. This was indeed something Hashirama would do. Little Renya, could you please reheat the dishes? Mito requested softly. Of course, Aunt Mito, Renya replied, taking the dishes to the kitchen. A short while later, he returned with the meals warmed once more. Hashirama sat at the head of the table, gazing at the aromatic dishes before him, yet he felt no appetite. He hovered his chopsticks above the miso soup for an extended period, the steam blurring his vision. The tempura he usually relished lay before him, its crispy golden exterior failing to stimulate even a modicum of desire. Is this truly anorexia? Hashirama murmured softly. Brother, why aren't you eating? Tobirama noticed Hashirama's unusual demeanor and inquired with concern. I have no appetite, Hashirama sighed. Renya observed silently from the side, choosing not to speak. His intuition warned him that something monumental was about to unfold. Renya fell into contemplation. What event could transpire at this juncture? Just then, a distant rumble of thunder echoed, startling the wind chime hanging from the eaves into a cacophony of sound. Hashirama suddenly felt a tightening in his throat, making each breath laborious. He stood and approached the door, gazing at the gathering storm clouds. Could it be you, Madara? His intuition suggested that this matter was indeed related to Madara. Upon hearing this, Renya stiffened, suddenly enlightened. If something were to occur at this moment, it could only be the battle at the Valley of the End. In a distant part of the ninja world, a voice thundered, Beast, I have finally found you. At the moment lightning cleaved the clouds, Uchiha Madara's long hair danced wildly in the wind, his crimson Sharingan gleaming like two blood moons in the darkness. The Nine Tails' roar shattered the sky, its 9 immense tails sweeping through the air like mountains, causing rocks to splinter and sending debris swirling with ferocious chakra. Tracing a crimson arc across the sky, Madara deftly dodged the Nine Tails' assault and regarded the massive beast before him with satisfaction. Perfect, you shall make an excellent pet. At this declaration, the Nine Tails erupted with fury, intent on tearing the human before it to shreds. Facing the enraged beast, Madara's lips curled into a cruel smile as he activated his Mangekyo Sharingan, the 3 tomos spinning wildly until they formed the shape of a kaleidoscope. He cast an illusion upon the Nine Tails, commanding, Submit to me. Madara's chakra surged like a tide into the Nine Tails, which roared in defiance, yet could only watch helplessly as its body fell under his control, the 3 tomo reflecting in its eyes. The Nine Tails was fully subjugated by Uchiha Madara. Standing atop the Nine Tails, Madara gazed into the distance. The first phase of my plan is complete. Now, on to the second. Chapter 44. The very concern I dread has come to pass. That night, Renya lay in bed, contemplating the reasons behind the impending battle at the Valley of the End. After the establishment of Konoha, the Uchiha clan found themselves in a somewhat precarious position within the village. Their ideologies diverged significantly. Madara foresaw that after Hashirama, Tobirama would inherit the Hokage position, potentially leading to the Uchiha's extinction. He felt a sense of foreboding regarding Konoha's future, believing that only by following his own path could he protect the Uchiha clan. Prolonged warfare had instilled a deep-seated aversion to conflict and a fear of power among the Uchiha. Meanwhile, the power-esteemed Madara found himself lacking the support of the villagers, even his own clan members distrusting him. This isolation led Madara to make the fateful decision to leave Konoha in search of true peace. That so-called peace was the infinite Tsukuyomi, a revision of the Uchiha tablet's content orchestrated by Black Zetsu, a technique that immersed everyone in illusion. For Madara, was this not a form of peace? The battle at the Valley of the End was pivotal for Madara's awakening of the Rinnegan. According to the tablet's inscriptions, to unlock the Rinnegan, he needed Hashirama's cells. Thus, Madara orchestrated the Nine Tails' assault on Konoha, engaging in combat with Hashirama. This battle serves as a farewell to his past. The peace of the ninja world is on the verge of dissolution, murmurs Renya softly. After the conflict at the Valley of the End, his time to grow stronger is limited, unless unforeseen circumstances arise. Senju Hashirama will sustain grave injuries in this confrontation and will pass away within a few years. At that time, the other ninja villages, which have long coveted the Land of Fire, will undoubtedly launch an assault upon hearing of Hashirama's demise, eager to seize this prosperous territory. The first great ninja war will erupt. War is merciless. Without sufficient power, survival becomes exceedingly difficult. If Renya's memory serves him correctly, the first great ninja war lasted for many years, claiming several Kage-level warriors. Senju Tobirama lost his life in this very conflict. The duration of the war was extensive. Renya knows only a few significant battles, yet he holds no influence over the war's trajectory. For instance, the second Raikage launched an attack on Konoha, and Senju Tobirama resisted. After a period of combat, both sides decided to form an alliance. During the alliance ceremony, Kin and Jin initiated a coup, slaying the second Raikage and leaving Tobirama gravely injured. In a bid to protect his subordinates, Tobirama stayed behind to confront Kin and Jin, resulting in mutual destruction. Additionally, The battles between the mist and stone villages were also fierce, with the second Mizukage and the second Tsuchikage perishing in combat. Knowing these events serves Renya no purpose. With his current strength, he cannot alter the course of the war. At best, he could warn Tobirama about the dangers of the alliance, enabling him to prepare in advance or refrain from attending the ceremony altogether. If he could change Tobirama's fate, that would be commendable as well. That old fellow's political acumen is at least superior to Sarutobi Hiruzen's. With his leadership, Renya would have a slightly higher survival rate on the battlefield. Yet, one cannot dismiss the possibility that this old fellow might deliberately assign him a task that could lead to his demise. Based on what Renya knows of Tobirama, the likelihood of such a scenario is relatively low, though not impossible. For Tobirama, the safety of the village supersedes all else. If Renya's life could bring value to the village, he would undoubtedly send Renya to sacrifice himself without hesitation. Ultimately, possessing formidable strength is paramount. In a few years, I will surely become stronger. Renya clenched his fists, resolving to double his training from this moment forth. Meanwhile, in Senju Tobirama's chamber, he lay tossing and turning in bed. A rarity for one who usually enjoyed sound sleep. Tonight, however, he found himself struggling with insomnia. His elder brother's unusual behavior today filled him with confusion and unease. He remained unaware of what troubled his brother. The village was thriving, and the villagers lived in contentment. Under his brother's formidable presence, no other nations dared to wage war. And for the first time since the Warring States, peace had settled over the ninja world. In such an environment, he could not comprehend what weighed heavily on his brother's mind. Tobirama fell into contemplation. What could possibly cause his brother such distress? Suddenly, a figure flashed through his mind. If there was to be any upheaval, it could only be attributed to Uchiha Madara. A grave expression crossed Tobirama's face as he whispered, "Could it be that Uchiha Madara is plotting something?" Since Madara's defection from Konoha, he had not heard a whisper of his whereabouts, as if he had vanished from existence. He had previously dispatched individuals to seek out Madara, yet they had uncovered nothing. Tobirama was acutely aware of the terror that Madara embodied. If Madara were to undertake any extreme actions, only his elder brother could stand against him. "I hope my suspicions are unfounded," Tobirama murmured. The Uchiha clan was a collection of dangerous lunatics, and Uchiha Madara was the most perilous among them. Originally, there had been two, but he had inadvertently eliminated one, leaving only the last. It was unfathomable to consider the devastation that would befall the village should Madara launch an assault. With this thought, Tobirama sprang from his bed and strode purposefully toward the door. A suspicious individual by nature, he could not afford to dismiss even the faintest possibility of danger. To avert such a calamity, he needed to summon the sealing squad to reinforce Konoha's barriers, preventing Uchiha Madara from infiltrating the village. The twilight sky was stained crimson, as if foreshadowing impending misfortune. Just as Tobirama opened the door, a thunderous roar echoed from afar, piercing through the air like a dagger to the eardrums. Following that was an overwhelming and violent surge of chakra. Instinctively, he turned towards the source of the sound. A colossal crimson fox was advancing toward Konoha, its 9 enormous tails sweeping through the forest, snapping trees in half wherever it went. Is that the 9 tails? Tobirama leapt atop a rooftop. Upon sighting the 9 tails, his pupils dilated in shock. He had heard rumors of the tailed beasts and knew that the Cloud Village sought to capture the 9 tails. But its formidable power had resulted in the demise of nearly all who attempted. 2 individuals had even been swallowed whole by the beast, yet miraculously survived by consuming its flesh and blood within its belly. They endured for 2 weeks before being expelled from the 9 tails, fortuitously acquiring its chakra in the process. Tobirama was perplexed. What could have brought the 9 tails here? At that moment, the 9 tails' blood-red vertical eyes turned toward Konoha. Tobirama's breath caught in his throat as he noticed the Sharingan glimmering in the 9 tails' gaze. Not only that, but a familiar figure stood atop the beast's head, clad in red armor and wielding a scythe and fan. Uchiha Madara. Tobirama's expression darkened. He could not believe the very scenario he feared had come to pass. Uchiha Madara had truly arrived. Chapter 45, Tailed Beast Bomb. The tremendous commotion roused every inhabitant of Konoha from their slumber. As they stepped outside their homes and beheld the enormous 9 tails in the distance, their faces turned ashen. The overwhelming aura emanating from the beast sent chills down their spines. "It's a tailed beast. Everyone flee!" Someone shouted hoarsely, plunging the crowd into chaos. Mothers clutching infants stumbled, the elderly were pinned against walls by the panicking throngs, and young ninjas trembled as they gripped their kunai, their knuckles turning white from exertion. Villagers cowered in the shadows, their legs trembling to the point of collapse. Even the ninjas felt a surge of profound fear. Faced with the might of the Nine Tails, thoughts of resistance fled their minds. Renya emerged from his room, gazing up at the distant Nine Tails. Even from afar, the immense pressure it exuded left him breathless. Is this truly the Nine Tails? His voice quivered. In this moment, he grasped the true horror of the tailed beasts. The power of the Nine Tails exceeded his comprehension. No wonder it could become a war weapon for the village in the future. Should this creature grace the battlefield, the consequences would be unimaginable. Perhaps, in the presence of Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama, the Nine Tails was merely a colossal toy. Yet to ordinary ninjas, the beast could easily obliterate them. Even elite jonin would have no choice but to flee when confronted with a tailed beast. Kid, stay at home and don't run around, Tobirama commanded before vanishing from sight. Uchiha Madara's intentions were anything but benign. He needed to swiftly organize forces to repel the Nine Tails' intrusion. Soon, Tobirama gathered hundreds of ninjas, preparing to stand guard at the gates of Konoha. At that moment, Uchiha Madara had already maneuvered the Nine Tails close at hand. Tobirama's expression was anxious. Where was his brother? If Senju Hashirama did not arrive, they would be powerless to stop Uchiha Madara. The ninjas stared at the Nine Tails before them, nervously swallowing their saliva. Could they truly hold it back? The thought inevitably arose in the minds of those present. They will die. They will surely perish. Senju Tobirama gritted his teeth, realizing that at this juncture, all he could do was delay as much as possible, awaiting the arrival of his elder brother. He looked up at Uchiha Madara, perched atop the Nine Tails, and spoke in a low voice. Madara, what do you intend to do? Uchiha Madara, gazing down from his elevated position, replied coldly. What do I intend to do? Naturally, I aim to obliterate Konoha. Observing Tobirama's grim countenance, he continued, in my view, the existence of the Hidden Leaf Village has lost its significance. Hashirama's ideals are misguided. This piece is but a facade. Rather than perpetuate this illusion, it would be more prudent to start anew. You are merely a traitor, entirely unqualified to judge Konoha, Tobirama retorted. Upon hearing this, Madara's expression momentarily faltered, only to be replaced by a mocking smile. A traitor? The Hidden Leaf was established by Hashirama and me. He has led the village astray, which is why I chose to leave. Before he could finish, Tobirama interjected, such eloquent words, yet you are merely a forsaken hound abandoned by your kin. The Uchiha clansmen present gasped in horror, their eyes wide with disbelief as they looked at Senju Tobirama. No, those words should not be spoken. If you wish to die, do not drag us with you. They could already envision the wrathful Madara tearing them to shreds. Realizing he had misspoken, Tobirama had initially intended to buy time, but his anger at Madara had led him to utter those words. Madara's expression shifted unpredictably as he turned his gaze toward the clansmen below. The three tomo in his eyes spun rapidly, forming a kaleidoscope pattern. The Uchiha, unable to meet the gaze of their former leader, lowered their heads. The scene of Madara rallying them to leave was still fresh in their memories. Tobirama was correct. They had indeed abandoned their leader. Believing Madara would fly into a rage, Tobirama commanded, at any cost, prevent him from entering the village. If the Nine Tails breaches the village, the consequences will be unthinkable. Contrary to expectations, Madara did not succumb to rage, but instead stared quietly at the Uchiha clansmen. You are mistaken. It is not they who abandoned me, but I who abandoned them. Madara's expression remained impassive. These short-sighted fools are unworthy of being my kin. Upon hearing this, the Uchiha clansmen displayed expressions of guilt. Their experiences of ostracism over the years had made them realize that Madara's decision had been the correct one. Unfortunately, there was no turning back. They could not return. That guy Madara, Tobirama exclaimed in astonishment, seemingly taken aback by Madara's words. This reminiscing ends here, insects. As Madara spoke, he commanded the Nine Tails to launch an assault. Be careful, Tobirama shouted. The massive claws of the Nine Tails descended, prompting everyone to dodge hastily. A few were unable to evade in time, and were instantly reduced to mere mist of blood. Tobirama formed hand seals and unleashed a ninjutsu. Water-style, Water Dragon Bullet. The remaining ninjas followed suit, performing hand seals to release their jutsus. In an instant, countless powerful techniques surged toward the Nine Tails. However, the ninjutsu struck the beast without inflicting any harm, instead awakening its feral instincts. The Nine Tails roared, shattering the ground beneath it, and the flying debris struck the crowd like cannonballs. A medical ninja attempting to heal an injured comrade was pierced through the chest by a boulder. A ninja wielding kunai attempted a close-range assault, but was flung back by the Nine Tails chakra, crashing heavily to the ground, his fate uncertain. The battlefield was engulfed in smoke. The ninja's attacks akin to ants attempting to shake a tree, while the Nine Tails' onslaught was only beginning. Despair took root in the hearts of the ninjas. Could they truly withstand the Nine Tails? Madara, cease this at once. Tobirama implored. Do not stray further down this misguided path. Before his words could fully escape, the Nine Tails unleashed a thunderous roar, causing the ground to crack beneath them. Misguided path? Madara's laughter intertwined with the beast's roars, dripping with mockery. This is the only path. Behold how fragile your beloved Konoha appears before absolute power. He raised his hand, summoning a colossal-tailed beast ball that glowed ominously, illuminating the despair etched on the faces of the crowd. And you, Senju Tobirama, will witness the demise of Konoha here. Tobirama swallowed hard, his thoughts racing. Brother, where are you? It is one thing to be late, but now Konoha is on the brink of destruction. It would be excessive to delay any longer. In the distance, Renya watched the tailed beast ball forming in the Nine Tails' mouth, feeling a chill run down his spine. What a jest! If that tailed beast ball descends, the entirety of Konoha will face obliteration. If I had known it would be this perilous, I would have taken on a mission instead. Just then, a commanding voice resonated through the air. Madara, stand down. Upon hearing this voice, Renya exhaled in relief. Uncle Hashirama has finally arrived. Chapter 46, The Battle at the Valley of the End. Senju Hashirama was seen riding a wooden dragon, gazing at Madara from afar. Madara, please, relinquish your assault. Do you truly wish to destroy the village we built together? Uchiha Madara's demeanor remained calm. Hashirama, the peace you cherish is misguided. I do not share your beliefs. As he spoke, the tailed beast ball in the Nine Tails' mouth suddenly shot forth. Tobirama's pupils dilated in shock. He had not anticipated that Madara would act so decisively. He truly intended to annihilate Konoha. With a clap of his hands, Hashirama summoned immense wooden vines behind him, forming a colossal barrier that absorbed the impact of the tailed beast ball. In the rush to defend against the tailed beast ball, even Hashirama found it challenging to maintain his footing. Sweat trickled down his forehead as he cast a disbelieving glance at his former friend. Madara, why are you doing this? Hashirama, you remain as naive as ever, always clinging to your ideals, Madara replied, his gaze as tranquil as a still lake. He had come to battle with a resolve to die and would not be swayed by Hashirama's words. If you intend to persuade me, I advise you to abandon that notion. Madara's derisive expression met Hashirama's steady gaze. We are no longer of the same world. Brother, stop being so sentimental. Tobirama interjected. Madara intends to destroy Konoha. Why waste time with words? I understand, Hashirama murmured softly. Madara had embarked upon an irreversible path, and persuasion was futile. Hashirama's gaze hardened as he stared into Madara's crimson Sharingan, his voice deep and resolute. I will not allow anyone to destroy the village, not even you. Before his words could fade, countless sturdy wooden stakes erupted from the earth, surging toward Madara and the Nine Tails. Hashirama, Madara. A cataclysmic battle was on the verge of erupting. Hashirama understood that Konoha could not withstand the aftermath of such a conflict. He leaped into the air, the chakra from his wood release coalescing beneath his feet into a massive lotus platform, using it to shield against the Nine Tails' assault. Madara, if you have the capability, then follow me. Madara, fully aware of Hashirama's intentions, paid them no mind. The two engaged in battle, gradually distancing themselves from Konoha. Renya, spectating the clash between Hashirama and Madara, was left speechless in astonishment. Is this truly the extent of a person's power? He felt that even if he were to awaken the Mangekyo Sharingan in the future, he would still not be a match for Uchiha Madara. Unless, of course, he were to locate an elderly Madara, frail and reliant on life support, several decades from now. After all, by then, Madara would be reduced to a mere shadow of his former self, barely able to walk. A mere elderly man, Renya mused, would be easily dealt with. However, such thoughts were only fanciful. Finding Madara's hiding place would be no simple feat. Renya felt a sense of helplessness. Perhaps that would be his only opportunity to ever triumph over Madara. The figures of Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara faded from sight. Yet the thunderous sounds of their battle echoed in the distance. Renya understood that the outcome of this confrontation would conclude with Senju Hashirama's victory and Uchiha Madara's feigned death as a means of escape. After this battle, the time left for him to develop was scant. The sounds of conflict echoed throughout the night, gradually fading as dawn broke. Everyone understood that the duel between the two had concluded, and a sense of trepidation filled the air. Who would emerge victorious? Lord Hokage, you must prevail. The villagers could scarcely fathom the consequences should Hashirama Senju be defeated. Tobirama Senju led the Leaf Ninjas to the battleground, initially intending to assist, but was sternly rebuffed by his elder brother. Hashirama did not wish for anyone to intrude upon his confrontation with Madara. Only when the sounds of battle ceased did Tobirama proceed with his comrades. If his brother triumphed, all would be well. If Madara prevailed, they would take action against him. In the Valley of the End, Uchiha Madara and Hashirama Senju faced each other, both utterly exhausted from a night of relentless combat, their armor in tatters. Madara had even depleted the chakra necessary to activate his Sharingan. They charged at one another, the clash of weapons resounding as Hashirama fell to the ground. Madara turned to look at him, softly stating, "It is I who stands now," a reversal from that time. His thoughts wandered back to the moment he was bested by Hashirama. Had he won then, Konoha would never have been established. It was his defeat that led to Hashirama's persuasion to form an alliance and create the village together. Hashirama knelt, his voice heavy with resolve. "I will protect the dream we have just realized. I shall not allow you to destroy this village." Madara scoffed, "Hashirama, you are merely a failure now. Just wait." Before he could finish his words, Hashirama suddenly appeared behind him, driving a blade through his left chest. Madara stared in disbelief, glancing down at the weapon impaling him, realizing that the Hashirama he faced moments before had merely been a wood-release clone. "I was struck from behind," Madara whispered in shock. "I will protect our village." Hashirama's expression turned grave. No matter the circumstances, safeguarding the village meant safeguarding everything. He firmly believed that anyone who posed a threat to the village, even friends, brothers, or children, would not be spared. "You have changed, Hashirama." Madara's body weakened, and he collapsed. "You initially established the village to protect your family and friends, yet now you would kill them to safeguard the village. Is this not a distortion of priorities?" With those final words, Madara slowly fell to the ground. Hashirama gazed at Madara's lifeless form, enveloped in silence. If he could, he would have spared his once dear friend. Alas, Madara's actions had crossed a line for him. In his eyes, the safety of the village outweighed all else. Sitting beside Madara's body, he softly lamented, "Madara, I have tirelessly endeavored to ease the rift between the Senju and Uchiha clans." A smile flickered across Hashirama's face. "I even had Tobirama adopt one of your Uchiha children, hoping that through their bond, he would gradually shed his biases against your clan." He had believed Madara would merely sulk and soon return to the village, looking forward to sharing this news and surprising him. Yet, this was the unforeseen outcome. "Madara, farewell." At that moment, Tobirama and a multitude of ninjas arrived. Upon seeing Hashirama as the victor, a collective sigh of relief escaped their lips. "Brother, are you all right?" Tobirama inquired with concern. Hashirama shook his head and struggled to rise from the ground. "Tobirama, I am fine." Tobirama's gaze fell upon Madara's body, a glint of greed in his eyes. Madara possessed the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. If he could unlock its secrets, Hashirama seemed to discern Tobirama's intentions. His tone sharp, "Tobirama, I advise you not to covet Madara's remains, lest you provoke my ire." He would not allow anyone to desecrate the body of his fallen friend. "I understand, brother." Ultimately, Tobirama concealed Madara's body deep within the mountains of Konoha. In the heart of the mountains, Uchiha Madara suddenly opened his eyes, lying within his coffin. Chapter 47. Hashirama's Injuries. At the Senju residence, is Uncle Hashirama's condition improving? Renya inquired. Since the battle at the Valley of the End, Hashirama's injuries had shown no signs of healing. Given his physical constitution, one would expect even fatal wounds to mend swiftly. Yet, months had passed since the conflict, and still, Hashirama's condition remained unchanged, filling Renya with concern. If Hashirama were to perish, would the ninja war not erupt immediately? Tobirama's expression grew grave as he explained. "It seems my brother's cells have entered a state of dormancy." During this period, he had conducted comprehensive studies on Hashirama's body and was astonished to discover that his cellular division rate had slowed dramatically, akin to that of an aging elder. Renya furrowed her brow at this revelation. It presented a troubling dilemma. Hashirama's formidable vitality and regenerative capabilities stemmed from his remarkably active cell division. This allowed him to swiftly regenerate damaged tissues and recover from severe injuries in battle. However, now that his cellular division was sluggish, it indicated that during his fight with Madara, his cells had been overexerted, utilized extensively to mend grievous wounds or to undergo substantial proliferation for powerful jutsu, resulting in a temporary decline in division speed. It resembled the phenomenon where, after significant blood loss, hematopoietic stem cells would initially divide rapidly, but after a while, their division rate would diminish, necessitating time to normalize. This could very well explain Hashirama's delayed recovery. Renya speculated that it would not be long before his cellular division returned to its former vigor. However, excessive cellular division presented another flaw. It would deplete vitality. An overabundance of divisions would hasten the consumption of life force. This might be the underlying cause of Hashirama's potential demise. Tobirama was acutely aware of these considerations. Ever since his brother's injury, he had been searching for a remedy, yet had found no solution. With a heavy sigh, Tobirama lamented, "I have done all I can." Renya remained silent, fully aware of the impending developments in the ninja world. She was the one who least desired Hashirama's death. The title of God of Ninjas was not bestowed lightly. As long as Hashirama Senju drew breath, other nations would hesitate to encroach upon the land of fire. Thus, war would be averted, granting her ample time to grow stronger. Yet, should Hashirama succumb, the balance of power in the ninja realm would inevitably shift. After all, with both Hashirama Senju and Madara Uchiha deceased, other shinobi villages would undoubtedly seize the opportunity to attack the leaderless Konoha. Tobirama's countenance reflected the gravity of his thoughts. He shared Renya's concerns. His brother's harrowing injuries had illuminated the fragility of life and the profound loss a powerful ninja's passing could inflict upon the village. He began to ponder, how could fallen ninjas be summoned back to serve Konoha once more? If he could devise such a jutsu, it would transcend the boundaries of life and death. In this manner, even if his brother were to depart this world, he could bring him back. As long as he could invent this technique, Konoha would no longer need to fear the covetous eyes of other nations. Renya remained oblivious to Tobirama's thoughts. Otherwise, she would surely be taken aback. In the evening, at the Senju residence, Tobirama, "Little Renya, you have come," Uzumaki Mido spoke softly. Hashirama's lingering injuries had caused her great distress, rendering her visibly haggard. "Sister-in-law, how has my brother been faring lately?" Tobirama inquired, his throat constricting. Among the three Senju brothers, two had perished during the Warring States period, leaving only Hashirama as the eldest. He could not bear the thought of losing him as well. Once again, the situation remains unchanged, showing no signs of improvement. The lashes of Vortex Mizuhito flutter lightly. During this period, she has enlisted numerous medical ninjas to treat Hashirama. Yet to no avail. Observing this, Tobirama offered words of comfort. "Rest assured, sister-in-law, I will find a solution." With that, he led Renya into the house. "Tobirama, little Renya, what brings you here?" Hashirama managed to sit up with great effort, casting his gaze upon the two. "Uncle Hashirama, are you all right?" Renya expressed his concern. He silently prayed, "Uncle Hashirama, you must hold on a few more years. I have yet to mature." Seeing the worry etched on Renya's face warmed Hashirama's heart. He had indeed not misjudged this child. "Ha, little Renya, there is no need for concern. I shall recover swiftly," he assured, sensing that his injuries would heal soon. "Is that true, brother?" Tobirama inquired eagerly. "Indeed, Tobirama," Hashirama replied, revealing the wounds on his arm. Renya and Tobirama hastened to examine them. As Hashirama had stated, the wounds were indeed healing. Although the recovery was not as rapid as before, it was evident that progress was being made. Upon witnessing this, Renya let out a sigh of relief. "It's good to know you're fine, Uncle Hashirama." "Haha, I apologize for worrying you," Hashirama chuckled, ruffling Renya's hair. The more he looked at this child, the more he liked him. Renya's previous expression of concern was genuine. He could feel the sincerity of the child's worry for his safety. "Brother, it's a relief that you're okay. If anything arises, have sister-in-law seek me out," Tobirama stated, pausing before adding, "Brother, you must recover. The village cannot do without you." At these words, Hashirama's demeanor shifted, his expression turning grave. "I understand, Tobirama." Having grasped the situation concerning Hashirama, Renya resolved to undertake missions with relentless fervor. He knew that time was of the essence for him to grow stronger. He must acquire the strength for self-preservation before Hashirama's passing, lest he become mere cannon fodder in the midst of war. In the days that followed, Renya spent every moment either executing missions or traveling to do so, much to the chagrin of Shimura Danzo and Samujiya Koharu. On several occasions, after completing a mission with injuries still fresh, Renya would already embark on a new task. However, the results were remarkable. Throughout their missions, the trio engaged in life and death struggles, constantly reflecting and summarizing, resulting in significant improvements in their abilities. In just a year, their strength had nearly reached the level of Chunin. Senju Yosuke held them in high regard. At the border of the land of fire, Koharu suggested, "Renya-kun, shall we take a break now that this mission is complete?" A hint of fatigue flickered in her eyes. This marked their 5th mission of the month. Aside from travel and rest, they had been solely focused on their tasks. Upon hearing this, Danzo paused his bandaging, his gaze shifting to Renya. Although he spoke not a word, it was clear he too desired a respite. Renya lowered his eyes, wiping his blade, Muku, reflecting the disheveled appearance of the three. Koharu appeared pale from excessive chakra use, while Danzo's bandaged arm continued to seep blood. With their hopeful gazes upon him, Renya nodded in agreement. Indeed, a period of rest was warranted. He sheathed his blade, causing Danzo's tense expression to finally ease. Finally, we can rest. If we had taken on another mission, I might have met my end, he thought. Koharu, filled with enthusiasm, patted Renya on the back and turned to dash towards the village, exclaiming, "It's settled then. I plan to sleep for 3 days and nights." With the mission concluded, they prepared for their return. The setting sun elongated their shadows. Chapter 48. I would rather you become a chef. Senju Tobirama's residence. Little brat, your timing is impeccable. Hurry and prepare a meal for me. Senju Tobirama emerged from his study, his face etched with fatigue. For the past year, he had been tirelessly researching a jutsu that could bring the deceased back to the realm of ninjas. After countless experiments, he had yet to achieve any success. The crux of this jutsu lay in summoning the souls of the departed, a feat that proved extraordinarily difficult. In pursuit of mastering soul control, he intended to develop a jutsu capable of binding souls, tentatively dubbed soul binding. Once he successfully crafted this technique, he would be able to control the souls of the deceased, thereby facilitating their summoning. Tobirama had become so engrossed in his research that he often neglected sleep and sustenance. Aside from the occasional meal brought by his sister-in-law, he had subsisted solely on soldier pills, leaving his palate yearning for flavor. Upon seeing Renya return, he promptly ordered him to cook. During Renya's absence, Tobirama had frequently lamented, "This brat is always off on missions, never returning home." Hearing Tobirama's words, Renya felt a twitch in his eyelids, inwardly grumbling, "This old man is summoning me to cook again." The irony lay in the fact that he had only just entered, without even having had a sip of water. "Uncle, I'm injured," Renya replied helplessly. Noticing the bandages wrapped around Renya's abdomen, Tobirama finally recognized the situation. "A mere scratch. Endure it for a moment. I haven't eaten in days." Renya was taken aback. "What does your lack of food have to do with me?" "Uncle, I shouldn't have to remind you that you're in your 30s. Can't you just cook for yourself when you're hungry?" Renya's expression was a mix of incredulity and exasperation, as if he were gazing upon a fool. Tobirama's face flushed with embarrassment as he explained, "I've been preoccupied with developing jutsu. When would I have time to cook?" "Uncle, you're secretly conducting research on forbidden techniques behind Uncle Hashirama's back again," Renya sighed. In his previous encounters, Tobirama had always been engrossed in lofty jutsu. Yet, upon witnessing the scrolls he studied, Renya found the techniques to be exceedingly abstract, with some bordering on the morally reprehensible. It was no wonder Hashirama had prohibited Tobirama from further research. If he were to continue, who could predict the catastrophic jutsu he might develop? Despite Hashirama's explicit ban, this old man persisted in his clandestine research. After Renya caught him in the act, Tobirama even threatened him to keep quiet about it to his elder brother. Regarding this matter, Renya could only turn a blind eye and feign ignorance. "The jutsu I'm developing is not forbidden. It's a legacy for the village," Tobirama asserted with a serious expression. He believed that the techniques he was crafting, while perilous, could unleash immense power. Even if he and Hashirama were no longer around in the future, these jutsu would fortify the village against invasions from other nations. Renya remained non-committal at this assertion. Tobirama's techniques were indeed formidable, and mastering even one could greatly enhance his own strength, akin to the Shadow Clone technique and Flying Thunder God technique. Once Naruto and his son had mastered these, they almost became their signature skills. However, the sole drawback of Tobirama's jutsu was the high demands placed upon the user. The Shadow Clone technique required the practitioner to possess an abundance of chakra. Insufficient chakra could lead to depletion, endangering one's life. Moreover, the Flying Thunder God technique necessitated a profound comprehension of complex space-time ninjutsu principles, alongside exceptional talent. In summary, it was exceedingly difficult for the average person to master. Renya had long harbored a desire to learn the Flying Thunder God technique, yet had never found the opportunity to voice his wish. With Tobirama not mentioning it, he felt it inappropriate to inquire. Even if this old man were to teach him, there was no guarantee he could learn it. "Enough chatter, little brat. Go prepare a meal," Tobirama urged. With a resigned sigh, Renya trudged into the kitchen, muttering to himself, "At this rate, I feel more like a chef than a ninja." Since the moment he was taken in by Senju Tobirama, he had become the household chef of the Senju clan. Upon returning from each mission, his first priority was not rest, but to prepare meals. Initially, it was manageable. All that was required of Renya was to cook, with no other responsibilities to consider. However, times have changed. Not only must he now cook, but he also has to procure ingredients and wash the dishes. This old fellow always claims to be busy, leaving all the menial and laborious tasks to him. Senju Tobirama observed Renya entering the kitchen with a complex expression, whispering softly, "Little one, I truly wish you would become a chef. The world of ninjas is fraught with peril, akin to living with one's head precariously tied to one's belt, where death could strike at any moment. He would prefer for Renya to lack the talents of a ninja and instead run a restaurant in the village. As long as Konoha is not destroyed, Renya could live a blissful life as an ordinary person. After all, having cohabited with Renya for so long, he had developed a bond akin to that of raising a dog. How much more profound was the connection with a living human being? Tobirama was naturally averse to the idea of Renya perishing in battle. Yet, there was little he could do. Once one becomes a ninja, certain realities must be faced. He could not possibly protect this young lad for a lifetime, could he? At the dining table, the aroma of the cuisine allowed Tobirama to forget his fatigue and worries. Indeed, the culinary skills of this young lad were exceptional. After devouring 2 bowls of rice, he still felt unsatisfied and reached for a third. This young chef often ventured out on missions, sometimes absent for weeks. If he did not indulge now, he would only have soldier pills to sustain him in the lab later. As Tobirama savored the meal, Renya inquired, "Uncle, is Sister Sakura about to give birth?" The Sakura Renya referred to was none other than Tsunade's mother and the daughter-in-law of Senju Hashirama. "It should be soon," Tobirama replied, setting down his chopsticks. "It is likely to happen within these few days." "I understand. I will visit Sister Sakura when the time comes." "Yes, remember to extend your blessings to Fujin and Sakura." "Rest assured, Uncle. Fujin is the son of Senju Hashirama, and thus Tobirama's nephew." Initially, Renya was curious about the whereabouts of Hashirama's son, but later learned that Hashirama had sent his son to the feudal lord's residence for an arranged marriage. Fujin had been residing in the capital of the Land of Fire with his wife and had not returned to Konoha. It was only natural that Renya was unaware of this. If it were not for the impending birth of his wife, Fujin might not have returned at all. Renya gathered from Tobirama that Hashirama and his son had a strained relationship, having not communicated for a prolonged period. The root of this estrangement lay in the marriage arrangement. While Fujin described it as a marriage alliance, it could also be viewed as a form of becoming a son-in-law. It was perplexing that Hashirama would choose to have his son enter into such an arrangement. This situation had caused a rift between father and son. As for why Fujin had returned, Renya speculated it might be a case of the truth of attraction, considering that Sister Sakura was quite beautiful. Chapter 49. The Birth of Tsunade. With Sakura's impending delivery, Renya refrained from accepting missions for several days, granting a brief respite to Shimura Danzo and Torian Koharu. This delighted both of them, allowing them to enjoy their hard-earned holiday. A few days later, at the Senju estate, Senju Hashirama paced anxiously in the courtyard, fretting. "What should I do? Is it a boy or a girl?" Senju Fujin looked bewildered at his father. Shouldn't these lines belong to him? After all, he was the one who was to become a father. Uzumaki Mito rolled her eyes in exasperation. "Hashirama, stop causing a ruckus." "Haha, it's my first time being a grandfather. I'm a bit nervous." Hashirama sheepishly scratched his head. After a year of recuperation, Hashirama's injuries had healed completely. However, he could distinctly feel that his physical abilities had declined. His vitality was far from what it once was. Hashirama was aware that he was not far from death. To prevent Mito and Tobirama from worrying, he had not disclosed this matter to them. Therefore, he cherished the time he had now. When he learned he was to become a grandfather, his heart brimmed with joy. He never expected such a delightful surprise in the twilight years of his life. At that moment, Tobirama and Renya hurriedly arrived. "What is the situation, brother?" Tobirama asked anxiously. Naturally, he was deeply concerned about the impending arrival of his grandchild. "Fujin, are you all right?" Renya approached Fujin, who was visibly sweating, his face pale, and his legs trembling slightly. Upon hearing Renya's inquiry, Fujin's voice quivered. "Renya, I'm a bit nervous." He was genuinely worried for the safety of his wife and child. Childbirth in the world of ninjas is perilous. Any misstep could result in a tragic outcome for both mother and child. "Relax, Sister Sakura, and the baby will be just fine," Renya gently reassured him. He believed that Fujin's fears were unfounded. After all, Tsunade would eventually have a younger brother named Shoju, at least until Shoju was born. It was unlikely that Fujin and Sakura would encounter any mishaps. As for what would transpire afterward, Renya could not say. The original story did not elaborate on their future events. However, considering they lived in the feudal lord's residence, it was reasonable to assume that they would be safe enough. "Thank you, Renya," Fujin said, his anxiety somewhat alleviated. Experiencing such a situation for the first time, it would be disingenuous to claim he was not nervous. He genuinely feared for the possibility of a tragic outcome. Fortunately, before long, the sound of a baby's cry filled the air. Everyone rushed to the doorway. anticipation written on their faces. Fujin, do you prefer a boy or a girl? Hashirama asked his son. I like both, Fujin replied, his face flushed. The midwife opened the door, cradling the newborn, and cheerfully announced, everyone, there's no need to worry. The delivery went smoothly, and both mother and daughter are safe. Upon hearing this, everyone rushed forward to take a look. Hashirama received the child, his face breaking into a wide grin. Haha, it's a girl. I have a granddaughter now. Brother, let me hold her. Tobirama eagerly interjected. Hashirama's response was so swift that Tobirama barely had time to react before his granddaughter was nestled in his brother's arms. Take it easy, Tobirama. Let me hold her for a moment first, Hashirama chuckled, knowing that as long as the granddaughter was in his hands, he could decide how long he wished to hold her. As for Tobirama, who cared about him? Renya had initially wanted to catch a glimpse of Tsunade just after her birth, but it was impossible to squeeze in. Not only him, but even Fujin, the father, could only watch as his father and uncle vied for their child. However, Fujin quickly thought of his wife, disregarding Tsunade, and rushed into the room. Renya raised an eyebrow at this. It seemed evident to him that Fujin and Sakura shared a true love, while Tsunade was merely a happy accident. Hashirama, hand me my granddaughter. Mito extended her arms, eager to hold her granddaughter as well. Hashirama was somewhat reluctant, but with his wife speaking up, he had no choice but to reluctantly relinquish the child. Dame, I haven't even held her yet, Tobirama muttered weakly. It was clear he had arrived first. How could his sister-in-law cut in line? Tobirama, hold on a moment. Let me see my granddaughter first, Mito smiled. Fine, Tobirama sighed. He could only hope that his sister-in-law would hasten to hand the baby over to him. After what felt like an eternity, during which Tobirama anxiously awaited, Mito finally prepared to pass the granddaughter to him. He eagerly stretched out his hands, ready to receive Tsunade. My first time holding my granddaughter. I am filled with anticipation. Just then, Fujin emerged, supporting a weak Sakura. Mito, may I see the child? Sakura asked. Of course, Mito replied without hesitation, passing Tsunade to Sakura. After all, Sakura was the child's mother. Watching Sakura receive his granddaughter, Tobirama felt as though the sky had fallen. He had waited so long, only to face such a conclusion. As Renya observed the constipated expression of Senju Tobirama, he nearly choked back his laughter. This old fellow is truly amusing. Uzumaki Mito, noticing Tobirama's forlorn demeanor, helplessly shrugged his shoulders, saying, Tobirama, there's nothing I can do. Even the child's mother has spoken. Fortunately, in the end, Tobirama was granted his wish and held his granddaughter in his arms. The tenderness in his gaze directed towards Tsunade was palpable. Renya was utterly astonished by this scene. Had he not witnessed it with his own eyes, he would never have believed that this old man possessed such a gentle side. Sakura chose the name Tsunade for her daughter. Following Tsunade's birth, everyone showered the child with immense affection. Sadly, it was not long before Fugaku and Sakura took Tsunade to the capital, which left Senju Hashirama in distress. On the day of their departure, he tugged at Fugaku's sleeve, pleading for them to leave Tsunade behind. Observing his father's embarrassing display, Fugaku felt a twinge of helplessness. Ultimately, he promised that they would frequently bring Tsunade back, which allowed Hashirama to reluctantly let go. Subsequently, Fugaku kept his word, returning with Tsunade every so often. The joy of frequently seeing their granddaughter thrilled Hashirama and his wife. With this little interlude concluded, Renya returned to his normal life as a ninja. It is noteworthy that during Renya's missions, Senju Hashirama convened a meeting of the 5 Kage, selling the captured tailed beasts to various villages. Uzumaki Mito utilized the sealing techniques of the Uzumaki clan to confine the 9 tails within her own body. Other ninja villages soon followed suit, leading to the emergence of Jinchuriki. Chapter 50. The Chunin exam cannot have theoretical questions, right? At the entrance of Konoha, Renya and his companions had just returned from a mission. In this endeavor, they had collectively dispatched a squad of Chunin from the Land of Wind. At that moment, Renya noticed Senju Yusuke had unexpectedly arrived at the gate. Yusuke-sensei, what brings you here? The trio inquired, perplexed. Hey, don't you three think too little of me as your guiding teacher? Senju Yusuke lamented, rubbing his temples in frustration. As the leading jonin, his duty was to accompany the trio on missions to ensure their safety. Yet, each time Renya went to accept a mission, he neglected to inform him. By the time Yusuke learned of it, the three had already set off on their task. And sometimes, he would only find out after they had completed it. In principle, a Jinin squad was required to be accompanied by a Chunin or Jonin instructor when accepting missions at the task hall. However, due to their unique status and the fact that they had reached Chunin level, the staff responsible for task registration chose to turn a blind eye. After all, Their teacher was Lord Tobirama. Lianya's reluctance to have Senju Yusuke accompany them stemmed from a simple rationale. If Yusuke, as a jonin, were to provide covert protection, they would be less inclined to fight fiercely during missions. Subconsciously, they might develop a dependency, leading to a significant decline in their fighting spirit and potential. In encounters with formidable foes, they might instinctively wait for the jonin to intervene rather than actively considering how to apply their skills and collaborate as a team to navigate challenges. Over time, this could result in a lethargy in their combat awareness, fostering a dangerous complacency rooted in the belief that someone would always have their back. Upon realizing this, Lianyi ceased to notify Senju Yusuke about their missions. Initially, Danzo and Koharu were perplexed, but they gradually came to understand during the course of their missions. Of course, the tasks Lianyi accepted never exceeded the capabilities of the squad. He sought to grow stronger, not to act recklessly. Tasks beyond their abilities would be akin to courting death. Lianyi recalled an occasion when the mission target was reported as a Chunin squad, only for him to discover upon arrival that an experienced jonin was leading them. He calculated that the probability of successfully ambushing them was merely 40. Without hesitation, he abandoned the mission and fled with his companions. Jonin who had survived the Warring States period possessed vast combat experience and were exceedingly cautious. They would not underestimate Lianyi and his team merely because of their youth, instead employing their full strength to swiftly conclude the battle. Those who were overconfident and underestimated their opponents often ended up 6 feet under. After all, ninjas function as high-damage assassins, with their physical resilience being limited. Even a jonin could potentially falter against a chunin or jinin. Lianyi preferred to avoid confrontations with jonin who had emerged unscathed from the Warring States period unless absolutely necessary, in which case he would be compelled to fight. During other times, if escape was an option, he would take it without shame. Senju Yusuke was well aware of Lianyi and his companion's mindset, and he felt a sense of reassurance. However, this also left him feeling somewhat irrelevant. In this time of peace, the village's jonin were occupied guiding students on missions, while he found himself wandering aimlessly around the village. Here he was, a distinguished jonin, reduced to the status of a slacker. Those jonin who were on friendly terms with Yusuke often teased him, asking if he had been ostracized by his students. In such moments, Yusuke could only smile and remain silent, as the burden of his frustrations was his alone to bear. The excessive independence of his students was not entirely advantageous. To escape the feeling of being a mere idle figure in the village, he contemplated and ultimately resolved, "Your performance has been commendable, so I have registered you 3 for the upcoming Chunin exam," Yusuke announced. "Given your strength, passing the exam should not pose a challenge for you. This way, I can begin to guide the newly graduated Genin." Typically, Chunin serve as the backbone of the village, an essential component of its combat prowess. Once one passes the Chunin exam and becomes a Chunin, the team is no longer required to have a supervising teacher. In fact, most instructors for Genin are Chunin themselves. As the number of Jonin in a village is limited, generally, a handful of Jonin guide a group of Genin, and once those Genin become Chunin, they are then tasked with instructing newly graduated Genin. The trio stood frozen in place, taken aback by Senju Yusuke's unexpected declaration. "Yusuke-sensei, are you abandoning us?" Lianyi gulped. Musing internally, could it be that our decision to embark on missions without Yusuke-sensei angered him enough to quit? They exchanged glances, each reflecting the shock in the other's eyes. "Yusuke-sensei, please don't be upset," Nara Shikamaru spoke hesitantly. "Next time, we can take you with us on a mission." "Indeed, Yusuke-sensei, as a jonin, you cannot simply sulk," Shimura Danzo added, seemingly having seen through the teacher's sentiments. Lianyi remained silent, letting out a resigned sigh. His expression conveyed both understanding and unspoken words. Senju Yusuke, taken aback, thought, what just happened? He had earlier felt guilty about the trio. Now, however, any sense of remorse had dissipated. Internally, he rejoiced at having made the right decision. Otherwise, he would have inevitably driven them to exasperation. The Chunin exam was set to take place 5 days later, and during this period, he instructed them not to undertake any missions, but rather to prepare thoroughly. Yusuke, eager to distance himself from the trio, turned to leave. Just then, Lianyi called out to him. "Yusuke-sensei, wait a moment." Yusuke turned back to Lianyi, his brow furrowed in curiosity. "Do you have another question?" Well, Lianyi scratched his head, tentatively asking, "There won't be any theoretical questions on the Chunin exam, right?" "Of course there will be," Yusuke replied. He was somewhat intrigued by Lianyi's question. "Wait a moment, why does this kid look so pale?" "Lianyi, are you alright?" Senju Yusuke inquired. "Haha, I'm fine." "I'm fine," Lianyi stammered, still in a daze. "Since you're fine, I'll take my leave." With that, Yusuke vanished from sight. Do not be anxious, Renya. The theoretical examination is quite simple, Conan reassured him. Renya remained silent, gazing up at the sky. In that moment, he felt a profound sense of helplessness he had never experienced before. Did he not know whether the theoretical exam was easy or not? After all, the brilliant score of 5 still adorned the walls of his home. He had once believed that becoming a ninja would free him from the burdens of academic studies, only to find that the Chunin exams awaited him. With his already poor academic performance compounded by over a year since his graduation, Renya felt that he had no hope of ever becoming a Chunin. Observing this, Danzo sighed, realizing the unfortunate truth of Renya's dismal academic record. Perhaps he could find a way to cheat during the exam. Chapter 51. The Chunin exam that night, at the Senju Tobirama residence. After a long day of toil in the laboratory, Senju Tobirama returned home. As he entered the living room, an expression of disbelief crossed his face. There sat Renya, engrossed in his studies, holding a book tightly. The dust on the book's surface suggested that it had not been opened in quite some time. Witnessing this scene, Tobirama instinctively disrupted his chakra. He would rather believe he was under a genjutsu than accept that Renya was actually reading. Ultimately, he was astonished to discover that he was not under any illusion. The boy was indeed studying. The impact of Renya reading was akin to receiving the news of Izuna's death. Renya, are you really reading? Tobirama asked, his voice laced with incredulity. Renya rolled his eyes at the old man's incredulousness. Was he truly seeking trouble for no reason? Displaying the cover of the book, he retorted. What else would I be doing? Tobirama fell silent as he read the title, History of the Ninja World. This boy was genuinely studying, and moreover, he was delving into a book that Tobirama himself had authored. He commended Renya. Well done. Indeed, reading is beneficial. In the past, he had tried to encourage Renya to study, but the boy had shown no interest in theoretical knowledge, making it impossible for him to learn. Now, seeing Renya finally taking an interest in his studies, Tobirama felt a sense of satisfaction. If it weren't for the theoretical portion of the Chunin exam, I wouldn't even look at this, Renya muttered, tossing the book onto the table. This book is utterly useless. I spent an entire afternoon reading it, and it felt as if I had learned nothing. The knowledge slipped my mind in an instant. As for using the Sharingan to memorize, that thought never crossed his mind. True strength did not rely on cheating, unless absolutely necessary. And currently, he was far from being a true powerhouse. Upon hearing this, Tobirama finally understood why Renya was so unusually inclined to read. It turned out he was preparing for the Chunin exam. Just thinking about Renya's theoretical scores made Tobirama's head ache. He simply couldn't fathom why the boy's academic performance was so abysmal. He had even conducted a thorough analysis of Renya's mind, but had found no issues. This only deepened his confusion. Tobirama ultimately concluded that Renya was, unfortunately, academically challenged. Now that you have registered for the Chunin exam, focus on your studies. It would be embarrassing to fail, Tobirama advised. Suddenly, Renya had a thought and turned to Tobirama. Uncle, I believe the theoretical portion of the Chunin exam should be abolished. It's unnecessary. Tobirama fixed a calm gaze upon Renya, showing no inclination to respond. Well, if that's the case, I'll just go cook, Renya said, hastily rising to head to the kitchen. The theoretical exam could be approached in the same manner as Sasuke did in the original story, using the Sharingan to copy others' actions and cheat. After all, learning was simply out of the question for him. After spending an entire afternoon with that book, Renya had come to the stark realization that he was not cut out for academia. 5 days later, at the Chunin exam venue, just as Renya and his companions arrived at the examination site, a familiar voice called out from behind them. Renya-kun, are you also participating in the exam? Turning around, Renya saw Sarutobi Hiruzen, Uchiha Kagami, and Mito Gate and approaching them. Long time no see, Renya greeted. The group began exchanging pleasantries, recounting their experiences since graduation. The passage of a year seemed to have matured them considerably. Tobirama's gaze fell upon his good friend, his expression somewhat complex. Hiruzen had indeed grown stronger. He had once believed that through diligent training, he could close the gap with Hiruzen, but the reality was that the distance between them was only widening, leaving him feeling somewhat despondent. Haha, Tobirama, it's been ages, Hiruzen exclaimed, excitedly giving Tobirama a bear hug. It had been quite some time since he had seen his close friend, and he missed him dearly. Tobirama forced a smile. Though he and Hiruzen were good friends, he was reluctant to see himself overshadowed by him. It was only human nature. Renya approached Kagami, scrutinizing him from head to toe. Kagami, is there something you need? Uchiha Kagami appeared momentarily dazed, but quickly regained his composure. Yes, I have awakened my Sharingan. Renya displayed an expression of I knew it. Upon seeing Kagami, he had sensed the change in the chakra surrounding him, a clear indication of the activation of the Sharingan. At that moment, the chief examiner stepped onto the stage, his gaze sharp as an eagle scanning the gathered shinobi. Upon noticing Renya and his companions, a hint of surprise flickered across his face. It was uncommon to see 11 or 12-year-olds participating in the Chunin exam, as most candidates were generally 15 or 16 years of age. This Chunin exam will assess your strength, intelligence, and teamwork. With his command, the first examination officially commenced. Renya sighed in resignation, realizing that the first phase was a written test. Fortunately, he could utilize his Sharingan to copy the actions of others. As soon as the exam began, he mimicked Conan's movements, successfully passing through without raising suspicion. The format of this Chunin exam mirrored that of Naruto's cohort. Following the written test, the candidates were immediately thrust into a brutal elimination round. The exam participants were taken to the Forest of Death, where the rules dictated that they must acquire a specified number of scrolls within 3 days and reach the designated endpoint. Renya's team and Hiruzen's team split up to carry out their respective missions. After 3 days filled with searching and battling, they finally secured the necessary scrolls and reached the finish line on the evening of the 3rd day. The final examination consisted of one-on-one duels. Renya's opponent was a young man in his 20s. Upon realizing that his adversary was merely a child, the youth felt assured of his advancement to Chunin. The young man, adept in water techniques, conjured a thick fog of mist to envelop the battlefield at the beginning of the fight. Renya activated his Sharingan, remaining vigilant amidst the obscured surroundings. He understood that in such conditions, his opponent would undoubtedly launch a surprise attack. Sure enough, a water blade shot forth from the mist. Renya sidestepped to evade it and swiftly performed hand signs, unleashing the fire release, Phoenix Fire technique. Countless fireballs whirled through the mist, forcing the young man to reveal himself. The two engaged in an intense close-quarters battle. Leveraging the advantages of his Sharingan, Renya gained the upper hand and ultimately employed Genjutsu to subdue the young man, claiming victory. Tobirama, Hiruzen, Konan, Uchiha Kagami, and Mito Gate and were fortunate not to be placed in the same group. Each demonstrated remarkable strength in their respective battles. In the end, all 6 successfully advanced to the rank of Chunin. Renya received the exclusive green vest designated for Chunin. After becoming a Genin, one could acquire a ninja forehead protector. Upon reaching Chunin, one would receive the green vest. Renya had not anticipated achieving Chunin status at the age of 11. He was quite pleased with the rapid advancement of his abilities. His only source of frustration was that his Sharingan had yet to evolve, remaining a single tomo. If he could awaken the 3 tomo, his power would undoubtedly see a significant enhancement. Just how intense must the emotional stimuli be? Chapter 52. Am I joking with you? Renya-kun, why do you seem so distracted? In the merchant convoy a few days later, Zhuanqin Xiaochun observed the pensive Renya, who sat in the carriage lost in thought, a look of perplexity crossing her face. Their current mission entailed escorting a merchant convoy to the land of Earth. However, throughout the journey, Renya had remained silent. Clutching his weapon, his mind seemingly adrift in contemplation. Initially, she refrained from inquiring. After all, everyone harbored their own secrets, and it was unnecessary to pry. Yet, Renya was different. He was the linchpin of their team, and such a state of mind could breed peril during their task. Shimura Tozo cast a sidelong glance at Renya, noting this unusual demeanor for the first time. His curiosity piqued. What could possibly occupy Renya's thoughts to such an extent? It was only when Renya pondered the matter of the Sharingan that he snapped back to reality. He turned to the two with a curious expression and explained. I was contemplating how to swiftly advance from a single tomo to a double tomo, and eventually to a triple tomo. Renya-kun, is awakening the Sharingan particularly arduous for your Uchiha clan? Zhuanqin Xiaochun queried. At this, Tozo instinctively frowned, casting an irked glance at Xiaochun. To him, her question seemed rather impertinent, akin to prying into the secrets of another clan, a behavior reminiscent of espionage. Fortunately, Renya was their ally. Had it been another Uchiha, they might have apprehended this foolish woman for interrogation. After all, the awakening of the Sharingan was a closely guarded secret of the Uchiha clan. Renya, however, dismissed the gravity of the query. To him, the process of awakening the Sharingan was no secret, and there was nothing to conceal. Indeed, it posed certain challenges. Tozo was taken aback. He had not anticipated Renya would address such a sensitive topic, quickly sharpening his focus. This presented a valuable opportunity to gain insight into the Uchiha clan. The evolution of the Sharingan required intense emotional stimuli, coupled with an ample reserve of chakra, which would naturally lead to its advancement. While this sounded straightforward, the execution was far more complex. Among the Uchiha, The majority of clan members capable of awakening the Sharingan remained at the double Tomo stage, with only a select few attaining the triple Tomo. The notion of intense emotions was inherently abstract. Some clan members possessed such a robust psychological fortitude that ordinary emotions failed to catalyze their ocular evolution. It typically required witnessing the death of a dearly beloved to trigger such a transformation. Thus, in the Uchiha clan, excessive emotional resilience was not necessarily advantageous. For Renya, the challenge of evolving his eyes was even greater. As a transmigrator, he perpetually felt a sense of estrangement from this world, unable to forge deep emotional connections or swiftly integrate into it. This very predicament caused him considerable distress. Common emotions seldom stirred him. Only the death of a comrade or a close friend had the potential to incite the evolution of his Sharingan. Of course, intense emotions encompassed not only anger but also joy, excitement, and fear. Life-threatening situations could also catalyze ocular advancement. Is it true that the evolution of the Sharingan necessitates intense emotions? Zhuanqin Xiaochun mused, a light of realization dawning upon her. Tozo, equally astonished, murmured, "Is merely an intense emotion sufficient?" He had presumed the evolution of the Sharingan to be a complex endeavor, only to discover that it could hinge solely on powerful emotions. This revelation stirred a twinge of envy within him. How effortless it seemed for the members of prominent clans to grow stronger. Meanwhile, their smaller clans, devoid of formidable Kekkei Genkai, could only strive tirelessly for progress. After enduring countless hardships to gain strength, they observed the neighboring Uchiha awakening their Sharingan in a fit of rage, instantly surpassing them. How utterly disheartening. Unbeknownst to Renya, Tozo's thoughts were critical. Or else he would have vehemently contested the notion that awakening the Sharingan was so simplistic. Renya caressed the hilt of his blade, a contemplative gaze directed at the two. "Tell me, if you were to perish before my eyes, would that allow me to awaken my Sharingan?" Upon hearing this, the two widened their eyes in disbelief, their expressions reflecting utter incredulity. Had Renya truly lost his mind in his pursuit to awaken his eyes? "Renya-kun, please don't jest." Zhuanqin Xiaochun swallowed nervously. "Haha, Renya. Spare us the jokes." Tozo chuckled dryly. Renya's line of thought was perilous, and they felt compelled to dissuade him from such notions. Otherwise, they genuinely feared Renya might choose to sacrifice them during their mission in pursuit of awakening his eyes. At that moment, the two finally grasped the meaning behind their teacher Tobirama's earlier admonition. The Uchiha clan possesses a volatile disposition, prone to extremes. Renya's icy gaze bore into them as he spoke with chilling sincerity. "I am not jesting." As he placed his hand upon the hilt of his blade, the metallic hum resonated, and the blade slid from its sheath by several inches. Tozo and Xiaochun, witnessing this, were immediately seized by terror, their eyes widening in horror. "What the hell? This is more terrifying than betraying teammates. He's actually going to attack." "Renya, calm down. Killing us won't necessarily grant you the Sharingan." They had not anticipated that Renya genuinely intended to raise his hand against them. The sight of his crimson eyes and cold demeanor sent a chill down their spines. If a confrontation ensued, they were acutely aware they stood no chance against Renya. Tozo and Xiaochun's hearts raced with alarm. They were on the brink of death. Truly, they were. The overwhelming fear rendered their legs weak, and they momentarily forgot to flee. Observing their pale faces, Renya smiled slightly, sheathing his blade with a click. "TSK. Don't be so tense. I was merely joking." At his words, the corners of their mouths twitched. Had they been able to match Renya's strength, they would have undoubtedly beaten him senseless for such a joke. That was not funny at all. They had nearly been scared to the point of losing control. "Renya-kun, you truly frightened me," Xiaochun exclaimed, playfully punching Renya's chest in mock anger. "Haha, my apologies." Renya chuckled, scratching his head sheepishly. Tozo's expression remained complex as he scrutinized Renya, sensing that there had been an unsettling sincerity beneath his jest. In that fleeting moment, it seemed Renya had genuinely contemplated violence. The palpable aura of malice was no mere pretense. Tobirama was right. The Uchiha clan was indeed unpredictable. No wonder their teacher had consistently urged caution in dealing with the Uchiha. Who would dare to let them off the hook in such situations? In that instant, he grasped the depth of his teacher's concern. With this realization, Tozo instinctively distanced himself from Renya. Should Renya display such tendencies again, he would not hesitate to flee. Renya's behavior had instilled a newfound trepidation regarding the Uchiha. Such an unpredictable element should be addressed swiftly to prevent endangering others. "Tozo, don't be alarmed. I truly was just joking," Renya remarked, sensing Tozo's unease. The journey had grown rather monotonous, and he had sought merely to lighten the mood. unaware that he had frightened the two. Tozo remained silent, maintaining a cautious distance. Renya, uncertain of what to say next, pondered whether he had indeed been joking. Perhaps only he could ascertain the truth. Chapter 53, Inoki's Malice. Throughout the journey, they encountered no peril. The trio successfully escorted the merchant convoy to the hidden village of Awagakure in the Land of Earth. In this era of peace, with the legendary ninja Senju Hashirama at the helm, even minor skirmishes among the 5 great nations were non-existent. No other nations dared provoke the ninjas of Konoha. Upon completing their registration at the village gate, Renya and his companions followed the merchant convoy into Awagakure, their first visit to this village, casting curious glances at their surroundings. It was only due to the current peaceful climate that the interactions among ninjas from different villages were less stringently monitored. Had it been during wartime, the moment they entered the village, they would have been encircled by numerous IWA ninjas. Presently, only 2 IWA ninjas lingered at a distance, observing their movements to thwart any potential mischief. Renya's gaze fell upon the architecture of Awagakure. The towering cliffs had been sculpted into various edifices. The tallest edifice at the center is none other than the Tsuchikage building. A sudden gust of wind sweeps across, instantly enveloping the surroundings in a cloud of yellow dust. In such an environment, is it truly possible not to inhale a copious amount of particulate matter? Renya murmurs to himself, harboring doubts about the lung health of the villagers of Awagakure. It seems that in future encounters with the rock ninja, he might attempt to target their lungs to see if it yields any results. Renya-kun, stop daydreaming. Once we replenish our supplies, we shall depart, Chunin Kokiri urges. This is indeed the territory of Awagakure, and as ninjas of Konoha, lingering here for too long would not bode well. Understood, Renya promptly responds. Hastening to catch up with the two, the trio arrives at a commercial street in Awagakure to procure the necessary supplies. At that moment, Renya suddenly senses a malicious gaze fixated upon him. Instinctively, he turns to see the source of this ominous attention and is momentarily taken aback upon recognizing the individual. This figure is none other than a short, stout young man with thick eyebrows and large eyes, and a nose that is both prominent and ruddy. The young man is glaring at him with palpable disdain. The distinctive features immediately reveal his identity to Renya. Is this not the future Tsuchikage, the elder of longevity in the ninja world, Inoki? Renya is puzzled. Having only met him for the first time, why does Inoki harbor such animosity towards him? With short strides, Inoki approaches Renya, his face an open canvas of contempt. Are you from the Uchiha clan? Upon hearing this, Renya's realization dawns. His clan's emblem on his attire has betrayed him. No wonder Inoki harbors such intense hostility. I am indeed an Uchiha, Renya acknowledges, neither denying nor able to refute the claim. It appears that in the future, he ought to refrain from wearing garments adorned with the clan emblem. Although the Uchiha clan might prefer to limit their interactions with him, he remains one of them, and he would not be deprived of the resources allocated to his kin. Renya is somewhat pleased with the Uchiha's approach, for he does not experience any differential treatment. Inoki, upon hearing Renya's admission, instinctively clenches his fists, the visage of Uchiha Madara flashing in his mind. Years ago, when Awagakure learned that the god of ninja, Senju Hashirama, was willing to forge alliances with other nations, Inoki accompanied his teacher to Konoha, hoping to establish an alliance. However, it was not the first Hokage who received them, but Uchiha Madara. Upon understanding their intentions, Madara had coldly rejected them. Inoki, perplexed, inquired, why is this different from what was previously stated? Lord Hashirama. Yet, he was abruptly interrupted by Madara's dark expression. There is no such alliance. In the face of Konoha's strength, all you can do is submit. Madara's eyes narrowed, the tomo transforming into the Sharingan. Furthermore, do not dare to utter that man's name before me. Feeling Madara's overwhelming power, Inoki was struck by shock and fear, yet the audacity of youth emboldened him. He stepped forward and questioned, can such force truly bring about peace? Inoki's challenge irked Madara. When did even the lowliest of insects dare to question him? In an instant, he activated his Susanoo, unleashing a formidable force that compelled Inoki and his companion to kneel, utterly paralyzed by fear. Yet Inoki, unwilling to yield, struggled to rise. Locking eyes with Uchiha Madara, he then fell victim to Madara's Jinjutsu, leaving him with a psychological scar that lingered long after his return to the village. It was only after learning of Madara's demise last year that he finally emerged from the shadows of that encounter. Seeing Renya now unwittingly conjured memories of that fateful day, thus igniting within him a deep-seated animosity. Who allowed you Konoha scum to set foot in Awagakure? Inoki's voice dripped with frost. At this, Renya frowned in displeasure. So this little gremlin has come to stir trouble? Despite standing at a mere 1 meter and 30 centimeters, Inoki was already 18 or 19 years old and possessed the strength of a jonin. In a confrontation, Lien Yi and his companions would undoubtedly be at a disadvantage, as Inoki wielded the formidable dust release technique. However, Lien Yi was acutely aware that Inoki would not dare to make a move, for Senju Hashirama was still alive. Nevertheless, a rift had undeniably formed between them. "What do you intend to do, you wretch?" Shimura Danzo glared at Inoki with disdain. The audacity of a Wagakure was becoming increasingly intolerable. Given that Inoki initiated this confrontation, Danzo, known for his fiery temper, would not let it slide. "You." Inoki shot a furious gaze at Danzo. He was conversing with the Uchiha. What business did this man have interrupting? "What do you mean, you?" Danzo sneered, towering over Inoki. "Does a Wagakure wish to wage war against Konoha?" At these words, Inoki's face flushed crimson with indignation, nearly losing control. Lien Yi regarded Danzo with unexpected admiration, secretly commending his audacity. Perhaps he truly possesses the potential to become Hokage. "My apologies. We will replenish our supplies and depart immediately." Chunin Kokiri interjected, sensing the tension and hastily pulling Lien Yi and Danzo away. Inoki's expression darkened as he watched the trio leave, the Uchiha emblem on Lien Yi's attire strikingly conspicuous. One day, the Uchiha will have their reckoning. He could not best Uchiha Madara, but he would certainly not let the Uchiha clan's members escape unscathed. As for that insolent fool who intervened, he would not be spared either. At the gates of a Wagakure, "You two truly frighten me." Chunin Kokiri cast a reproachful glance at her companions. She had genuinely feared a skirmish would erupt, especially on a Wagakure's turf, where they would ultimately be at a disadvantage. "Humph, that little squirt came looking for trouble first." Danzo huffed. Indeed, Lien Yi uncharacteristically concurred with Danzo's sentiment. He understood that Inoki would not act recklessly. After all, he was destined to become Tsuchikage and possess the cunning to match. Inoki was no fool like A. With a resigned sigh, Chunin Kokiri lamented her inability to manage the two teammates. Task accomplished, the trio set forth towards the land of fire. Throughout the journey, Kokiri remained apprehensive, fearing retaliation from Inoki, but her worries proved unfounded. They encountered no perils on their return to the land of fire. Chapter 54. Brother, what are you doing? "Oh, you've just returned from your mission." At the gates of Konoha, as Lien Yi and his companions entered the village, they heard a familiar voice ringing out from afar. It was Senju Yusuke, accompanied by 3 genin. Upon seeing the 3 behind Yusuke, Lien Yi's expression morphed into one of surprise. Noticing Lien Yi's reaction, Yusuke chuckled amiably. "They are my newly assigned students." He then turned to the trio, "Come over and greet your senior." At this, the 3 displayed somewhat awkward expressions. "Tch, Narahanya. Have you forgotten me so soon?" Lien Yi clicked his tongue, glancing at the Byakugan-wielding boy beside him. "What do you think, Biwang?" "Haha, Lien Yi-kun. It's been a while." Narahanya scratched his head, visibly embarrassed. Having entered the academy at the same time, Lien Yi had already become a chunin while they had only just graduated from the ninja school. It was quite a disparity. Hinata Yusuke maintained a stoic expression, coolly stating, "Uchiha Lien Yi, long time no see." He had heard of Lien Yi's promotion to chunin, yet remained indifferent. From the outset, his singular ambition was to elevate the Hyuga clan to greatness. This was his mission in the ninja world. Since the age of 3, he had diligently trained in the clan's secret techniques. For a full 8 years, he had not ceased his practice. The only time he had ever slacked off was when he went out for a meal with Lien Yi and the others, but he had returned to rigorous training thereafter. Witnessing Hinata Yusuke's demeanor, Lien Yi's lips twitched slightly, inwardly cursing, as expected of Biwang. Even the act is performed flawlessly. A year has passed, yet the king of pressure remains unchanged. Senju Yusuke was somewhat astonished. "Wait, do you know each other?" Shimura Danzo explained. "Yusuke, the jonin, and I were classmates at the ninja academy." Understanding dawned on Yusuke. "Wait, what did you just call me?" If he heard correctly, this boy had referred to himself not as a teacher, but as a jonin. "Is there a problem with calling you jonin, Yusuke?" Danzo inquired, his expression one of confusion. "You are no longer our instructor, so calling you jonin should be fine, right?" Yusuke's eyelids twitched violently. It had only been a few days since the chunin exams concluded. Had this kid forgotten so quickly? "All right, I'll remember you." Yusuke glared at Danzo. "You better watch yourself." "Haha, Yusuke-sensei, I was just joking." Danzo chuckled awkwardly. "How could I, Shimura Danzo, be that kind of person?" "Haha, I knew you were joking," Yusuke said, patting Danzo on the shoulder. "However, I'm not joking. Be careful on your way." With that, he departed with his students. In the distance, Yusuke's voice echoed back. "Don't learn from those guys, understand?" "Understood, Yusuke-sensei." They chorused thrice, leaving Danzo in a state of confusion in the wind. He had merely intended to make a joke. Why was Yusuke-sensei taking it so seriously? Danzo, why are you making jokes when there's nothing wrong? Renya queried. You don't seem like the type to joke around. How dare you question me? Danzo grumbled. Didn't I learn from you? Renya, wow, you really can blame this on me. Danzo, that kid, truly deserved the title of king of Konoha's pressure. At such a young age, he already knew how to throw dirt on others. You two should really stop with the jokes. They're not amusing at all, remarked Narakamaru, smiling. At the Senshu Tobirama residence. Humph, finally succeeded. Senshu Tobirama gazed at the ninjutsu scroll in his hand, a satisfied smile gracing his features. The next step was to find a test subject. Through his relentless efforts day and night, he had finally invented a ninjutsu capable of bringing the deceased back into the world of ninjas. For now, he would name this jutsu Edo Tensei. He inscribed the name onto the scroll. Just then, he sensed a familiar chakra approaching. Why is this kid back? Tobirama hurriedly concealed the scroll. Such a thing must not be discovered by anyone. If it reached his elder brother's ears, it would undoubtedly be prohibited, especially since this jutsu required sacrifices. As he tucked the scroll away, Renya entered the room. Uncle, you're actually home. That is quite rare. In Renya's memory, this old man usually left early and returned late, only coming home for meals, leaving Renya to wonder what he was up to. He suspected that this old man was probably hiding away to study forbidden jutsu. After all, Senshu Hashirama had strictly forbidden him from creating forbidden jutsu, forcing him to conduct such research in secret. Tobirama had many incomplete ninjutsu that were halted after Hashirama discovered them. Otherwise, he would have developed even more jutsu. I've been home these past couple of days since there's nothing going on, Tobirama stated. I see, Renya thought, not entirely convinced by this excuse. He believed that Tobirama had likely been caught by Hashirama while researching forbidden jutsu, and upon having the scroll taken away, he returned home sulking, scrambling to find a flimsy excuse. However, Renya didn't bother to call him out on it. Uncle, have you eaten? By this time, mealtime had passed, and having just returned from a mission, he was unsure if this old man had eaten. Not yet. Make more, Tobirama replied without hesitation. He had eaten soldier pills for lunch, but nothing could compare to a real meal. Renya, who was constantly out on missions, found his opportunities to enjoy delicious food dwindling. What had once been 3 meals a day had gradually turned into 1 meal every 3 days, or even once a week. He found himself reminiscing about the days when Renya was still in school. Back then, he was truly unaware of the blessings he had. At the dining table, the two had just sat down and hadn't even begun to eat when Senshu Hashirama entered, carrying Tsunade. Hey, you two are eating without calling me. Uncle Hashirama, please. Have a seat, Renya said, rising to fetch another set of chopsticks. Brother, what brings you here? Have you finished all your duties? Tobirama inquired. Hashirama, mouth full of food, mumbled. Tsunade came, so I used a wood clone to handle the paperwork. In truth, he had intended to sneak over to see if Tobirama was secretly studying ninjutsu, only to stumble upon them dining. Reluctantly, he had to add another set of utensils to the table. Tobirama understood, his gaze shifting to little Tsunade, who was fixated on the food before her, waving her hands eagerly. Humph, Tsunade, you can't eat yet, Tobirama said with a doting smile. Just then, his expression changed drastically as he exclaimed, Brother, what are you doing? He saw Hashirama feeding Tsunade a small piece of food. I saw little Tsunade wanted to eat, so I fed her, Hashirama explained. Tobirama sighed in resignation. Brother, Tsunade doesn't even have teeth yet. Before he could finish, he noticed Tsunade swallowing the food, eagerly gesturing for more. Tobirama, ha ha ha, little Tsunade, don't rush, Grandpa will get you more. Chapter 55 Sigh, lost again. Burp that was truly delicious. Hashirama patted his round belly with satisfaction. Renya's cooking was as delightful as ever, and he couldn't help but envy Tobirama for being able to indulge in Renya's meals regularly. Unlike him, who had to shamelessly ask Renya to cook every time he craved a meal. After enjoying his feast, little Tsunade fell into a deep sleep in Hashirama's arms. Brother, aren't you going back? Tobirama urged. He feared that if Hashirama lingered, he might discover his research into forbidden jutsu, which would spell trouble. Unbeknownst to him, Hashirama had come with this very intention. Haha. Soon, Hashirama chuckled, then suddenly shifted the topic. Tobirama, you haven't been secretly researching ninjutsu, have you? Upon hearing this, cold sweat broke out on Tobirama's forehead. Why did his brother suddenly ask this? Had his research on Edo Tensei been exposed? However, knowing his brother, if he truly discovered something, he would have outright forbidden it rather than asking. So, his brother was merely trying to bait him. Tobirama feigned nonchalance, his expression calm. Brother, I haven't, don't slander me. Really? Hashirama's smile faded, his eyes narrowing as he scrutinized Tobirama's face. Feeling the pressure of his brother's gaze, Tobirama involuntarily swallowed. Brother, I'm not lying. Seemingly recalling something, he quickly added, if you don't believe me, you can ask Renya. Renya, who had been enjoying the unfolding drama, suddenly froze at this statement. Incredulity etched on his face. Why was the topic turning to him? His instincts told him that this old man was undoubtedly researching forbidden jutsu. Yet, facing Tobirama's threatening gaze, he instinctively swallowed hard. Little Renya, have you seen Tobirama researching ninjutsu? Hashirama smiled. Speak the truth. Don't deceive me. Renya gulped. About to speak when Tobirama interjected coldly. Kid, think carefully before you speak. Renya. He glanced between the smiling Hashirama and the menacing Tobirama, feeling utterly helpless. What was even happening? Little Renya, don't be afraid. Just tell me the truth, Hashirama reassured. That's right, kid, just reveal the truth. Senju Tobirama nodded in agreement. Yet the expression on his face spoke volumes. Brother Hashirama, I haven't witnessed Tobirama delving into ninjutsu research, remarked Yuru, a smile adorning his features. Is that truly the case? Senju Hashirama's brow furrowed in skepticism. He found it hard to believe that Tobirama would comply so easily, given that he had caught his brother clandestinely studying forbidden techniques on numerous occasions. Indeed, it is true, Yuru winked, since my return. I have not observed Tobirama engaging in ninjutsu research. This statement was, in fact, a truth. Since his return, he had not seen Senju Tobirama engaged in such studies. As for whether he had conducted any research prior to Yoru's return, that remained uncertain. The highest art of deception lies in the selective truth, making it less detectable. As expected, Senju Hashirama saw no signs of deceit on Yoru's face and chuckled, scratching his head. Ah, I see. It seems I have misjudged Tobirama. Upon hearing this, Senju Tobirama sighed in relief, casting an appreciative glance towards Yoru. This clever lad knew how to navigate the situation. Had he spoken recklessly, it could have ended poorly. Having received the answer he sought, Senju Hashirama cradled little Tsunade in his arms and declared, well then, I shall take my leave. Senju Tobirama felt a surge of excitement. He had finally managed to mislead his elder brother. The technique of Edo Tensei was of utmost importance, pivotal to the future of Konoha, and it absolutely could not be discovered by his brother. At that moment, as Hashirama reached the door, he halted and turned back. Tobirama, why have you returned? Senju Tobirama's body stiffened, his expression tense as he gazed at his brother, his heart racing. He had concealed the scroll for Edo Tensei on his person and genuinely feared a search. Senju Hashirama extended a hand, offering an awkward smile. Tobirama. Senju Tobirama's face turned pale, his voice trembling. Brother, when exactly did you discover this? What? Senju Hashirama appeared confused. Discover what? Nothing. I meant to ask what you intend to do. Tobirama quickly corrected himself. Hashirama did not dwell on it, stammering. Tobirama, could you lend me some money? Lend you money? Tobirama's voice rose. Brother, have you been gambling again? Shoo. Senju Hashirama hastily covered Tobirama's mouth. Keep it down. If Mito finds out, I'm done for. Tobirama pushed his brother's hand away, frowning. Brother, heed my advice and refrain from gambling. It was unclear when Hashirama had developed this vice. But what was evident was his abysmal luck. He consistently lost vast sums at the gambling tables. As the Hokage of Konoha, he found himself burdened with an overwhelming debt. When creditors came calling, Mito discovered his plight. Subsequently, Hashirama's income ceased entirely. He once had some savings, but they had been squandered away. Tobirama, just lend me some money. Hashirama pleaded, I haven't been to the casino in a while. I've lost my touch. Brother, you've already lost several million ryo. Is that not enough? Tobirama's eyelids twitched in disbelief. Please, Tobirama, just lend me 100,000 ryo. No, 50,000 ryo. Yoru, who had been silently observing, was taken aback by their conversation. He instinctively glanced at little Tsunade cradled in Hashirama's arms, finally understanding how the ninja world came to earn the title of cash cow. It seemed to be a genetic trait. After much persuasion, Tobirama reluctantly managed to part with 30,000 ryo to send his brother on his way. Ha, little Tsunade, Grandpa will take you to make a fortune. Tobirama shook his head in exasperation, pondering which fool had taught his brother to gamble. If he ever found out, there would be hell to pay. Turning to Yoru, he warned, if my brother asks you for money, under no circumstances should you lend it to him. I understand, Uncle, Yoru nodded. Lending money to a gambler was akin to throwing meat buns to a dog. There would be no return. At the entrance of the casino, Senju Hashirama held Tsunade in one arm, while tightly clutching the 30,000 ryo with the other, softly murmuring, Madara, My gambling skills will surely surpass yours. He vividly recalled the day years ago when Madara had unleashed his Sharingan at the casino, amassing a mountain of chips. That moment had ignited his fervor for gambling. With Tsunade in his arms, Hashirama stepped into the casino. Minutes later, he emerged, dejected and defeated. "So I lost again." The infant Tsunade looked up at her grandfather with a disdainful expression. Chapter 56. Listen to me. Rest well. Kid, do you have a mission this afternoon? Senju Tobirama's inquisitive gaze settled on Yoru at the Senju estate. Yoru nodded, replying, "During our previous mission, we encountered no danger. So I plan to take on another task this afternoon." Typically, if no team member was injured, Yoru would proceed to accept a new mission after completing one. If anyone sustained serious injuries during a mission, they would wait for their teammates to recuperate before taking on new ones. However, recently, the trio had not faced any life-threatening injuries. The minor ones were swiftly treated by Tsubaki. This was the advantage of having a medical ninja in the team, saving much time during missions. Thus, Yoru and his companions found themselves on missions almost daily. Hearing Yoru's words, Senju Tobirama frowned, displeased. "You just returned, and you're already leaving again? At this rate, you'll become the model worker of the mission board. Is there a problem, uncle?" Yoru asked, puzzled. Without undertaking missions, how could he grow stronger? If he lacked the requisite strength, what would happen if he perished in war? He sensed that this old coot did not want him to undertake missions. Noticing the expression on Yoru's face, Senju Tobirama spoke earnestly. While undertaking missions is commendable, one must also be mindful of rest. Human energy is finite. If you take on too many missions without adequate rest, it can be quite dangerous. Yoru paused, contemplating Tobirama's words. He realized the wisdom in his uncle's advice. Continuously engaging in missions without sufficient rest was indeed unwise. After all, missions were not only tedious but also perilous. Prolonged exposure to such a high-pressure environment could lead to psychological issues. In this regard, Yoru had indeed been remiss. He thought to himself, Senju Tobirama is truly a seasoned veteran, capable of pinpointing my shortcomings with such clarity. Seeing that Yoru seemed receptive, Senju Tobirama seized the opportunity. "Listen to me. Taking a few days to rest before resuming missions is not a delay." "Yes, uncle is right," Yoru affirmed earnestly. "I will inform Danzo and Tsubaki right away." "Good. I'm glad you understand," Tobirama said, feeling a sense of relief. He watched as Yoru hurriedly departed, reflecting, at last. "I've managed to convince this lad. It wasn't easy." In truth, he had not had a proper meal prepared by Yoru in quite some time, and a single lunch was hardly sufficient, which had led him to coax Yoru into staying. Moreover, it had been ages since he had researched the Uchiha clan's physiology. With that thought, he retrieved the Uchiha observation manual, which revealed that it had been half a year since his last experiment. Since Yoru had become a ninja, he had scarcely had the opportunity to study him. "Yoru, is it true? No missions for the time being?" At the Uchiha compound, Danzo clenched his fists in excitement, his body trembling slightly, a manifestation of his overwhelming joy. Had Yoru not been present, he might have erupted into joyous laughter. Finally, a chance to rest. Initially, when he saw Yoru approaching, he had braced himself for another summons to a mission, but instead, he received such delightful news. In truth, Danzo did not despise undertaking missions, but it was unreasonable to do so every day. Unless severely injured, there was no opportunity for rest. With such a relentless mission schedule, even a Jonin would struggle to endure. Yet, their team had been at it for an entire year. On the leaderboard of the mission assembly, their team ascended to an astonishing first place. In the span of a year, they accomplished 200 tasks. "Tobirama, I understand your inability to undertake missions," said Danzo. "But as Horizon rightly pointed out, it is indeed time for us to take a break." Observing the tremor in Danzo's demeanor, Renya assumed he was merely agitated and quickly offered words of comfort. Upon hearing this, Danzo gazed at Renya in disbelief. He was so taken aback that words escaped him. Was this impertinent fool speaking rationally? How could he possibly comprehend my feelings? If he truly understood, he wouldn't be so eager to accept missions every day. "Danzo, take this time to rest well. We shall catch up on the tasks later," Renya reassured, patting Danzo's shoulder. He felt exceedingly pleased with both Danzo and Koharu, as they shared the same relentless determination to grow stronger. Danzo, however, was left in a state of utter confusion. He found himself lost in thought, replaying Renya's words before he departed. After an indeterminate span of time, he snapped back to reality, casting a complex gaze toward the horizon. "Perhaps it is indeed time for me to flee." Danzo felt that if this continued, he would be utterly exhausted before he even had the chance to grow stronger. That scoundrel Renya truly does not regard them as human. Wait, it seems that he does not even consider himself one. After notifying both teammates, Renya returned to the Senju clan territory. He felt somewhat absent-minded along the way. Having grown accustomed to executing missions, he found it unsettling to suddenly relax. Thus, he began honing his swordsmanship in the training grounds. Tobirama, witnessing this scene, was at a loss for words. This lad is remarkably diligent. Renya's obsession with becoming stronger astonished even him. I hope you can remain steadfast in your principles and not stray down a dark path, Tobirama thought, his eyes flickering. Otherwise, I shall show no mercy. Through his observations of Renya, Tobirama concluded that the Sharingan is not merely a visual bloodline limit. Its power emanates from the intense emotional fluctuations of the Uchiha, particularly negative emotions. The evolution of the Sharingan grants immense strength to its wielder, yet simultaneously erodes their body and spirit. From this, Tobirama deduced that the premature awakening of the Uchiha's eyes is not a favorable event. Excessive power can corrupt the heart, and the strength of the Sharingan is the very root of the Uchiha's descent into madness. Tobirama turned to his study, taking out a notebook to inscribe a line. The Sharingan is a gift bestowed by the divine, and yet a curse. Konoha must remain vigilant of this power to prevent repeating the tragic fate of Uchiha Madara. He slowly closed the notebook, a flicker of worry crossing his eyes. Boy, do not disappoint me. Though he had been relatively satisfied with Renya's performance over the years, no one could guarantee whether Renya would retain his principles after awakening the three Tomo. Should Renya fail to uphold his integrity, Tobirama would have no choice but to eliminate him, quelling the danger in its cradle. He would never allow any threat to the village to exist. When it came to a choice between the village and Renya, Tobirama would unhesitatingly choose the village. At that moment, Renya's voice rang out from outside. Uncle, it's time for dinner. Chapter 57, The Substitute Flying Thunder God / Boy, after you finish your meal, I shall assess your training results. Setting down his chopsticks, Tobirama raised his gaze to Renya at the dining table. Upon hearing this, Renya paused mid-bite, the food in his bowl suddenly devoid of flavor. His eyes caught a glimpse of the kunai partially hidden beneath Tobirama's sleeve, and he mused to himself. This old man surely harbors ill intentions. Truly, he has even prepared kunai in advance. I'm done, Renya declared, swallowing the last bite and grasping the unsullied at his waist, before striding towards the courtyard. Tobirama observed the Uchiha crest emblazoned on Renya's back, pondering what thoughts occupied the young man's mind. The evening breeze rustled the cherry blossoms as the two figures, one large and one small, locked eyes in the training ground. Without hesitation, Renya activated his Sharingan and drew the Unsullied, the blades unsheathing resonating like a dragon's roar, shattering the silence. As the cold light sliced through the hem of Tobirama's clothing, it transformed into a torrential mist of water, Tobirama's water clone. Too slow. A chilling hand suddenly gripped his nape, causing Renya's body to bristle with alarm as the Sharingan detected the distortion of air behind him. Water style, water prison jutsu. He swiftly spun and swung his blade, cleaving through the transparent prison formed by the water jutsu, as splashes of water erupted. Tobirama effortlessly sidestepped amidst the droplets. Watch closely, Tobirama instructed, forming hand seals, water style, great waterfall technique. Gritting his teeth, Renya infused chakra into his blade. As Tobirama's water technique roared towards him, arcs of blinding lightning enveloped his form. Utilizing the lightning style, body flicker technique to pierce through the curtain of water. This was the culmination of his understanding over the years. The principle mirrored that of the Raikage's lightning armor, using lightning chakra to stimulate his cells, thereby enhancing both offensive and defensive capabilities. Coupled with the body flicker technique, it bore a semblance to the Flying Thunder God / Renya dubbed it the substitute version of the Flying Thunder God / Of course, the two were fundamentally different. The body flicker technique gathers chakra at the feet, unleashing explosive force to propel the body, achieving rapid movement that surpasses the ordinary human's visual perception, creating an illusion of instantaneous travel. Conversely, the Flying Thunder God technique belongs to the realm of space ninjutsu, employing a technique to mark a target location and distort space for instantaneous movement between different sites, transcending distance limitations. In an instant, Renya lunged forward, wielding the Unsullied with incredible speed. Tobirama paused, recognizing this familiar technique, which brought to mind a past battle. He had once used a similar approach to catch someone off guard. Yet now, the roles were reversed. He had become the one on the receiving end. Quickly recovering, Tobirama raised a water barrier to defend himself. The Unsullied, charged with lightning, struck towards him but was repelled by the mirror-like surface of the water jutsu. Anticipating this outcome, Renya leveraged the force to leap, flipping his wrist mid-air to form hand seals with one hand. Fire style, great fireball technique. A glint of approval flickered in Tobirama's eyes. A single-handed seal? He discerned that the boy had simplified the hand signs for the great fireball, enabling a one-handed seal, yet not all jutsu could be executed this way. Lianya's necessity to use one hand was born of compulsion. With the unsullied in hand, he could hardly afford the additional motion of sheathing his blade while sealing. Thus, he had forced himself to master the one-handed seal. The colossal fireball surged forth, accompanied by a wave of heat. Tobirama quickly formed hand seals, erecting the water barrier to intercept the fire jutsu. As fire and water collided, a vast cloud of steam enveloped the area, obscuring Tobirama's vision. Lianya silently appeared behind him, raising his blade for a ruthless downward strike. Success. Yet, Tobirama's form dissipated into water vapor. Humph, boy, you remain too naive. Tobirama suddenly materialized behind Lianya, thrusting his kunai forward. Just as the attack was about to land, Lianya's lips curled into a smirk. Sensing this, Tobirama's eyes narrowed in confusion, only to realize that the Lianya before him had transformed into smoke. A shadow clone. Tobirama's pupils constricted. When did that happen? Uncle, don't dawdle in the middle of battle. Lianya raised his blade to strike at Tobirama. Yet, before he could revel in his moment of triumph, his figure morphed into mist. Lianya? At that moment, Tobirama instantaneously appeared before Lianya. While Lianya was still speculating whether this was a clone, Tobirama delivered a swift kick that sent him flying. Thud! Lianya crashed heavily to the ground, blood spilling from the corner of his mouth. The searing pain caused him to sharply inhale, realizing that this old man truly held nothing back. Here, take this back, said Senju Tobirama as he stood before Renya. Do not dawdle in the midst of battle. Rising to his feet, Renya wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and replied, Uncle, the fight is far from over. With that, he brandished his blade, resolute in his intention not to concede. Tobirama, upon observing the frigid gaze of Renya, instinctively recalled Uchiha Izuna. This boy was increasingly reminiscent of Izuna. In the fleeting moment when Tobirama was lost in thought, Renya launched his attack. The combat persisted for half an hour, until Renya, exhausted, knelt on one knee. Tobirama stood in the corridor, a teacup in hand, filled with tea that had been replenished unbeknownst to him. To combine swordsmanship with ocular techniques, your progress since our last encounter is commendable, word another opponent. Renya might have ensnared them in his trap. After all, once ensnared by the Sharingan's Jinjutsu, one would surely experience a fleeting moment of disorientation, during which Renya could employ the body flicker technique to deliver a fatal blow. Unfortunately, Renya's Sharingan held no sway over Tobirama. As one who understood the Uchiha better than even the Uchiha themselves, how could he possibly fall prey to their illusions? That he refrained from using the technique of dark paths to intimidate Renya was already a testament to his restraint. Nonetheless, Renya's performance had indeed astonished him. The notion of utilizing lightning chakra to stimulate bodily cells, coupled with a lethal combination of swordplay and ocular techniques, was nothing short of genius. Tobirama gazed intently at Renya, lost in contemplation. Perhaps he might teach Renya the flying thunder god technique, though he pondered whether this lad could grasp it. After all, the complexity of the technique was formidable, demanding a thorough understanding of spatial knowledge, and Renya's academic performance was less than stellar. Oh, that matter could be addressed at a later time. Should Renya discover that his lackluster academic results had cost him the opportunity to learn the flying thunder god technique in advance, one could only imagine his reaction. Tobirama entered the kitchen and handed Renya a glass of milk. Tomorrow, summon Danzo and Koharu. I wish to assess their training results. Understood, Renya replied, gulping down the milk in one go. Observing this, Tobirama nodded in satisfaction. It's late, get some rest. Renya, without further thought, retreated to his room to sleep. In the laboratory, Tobirama, attired in a white lab coat, approached Renya with a syringe in hand, his eyes glinting with excitement. Chapter 58. The Puppeteer Behind the Shadows of the Ninja World. The following morning, Renya awoke, his body aching all over. He gingerly moved his neck and muttered, Damn that uncle, he truly holds nothing back. He did not dwell on it, instinctively attributing the soreness to the previous day's battle. However, the implications of his words carried a different weight when heard by Tobirama. Just as he was about to call Renya to prepare breakfast, he overheard Renya's comment, freezing him in place. Tobirama's pupils dilated, a chill running down his spine, his usual composure shattered by a singular thought. Had Renya discovered the nature of the experiment? Cursed be the fates. Despite increasing the dosage, how could this be? He could scarcely fathom the consequences should this information reach his elder brother. Moreover, It wasn't just his brother. His sister-in-law would surely rend him to pieces. After all, both his brother and sister-in-law were exceedingly fond of Renya. Should they learn of his experiments involving Renya, he would be utterly doomed. What frightened him more was how Renya would view him. His esteemed reputation might be obliterated in an instant. Oblivious to Tobirama's turmoil, Renya opened the door only to find him standing there. "Uncle, what are you doing?" At the sound of Renya's voice, Tobirama snapped back to reality. Though anxiety coursed through him, he scrutinized Renya's expression. Relieved to see no signs of anger or resentment. It was merely a misunderstanding. With that realization, Tobirama's tension eased. How could he have made such a rookie mistake? "Are you all right, Uncle?" Renya asked, a hint of concern in his voice. "Why does your face seem to shift between shades of blue and white?" "I'm fine," Tobirama urged. "Hurry and prepare breakfast. I have to head out shortly." Renya's mouth twitched as he quietly complained, "It's so early in the morning. And you're calling me to cook, Uncle." Despite his words, he dutifully made his way to the kitchen. Once Renya departed, Tobirama wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. He had been terrified, nearly convinced that his secret had been exposed. After finishing breakfast, Tobirama headed to the Hokage's office, claiming he would handle his brother's paperwork in his stead. Before leaving, he instructed Renya to summon Danzo and Koharu at noon to evaluate their training results. Renya's expression grew grave as he murmured, "Has Uncle Hashirama's health deteriorated to such a degree?" It had only been 10 years since the onset of the ninja world. Logically, Hashirama should have had at least 4 or 5 more years left. Such a situation should not have arisen so soon. Contemplating this, he resolved to investigate the matter personally. He hoped that Uncle Hashirama was well. At the Senju estate, upon entering the courtyard, Renya spotted Hashirama half kneeling on a soft mat. Tsunade, with her chubby arms flailing about, tugged at her grandfather's long hair, drooling down her plump chin. "Uncle Hashirama," Renya called, shaking the milk carton he held. "This is for Tsunade." The infant Tsunade abruptly ceased her antics. Her eyes fixated on the carton adorned with a fawn design. Hashirama, freeing one hand, took the carton, only to notice his clothes were drenched in Tsunade's drool. With a mix of helplessness and affection, he chuckled. "You've come at the right time. This little one has recently started recognizing her bottle and insists on being cradled for ages before she'll sleep." Renya squatted down, gently poking Tsunade's round cheek with his fingertip. The baby immediately grasped his finger and attempted to shove it into her mouth. Renya, seeing this, carefully withdrew his finger and placed the bottle at Tsunade's lips. It was then that he noticed Hashirama was clad in a casual kimono, prompting his curiosity. "Uncle Hashirama, aren't you going to attend to your duties today?" He had assumed Hashirama's illness was the reason Tobirama had stepped in. Yet this lively demeanor hardly suggested any ailment. Suddenly, the wind chimes in the corridor tinkled, startling the infant into a small burp. Hashirama quickly patted Tsunade's back, preparing for retirement with his granddaughter. Gazing at the child in his arms, a tender smile graced his lips. "Soon, I'll have Tobirama familiarize himself with the processes." By this time next year, before he could finish, Tsunade's face scrunched up, and she began to whimper. Hashirama promptly retrieved a rattle, shaking it in front of her. There, Grandpa is here." The morning breeze carried the scent of flowers through the courtyard, causing the chimes to emit delicate sounds. Watching Hashirama soothe the child, Renya fell into silence. He understood that the legendary ninja, Senju Hashirama, was no more. Or rather, the heart that once beat within the god of shinobi had ceased to exist when he personally ended Uchiha Madara's life. After a prolonged silence, Hashirama finally lulled Tsunade to sleep. "Little Renya, do you believe Tobirama can become a competent Hokage?" "Little Renya?" Hashirama, noticing Renya's lack of response, instinctively turned back, only to find that the boy had vanished without a word. He left without even saying goodbye. Renya wandered alone through the Senju clan grounds, acutely aware that Hashirama's demise was now inevitable. Had it not been for Tsunade, he might have departed even sooner. Rubbing his temples, Renya bitterly reflected. Uchiha Madara is truly despicable, orchestrating such a farce to manipulate Uncle Hashirama's feelings. The unfortunate Senju Hashirama, engulfed in the sorrow of having slain his dear friend, could only meet a melancholic end. Meanwhile, Uchiha Madara lurked in the shadows, orchestrating the entire affair. Renya felt a sense of helplessness. Had Madara not played this treacherous game, the ninja world could have known peace for at least 50 years. Thus, he could finally lie back in ease. However, he understood that the fault could not be solely attributed to Obito. There were myriad factors at play, and even Obito was merely a pawn in a grander game. The true mastermind was Kaguya. For a millennium, Kaguya had lurked in the shadows of the shinobi world, orchestrating the rift between Indra and Asura. covertly manipulating the Uchiha clan's stone tablet, leading Obito astray. Never mind, one step at a time. Renya noted that the time was ripe and prepared to summon Danzo and Koharu. He had not forgotten the instructions from Tobirama Senju. In a cavern within the shinobi world, Uchiha Obito was meticulously stitching Hashirama's flesh to his chest with thread and needle. Hashirama, did you ever think this would happen? Obito whispered softly, I never truly perished. Following the instructions inscribed upon the stone tablet, he had integrated Hashirama's cells into his own being. Now, all that remained was to await the emergence of Shinra Tensei's power. Hashirama, only I can realize true peace. Obito gazed at the flesh on his chest, his eyes gleaming with anticipation, convinced that the day of reckoning would soon arrive. He remained blissfully unaware of the dark figure lurking quietly in the corner of the cave, seamlessly merging with the stone wall. Chapter 59, Renya's Transformation. Following this, Renya and his companions refrained from undertaking missions, as the recently returned Hizashi team was summoned. Tobirama Senju carefully evaluated the progress of each individual's training over the past year, and he was quite satisfied with their advancements in strength. Confident that in less than 2 years, they would ascend to the rank of Jonin. At that point, Konoha would possess a cadre of elite warriors he had personally nurtured, warriors who inherited the will of fire and remained loyal to the village, ready to lay down their lives for its sake. Well, Renya was an exception. Tobirama did not expect Renya to sacrifice himself for the village. As long as he did not tread the path of extremes or endanger the village, that would suffice. In contrast to Renya, Tobirama held greater hopes for Uchiha Kagami. Unlike Renya, Tobirama could discern that Kagami genuinely embodied the will of fire, cherishing the village more than anyone else, willing to toil for its development. This aligned seamlessly with Tobirama's own philosophy of dedication to the village. Moreover, Kagami was among the few ninjas capable of transcending the limitations of his clan, unbound by the narrow-mindedness of clannish sentiment, able to consider the village's collective interests. This naturally garnered Tobirama's admiration. As for Renya, he appeared to be almost ostracized by the Uchiha. Regarding his love for the village, Tobirama saw little evidence. Compared to the village's security, Renya seemed more preoccupied with his own safety. Tobirama understood that Renya's relentless pursuit of strength stemmed from a lack of security. Their philosophies diverged, and he did not wish to impose his views on Renya. From another perspective, as long as the village remained secure, Renya would not feel a lack of safety. This way, he would not resort to extremes in his quest for strength. Tobirama cast a glance at Renya, who was training in the courtyard, before retreating to his study. He retrieved the scroll of impure world reincarnation, murmuring softly, as long as this jutsu is successfully developed, this lad will refrain from causing trouble. He had long completed the theoretical study of impure world reincarnation, yet had never put it into practice. After all, this jutsu required sacrifices to activate, which contravened human ethics. Moreover, to tamper with the souls of the deceased was an act of profound disrespect. If his elder brother were to discover this, it would spell disaster. Yet, for the future of Konoha, he felt compelled to proceed. Brother, one day you will understand my heartfelt intentions. Renya furrowed his brow, yet his hands continued their movements. Why had that old man been watching him so intently lately? He felt as though there was a myriad of meanings hidden within Tobirama's gaze. But he could not fathom it, nor would the old man explain. Was it simply that he had been at home too long? Renya scratched his head. Perhaps it was best to venture out for a mission tomorrow. Being scrutinized by Tobirama was not an ideal situation, especially given his identity as an Uchiha. It was worth noting that Tobirama was synonymous with cunning and ruthlessness, willing to employ any means to achieve his ends. Like master, like disciple, one might say. Had one not observed the nature of the Konoha for that Tobirama had trained? Despite having spent 4 years in Tobirama's company, who could guarantee that the man would not commit some unspeakable act against him? For instance, experiments akin to Orochimaru's, or the Sharingan arm of Danzo. The very thought was terrifying. Early the next morning, Renya set out on a mission. This time, their team opted for a task of greater difficulty, an A-rank mission. In the days that followed, Renya and his companions continuously undertook A-rank missions. Although these tasks were perilous, the rewards were substantial. A-rank missions not only yielded greater financial gain, but also facilitated rapid advancement in strength. Such tasks frequently involved encounters with Jonin-level adversaries. Through their battles with these formidable foes, the trio gleaned invaluable insights. Indeed, as long as they survived, combat proved to be the most effective means of enhancing their capabilities. After all, during these encounters, they could clearly recognize their shortcomings and address them. Of course, if luck were to turn against them and they faced an even more powerful opponent, they might not have the opportunity to rectify their flaws. In the theater of battle, personal strength was paramount, but fortune also played a crucial role. Fortunately, Renya and his team had always enjoyed favorable luck. Even when confronted with insurmountable foes, they managed to escape unscathed. Thus, 3 years elapsed. As the years passed, Renya's physical prowess grew increasingly formidable, with an astonishing chakra reserve. Despite being merely 14, his chakra far surpassed that of the average jonin. Even among the Uchiha, his chakra levels were unparalleled. The young man found himself bewildered by this phenomenon. Initially, he had assumed that all Uchiha possessed such attributes, only to later realize that he alone exhibited this extraordinary trait. Not only was his chakra remarkable, but Renya's recovery rate was equally impressive. Where an ordinary person would require 2 to 3 days to recuperate from an injury, he needed merely a single night. Renya was astounded. Were it not for the absence of Hashirama's visage on his body, he might have suspected that he had somehow implanted Hashirama's cells. Ultimately, Renya attributed this entire situation to the strength of a traverser's spirit. After all, chakra is born from the amalgamation of spiritual and physical energy. As a traverser, he theoretically possessed 2 souls, making it reasonable to assume that his spiritual capacity was superior. Regardless of the underlying truth, Renya's burgeoning strength was undoubtedly a boon. This way, he need not fear becoming cannon fodder in the throes of war. The elders of the Uchiha clan were utterly astonished by Renya's circumstances. They unanimously deemed him a once-in-a-century prodigy of the clan. They had to reclaim this genius. Thus, the Uchiha elders privately approached Tobirama Senju, hoping he would return Renya to the Uchiha clan. Tobirama would never acquiesce. While others may have been unaware of the underlying reasons, he was not blind to them. He firmly rejected the elders' requests, stating that the matter had been sanctioned by the Uchiha's elder, advising them to consult the elder for any grievances. The elders were left speechless, for the elder had passed away several years prior. With no recourse, the matter was ultimately left unresolved. The primary issue lay with Hashirama Senju, who was in a semi-retired state, while Tobirama temporarily held the position of Hokage. It was evident to all that the role of the second Hokage rightfully belonged to Tobirama Senju. The Uchiha elders dared not offend this future Hokage. Tobirama had always harbored a disdain for the Uchiha. What if, due to this matter, he targeted the Uchiha once he assumed the mantle? They could not afford to resist. They had no choice but to swallow their pride. However, the elders did not relent, initiating efforts to encourage Uchiha clan members to extend goodwill towards Renya. Renya, for his part, remained indifferent, responding to the Uchiha's overtures with mere politeness. Though afflicted by conjunctivitis, he bore no emotional connection to other patients suffering from the same ailment. Ever since Yoru was adopted by Tobirama Senju, the Uchiha clan had deliberately distanced themselves from him. Yet, Yoru himself remained indifferent to this estrangement. Chapter 60. The Uchiha truly are madmen. Leaf Village Ninjas, do you truly wish to stand against us from the land of wind? At the border between the land of fire and the land of wind, a jonin from Sunagakure shouted hoarsely at the 3 figures before him. If you choose to be a spy, you must be prepared for death. Yoru's voice was icy, devoid of any emotion. Naturally, any enemy posing a threat must be eliminated without mercy. He was no saint. This is no longer the territory of the land of fire. Are you certain you wish to make a move against me? The Sunagakure jonin gritted his teeth. He considered himself quite unfortunate, having been discovered before he could infiltrate Konoha. He had assumed that facing 3 individuals would be an easy task, only to realize in combat that the leading youth was a jonin, and the other 2 were special jonin. How could I even fight this? Without uttering another word, the Sunagakure jonin turned to flee, but the trio relentlessly pursued him. After a day of relentless chase, the jonin was ultimately cornered, leading to the earlier confrontation. Damn it, don't think I'm afraid of you. The Sunagakure jonin, desperate, launched an attack toward Yoru. Wind release, vacuum great destruction. In an instant, the air twisted as if it were tangible, forming a massive vortex that swept toward Yoru and his companions, carrying fragments of stone with it. Tobirama Senju and Kohara Yuditane quickly dodged to the sides. The jonin's strategy was straightforward. If he could catch the leader off guard and severely injure or eliminate him, the remaining 2 would pose no threat. After 3 years of life-and-death battles and countless brushes with mortality, Yoru had long since evolved his Sharingan into the 3-tomo variant. With astonishing speed, Yoru retreated, his 3-tomo Sharingan spinning rapidly, the crimson pupils reflecting the oncoming wind technique. Drawing the blade from his back, the immaculate sword gleamed with a chilling light, carving a half-moon of silver in the sunlight. Water release, water barrier. Yoru executed the water release to defend himself. though not particularly adept in this technique. His years under Tobirama's tutelage had imparted him with some water ninjutsu. Mist erupted as moisture and sand collided in the air, creating a dense fog. Seizing the opportunity, the Sunagekure Jonin closed the distance, gathering a pale blue wind blade in his palm. Wind release, vacuum blade. Several transparent wind blades tore through the mist, aimed directly at Yoru's throat. A direct hit would mean certain death. The Sharingan precisely tracked the trajectory of the attack as Yoru swiftly retreated, his blade tracing an elegant arc in the air, cleaving through the wind blades with ease. Harnessing the momentum of his strike, he surged forward, his blade targeting the Jonin's neck. The Jonin's pupils constricted in alarm as he hastily formed hand seals, conjuring a layer of wind defense before him. However, Yoru's blade shifted abruptly, grazing the edge of the wind barrier and carving a deep gash into the Jonin's arm. Got you, Yoru smirked, closing his Sharingan. The Sunagekure Jonin, wincing in pain, retreated. Wind release, storm dragon. The roaring wind dragon lunged forward, its claws bared, stirring a tempest of sand and dust in its wake. Faced with this onslaught, Yoru had no intention of countering. He merely evaded in the blink of an eye. When the dust settled, the Jonin had vanished. Yoru-kun, are you all right? Koharu inquired with concern. Yoru shook his head, responding, I'm fine. Though he was a Jonin, the disparity among Jonin is significant. As long as I remain vigilant, I should not encounter a reversal of fortunes. Tobirama furrowed his brow and questioned, Uchiha Yoru, how could you allow him to escape? Yoru approached the bloodstained ground, whispering, he cannot escape. Following Yoru's gaze, Tobirama's expression twitched as he observed the blood on the ground, now blackened. It was evident that Yoru had poisoned his blade. A shiver ran down Tobirama's spine as he regarded Yoru's silhouette. He could not pinpoint when it had begun, but Yoru's combat style had transformed into something even he found repulsive. The trio followed the trail of blood until they discovered the Sunagekure Jonin lying on the ground. His body was stiff, his face darkened, clearly having succumbed some time ago. Observing the Jonin's lifeless form, Yoru murmured, it seems there is still room for improvement in the potency of my toxins. In his estimation, the poison he concocted was still too weak. If it had been stronger, the enemy would not have been able to flee so far after being poisoned. Upon hearing this, Tobirama and Koharu instinctively distanced themselves from Yoru, realizing he appeared to be growing increasingly malevolent. Under their watchful eyes, Yoru swiftly severed the Jonin's head and tossed it to Tobirama. Take this back to the Yamashiro clan. Perhaps they can uncover some useful clues. Tobirama stared at the bloodied head in his hands, falling into silence. The Uchiha truly are madmen. In Konoha, within the Hokage's office. How could you have killed him? Tobirama exclaimed, his eyelids twitching as he gazed at the severed head on the table. He had clearly commanded them to expel the individual from the territory of the Land of Fire, never intending for him to be killed. After all, this was not a time of war. Certain actions should not be taken to such extremes. Hearing this, Tobirama and Koharu lowered their heads, too intimidated to speak. This fool was too weak. It was an accident that he ended up dead, Yoru shrugged, explaining. He had no intention of holding back in battle. A single misstep could result in his own demise. Tobirama's lips twitched, skeptical of the youth's nonchalant demeanor. Instinctively rubbing his forehead, he sighed. Very well, it is done. The fault lies with the Land of Wind. I shan't blame you for it. The Land of Wind would not initiate war over a single Jonin. Even if war were to break out, Tobirama was unafraid. Uncle, will you be home for dinner tonight? Yoru suddenly inquired. It seemed he had not shared a meal with the elder in quite some time. Tobirama glanced at the stack of documents on his desk, sighing, no. You should eat at home. Ever since he assumed the role of acting Hokage, he realized the multitude of responsibilities that required his attention. It was no wonder his older brother was eager to retire. He was now so busy that he scarcely had time to develop new ninjutsu. All right, uncle. I'll prepare a meal to bring to you, Yoru stated, departing the office with the other two. Observing Yoru's retreating figure, Tobirama's lips curved slightly upward. This lad had indeed not disappointed him. Over the years of observation, Tobirama noted that Yoru's personality had not changed significantly since awakening his eyes. He simply spoke less than he had before. Initially, he had worried that the activation of the three tomo would alter Yoru's temperament, but fortunately, his concerns proved unfounded. With this thought, he retrieved the Uchiha observation manual from his drawer and inscribed a line. This path seems viable. At the Senju residence, upon returning home, Yoru began preparing dinner. In recent years, he had recognized the urgency of his training and had been relentless in his pursuit of strength. Yet now, having attained considerable power, he no longer felt such haste. A period of rest was warranted. 3 years of relentless combat had left Yoru feeling weary and numb. Day after day, he either found himself engaged in battle or en route to one. Anyone would find it unbearable. 3 years. Do you know how I have spent these 3 years? Chapter 61. Uncle Hashirama's Invitation. Uncle, I've brought your meal, Yoru announced, placing the lunchbox on the table in the Hokage's office. I see. You may return now, Tobirama replied. Engrossed in the documents before him, not lifting his gaze, he intended to finish the paperwork before taking a break for his meal. Yoru had no intention of leaving just yet. He voiced his curiosity. Uncle, why don't you use shadow clone jutsu to handle the paperwork? He truly could not comprehend why shadow clones were not being utilized in such circumstances. Upon hearing this, Senju Tobirama's body stiffened, as if he had never contemplated this matter before. In an effort to mask his embarrassment, he solemnly explained, Youngster, do not always seek to take the easy route. Some tasks must be undertaken personally to yield effective results. He wanted to convey to Renya that he simply preferred not to do so, rather than having forgotten. Do as you wish. I shall take my leave. Renya turned to depart. Yes, rest early, and do not forget to drink your milk. Understood, uncle. Once he sensed that Renya had completely walked away, Senju Tobirama hastily set aside his documents, forming hand signs to summon 2 shadow clones. Without hesitation, the 2 clones immediately began to revise the documents laid out on the table. Meanwhile, Tobirama opened his lunchbox and commenced his meal. This kid is quite clever. Had it not been for Renya's reminder, I would have completely forgotten about using shadow clones. In truth, this could not be entirely blamed on him. Initially, there had not been many documents to handle, thus he had not employed shadow clones. However, as the pile of documents grew, he had indeed overlooked the option of using them. Although the memories of the clones would return to the original body, this posed no issue for Senju Tobirama. The time he saved could be devoted to studying Renya and developing ninjutsu. Soon enough, the 2 shadow clones completed the task at hand. Tobirama dispelled the clones, and their memories flooded into his mind without causing him any disturbance. It seemed unlikely that he would have the opportunity to study that young lad tonight. Only then did he realize that he had forgotten to add ingredients to the milk. With this thought, Senju Tobirama ventured into the laboratory under the cover of night. Inside, 2 individuals were bound to the experimental table. Upon seeing Tobirama enter, their faces turned pale with terror. Without uttering a word, Tobirama cast one of them to the ground and began forming hand signs. Edo Tensei. The following day, at the Senju Hashirama residence. Aunt Mito, where is Uncle Hashirama? Renya inquired. Ah, little Renya, please take a seat, Mito replied gently. Hashirama has taken Tsunade out. They should be back shortly. Nodding, Renya settled onto a stone bench in the courtyard. His visit this time was to check on Uncle Hashirama's condition. He had been away on missions for quite some time, and they had not seen each other for a while. Logically, Hashirama's health should not have deteriorated suddenly. There would always be a gradual decline. Renya could ascertain the specific time of his demise based on Hashirama's condition. Before long, familiar footsteps echoed from a distance. Renya looked up to see Senju Hashirama entering the courtyard, cradling a 3-year-old Tsunade. Upon spotting Renya, Hashirama's face registered evident surprise, momentarily taken aback, before he greeted him with a smile. Little Renya, weren't you on a mission? What brings you back? Uncle Hashirama, I had some time, so I came to see you. Renya explained with a smile. Haha, you thoughtful boy, Hashirama chuckled. Tsunade, nestled in her grandfather's embrace, had been slightly drowsy. However, the moment she laid eyes on Renya, her eyes sparkled with excitement. She squirmed in her grandfather's arms, eager to break free, and hurriedly ran towards Renya. Uncle Renya, Tsunade called out, her big, watery eyes filled with anticipation as she asked in her sweet, childish voice, are you here to cook for me again? At the thought of Renya's delectable dishes, drool involuntarily trickled from the corner of her mouth. Renya was amused by Tsunade's greedy cat-like demeanor. He crouched down, arms wide open, allowing the small bundle to leap into his embrace, gently lifting her up as he softly said, no problem, I'll make you something delicious today. Yay, I want to eat lots of yummy food, Tsunade exclaimed. But before that, shouldn't we wipe that drool off your face? Upon hearing this, Tsunade immediately began to wipe her face with her sleeve. Renya held a great fondness for this little bundle of joy. Who could resist the charm of such a soft, adorable porcelain doll? Little Renya, how long do you plan to rest this time? At the dining table, Hashirama suddenly inquired. Typically, Renya's rest period after returning from a mission would not exceed 3 days. This time, I intend to rest for quite a while. Renya set down his chopsticks, sensing that Uncle Hashirama had something on his mind. Sure enough, Hashirama's eyes lit up as he asked, Little Renya, would you like to accompany me and leave Konoha for a while to see the world? At these words, the 3 individuals at the table fell into silence. Mito frowned. her concern evident as she asked, Hashirama, why would you want to leave Konoha? She was acutely aware of her husband's deteriorating health. What would happen if he encountered danger outside the village? Mito, I merely wish to explore beyond the village, Hashirama explained. I have spent so many years within the confines of the village, and it has been ages since I ventured outside. Therefore, I intend to take little Renya along for a little excursion. He then turned to Renya. So, what do you say, little Renya? Would you like to come with me? Renya's expression grew somewhat complex. He found it strange, almost reminiscent of a dying man seeking to fulfill his last wishes. Faced with Hashirama's hopeful gaze, Renya suddenly asked, Uncle Hashirama, would Tobirama agree to your leaving? Hashirama's smile instantly faltered. From his understanding of his younger brother, it seemed unlikely that Tobirama would consent to his departure. After all, with Hashirama's health declining, Tobirama would undoubtedly prohibit him from wandering about. I will persuade Tobirama to agree. Hashirama's expression turned serious. Having fought battles throughout his life, did he not deserve to enjoy some moments in the twilight of his existence? In that case, I would be willing to accompany Uncle Hashirama. Renya felt he had no grounds to refuse. Hashirama, little Renya, please be cautious, Mito expressed her concern. Although she was reluctant for her husband to leave, it was ultimately his decision, and she could only silently support him. Do not worry, Mito, Hashirama replied, scratching his head. With little Renya by my side, I will be safe. Renya? He had not expected Senju Hashirama to utter such absurd words. What nonsense! Having me around guarantees safety. Are you implying that without me, Uncle Hashirama would be in danger? Although Hashirama's health had declined significantly since his battle with Madara, he was not someone who could be easily trifled with. Senju Hashirama was merely nearing the end of his life, not truly dead. As long as Hashirama remained alive, no other shinobi village would dare to wage war against Konoha. That was the weight of the god of ninjas. Chapter 62, Hashirama's Memories. Brother, you must be extra cautious this time as you leave. At the gates of Konoha, Senju Tobirama could not help but remind him. In truth, he was entirely reluctant for his brother to depart from the village. What if something happened to him? Yet, unable to withstand his brother's insistence, he ultimately acquiesced. Though he understood that, currently, there were nearly no threats to his brother's life, he still felt tremendous concern. Hashirama's health was not what it once was. What if he truly encountered danger? However, the probability of such a situation arising was exceedingly low. Senju Tobirama had yet to find a definitive solution for his brother's health. This was not solely a physical issue. It stemmed largely from psychological factors. He had inquired of his brother multiple times, but received only vague answers in return. Tobirama felt helpless. It seemed Hashirama was unwilling to confide in him. I understand, Tobirama. Senju Hashirama waved his hand. You should return now, with little Renya here. I will be fine. Renya. Senju Tobirama glanced at Renya. Kid, take good care of your Uncle Hashirama. If anything occurs, return to inform me at once. Understood, Uncle, Renya nodded. He wished to convey that Tobirama's concerns were unfounded. How could Senju Hashirama possibly encounter danger? Surely, no one could be foolish enough to attempt an assassination on the god of ninjas, could they? Renya viewed this outing merely as a leisurely excursion amidst his duties. After all, having the god of ninjas by his side provided him with an unparalleled sense of security. After advising Renya, Senju Tobirama turned to his elder brother. Brother, you must exercise utmost caution. He paused momentarily before adding, the village cannot afford to lose you. The weight of this statement was unmistakable. I understand, Tobirama. Senju Hashirama replied earnestly. However, he quickly reverted to his jovial demeanor, saying, no need to see us off. Renya and I shall take our leave. With that, he called for Renya to accompany him as they departed. Uncle, where are we headed? Renya inquired. I'm not sure, just wandering about, Hashirama responded. Tobirama stood at the entrance, watching as the two figures gradually faded from view until they disappeared entirely. Brother, you must hold on, he murmured softly. Senju Hashirama and Renya walked side by side along a winding path, distancing themselves from the bustling leaf village and entering a desolate, silent expanse. Throughout the journey, Hashirama remained reticent, seemingly lost in thought, while Renya curiously surveyed his surroundings. He sensed that Hashirama was not wandering aimlessly, but rather, purposefully advancing toward a specific destination. When they stumbled upon a crumbling ruin, Hashirama's footsteps abruptly halted. The area was overrun with weeds and strewn with debris. The once glorious edifice had long since succumbed to the relentless passage of time. Amidst the shattered bricks, resilient wild grasses thrived, swaying in the breeze as if recounting tales of yore. The once vibrant murals had faded into obscurity, leaving only indistinct patches of color. Renya gazed at the designs on the wall, deducing that they likely depicted the emblem of a certain clan, though the details were now lost to time. He found himself puzzled as to why Hashirama had brought him to such a place. As if sensing his confusion, Senju Hashirama elucidated. This is the ancestral ground of the Senju clan from the Warring States period. Upon hearing this, Renya's understanding dawned. He surveyed the dilapidated structures, struggling to connect them with the Senju clan. Hashirama slowly approached, gently caressing a fragment of the damaged wall, feeling the rough, cold surface beneath his palm. Memories surged forth like a tidal wave. In that era, the place had been alive with vibrant energy, bustling with voices. A young Hashirama had frolicked through the streets of the clan's territory, playing and chasing with his brothers. The clan members busily went about their activities, some diligently training in the practice fields, while others lovingly tended to the flowers in the courtyards. Laughter and joy resonated in every corner of the clan. However, the tensions between the Senju and Uchiha clans escalated, transforming this once hallowed ground into a brutal battlefield. The cacophony of war echoed, smoke billowed, and the beautiful structures crumbled under the weight of conflict, as clan members lost their lives amidst the carnage. Hashirama recalled a particularly harrowing night, drenched in blood and despair. When the Uchiha launched a surprise attack, the clan rallied to defend themselves, their cries of battle and anguish reverberating throughout the night. He fought alongside his brother Tobirama, wielding weapons and engaging in fierce combat. Yet, the Uchiha's offensive was overwhelming, and the clan's territories suffered devastating destruction, with many familiar faces vanishing forever in that fateful night. Renya stood silently beside him, observing the contemplative Hashirama. He could sense the weight of sorrow and anguish within Hashirama's heart, memories etched deep, laden with suffering and sacrifice. He felt a profound sense of gratitude for being born during the early days of the Leaf Village's establishment. Had he lived in the Warring States period, it would have been true despair. The Warring States era was rife with conflict between clans, where even mid-tier families could be annihilated overnight. The battles between the Uchiha and Senju, as prominent clans, were particularly fierce, and it was commonplace for children, even those not yet of ninja rank, to be thrust into the fray. Back then, survival necessitated that they take up arms, fiercely defending their kin and homeland. Hashirama's voice broke the silence. But war only begets pain and hatred. Countless lives were extinguished and families shattered. His tone grew thick with emotion, as if he were transported back to that tumultuous time. Renya approached Hashirama, softly asking, "Uncle Hashirama, was this your original intention in founding the Leaf Village?" Hashirama gazed skyward, lost in reminiscence, recounting his pact with Madara. He narrated the story of his acquaintance with Madara, their eventual reconciliation, and the establishment of the village. Renya listened intently. While he was aware of the overarching narrative, the intricacies were unfamiliar to him. Hearing firsthand the personal experiences of one involved was profoundly immersive. Seated amidst the ruins, Hashirama's voice lowered. "We witnessed so much death together, and we swore, amidst mountains of corpses and rivers of blood, to end the cycle of war." A bittersweet smile crept onto his face, tinged with melancholy. Madara believed that only through power could order be established, that absolute strength could subjugate the nations. Hashirama's gaze lifted to the darkening sky, recalling Madara's insistence that he was too naive, that such methods could never yield true peace. His nails dug into his palm, his eyes reddening. "I regarded Madara as my closest friend, but on that day at the Valley of the End, for the safety of the village, I had no choice but to slay him." A profound silence enveloped them. Renya refrained from interrupting Hashirama, sensing that some truths were better expressed aloud. As twilight enveloped the ruins, Hashirama rose, brushing the dust from his garments. "Renya," he called, turning his gaze toward the village of Konoha, a sudden smile breaking forth. "I understand that peace is not the norm in the ninja world, but someone must be the first to stand up and cultivate ideals into towering trees." Upon hearing this, Renya stared at Senju Hashirama, taken aback. It became clear that Hashirama was fully aware that true peace was an elusive dream. Yet, he resolutely pursued it. This revelation shattered Renya's previous perceptions of Senju Hashirama. For a long time, he had viewed Hashirama's unwavering dedication to peace in the ninja world as almost naive. In a realm rife with slaughter and betrayal, promises of peace seemed as ethereal as mirages. The will of fire that Hashirama espoused appeared to him as the futile aspirations of an idealist. However, Hashirama's recent words had completely altered his understanding. In this moment, Renya realized he had misjudged the god of ninjas. Hashirama was not blindly optimistic. He was acutely aware of the thorns that lined the path to peace and the skepticism and betrayal that lay ahead. Despite his rift with Madara, He chose to traverse this arduous road, determined to forge peace in the ninja world in his own way, even knowing that such peace might be fleeting. Only through experiencing the horrors of war could one truly appreciate the value of peace. This was precisely why Hashirama and Madara sought to establish harmony in the ninja world. Renya regarded Hashirama with newfound respect, feeling a deep sense of admiration. Though the peace Hashirama achieved was transient, it was nonetheless a reality, was it not? By voicing these thoughts, Hashirama felt a weight lift from his heart. Observing Renya's reverent gaze, he smiled warmly, placing his hand on the young man's shoulder. Little Renya, I hope that in the future, you will protect the village. Suddenly, his expression turned serious, his eyes piercing through the encroaching darkness, as if envisioning Konoha a decade hence. The village standing tall like a great tree, its citizens as its branches, and the ninjas safeguarding it as its roots. He withdrew his hand, his demeanor grave. The future may bring tempests and fierce adversaries, but as long as there are those willing to stand guard over the village, the flames of Konoha shall never extinguish. I believe you can also become a steadfast pillar supporting this great tree, safeguarding the village in your own way. Renya was momentarily taken aback by Hashirama's heartfelt declaration, surprised by the depth of his words. These words even carry a sense of a final farewell. It feels as though Hashirama is bequeathing his last wishes. I understand now. Uncle Hashirama. Renya cast a glance at Hashirama, vowing to do everything within his power to protect the village. As long as it is within his capabilities, he would not hesitate to safeguard it for Hashirama. Upon hearing Renya's promise, a smile blossomed on Hashirama's face. Then, I entrust the village to you, young Renya. Renya felt that Hashirama's words were rather peculiar, yet he could not articulate why at that moment. Is this truly right? Am I being brainwashed by Hashirama? Just then, Hashirama's voice interrupted Renya's train of thought. Young Renya, it is time to depart. The two figures, one large and one small, left the former Senju clan grounds. Shortly after their departure, a dense, inky shadow slowly emerged from the ground. This figure was none other than Kagaya's will. A chilling smile curled at the corners of Kagaya's mouth. The reincarnation of Ashura remained so naive. He scoffed at Hashirama and Madara's ideals. In his view, only when his mother breaks the seal can true peace descend upon the ninja world. Of course, he held no interest in this so-called peace, as his sole desire was to rescue his mother. Kagaya observed Renya's retreating figure, feeling that this Uchiha brat should not have a place in this game. He sensed that Renya's presence might disrupt his plans. As the instigator of Indra and Ashura's enmity, he could not fathom why the Senju brothers would choose to adopt an Uchiha child. Renya's appearance represented a variable that must not be allowed to disrupt the final arrangement. Before his words could finish, Kagaya's body sank back into the earth, as if he had never been there. News of Hashirama's departure from Konoha spread like wildfire throughout the ninja world for reasons unknown. Hashirama and Renya, the two directly involved, remained oblivious to the fact that they were already being watched in secret. Young Renya, do you know of any interesting places in the ninja world? Hashirama inquired with a hint of frustration. The ninja world is vast, and he was at a loss as to where to go. Upon hearing this, Renya suggested, Uncle Hashirama, I have heard that the hot springs in the land of hot water are quite delightful. The land of hot water is a renowned tourist destination, one of Jiraiya's favorite spots. Despite having spent many years in the ninja world, he had never visited it. Is that so? Then let us go and see. The two immediately set off for the land of hot water. At Takigakyur's high-level conference room, the news of Hashirama's departure from Konoha was met with excitement. This is an opportunity for us to exact revenge. During the 5 Kage summit, Hashirama allocated the tailed beasts among the 5 great nations. Although Takigakyur possessed the 7 tails, they were not invited to the summit. While Takigakyur may not possess the strength of the 5 great nations, they have unique characteristics and a degree of power. Hashirama's actions left the village's higher-ups extremely dissatisfied. Why should they be looked down upon as a small nation? Thus, the leadership of Takigakyur harbored resentment towards Hashirama. Initially, they had intended to assassinate Hashirama, but their plans were delayed due to various circumstances. Upon learning of Hashirama's departure, the upper echelons convened an emergency meeting to deliberate on how to take revenge. Ultimately, they unanimously decided to send someone to assassinate Hashirama. Even if they could not kill him, they needed to vent their frustrations. At the very least, they wanted him to understand that their small nation was not to be trifled with. But who should they send? The meeting room fell silent. They were all acutely aware of Hashirama's strength, making the assassination a daunting task. Anyone they sent would likely be walking to their demise. Let us send Kakuzu. That guy is immensely powerful and poses a threat to our status, someone suggested. No objections were raised, and the meeting attendees agreed. They summoned Kakuzu and informed him of the mission. Kakuzu, are they insane? They want him to assassinate the god of shinobi? An elderly man with white hair stood up trembling, placing his frail hand on Kakuzu's shoulder. Though this mission is perilous, you are the sharpest blade of our village. His voice was hoarse, yet his eyes sparkled with calculation. Since Hashirama established Konoha, he has dismissed us, small nations. If you can succeed, Takigakure will regain its status in the ninja world, and you will become a hero of the village. Another middle-aged man stepped forward, presenting a scroll. This contains the intelligence we have gathered. It outlines Hashirama's weaknesses. Although Kakuzu was reluctant, he accepted the scroll and departed from the village. Chapter 64. On the Wrong Path. Young Renya, are we not there yet? On the road to Takigakure, Hashirama inquired with confusion. He had an inkling that Renya had taken a wrong turn. Logically speaking, Takigakure should not be this far. Young Renya, are you truly not lost? Hashirama could not help but ask. Holding a ninja world map purchased from a merchant, Renya responded with unwavering confidence. Do not worry, Uncle Hashirama, I am not lost. However, the beads of sweat forming on his forehead betrayed him. He instinctively wiped away the cold sweat, thinking to himself, could it really be that I am lost? Renya felt a tinge of regret. Realizing this was the consequence of neglecting his studies, he could not even comprehend a map. Really? Hashirama leaned closer, asking for a look at the map. Renya quickly hid the map behind him, stammering, Uncle, do not rush, we will arrive shortly. Very well, very well. Ultimately, Hashirama chose to trust Renya, reflecting. So Takigakure is that far away. Uncle Hashirama, we are almost there, Renya said, feeling slightly guilty. Haha, then let us hurry. I can hardly wait to experience the hot springs. Hashirama laughed heartily, placing his hands on his hips. The two quickened their pace. 2 days later, the surroundings were nothing but dense woods, devoid of any signs of civilization. It seemed they had wandered further off course. Renya surveyed the trees around him. Feeling perplexed, according to the map, there should be a small town here? Hashirama wore a strange expression and asked, Young Renya, are you truly not lost? After 2 days of travel, they had long since left the land of fire. Was it not said that the land of hot water was not far from the border of the land of fire? Suddenly, Hashirama recalled that he had heard Mito mention that the land of hot water is situated near the land of whirlpools. Yet, this was not the route to the land of whirlpools at all. As for where they had ended up, he was equally uncertain. Over the past 2 days, Renya had led him through a maze, leaving him completely disoriented. Renya trembled as he held the map, looking at Hashirama. Uncle Hashirama, I think I might be lost. Hashirama, is this not something even a blind person could discern? Had he known, he would not have trusted Renya. He should have checked the map himself when he first sensed something was amiss. It was not entirely Renya's fault. Hashirama had never imagined that Renya, who had presumably graduated to a jonin, could not even read a map. Had the teachers at the Ninja Academy not taught him this fundamental knowledge? How on earth had he graduated from school? It seemed that after returning, a thorough investigation would be necessary. The Ninja Academy is an institution that cultivates ninjas imbued with the will of fire, not a place for backdoor dealings. Such detrimental practices must be firmly eradicated. Uncle Hashirama. Renya scrutinized the map with a grave expression, insisting, I believe the map is erroneous. Even now, he did not consider it to be his own fault. Hashirama sighed in exasperation, unsure of what to say. He had thought Renya had discovered something significant, only to find that it was this. Young Renya, let me see the map, Hashirama said. This time, Renya did not resist, obediently handing the map to Hashirama while muttering under his breath, how despicable. To sell me a fake map, Hashirama. He unfolded the map, comparing it to the surrounding landscape, and was instantly taken aback. Where on earth have you brought me? Hashirama raised his voice, staring at Renya in shock. If he wasn't mistaken, they were currently situated at the junction of the land of grass and the land of waterfall, and were even nearing the borders of the land of earth. This was entirely contrary to their intended destination, the land of soup. They found themselves at the marked red circle. Confronted by Hashirama's inquiries, Renya awkwardly scratched his head. Realizing he had taken a wrong turn, he had thought the map was erroneous. Hashirama's lips twitched, unable to restrain himself from asking, did the Ninja Academy not teach you how to read a map? Such fundamental knowledge should have been imparted by their instructors. If not, it would be a dereliction of duty on the part of the Academy's teachers. He would report this matter to Tobirama upon his return. Renya scratched his head. Uncertain, I think they might have taught us. Hashirama looked at him, bewildered. You don't know whether it was taught or not. Uncle Hashirama, I truly don't know. Renya awkwardly nodded. He had been dozing through his cultural classes and had never truly listened. He was genuinely unaware of the answer to Hashirama's question. Hashirama sighed in exasperation, deciding that now was not the time for such discussions. Their immediate concern was to vacate the area. He lowered his gaze to the map, comparing it with the surrounding environment, and stated, "We are currently closest to the Hidden Waterfall Village. We can head there to rest." Hidden Waterfall Village? Renya felt a flicker of familiarity. Soon he recalled that it was the hometown of Kakuzu from the Akatsuki in the future. It was said that he had once fought Hashirama and had boasted about it during his time in the Akatsuki. He wondered how much of it was true. After all, the man in question was here, and the truth could easily be ascertained. "Uncle Hashirama, have you ever fought someone named Kakuzu?" "Kakuzu?" Hashirama appeared lost in thought, as if trying to recall the individual. "I have no recollection." Renya's expression revealed that his suspicions were confirmed. The case was closed. Kakuzu had indeed been exaggerating. If he had truly engaged in direct combat with Hashirama and managed to escape, Hashirama would undoubtedly have had some memory of it. However, since Hashirama had no recollection of Kakuzu, there were only two possibilities. Either Kakuzu had never fought Hashirama and was merely boasting, or he had only thrown a few shurikens from a distance before fleeing. Renya couldn't help but find it amusing. He had always thought Kakuzu was a rather honest individual, but it seemed he had misjudged him. Hashirama did not dwell on the matter, leading the way with the map. Renya followed quietly behind, still believing it was the map's fault. Along the way, he hoped for Hashirama to also get lost, as that would prove his innocence. Unfortunately, what he wished for did not come to pass. Before long, a small village appeared in their view. As Renya gazed at the distant Hidden Waterfall Village, he fell into silence. Outside the land of soup, within the Hidden Waterfall Village, Kakuzu crouched in a tree, meticulously observing his surroundings. This road was the only access to Hidden Waterfall Village. He would be able to spot Hashirama the moment he appeared. However, after 2 days of waiting, he still had not seen Hashirama's figure. Could it be that the intelligence was erroneous? Kakuzu perused the information provided by the village higher-ups. Hashirama Senju is headed to Hidden Waterfall Village to enjoy a hot spring. He decided to wait one more day. If he did not see Hashirama, he would return to the village to report back. Chapter 65. Hashirama Senju is coming? What? You say Hashirama Senju is coming? In the high-level conference room of Hidden Waterfall Village, a certain elder reported, "It is indeed true. I have seen the god of ninjas entering our village." He was unaware of the discussions that had taken place among the higher-ups and merely relayed this information to prepare them for Hashirama's arrival. After all, the individual coming was none other than the god of ninjas. Upon hearing the report, the elders felt as though the sky were falling. That detestable Kakuzu. Not only did he fail the mission, but he also betrayed the village. A middle-aged man clenched his fists. He had previously provided Kakuzu with intelligence, only to discover that the rogue was a backstabber. Although the scroll contained no actionable intelligence, it was indeed what he had gathered. What do we do now? A white-haired elder's complexion turned ashen. Hashirama's arrival at Hidden Waterfall could only be a cause for reckoning. After all, just 2 days prior, they had sent someone to assassinate him. The higher-ups had merely intended to vent their frustrations and perhaps use Hashirama's hands to eliminate Kakuzu. That was all. They had never imagined that Hashirama would come knocking on their door. With the strength of the god of ninjas, annihilating Hidden Waterfall Village would be child's play. They began to regret their earlier decisions. At this point, we must firmly assert that this is Kakuzu's personal action and has nothing to do with the village. Another elder remarked, "We must believe that as long as we admit our mistakes with a good attitude, Hashirama will not make things difficult for us. The god of ninjas is famously benevolent in the ninja world. Surely he would not hold a grudge over such trivial matters." Sighing, they recognized that this was the only course left to them. On the streets of Hidden Waterfall Village, Renya surveyed his surroundings and exclaimed, "This place is truly backward." Although Konoha had only recently been established and had yet to fully develop, the great ninja villages were on an entirely different level compared to these small countries. The streets of Hidden Waterfall Village were lined with shops selling everyday goods, but the variety was limited, and they scarcely encountered any passers-by, creating a desolate atmosphere. "Little Renya, we'll leave once we've gathered our supplies," Hashirama remarked, clearly sharing the sentiment that there was little of interest here. As they finished stowing their purchases, they simultaneously turned their gazes toward a certain direction. 3 white-haired elders were hurrying towards them, followed by dozens of ninjas. Renya could discern that this group of ninjas had mediocre abilities, most of them being chunin, with only 2 jonin among them. He was curious about their purpose for being there. Were they seeking trouble with Hashirama? However, given their numbers, it was clear they were not there to deliver good news. As Renya pondered, the elder at the forefront trembled as he spoke. "Lord Hashirama?" Hashirama, scratching his head, replied, "Do you recognize me, old man?" Upon hearing Hashirama's acknowledgement, The elder's knees buckled, and he swiftly knelt on the ground, exclaiming, "Lord Hashirama, please spare us." The others quickly followed suit, kneeling before him. Hashirama was taken aback. "What is happening? Why are you all kneeling?" Renya cast a complex glance at Hashirama. "Uncle Hashirama, have you been doing something bad behind the scenes?" "Little Renya, don't speak nonsense." Hashirama shot him a disapproving glare. He quickly stepped forward, attempting to help the elder up. "Old man, please rise. Lord Hashirama, please spare us. We know we were wrong." The group showed no intention of standing, repeatedly bowing their heads in supplication. As Hashirama stood there, bewildered, Renya stepped forward, activating his Sharingan to examine the elder at the forefront. The elder instinctively looked up when he saw a sudden movement, only to meet Renya's crimson eyes. Caught off guard, he fell victim to Renya's Jinjutsu. With Renya's Kurenai power, he effortlessly infiltrated the elder's mind. However, such actions could easily render the victim mindless. Not that Renya felt any remorse. The peculiar behavior of these individuals made it clear they were not good people. As he delved into the elder's memories from the meeting room, Renya's expression grew increasingly strange. It turned out that Kakuzu had not been boasting. He truly intended to assassinate the god of ninjas. Had they not taken a wrong turn, they might have encountered Kakuzu directly. "Little Renya, what in the world is going on?" Hashirama asked, noticing Renya's actions, unable to contain his curiosity. "The higher-ups of Takigakure dispatched individuals to assassinate you. Our arrival led them to mistakenly believe their scheme had failed, prompting them to emerge in desperation, pleading for mercy." Renya articulated an explanation. The faces of the kneeling figures turned ashen, for they had not anticipated that besides Senju Hashirama stood a master of illusion. With this revelation, their prior machinations became futile. The elder ensnared in the Jinjutsu finally regained consciousness, realizing the gravity of the situation, and buried his head deeper in submission. "Lord Hashirama, spare us. We were momentarily blinded by folly. Please grant us another chance." Takigakure is willing to submit to Konoha in their frantic bid for survival. The higher-ups of Takigakure fervently bowed their heads in supplication. Renya slowly unsheathed the katana at his waist and turned to Hashirama. "What course of action shall we take with them, Uncle Hashirama?" Should Hashirama indicate, he would not hesitate to eliminate these individuals who sought to murder him and his uncle. Those who dared to plot against their lives had no right to exist. Upon hearing Renya's words, the Takigakure leaders bowed even more fervently. "Lord Hashirama, please spare us." Looking down at the desperate figures, Hashirama felt his heart soften. "Very well, little Renya, let us depart." With that, he turned to leave. Hashirama was a kind-hearted and magnanimous individual, deeply aware of the preciousness of life, and he was reluctant to take lives easily. Even when faced with those who sought to assassinate him, he chose to show mercy, provided they had not wrought irreversible consequences. Renya could not voice his discontent. Silently sheathing his sword and following Hashirama, he understood that Hashirama's ability to act thus stemmed from his formidable strength and unwavering confidence to confront any assassination attempt, rendering the assailants a negligible threat. As long as he ensured the safety of himself and his village, Hashirama remained remarkably benevolent, willing to spare those who aimed to take his life, a quality unique to Hashirama in the ninja world. Had it been any other ninja, the annihilation of Takigakure would have been a mild consequence. Seeing Hashirama and Renya depart, the higher-ups of Takigakure collapsed onto the ground, their faces reflecting sheer relief from their narrow escape. "That was close, so close to death. Thankfully, we gambled right. Senju Hashirama truly spared us. Ha ha. Surviving a great calamity surely brings blessings." Chapter 66, The One Who Escapes Unscathed. "Little Renya, do you believe my actions were misguided?" On the road, Senju Hashirama suddenly inquired. He had noticed Renya's conflicted expression when he decided to spare the Takigakure leaders, as if he disapproved of Hashirama's course of action. After a moment of hesitation, Renya eventually nodded and then shook his head. "As long as you are happy, Uncle Hashirama. Is it truly that simple?" Hashirama raised an eyebrow, his wide sleeves rustling in the evening breeze. He could discern the confusion in Renya's eyes, reminiscent of the way Tobirama looked at him when he let a member of the Uchiha clan go. If it were Tobirama, he would likely say, "I am being overly lenient." Renya, in silent agreement, remarked, "I believe Tobirama uncle is right." Hashirama, he had thought Renya would be different from Tobirama, capable of grasping his good intentions. Unfortunately, he was mistaken. Renya, like Tobirama, could not condone his decision to spare their enemies. It could only be said that Renya was a product of Tobirama's upbringing. A ninja should act decisively in matters of life and death, never engaging in the kind of leniency exhibited by Uncle Hashirama. Renya continued, "Life is singular, Sparing an enemy only heightens one's own risk of demise. After all, not everyone understands the virtue of gratitude. What if he were to ambush us after being spared? For Renya, such a risky act of mercy would never cross his mind. Hashirama's ability to do so stemmed solely from his immense power. In the ninja world, no one could threaten him, allowing him to act according to his will. Were it any ordinary ninja who dared to do likewise, their grave would be overgrown with grass 3 meters high. Suddenly, Senju Hashirama burst into laughter, startling the birds in the forest. He rested a hand on Lienya's shoulder, speaking with earnestness. Little Lienya, you are still too young to comprehend the benefits of my actions. Without waiting for Lienya's response, he continued, to spare an enemy is to sow the seeds of peace. Each time one lays down their blade and opts for dialogue, they are building bridges of understanding between those of differing perspectives. As long as there is mutual understanding and tolerance among people, the ninja world can truly embrace peace. Lienya's lips twitched in frustration. Uncle Hashirama, here you go again. In recent days, Hashirama had frequently inundated him with ideals of peace. He had grown weary of such unnutritious banter. Yet, Hashirama would ramble on for ages, leaving Lienya with no choice but to endure. Instinctively, Lienya quickened his pace, prompting Hashirama to hurry after him, continuing to expound on his views of peace. Time passed, and Hashirama finally ceased his discourse. Nodding in satisfaction as if pleased with his own words, his face brimming with unquenched enthusiasm, he unconsciously glanced at Lienya, only to find that the boy had not been listening at all, cotton stuffed in his ears unbeknownst to him. With a resigned sigh, Hashirama remarked, Little Lienya, I trust that one day you will understand the meaning behind my words. He had always promoted his vision for peace. Yet it seemed that no one shared his sentiments, not even Madara, Tobirama, or Lienya. He had believed that if he were sincere and forgiving enough, he could melt the ice of hatred, but reality doused his fervor like a bucket of cold water. He suddenly felt solitary on this path to peace. An overwhelming sense of loneliness enveloping him. Even those closest to him did not comprehend his intentions. Did those he spared truly grasp his earnestness? This feeling of unacknowledged defeat left even this formidable ninja grappling with a sense of helplessness and confusion. Lienya gazed at Hashirama's drooping figure and, for a moment, felt a pang of sympathy. He began to reflect on whether his own actions had been too extreme. Uncle Hashirama was genuinely striving to promote his understanding of peace. Yet he had been impatient. Contemplating this, Lienya removed the cotton from his ears. Uncle Hashirama, I believe your philosophy is commendable. Upon hearing this, Hashirama abruptly lifted his head, the shadows in his eyes vanishing instantly, replaced by a radiant glow. He excitedly grasped Lienya's shoulders, his voice trembling slightly. You truly feel that way? I always thought no one could understand my persistence. Everyone believes I am mad, that I am dreaming foolishly. His Adam's apple bobbed as he fixed his fervent gaze on Lienya. But you actually understand. Seeing Hashirama's expression, Lienya felt an unsettling sensation rise within him, as if something ominous was about to transpire. As expected, Hashirama began to elaborate on his vision for peace in the ninja world. Lienya watched as Hashirama rambled incessantly before him, his face reflecting numbness. He wished he could slap himself for having spoken up. At that moment, he profoundly understood the value of silence. Hashirama remained oblivious to Lienya's expression, continuing to speak passionately. That evening, Hashirama appeared to have said much. Yet Lienya absorbed none of it. He incessantly questioned himself. Why had he felt the need to speak? With no mission objectives encountered, he could finally return to the village to report. At the border between the land of fire and the land of iron, Kakuzu could not suppress the upward curl of his lips. Initially believing he would undoubtedly perish upon receiving this SSS-level mission, he had anxiously lingered at the entrance of Yumgeikure for 3 days. To his astonishment, fortune smiled upon him. He had not encountered Senju Hashirama. In this manner, Kakuzu would not have to face the god of ninjas. He was unaware of what madness had gripped the higher-ups of Takigeikure, sending him to assassinate Senju Hashirama. However, there was no alternative. Executing missions was a ninja's duty, even if the likelihood of death was high. As a member of the village, he had no choice but to comply. At present, Kakuzu remains oblivious to the truth. Thus he has not succumbed to darkness and still harbors a profound affection for his village. This is indeed a testament to the efficacy of indoctrination from a young age. Hehehe. It appears I might be the only one who undertook the mission to assassinate the god of ninjas and yet emerged unscathed. The corners of Kakuzu's mouth curled upward, a smile that he could not suppress no matter how he tried. Such a legendary experience could undoubtedly serve as a boastful asset in the future. To accomplish an SSS-level mission and return unharmed speaks volumes of one's prowess, does it not? After all, he was not lying. He truly accepted the assassination task, and he genuinely returned unscathed. At that moment, two figures appeared within his line of sight. Initially, Kakuzu paid them no mind, dismissing them as mere strangers, one a middle-aged man, the other a youth in his teens. However, when his peripheral vision caught sight of the middle-aged man, the smile on his face abruptly froze. Clad in a pale blue robe, the man's shoulder-length hair cascaded freely, a few strands brushing against his sharply defined features. Upon retrieving a portrait for careful comparison, Kakuzu realized this was none other than the god of ninjas. Cold sweat instantly beaded on his forehead. How could he possibly encounter Hashirama Senju in a place like this? Chapter 67. The oppressive presence of the god of ninjas. Kakuzu stood rooted to the spot, his legs trembling uncontrollably. Before he could even make a move, his body had betrayed him. This was the legendary god of ninjas. He had an ominous premonition that should he act, it would surely lead to his demise. Renya and Hashirama naturally noticed Kaku, who stood dazed a short distance away. Renya instinctively tightened his grip on the hilt of his sword, discerning Kaku's ninja identity from his attire. One must be cautious when encountering fellow ninjas in the outside world, for one can never be certain of the other's intentions. Should the individual before him show any signs of hostility, he would strike without hesitation. Conversely, Hashirama harbored no such concerns. He even offered Kakuzu a friendly smile. However, to Kakuzu, that smile was nothing short of terrifying. As he watched the two approach, Kakuzu's legs weakened, and he nearly turned to flee. To be tasked with assassinating the god of ninjas? What a ludicrous notion. This was not Kakuzu's fault. Hashirama's presence was overwhelmingly intimidating. He began to spiral into self-doubt. Am I truly capable of assassinating the god of ninjas? Isn't this akin to walking into my own death? Perhaps I have not even encountered him at all. Yet soon, he mustered his courage anew. No, I am the pride of Takigakure. If I successfully assassinate Hashirama Senju, I shall be a hero of my village. With this thought ignited in his mind, a spark of battle intent ignited in Kakuzu's eyes. However, upon glimpsing Hashirama, that hard-won fighting spirit vanished without a trace. Even as the two passed by him, Kakuzu lacked the courage to strike. Renya cast a strange glance at Kakuzu, sensing something amiss about him. Yet, since Kakuzu showed no signs of malice, he paid it little mind. At present, Kakuzu had not acquired the earth grudge fear, and his appearance was vastly different from his days in the Akatsuki. It was only natural that Renya did not recognize him. Then, catching sight of the portrait in Kakuzu's hands, Renya's eyes flickered as he suddenly recalled something. So this fellow is Kakuzu. Renya had glimpsed a few details from the memories of the elders in Takigakure, though he had not clearly seen Kakuzu's visage until now. However, he chose not to reveal his recognition and feigned ignorance. Once the two had completely walked away, Kakuzu's knees buckled, and he collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath. The overwhelming pressure emanating from Hashirama had nearly suffocated him. So this is the god of ninjas? Merely a smile from him extinguished any rebellious thoughts within Kakuzu. Kakuzu slammed his fist into the ground, exclaiming in frustration, "Damn it, why am I such a coward?" He was supposed to be the genius of Takigakure, yet he lacked even the courage to act. Had he not encountered Hashirama, it might have been different, but now, having faced him, how could he possibly explain his failure to the higher-ups upon returning? With this in mind, Kakuzu stood up from the ground, gazing in the direction Hashirama had departed. For the honor of Takigakure, I shall press on. Thus, he retrieved the intelligence given to him by the higher-ups. Previously, he had not taken Hashirama seriously and had no intention of reviewing the scroll. But after standing before Hashirama, he realized the vast chasm that lay between them. Let me see the god of ninjas' weaknesses. Kakuzu slowly unfurled the scroll, only to be utterly dumbfounded. How could it be entirely blank? Kakuzu disbelievingly thought. He assumed he was seeing things and closed the scroll only to open it again, but it remained devoid of content. Kakuzu finally realized that Hashirama had no so-called weaknesses. If he had any, would he still be called the god of ninjas? Upon this revelation, he cast the scroll aside and began to pursue the direction Hashirama had taken. Little Renya, was that person just now Kakuzu from Takigakure? Hashirama inquired curiously. Indeed, Uncle Hashirama, Renya nodded. I saw a glimpse of him in the memories of that old man from Takigakure. Ah, is that so? Hashirama seemed unconcerned by the matter. After all, he could afford to let go of those who had attempted to attack him. Why would he bother with Kakuzu, who had not even made a move? This was also the reason Renya had refrained from acting earlier. Since the person involved showed no concern, why should he fret? If he were to provoke trouble, Hashirama would surely preach his philosophy of peace once again. At that moment, both turned in unison. Kakuzu was sprinting towards them at an astonishing speed. Renya was somewhat taken aback. This fellow actually dared to take action. He had thought Kakuzu would abandon the mission and flee, yet here he was, unafraid of danger. Earth Release, Earth Spike. Kakuzu wasted no time and launched his attack directly at the two. He understood that he stood no chance in a direct confrontation with Hashirama and could only hope to injure him through surprise. However, he overestimated his abilities. The two effortlessly evaded the attack. "You are Kakuzu, are you not?" Hashirama queried. Upon hearing this, Kakuzu's pupils constricted in shock. How could the god of ninjas know his name? He had not uttered a single word. "I advise you to desist. I have no desire to harm you," Hashirama cautioned. From the attack he had just witnessed, it was clear that Kakuzu possessed only the strength of an elite jonin, far beneath his own capabilities. Kakuzu disregarded the warning and continued his assault. In response, Hashirama felt somewhat helpless. Why did these individuals never heed his advice? Just as he was about to intervene, Renya spoke up, "Uncle Hashirama, allow me to handle this." Drawing his katana, he felt a surge of excitement. Kakuzu's strength was formidable, making him a perfect sparring partner. Even if he could not win, he had Hashirama by his side. "Very well, just be cautious," Hashirama replied. With him present, there was little concern for Renya's safety. Yet he could not help but offer a word of caution. "I understand, Uncle Hashirama." As Kakuzu regarded the emerging Renya, he felt a quiet relief. Thankfully, his opponent was the youth before him, not the god of ninjas. "You think you can stop me, little brat?" Kakuzu bared his teeth in a predatory grin. If he could not contend with the god of ninjas, how could he possibly be bested by this boy? Before he could finish his taunt, the earth spike shot straight for Renya's throat. Renya activated his Sharingan, the three tomos spinning rapidly, enabling him to perceive the trajectory of the attack and evade it with ease. Sharingan. Kakuzu was taken aback. In an instant, Renya appeared before Kakuzu, bringing his katana down upon him. Kakuzu hastily sidestepped, but Renya had already anticipated his movement with the Sharingan. Twisting his wrist, the blade grazed Kakuzu's neck, leaving a fine line of blood in its wake. Kakuzu quickly retreated, widening the distance between them, his face a mask of shock. Had he not reacted swiftly just now, his head might have been severed. He regarded Renya with a grave expression, his voice hoarse. "Little brat, I must admit you possess some skill, but compared to me, you still fall short." Lianye's gaze fell upon the neck of Kakuzu, where a thin line of blood gradually emerged. However, the blood was not red, but rather a deep, dark shade. Kakuzu, perplexed, pondered, what is this little demon staring at? Following Lianye's gaze, he instinctively touched his neck, feeling a sticky sensation in his hand. Looking down, he saw the blood on his fingertips was black. Kakuzu. Chapter 68, Alive. Why is my blood black? A moment of bewilderment flickered in Kakuzu's eyes, but he quickly regained his composure. "No, the blade is poisoned." He gazed incredulously at the youth standing before him, who was now watching him with a smirk that was neither a smile nor a frown. "Oh, it seems the gap between us has narrowed. You despicable coward," Kakuzu exclaimed in a fit of rage. Kakuzu prided himself on being a genius from Takigakure, having encountered countless battles and a myriad of foes, employing an array of techniques. This was the first time he had encountered someone who poisoned their blade. Even the renowned poison experts of Sunegakure's puppet masters did not resort to such vile methods. Typically, puppet masters utilized poisons like poison needles and toxic mists, which were evident to their adversaries, allowing them to take precautions. When ninjas faced puppet masters, they instinctively prepared for such attacks. Who would have imagined that the seemingly dignified youth before him would employ such underhanded tactics? That blade, gleaming coldly, was indeed tainted with poison, especially since this boy belonged to the Uchiha clan. Wasn't the Uchiha known for their arrogance? Shouldn't they disdain such methods? Despicable? Lianyi scoffed. "Do you think being a ninja is a noble profession?" To Lianyi, ninjas were inherently treacherous, with the primary goals of mission success and self-preservation. To triumph over a stronger ninja, one must resort to cunning and insidious tactics. If one could eliminate an opponent through sneak attacks and poison, why engage in a fair fight? He was not powerful enough to be fearless like Senju Hashirama. Moreover, even the mightiest still faced the specter of death. After all, even the formidable Six Paths Madara was taken down by Black Zetsu's heart-piercing strike, was he not? Ultimately, it was the inherent fragility of a ninja's body that was the problem. Over the years, Lianyi had specifically trained in body enhancement techniques from his past life. Yet they proved futile. The upper limit of a ninja's physical strength was not high. The third Raikage's physical prowess already stood as the pinnacle of the ninja world. Upon hearing Lianye's words, Kakuzu's expression darkened. Whether it was due to the deadly poison coursing through him or Lianye's remarks, he was uncertain. He understood that the combat methods of ninjas were often dishonorable. However, the youth before him belonged to the Uchiha clan. Among the powerful ninja clans in the ninja world, they were known to disdain such conduct. Thus, in his preconceptions, Kakuzu had believed the youth to be an honorable individual, not one who would resort to such disgusting tactics. Little did he know he had misjudged, and at the very start of their clash, he had fallen victim. Damn you, little brat. You hardly seem like an Uchiha. Kakuzu seethed. He had encountered Uchiha opponents before, yet none had ever employed such lowly techniques. Before he could finish his thought, darkness enveloped him as he collapsed to the ground, his body beyond his control. Watching the youth approach, Kakuzu realized he was destined to fall today. Damn those higher-ups. If there is an afterlife, I will not spare you. Kakuzu clenched his fists in indignation. Yet, with the poison coursing through him, he lacked even the strength to clench his fists. The terror of life and death loomed large. When faced with mortality, it was nearly impossible for one to remain composed. Perhaps he had once been loyal to Takigakure, even willing to sacrifice his life for it. Yet, when confronted with death, he could not help but resent the higher-ups of his village. If they hadn't ordered him to assassinate Senju Hashirama, how could he have found himself in such a predicament? He mused that perhaps it would have been better to eliminate the higher-ups instead. As he spiraled into despair, Lianyi had already reached Kakuzu's side. The man, who would one day possess immortality in the ninja world, writhed like a stranded fish on the ground. This was a sign of the poison's onset. Lianyi looked down at Kakuzu, whose contorted body was racked with spasms, his crimson Sharingan revealing no hint of mercy. To grant you a swift death is already a kindness on my part. Saying this, he twisted his wrist, aiming the blade at Kakuzu's carotid artery. A single strike would surely result in decapitation. Kakuzu trembled as he attempted to raise his arm to block, but found even the slightest movement impossible. His eyes filled with despair. Suddenly, he recalled the lives he had personally extinguished. It dawned on him that, at the moment of death, the pride of all-powerful beings crumbles into the same desolation. Without a moment's hesitation, Lianyi swung his blade toward Kakuzu. Just then, a powerful hand seized Lianye's wrist with an iron grip. Confused, he looked up to see Senju Hashirama, his expression grave. What are you doing, Uncle Hashirama? Lianyi queried, bewildered. Hashirama shook his head solemnly. Little Lianyi, spare him this once. However, just as Lianyi was about to respond, he was interrupted by Hashirama. Have you forgotten our ideals? Lianye's lips twitched as he internally berated. What the hell? Our ideals? Haven't you been the one doing all the preaching from the start? Little Lianyi, only when everyone is filled with love. Seeing Hashirama about to embark on another lengthy sermon, Lianyi quickly interjected, Uncle Hashirama, I think you're absolutely right. I'll let him go right now. Although he did not wish to spare Kakuzu, he was even less inclined to endure Hashirama's lecturing. I'm glad you understand. Hashirama nodded appreciatively. He was certain that Lianyi had perfectly inherited his philosophy. Just then, Lianye's words interrupted his thoughts. Uncle Hashirama, he seems to be dying. Upon hearing this, Hashirama instinctively looked at the ground where Kakuzu lay. At that moment, Kakuzu's eyes had rolled back, and he was foaming at the mouth, clearly on the brink of death. Little Lianyi, don't you have an antidote? Hashirama urged. Quickly give it to him. Lianyi retrieved a small vial from his ninja tool pouch. Uncle Hashirama, given his condition, I'm not sure the antidote will still be effective. No matter, as long as we make an effort to save him, Hashirama declared. Snatching the vial and pouring the contents into Kakuzu's mouth, Lianyi watched with curiosity to see if Kakuzu could be saved. It can only be said that Kakuzu was remarkably fortunate. He miraculously regained consciousness. Kakuzu opened his eyes, dazed and staring blankly at the sky. Am I dead? He wondered, as he thought he had seen his great-grandmother. Haha, you're awake. At that moment, Hashirama's large face suddenly filled Kakuzu's vision, nearly scaring him to death. Seeing this, Hashirama quickly reassured him, do not be afraid, we mean you no harm. Kakuzu, struggling to rise from the ground, he looked at Senju Hashirama in confusion. Lord Hashirama, why do you not kill me? Hashirama bent down to pick up the kunai that had fallen from Kakuzu's grasp. A ninja's blade should not exist solely to sever their enemies. He handed the kunai back to Kakuzu. I want you to live, to witness the changes in this world. Perhaps one day, you will understand that there are things worth protecting beyond mere slaughter. Kakuzu gazed up at Hashirama's back, and in that moment, he finally comprehended why the man was revered as the god of shinobi. In the distance, the crisp sound of Lianyi sheathing his blade echoed. As the figures of the two men gradually faded away, leaving behind a battlefield strewn with devastation and a fate-altered victim. Am I alive? Kakuzu whispered. Chapter 69. You owe me for the antidote. Little Lien Yi, what is the matter? Senju Hashirama inquired. Noticing Lien Yi suddenly halt his steps, curiosity blooming within him. Uncle Hashirama, I have some matters to discuss with Kakuzu, Lenya stated. Then go ahead, but do not engage him in battle again, Hashirama replied. Yes, I understand. As Hashirama watched Lenya depart, he murmured to himself, I wonder what little Lenya intends to do. The reason Lenya returned to seek out Kakuzu was that he suddenly recalled that, according to the original narrative, that fellow seemed to possess considerable wealth. Adhering to the principle of not leaving empty-handed, he planned to extort a hefty sum from him. Meanwhile, Kakuzu struggled to rise from the ground, trembling as he made his way towards the village. A flash of malice flickered in his eyes as he coldly declared, Damn the higher-ups. I will not let you escape. Since he had survived, the old geezers of the village deserved to perish. At that moment, Kakuzu heard footsteps approaching from behind. Instinctively, he turned around and was met with a pair of crimson eyes. Why are you back? Kakuzu's face turned pale as he stammered. He thought Lenya had come to kill him. After all, it was Hashirama Senju who had promised to spare him, not the Uchiha boy before him. Realizing this, Kakuzu despairingly shut his eyes. He was still burdened with a significant amount of poison. Even walking was a challenge, making it impossible for him to contend with Lenya. All he could do was close his eyes and await death. Damn those old geezers, you managed to escape this time. Strangely, in his final moments, he felt no fear of death. Instead, he was incensed that the village's higher-ups remained alive. Lenya, on the other hand, was perplexed by Kakuzu's closed eyes. But he did not dwell on it. He was there to demand money. Kakuzu, I believe you owe me for the antidote. Upon hearing this, Kakuzu's eyes flew open in shock. Why, you're not going to kill me? Lenya, slightly bewildered, responded, Why would I kill you? Hashirama has already spoken. It would be rude to kill Kakuzu now. Seeing no sign of deception in Lenya's demeanor, Kakuzu instinctively sighed with relief. However, he quickly comprehended the implication of Lenya's words. It seemed the boy had come to demand money from him. How much do you want? Kakuzu inquired cautiously. He had managed to save a bit of money from completing missions over the years, though he was uncertain if it would suffice. Lenya scrutinized Kakuzu, thinking to himself that the man did not appear wealthy. Ultimately, he slowly extended 3 fingers. 30 million ryo. 30 million. Kakuzu nearly dropped his jaw in disbelief. After years of hard work, he had only managed to save a few 100,000 ryo. How could this boy demand 30 million? Why don't you just go rob someone? What? You don't have that much money. Lenya frowned disapprovingly, his voice growing colder. He presumed that Kakuzu, the notorious miser, was reluctant to part with his coins, deliberately making excuses. Seeing Lenya poised to take action, Kakuzu felt desperation rise within him. No, I truly don't have that much money. Aren't you supposed to love money? Lenya questioned, perplexed. Wasn't Kakuzu famously greedy in the original story? How could he possibly be broke? Young man, I swear I don't have that much. What Lenya did not know was that Kakuzu was no longer fixated on wealth. It was after being betrayed by the village that he realized the true power of money, coupled with his secret arts, which allowed him to seize the hearts of others to prolong his life. Kakuzu had gained immortality. Yet, as those around him gradually departed, he was left to accompany only time and solitude. Thus, he had come to place his pursuits and sense of security in money, ultimately adopting a philosophy that prioritized wealth above all else. Lenya discerned that Kakuzu was not deceiving him and sighed in resignation. It appeared he had come at an inopportune moment. How much do you have now? Show me everything. Kakuzu obediently revealed all of his possessions, and Lenya took the scroll, counting a total of a little over 300,000 ryo. Satisfied, he secured the scroll at his waist. Though it was not a large sum, it was not entirely in vain. Young man, can I leave now? Kakuzu asked cautiously. Have you settled your debt? Lenya retorted coldly, believing he would profit significantly. He was disappointed to find only this meager amount. But I have no more money. Kakuzu gritted his teeth. This insufferable brat was truly pushing his limits. Were it not for his current state, he would have long since fought back. Enough, you may leave, Lenya waved dismissively. Just as Kakuzu prepared to depart, he heard Lenya's next words. Remember, Kaku, you still owe me 27 million ryo. I will come to collect. Kakuzu turned back in disbelief, but Lenya's figure had already vanished. Failing to assassinate the god of shinobi was bad enough. Now I owe a significant sum of money. In that moment, he truly grasped the importance of wealth. In the land of water, the hidden village of Kuni, after a series of tribulations, the two finally arrived at their destination. Haha, we have finally arrived. The village of Kuni was shrouded in a gentle mist as twilight descended. Following Hashirama, Lenya entered the hot spring inn. the wooden floor creaking softly beneath their feet. The innkeeper hurried over in wooden sandals, her face brightening into a warm smile upon seeing them. You two arrived just in time. The men's flowery pool has just been refilled, and the view of the valley at dusk is simply breathtaking. She led them through a corridor adorned with lanterns. Upon pushing open the wooden door to the men's bath, a wave of steam, carrying the scent of sulfur, enveloped them. Ha ha ha, here I come. Hashirama exclaimed as he jumped into the hot spring, beckoning Renya from across the water. Little Renya, come down. It feels truly delightful. Renya hesitated for a moment before slowly disrobing. The warm water cascaded over his lean but battle-scarred body, and his taut muscles gradually relaxed in the soothing warmth. This was his first experience in a hot spring, and indeed, it was quite enjoyable. This trip had not been in vain. He caught sight of Hashirama lounging comfortably at the edge of the pool, his hair floating in the water, a gentle smile gracing his face. How does it feel? Little Renya? Renya nodded, feeling content. Just then, a sudden crash echoed from a distance. He immediately burst out of the water, seizing a nearby weapon, and activated his Sharingan at lightning speed. Hashirama, however, remained leisurely submerged, casually casting a wooden vine that effortlessly ensnared the source of the commotion, a stray cat. Little Renya, you are far too tense. Hashirama gently stroked the stray cat. It's just a small kitten. Renya stood frozen in place, observing as Hashirama tenderly placed the cat at the pool's edge, offering it fish cakes he had procured from the kitchen. His long history of battle had instilled an instinctive response within him. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, he re-entered the water. Chapter 70. Only children love candy. As twilight draped like silk, the fragrant steam mingled with the unique sulfur scent of the hot springs in the air. Renya and Hashirama, adorned in traditional yukata provided by the inn, slowly emerged from the hot spring, wooden sandals clacking beneath their feet. In Hashirama's arms, a mottled stray cat curled up into a fluffy ball, purring contentedly and occasionally nudging its head against his large palm. Little Renya, what do you think we should name this cat? Clearly, he was considering adopting the stray. Though Renya did not fully comprehend Hashirama's decision, he offered a suggestion. This cat is a tabby. Let us name it Tabby. Ha ha ha, that is a splendid name. From now on, you shall be called Tabby. Hashirama chuckled as he affectionately ruffled the cat's fur. Tabby instinctively licked Hashirama's palm, seemingly pleased with its new name. Uncle Hashirama, do you truly wish to adopt this ugly cat? Renya frowned, expressing his discontent. This cat is hideous. We should just throw it away. Meow, meow, meow. Tabby seemed to understand, protesting loudly at Renya's remark. Oh, you can understand, can you? Renya raised an eyebrow. In the ninja world, ordinary stray cats typically lack the ability to communicate. Only those summoned beasts possess the intelligence to converse with humans. The fact that this stray cat could comprehend human speech surprised him. Meow, meow, meow. Tabby shot Renya a disdainful glance, as if to say, what else would you expect? Human? Ha ha. I always knew the tabby was quite clever. Hashirama gently stroked the tabby's head, causing it to contentedly squint its eyes. What a cunningly unattractive cat, murmured Renya. He held no interest in such an unappealing pet. The two left the hot spring inn and stepped onto the street. Under the eaves of the shops lining the street, dozens of crimson lanterns flickered to life. Men and women clad in kimono strolled leisurely about the thoroughfare. Vendors on either side of the street enthusiastically called out to passersby, their shouts mingling with the enticing aromas of roasted chestnuts, sweet grilled sea bream, and the rich scent of sake wafting through the air, tantalizing their nostrils. Renya instinctively swallowed, feeling a pang of hunger. They had been on the road for days without indulging in anything delightful. Little Renya, are you hungry? Hashirama grinned. Come, let me treat you to a meal. He led Renya to a cozy izakaya, where the wooden sign inscribed with the name Soup Hidden Pavilion swayed gently in the breeze. The proprietress of the hot spring inn had mentioned that their specialty, grilled sea bream ramen, was quite delectable, boasting a secret broth recipe that had been preserved for a century. Hashirama swallowed again, then ushered Renya inside. Upon entering, they were greeted by a wave of warmth and the rich aroma of bone broth that enveloped them, compelling both to swallow. It must be said, this century-old establishment seemed to possess something special. The interior was adorned with tatami mats, and the flickering candlelight cast the shadows of diners upon the paper sliding doors, where snippets of conversation floated through the air. The proprietress, donning an apron, approached with enthusiasm. Welcome, gentlemen. Please follow me. They settled at a low table by the window, placing the tabby in a bamboo basket lined with a thick, soft blanket, where it promptly curled up into a furry ball and began to doze. Hashirama took the menu, his fingers gliding over the signature dishes, opting for 2 bowls of sea bream ramen and an onsen egg. Before long, steaming bowls of ramen were placed before them. The broth was adorned with fragrant grilled sea bream, a soft-boiled egg enveloped in amber-hued sauce, and a sprinkle of vibrant green scallions alongside delicate slices of pink chashu. Hashirama picked up a piece of fish, gently cooling it before offering it to the tabby, which eagerly extended its tongue, getting broth all over its whiskers. "Uncle Hashirama, it seems this little one has taken quite a liking to you," Renya remarked as he scooped a spoonful of broth, only to be interrupted by the tabby's sudden meow. The little creature had somehow leaped onto the table, its eyes fixated longingly on the chashu in Renya's bowl. "Renya." Hashirama chuckled as he tore a piece of chashu into smaller bits. "Look here, tabby." At the sound of his voice, the tabby scampered over eagerly, beginning to enjoy the morsels Hashirama had offered. After satisfying its hunger, it returned to the bamboo basket to resume its nap. Renya, somewhat exasperated, thought to himself how this creature was both unattractive and lazy. After finishing their meal, the two left the izakaya. The tabby, having awakened at some point, was now curiously peering over Hashirama's collar, observing the lanterns along the street. A delightful aroma of roasted sweetness wafted through the air, catching Hashirama's attention. Not far ahead, at a dango shop, the owner was threading glistening, sugar-coated rice dumplings onto bamboo skewers. "Little Renya, how about some dessert after our meal?" Hashirama glanced back at Renya. "I hear their three-color dango is quite good." Without allowing Renya a chance to respond, he eagerly stepped forward. Renya sighed softly, watching Hashirama's animated figure, thinking to himself that only children had a penchant for sweets. Having lived 2 lives, he considered himself past the age of indulging in sugary treats. At that moment, 2 skewers adorned with cherry blossom pink, amber, and white dumplings were presented before him. "Who says only children enjoy sweets?" Hashirama teased, shaking the skewer, the sugar glimmering under the lantern's light. He winked and pressed a skewer into Renya's hand. "Give it a try." The owner of this shop used to make sweets for the daimyo. The tabby joined in, stretching out its pink tongue to reach for the nearest dumpling, only for Hashirama to chuckle and pull it away. Under Hashirama's expectant gaze, Renya reluctantly took a bite of the cherry blossom-colored dumpling. The soft, sticky rice melted in his mouth, the sweet and tangy fruit jam mingling with the rich honey. Renya's eyes instinctively closed in delight. The taste was surprisingly exquisite. "Little Renya, is it delicious?" Hashirama inquired with a grin. At that moment, Renya realized he had let his guard down. Blushing, he turned his head away and cleared his throat. "Well, it's decent. If it's good, then eat a bit more," Hashirama urged, ignoring the tabby's frantic meowing. Renya instinctively accepted the dumpling, staring blankly at it in his hand, questioning his own actions. The tabby, noticing, became even more vocal, as if to say, "Human, you've changed." Seeing that Renya had not declined, a smile crept across Hashirama's face. This brought to mind his past interactions with Tobirama, who, like Renya, had initially resisted indulging in sweets. Ultimately, Tobirama had succumbed to his pleas and reluctantly tried a dumpling. As for whether the dumpling was tasty, Tobirama had never provided a clear answer. Observing Renya's earlier reaction, Hashirama finally understood. For Tobirama's response mirrored Renya's perfectly. "Meow meow. Meow." The tabby suddenly leaped down, circling around Renya's wooden clogs. "You greedy little cat." Renya bent down to offer a dumpling to the tabby. The tabby devoured it in one gulp, its eyes gleaming with anticipation, clearly wanting more. As it looked up, it realized there were only 2 bamboo skewers left in Renya's hand. The tabby, meow meow meow. Chapter 71. Youth is a blessing. In the early morning, at the hot spring inn, Hashirama carefully tucked the sleeping tabby into his arms, his bamboo backpack filled with fish cakes the proprietress had insisted he take for the journey. These were provisions for the tabby to enjoy along the way. Renya had changed back into his black battle attire, securing his weapon at his waist. The two departed from the Yuyan village side by side. "Little Renya, where shall we go next?" Hashirama inquired. "I've heard the waterfalls of the Land of Thunder are quite spectacular, or perhaps the mirages of the Land of Wind." The tabby peeked out from the folds of Hashirama's clothing, its curious gaze fixed on Renya. After a moment's contemplation, Renya replied, "Uncle Hashirama, how about we visit the Land of Water?" The Land of Water was the only island nation among the 5 great countries. Its geographical environment somewhat reminiscent of a certain island nation from his previous life. Being an island, the seafood there was exceptionally fresh. He wished to sample the flavors of the sea before venturing to other nations. "Haha, sounds good," Hashirama chuckled. "The first Mizuki's mastery of water techniques is unparalleled. Perhaps you can further refine your water ninjutsu there." Renya remained silent, as he was not particularly adept at water techniques, nor was he greatly interested in them. As a Uchiha, he preferred fire ninjutsu. He retrieved a map from his ninja tool pouch, tracing the coastline with his finger, finally marking the location of the Mist Village. Uncle Hashirama, let us set off now and aim to arrive today. On the map, the Mist Village lay to the lower right of the Land of Hot Water. They needed to reach the border of the Land of Hot Water, where they would take a boat to the Land of Water. As he spoke, he took the lead with the map in hand. Hashirama suddenly recalled Renya's earlier navigation experience and quickly interjected, "Little Renya, let me lead the way." Without waiting for a reply, he snatched the map from Renya's grasp and strode ahead. Renya sighed, feeling a bit exasperated. Preconceived notions can be a heavy burden. Did Hashirama really need to be so dramatic just because he had slightly deviated from the route previously? Their pace was not particularly swift as they meandered along the way, stopping frequently. It was only by evening that they reached the border of the Land of Hot Water. By this time, no boats remained on the water, and they would have to spend the night here, waiting for the boatmen to begin their work the next day. The Land of Water was a major exporter of seafood. Fishermen from surrounding nations would venture to the shores of the Land of Water each morning to purchase high-quality seafood, which they would then resell in the mainland shops, profiting from the price differences. As night descended, the crackling of the campfire filled the air. Inuzuka, adding firewood to the flames, cradled a tabby cat that had curled into a furry ball in his arms, its incomplete tail gently resting on his wrist. He observed the figure of Yagura, who was bent over rummaging through his ninja tool pouch. As the boy's fingertips skimmed over the sharp shuriken before finally settling on a row of uniquely shaped small vials. "Little Yagura, what are these?" He squinted, leaning closer, prompting the tabby to peek out curiously. Under the gaze of their inquisitive eyes, Yagura straightened up, placing several vials on the ground, a confident smile gracing his lips. "Uncle Inuzuka, these are the poisons I have developed over the years." He lifted one vial, proclaiming, "This one is called Heart Corroder. It is colorless and odorless, and just a drop on a wound can effectively seal one's fate." As the tabby sniffed the vials on the ground, Yagura's words startled it, causing it to burrow deeper into Inuzuka's embrace. "And what types of poisons are these?" Inuzuka inquired, gesturing toward the assortment of vials. "These are all Heart Corroder," Yagura replied. Inuzuka's lips twitched in disbelief. The vials boasted vibrant colors. He had assumed they possessed varying effects, only to discover they were all the same. Observing Inuzuka's reaction, Yagura felt a tinge of exasperation. He too wished to create a wider array of potent poisons, but his abilities were a limiting factor. Crafting highly toxic substances was not an overnight endeavor. He had modified Heart Corroder countless times, leaving little room for the creation of new varieties. Moreover, developing poisons was a costly affair, with each experiment draining a significant amount of funds. The money Yagura had earned over the years had been largely invested in his poison research. He held a sense of satisfaction with his concoctions. During his battle with Kaku, merely slicing through Kakuzu's skin had inflicted severe poisoning. Yet, he still felt the toxin spread too slowly. If it were faster, Kakuzu would not have survived. With a resigned sigh, Yagura lamented, "Alas, it seems the toxin is still insufficiently potent." Inuzuka regarded Yagura with a peculiar expression, thinking to himself, "Isn't the toxin insufficiently potent?" He suddenly recalled similar sentiments expressed by Tobirama in the past. "Brother, I believe this jutsu lacks sufficient power," Tobirama had remarked, only to delve deeper into forbidden techniques thereafter. Despite his attempts to dissuade him, Tobirama remained resolute. Meanwhile, Yagura embarked on his own journey of poison research. Neither had a peaceful mind. Inuzuka sighed, filled with regret. Had he known better, he would not have allowed Tobirama to take Yagura under his wing. Such a promising child, yet led astray by Tobirama. He remembered the gleam of ambition in Yagura's eyes back then. With this thought, Inuzuka instinctively glanced at Yagura. The flickering firelight cast shadows across Yagura's face. As he gazed down at the vial in his hand, his eyes ablaze with an obsession for poison. Inuzuka mused. This fervent gaze mirrors Tobirama's when he delved into forbidden techniques. Truly, a child raised by Tobirama. He was at a loss whether to laugh or cry, feeling that little Yagura was merely a miniature version of Tobirama. At that moment, Yagura was lost in visions of using his poisons to defeat Madara. Entirely oblivious to Inuzuka's expression, he was convinced that if he persisted in his research, he would surely concoct even more formidable poisons. Ideally, he envisioned a toxin that he could control, one that could bring about death at his whim. In such a scenario, he would merely need to poison the water, and whoever he wished to die would meet their end. Of course, this remained a mere fantasy. At his current level, he would not be able to develop such potent poisons in 10 lifetimes. Little Yagura? Inuzuka couldn't help but call out. Yagura, stirred from his reverie, cast a somewhat resentful glance at Inuzuka. having just been pulled from his daydream of becoming the strongest poison master in the ninja world. Noticing Yagura's gaze, Inuzuka felt perplexed. He couldn't comprehend why Yagura looked at him that way. Sigh. Yagura sighed, stowing away his poisons and lying down on the ground. I'm going to sleep. I can dream of anything. Good night, Uncle Inuzuka. With that, he closed his eyes and quickly drifted off to slumber. Inuzuka was visibly taken aback by Yagura's rapid descent into sleep. Youth truly had its advantages, falling asleep at the drop of a hat. Were it not for his own eyes witnessing it, he might have thought Yagura had been drugged into unconsciousness, for such an effect was typically only achievable with a narcotic. Chapter 72, Making a Ruckus Will Get You Killed. The morning fog enveloped the harbor of the Hidden Mist village. The two boarded a fisherman's boat. Yagura's gaze swept over the wooden barrels on the deck, filled to the brim with ice. Clearly, they were prepared for transporting seafood. After all, transporting goods from the land of water to the mainland required considerable time. Any spoilage en route would be a significant loss. He glanced at the vast expanse of the sea, murmuring, "This truly is a secluded place." The unique geographical environment of the land of water makes it exceedingly difficult for outsiders to glean internal information. This was one of the reasons why Obito could control the Mizukage for so long without anyone noticing. Haha, the scenery here is rather splendid, Inuzuka cheerfully remarked, gazing at the sun slowly rising above the horizon. Yagura nodded in agreement. It was indeed quite nice. After about 2 hours, the boat finally reached the shore. Just as they were about to disembark, they were met with a cacophony of shouts from the dock. The heavy scent of seafood wafted toward them, prompting Yagura to instinctively cover his nose. He had to admit, the smell was rather overwhelming, making him less inclined to eat seafood. Due to dietary habits, Yagura rarely consumed sashimi. He had come solely because he had heard that the seafood quality in the land of water was the best. Fishermen, donning straw hats, held bamboo baskets aloft, showcasing live lobsters waving their large pincers. A burly man pushed a cart laden with baskets of shellfish. "Young man, would you like to buy some shellfish?" The man called out to Yagura, his tone enthusiastic. "These were just caught this morning. I assure you they are fresh." "No. Thank you," Yagura instinctively declined, turning to Inuzuka. "Uncle, let us move on." He thought there was nothing of interest at the dock and that they should head to the Hidden Mist village instead. However, upon turning, he found Inuzuka was nowhere to be seen. Yagura scanned the surroundings and finally spotted Inuzuka at a stall, eagerly haggling with the vendor. His exaggerated gestures and laughter drawing the attention of passers-by. "Come on, Uncle Inuzuka, we need to go," Yagura urged as he approached. Inuzuka, hearing this, reluctantly conceded, leaving the stall with a hint of disappointment. "Little Yagura, I was just about to strike a bargain with the vendor," he lamented, believing that had it not been for Yagura's presence, he would have successfully lowered the price of the seafood. Watching the two depart, the vendor let out a sigh of relief, muttering under his breath, "Who haggles like that? 500 ryo per pound for seafood, and this guy starts at 50. You can barely get a bowl of ramen for 60 ryo. He nearly lost his life to Senju Hashirama's blade. Had the vendor not known Hashirama was a ninja, he would have kicked them out long ago. Mizukage-sama, a figure resembling the god of ninjas, has entered the village. In the Mizukage's office in the Hidden Mist village. "What? The first Mizukage?" Bai Lian gasped, his eyes widening as he bolted upright from his chair. "You mean the god of ninjas?" "Yes, Mizukage-sama," the subordinate reported. "Damn it, why has he come here?" Bai Lian's eyes widened in disbelief. However, his eyes were somewhat misaligned, making it challenging for him to focus. He had lost his left eye during the war years ago, and over time, it had resulted in this appearance. Could it be that I did not give him face during the 5 Kage summit, and he has come to settle the score? The more he thought about it, the more fearful he became. Although they were all Kage-level powerhouses, Senju Hashirama was evidently on a different level altogether. Let us not dwell on him. Even if the 4 shadows were to unite, they would not stand a chance against Hashirama. With this thought, Hakuren's complexion grew increasingly pale, and his hands trembled uncontrollably. "Quickly, take me to the god of ninjas. I must personally apologize for my previous recklessness," Hakuren urged anxiously. "We cannot afford to delay. The god of ninjas has come to our doorstep. It would be far better to apologize in person than to wait for them to come to us. This might leave some room for redemption. I trust that with Hashirama Senju's magnanimity, he will surely forgive this old man." Meanwhile, Renya and Hashirama remained blissfully unaware of the events unfolding in the Mizukage's office. The two paused outside an establishment named Taste of the Sea. "What do you think of this place, little Renya?" Hashirama inquired. Before Renya could respond, the tabby cat began to meow insistently, wriggling free from Hashirama's embrace and darting into the shop. "Haha, it seems we must go in now," Hashirama chuckled, scratching his head. What a greedy little cat. Renya said with a hint of exasperation as he followed inside. The air within was fragrant with seaweed and sake. Renya grasped the scruff of the tabby's neck to prevent it from disturbing the other patrons. The proprietress, clad in a blue and white apron, paused upon seeing the cat in Renya's hands and quickly smiled, saying, "Dear guests, we do not allow cats in this establishment." Before she could finish her sentence, Hashirama pulled out a wad of cash and placed it on the counter. "We can pay extra." Renya facepalmed, bemused by this extravagant display. "Wait, where did Uncle Hashirama get all this money? I thought Aunt Mito took all his funds," he pondered, remembering that he had been footing their expenses, including the earlier purchase of dumplings. Noticing the expression on Renya's face, Hashirama awkwardly scratched his head and laughed. "Well, I've saved a bit of pocket money over the years." Renya nodded, not particularly concerned. With Hashirama's prowess, earning money must come easily. The question remained, though, was this money from missions, or had he secretly misappropriated funds? "Please, have a seat," the proprietress said as she accepted the money, leading the two and the cat to their table. The tabby, upon spotting the sashimi on the nearby diners' tables, began to meow frantically. Had it not been for Renya's grip, it would have dashed out at once. Irritated by the noise, Renya coldly warned, "If you keep meowing, I'll turn you into a dead cat." Hearing this, the tabby fell silent at once. Satisfied, Renya released it onto the floor. The cat, attempting to escape, heard Renya's words, "If you dare to run, you will become a dead cat." Reluctantly, the tabby lay still. Hashirama chuckled, cradling the cat once more and gently stroking its bristled fur. When the sashimi platter arrived, the tabby fixated on the salmon belly on the ice. Just as Renya picked up a piece of tuna, the tabby leaped onto the table, its paw reaching for a slice of snapper. "If you dare to take it, I shall chop off your paw," Renya said nonchalantly. "Indeed, whichever paw you use, that's the one I'll chop." Hearing this, the tabby's paw froze midair, its expression one of deep sorrow as it gazed at Renya. "You unruly cat are becoming increasingly insubordinate," Renya declared, placing a piece of snapper in front of the tabby. "You shall not eat without my permission from now on. Should you do otherwise." Renya narrowed his eyes, prepared to become a dead cat. The tabby, seeing Renya's demeanor, puffed up its fur in fright. It seemed thoroughly terrified, refusing to touch the fish on the table. "Little Renya, please do not frighten it any further." Hashirama chuckled as he cradled the cat again. Under Hashirama's gentle touch, the tabby's fearful expression gradually faded. While the two dined within the establishment, Mizuki Hakurin, escorted by his subordinates, hurried to the entrance. "Are you certain the god of ninjas is here?" Hakurin asked incredulously, eyeing his companion. He could not comprehend why Hashirama Senju's first action upon arriving in the Hidden Mist village was not to seek him out, but rather to indulge in a meal. Was he planning to eat his fill before taking action? Hakurin's discerning gaze swept the surroundings, and he commanded his subordinates, "Secure the perimeter, allow no one to enter." After all, he was about to apologize, and a large audience would be detrimental. With that, he trembled slightly as he entered the establishment. How ironic that he, the esteemed first Mizukage, who had elevated the land of water to the ranks of the 5 great nations through sheer strength, was now at the brink of disgrace. Upon stepping inside, the patrons noticed Hakurin and stood in unison, exclaiming, "Mizukage-sama." Seeing this, Hakurin's mouth twitched. He had never realized how astute the villagers were. He managed a strained smile, nodding in acknowledgement to the crowd. Renya and Hashirama naturally noticed the commotion at the entrance. Renya was puzzled, wondering why the first Mizukage had arrived. However, he was soon captivated by Hakurin's discerning gaze. How remarkable that he didn't even deign to glance at others. Truly, the first Mizukage's formidable presence rendered him indifferent to those around him. Hashirama, spotting Hakurin by the door, cheerfully waved, "Mizukage, over here." Upon seeing Hashirama beckoning him, Hakurin's forehead broke out in a fine sheen of sweat, and he thought to himself, "Oh no, he is truly here for me." With this realization, he forced a congenial smile and approached Hashirama, tentatively inquiring, "Why is the Hokage visiting our Hidden Mist village while the village is busy with affairs?" Hashirama warmly invited Hakurin to sit, saying, "Haha, I heard that the seafood in the land of water is exquisite, so I came to sample it." Hearing this, Hakurin sighed in relief. It appeared he had overthought the situation. How could Hashirama Senju, with his vast capacity, travel such a distance merely to confront him? He was well into his years and had nearly been frightened out of his wits. After all, with Hashirama's strength, no one could prevent him from wreaking havoc on the Hidden Mist village. "Haha, I'm glad to hear that, Hokage," Hakurin replied with a smile. Renya sat silently beside them, observing the cordial exchange while indulging in sashimi. Hakurin, aware of Renya's presence, chose not to inquire further. After a brief exchange of pleasantries with Hashirama, he excused himself, citing pressing matters. Once outside, Hakurin reflected with a shudder. Thank goodness it wasn't as dire as I imagined. At his age, he could hardly withstand such fright. It seemed he ought to consider retirement. After Renya and Hashirama finished their meal and wandered around the hidden mist village for the better part of the day, finding little of interest, they decided to leave the land of water under the cover of night. However, instead of taking a boat, they attached chakra to their feet and ran across the surface of the sea. Uncle Hashirama, where shall we head next? Renya inquired. He had intended to act as a guide, but alas, the map was not in his possession. Hashirama pondered over the map for a moment before responding. Let us venture to the land of whirlpools. The land of whirlpools? Renya was taken aback. He was well aware of this nation, for it was the homeland of the Uzumaki clan, renowned throughout the ninja world for their formidable sealing techniques. Yet, it was precisely this reputation that would attract the covetous eyes of other nations, ultimately leading to their demise. Indeed, the land of whirlpools, Hashirama smiled. Your Aunt Mito was a princess of that land before marrying me. Renya nodded, remaining silent. He was not particularly interested in the politics of such unions. During the Warring States period, the Senju and Uzumaki clans had allied through marriage to confront the Uchiha. As the young clan leader of the Senju, Hashirama's bride was naturally to be a princess of the Uzumaki clan. As night enveloped them, the moment they entered the land of whirlpools, they were immediately noticed. A group of Uzumaki clansmen, brandishing torches, approached them with urgency. Who are you? Why have you come to the land of whirlpools? The Uzumaki clan possessed keen senses and had already detected their presence. In the face of the vigilant Uzumaki, Hashirama swiftly declared, I am Hashirama Senju. Upon hearing these words, the members of the Uzumaki clan exchanged glances, momentarily frozen in place. Shortly thereafter, they parted to make way for a white-haired elder who, leaning on a cane, emerged from the throng. This elder was none other than the current leader of the Uzumaki clan. Spotting the elder, Hashirama smiled and waved. Leader of the Okamoto clan. It has been a long time. The elder's eyes widened in astonishment upon recognizing Hashirama. Hashirama, is that truly you? He exclaimed, casting aside his cane and stepping forward to clasp Hashirama's hand with fervor. Hashirama, how is my niece faring? Leader Okamoto, Mito is doing quite well, Hashirama replied. The elder nodded with a smile. As long as that girl is happy, I, as her uncle, can rest easy. When my time comes, I can report to my brother. Since Mito's marriage into the Senju clan, she had rarely returned home, and the elder had long harbored concerns about her well-being. Several times, he had wished to visit her, but health issues had thwarted his plans. Leader Okamoto, may you live to 100. Hashirama comforted, patting the elder's hand. At these words, the expressions of the surrounding Uzumaki clan members stiffened. Noticing the sudden shift in atmosphere, Renya was perplexed. The elder managed a wry smile. Hashirama, I am already 98 years old. My apologies, Leader Okamoto, Hashirama said, scratching his head awkwardly. No harm done. My old bones are indeed failing, the elder replied. Not taking offense. Renya's lips twitched. He finally understood why the faces around them bore that expression. Was Hashirama inadvertently cursing the elder, implying he had but a few years left? At that moment, Renya noticed the elder's gaze fixated on him, and he politely nodded in acknowledgement. The elder's expression turned peculiar as he stared intently at Renya, opening his mouth, yet saying nothing. If he sensed correctly, the child Hashirama brought was indeed from the Uchiha clan. It was truly astonishing. After millennia of conflict, these two clans had finally laid down their arms and chosen to coexist in peace. The two spent a night in the land of Whirlpool, and the following day, they bid farewell. Before departing, Hashirama promised to bring Mito back for a visit soon. This delighted the elder, who proclaimed, I shall endure until Mito returns. In the ensuing days, Hashirama led Renya across the ninja world, almost traversing its entirety. In the land of wind, amidst the desert, Renya inquired, Hashirama, when shall we return? He wiped the sweat from his brow, thinking how unbearably hot it was. Chapter 74. How did my brother return? The plants growing here had roots deeper than anywhere else, their vitality more resilient than one could imagine. Hashirama squatted in the desert, keenly observing several plants. He gently brushed his fingers over them, channeling chakra, causing the plants to flourish and bloom with clusters of purple flowers. Having completed this, he stood up, beaming with delight. Renya quietly watched, feeling a sense of exasperation. Hashirama, what is there to enjoy here? He surveyed the surroundings, noting only the blazing sun above and the endless expanse of sand, punctuated by the occasional appearance of flora and fauna. In such an inhospitable environment, It was no wonder the land of wind was considered the poorest among the 5 great nations. Hashirama gazed out at the distant sea of sand, offering no response. Torai, the small creature perched on his shoulder, languidly extended its pink tongue and emitted a few weak sounds, clearly suffering from the heat. When Hashirama remained silent, Renya, feeling restless, kicked at the gravel at his feet, sending a cloud of dust obscuring their view. He crossed his arms, impatience creeping into his voice. Hashirama, when are we going back to Konoha? Before he could finish, a gust of hot wind swept by, filling his mouth with sand. Ugh, Renya spat repeatedly, attempting to rid himself of the gritty particles. Haha, little Renya, you shouldn't speak against the wind. Hashirama chuckled at the sight. He cleverly turned his back to the wind, shielding his eyes and mouth from the sand. Renya rolled his eyes in resignation, continuing, Hashirama, when are we going home? They had been in the land of wind for 3 days. Aside from their first day spent in the town, they had trekked through the desert for the remaining 2 days. He could not fathom the allure of this monotonous landscape. He would rather return to practice. Do you wish to go back, little Renya? Hashirama asked. Renya nodded. Yes, Hashirama, we have been out for quite some time. It is time to return. It had been nearly 3 months since they left Konoha, and indeed, it was time to head back. Hashirama's eyes flickered with reluctance as he regarded Renya, tentatively proposing. Could we stay a few more days? Hashirama, we have already explored the ninja world. Renya reminded him. Very well, Hashirama conceded, disappointment etched on his face. I had hoped to play a little longer. Renya snatched the map from Hashirama's hands and began to lead the way, not looking back as he declared, Hashirama, there will always be time for more adventures in the future. Hearing this, a hint of melancholy crossed Hashirama's features as he softly murmured. But do I truly have time left? With that, he rolled up his sleeve to reveal a long, thin wound on his arm, a result of an accidental injury from a plant 2 days prior, which showed no sign of healing. Over the past 3 months, he had traversed the ninja world, wishing to behold the peaceful realm he had envisioned before his departure. Mewling softly, Tori licked Hashirama's face. Haha, did you worry about me? Hashirama donned a cheerful expression once more, pulling his sleeve down and hurrying to catch up with the distant Renya. Little Renya, let me take the lead. We wouldn't want to stray off course again. Hashirama, trust me, I can definitely guide us back to Konoha. Renya replied confidently. All right, I will trust you one last time. In Konoha, within the laboratory of Tobirama Senju, he stared impassively at the struggling ninja bound to the ground. His voice cold. The only value of your existence as spies is to serve as subjects for my experiments, with flesh as bait and souls as vessels. Tobirama formed hand seals, invoking the impure world reincarnation technique. He slapped his hand on the ground, intricate patterns spreading toward the bound ninja, who continued to struggle. Emitting chilling screams, white dust emanated from the patterns, enveloping the ninja. Before long, his body was entirely concealed in the dust, leaving only a white human silhouette. Using the living as vessels for the souls of the deceased, Tobirama's eyes narrowed slightly. I believe I have succeeded. As soon as he spoke, the white dust covering the ninja began to dissipate. Strangely, as the dust vanished, it revealed not the original ninja, but rather a figure clad in armor. Where am I? The ninja murmured, bewildered, scanning his surroundings. Upon seeing Tobirama, he froze, his face a mask of shock. Lord Tobirama, is that you? Tobirama, usually stoic, allowed a rare smile to grace his lips. Kage, a long time no see. I apologize for interrupting your rest. The individual summoned was one of Tobirama's former subordinates, who had unfortunately perished in battle. Lord Tobirama, what is happening? Kage asked, glancing down at his own body. I was dead, wasn't I? This is a ninjutsu I have been researching, Tobirama explained. Truly remarkable, Lord Tobirama. To think you could create such an extraordinary technique. Kage exclaimed, his mouth agape in astonishment. The clan leader would surely be thrilled to hear of this. The clan leader he referred to was Hashirama Senju. Upon hearing this, Tobirama's lips twitched, and he offered no response. Such matters must never reach the knowledge of my elder brother. To toy with the souls of the deceased is indeed a profound disrespect. Just as Senju Kid was about to speak further, he witnessed Tobirama forming hand seals. Before he could comprehend the situation, the Edo Tensei was dispelled. He could only stare blankly as his reanimated form gradually dissipated. Farewell, Lord Tobirama. Tobirama, somewhat exasperated, replied, could you not utter some auspicious words? Ah, my apologies, Lord Tobirama. Kid said. As his form faded, the laboratory was enveloped in silence. Senju Tobirama retrieved a scroll and began documenting his findings before sealing it once more. The mechanism of Edo Tensei had been successfully researched, Next, he could delve into ninjutsu that complemented the reanimated bodies. The bodies summoned through Edo Tensei were unrestrained by conventional life limitations, possessing boundless chakra, devoid of fatigue, and requiring neither sustenance nor rest. Should they be unleashed upon the battlefield, they would constitute an indomitable army of the undead. If they were also trained in specialized ninjutsu, their exhibited power would only grow stronger. The more Tobirama contemplated, the more exhilarated he became, taking out paper and pen to jot down his thoughts. After all, with his elder brother away, no one could impede his research into ninjutsu. He hoped his brother would linger outside a while longer, ideally until his studies were complete. However, as he immersed himself in his experiments, he suddenly sensed a familiar chakra. Senju Tobirama halted his actions, his mouth twitching slightly. Why had his brother returned at such an inopportune moment? Chapter 75. The village is entrusted to you. Brother, you're back. At the gates of Konoha. Upon sensing the chakra of two individuals, Tobirama hastily concluded his experiment and rushed to the entrance to greet them. Though he maintained an outward facade of calm, he was internally anxious that his brother might discover his meddling with the souls of the deceased. After all, Edo Tensei was not merely another forbidden technique. Its nature was undeniably cruel. Given his brother's disposition, if he were to learn of this, he would undoubtedly not let it slide easily. Thus, Tobirama promptly positioned himself at the entrance to allay any suspicions his brother might harbor. Haha, Tobirama, I've returned, came the cheerful voice of Hashirama. It had been a while since he had last seen his younger brother, and he found himself missing him dearly. Brother, why were you gone for so long? Tobirama couldn't help but complain. Initially, he assumed his brother would be away for just a few days, yet it had turned into over 3 months. Were it not for his knowledge of his brother's strength, he might have worried about his safety. My apologies, I encountered some delays along the way, Hashirama replied, his gaze inadvertently drifting toward Renya. Feeling the scrutiny, Renya awkwardly lowered his head. 5 days prior, he had taken the map and led the way, only to inadvertently stray off course. What should have taken merely 2 days had stretched to 5. Having made 2 wrong turns in succession, Renya realized that the map was indeed flawed. The depicted routes were so abstract and convoluted that any rational person would struggle to comprehend them. He had contemplated why Uncle Hashirama could interpret it, but he quickly deduced that Hashirama must have known the general route, making the map unnecessary. Had he known, he wouldn't have wasted money on it. Having Hashirama as a personal navigator was more than sufficient. He pondered whether he could return to the vendor and refund the map. If not, that 300 ryo would be a sunk cost. Noticing his brother's gaze on Renya, Tobirama grew curious. Could his brother's tardiness be related to Renya? If so, this lad had indeed been quite helpful. Tobirama, has anything untoward occurred in the village during my absence? Hashirama inquired. Rest assured, brother, with me here. The village remains in order, Tobirama replied. Hashirama chuckled. With you here, I am at ease. Tobirama instinctively furrowed his brows. He found his brother's words rather peculiar. He couldn't help but say, Brother, since you have returned, I shall leave the village affairs to you. Surprised, Hashirama shook his head with a smile. Tobirama, it is high time I retire. You should assume the mantle of Hokage. Tobirama opened his mouth, wishing to protest, but he ultimately sighed. I understand. He had anticipated this day would come, yet he had not expected it to arrive so swiftly. Since his brother's injury, the responsibilities of the village had fallen upon him. Tobirama had harbored hope that his brother would fully recover. To that end, he had conducted numerous experiments, yet none bore fruit. Thus, he could only rely on his brother's unnaturally potent recovery abilities. However, his brother's recent decision made it clear that the injury was beyond healing. Hashirama patted Tobirama's shoulder gently, speaking softly. Tobirama, the village is entrusted to you. Do not let me down. He then turned to Renya, smiling. Little Renya, I shall return home now. Do visit and spend time with Tsunade when you can. Yes, I will, Renya nodded. Haha, I have indeed grown somewhat weary during this time. It is time for me to return and rest. Hashirama chuckled as he departed. The two stood in silence, watching Hashirama's retreating figure. Uncle Hashirama's chakra seems to be waning. Renya murmured softly. Having spent these past months with Hashirama, he was acutely aware of the changes in his health. Yet, since Hashirama did not broach the subject, he chose not to inquire further. Tobirama remained silent, his crimson eyes reflecting his brother's silhouette. The sun eventually sank below the horizon, casting the last rays of light that elongated Hashirama's shadow. The man who once wielded the power of wood release to end wars now resembled a setting sun, every glimmer of brilliance being devoured by encroaching darkness. Time passed, and the sky darkened completely. Senju Tobirama turned to Renya, his voice hoarse. Let us return. young one. Renya nodded, silently following behind. The two walked in quiet contemplation. Tobirama's residence was situated behind the Hashirama household. As they passed by Hashirama's entrance, they could hear the laughter of Hashirama and Tsunade from the courtyard. Since his return, Senju Tobirama had confined himself to his study. He gazed at the walls adorned with experimental data, a flicker of confusion crossing his eyes. Was there truly no way forward? At that moment, Renya's voice echoed from outside. "Uncle, it's time to come out for dinner." "Yes, I know," Tobirama replied, collecting his documents before opening the door to step outside. At the dining table, silence reigned between them. Senju Tobirama ate his meal in solitude. Though his brother's situation had dulled his appetite, Renya's cooking was undeniably delightful. It had been some time since he had savored the lad's culinary skills, and he found himself yearning for it. The delicious food gradually eased the agitation in Tobirama's heart. Breaking the silence at the table, he looked at Renya and asked, "Tell me, where have you been during this time?" He was curious about the reasons behind his brother's delay. Renya set down his chopsticks and recounted their recent experiences, omitting the embarrassing details of his 2 misadventures with the map. Such humiliating matters were best kept from the ears of this old man. After dinner, Senju Tobirama busied himself with clearing the tableware alone. Meanwhile, Renya made his way to the training grounds, aware that the path to becoming stronger was pressing. He understood that given Senju Hashirama's current condition, he likely could not endure for much longer. Once Hashirama passed, Konoha would lose its formidable deterrence. In such a scenario, nations that eyed the land of fire with envy would not hesitate to wage war. Although Renya's current strength was sufficient to navigate the battlefield cautiously, the greater his power, the higher his chances of survival. He resolved to make up for the 3 months of lost time as best as he could. Konoha's illustrious figure, Senju Tobirama, found himself unknowingly leaning against the door, silently observing Renya's rigorous training. This young lad truly exhibits remarkable diligence. Initially, he had planned to delve into his research concerning Renya this evening, but upon noticing the young man had just returned, he decided to forego that notion. After all, it was only reasonable to allow the boy a well-deserved respite. Tobirama was not one to lack empathy. With that thought in mind, he cast one last glance at Renya before retreating to his study. Oblivious to the fortunate escape he had just experienced, Renya continued his training. Chapter 76, Tozai's Joyous Revelry. "Where are you off to, young man?" Renya, having donned his vest and organized his ninja tools, secured a kunai at his waist. As he stepped out of the house, he unexpectedly encountered Senju Tobirama. "Uncle, I'm heading to the mission hall to receive a task," Renya explained. Upon hearing this, Tobirama instinctively furrowed his brow, a hint of displeasure evident on his countenance. "You're leaving just after returning to the village? Can't you stay home for a while?" After such a long hiatus from missions, it seemed unwise to let the boy idle. With Renya's words hanging in the air, Tobirama found himself at a loss for further remarks. He could only watch silently as the young man departed the courtyard. Once Renya had vanished from sight, Tobirama's expression darkened as he retreated into his study. Had he known, he would not have allowed the boy to slip away last night. He had intended for Renya to rest well, but it appeared that had not been the outcome. After leaving home, Renya did not hasten to the mission hall. Instead, he planned to locate his former teammates to embark on a mission together. "I wonder if they have been on missions these past few months," he murmured to himself. "If they have, does that mean one less teammate? That would certainly complicate matters for us." After all, Tozai and Kamaru were merely special jonin. Their collective strength hardly comparable to that of a jonin. Unless they avoided A-rank missions altogether, they would undoubtedly require effective teamwork, which necessitated a robust ally. With these thoughts in mind, Renya quickly made his way to the Shimura clan, arriving at Tozai's doorstep. "Is Tozai home?" he inquired, knocking on the door. Moments later, a middle-aged woman opened it, her demeanor warm as she recognized him. "Ah, it's you, Renya-kun. Please wait a moment. I'll call Tozai over." "Thank you, auntie," Renya replied with a nod. Just as the woman departed, Tozai appeared at the entrance. "Uchiha Renya, you finally returned," Tozai exclaimed, unable to suppress his complaints. "Where on earth have you been all this time?" Initially, Renya had merely mentioned a brief 2-day leave, but days turned into weeks, and soon they were left bewildered by his absence. They had even searched for him, fearing he had encountered some misfortune. "My apologies, I was away for a few months," Renya confessed sheepishly, rubbing the back of his neck. He had not anticipated the unexpected invitation from Senju Hashirama, leaving him no time to inform his comrades. What he had thought would be a brief outing had unexpectedly stretched into 3 months. "You mean to say you were on vacation?" Tozai exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief, his voice rising. "For 3 months. Calm down, I'm back now," Renya said, digging his fingers into his ears. You have no idea what those 3 months were like for me. Tozai fumed, stepping forward to grasp Renya's collar. Reflecting on the past months, Tozai felt a sense of suffocation. With Renya absent, it had been just him and Kamura tackling missions, while they managed to handle ordinary foes. Facing a Jonin proved to be quite a challenge, especially when they encountered teams of 3. Even when victorious, it was a hard-fought battle. Eventually, they had decided to cease taking on A-rank missions. Had Renya not returned, they would have had no choice but to join Sarutobi Hizashi's team. Thankfully, Renya had returned. But Tozai was irked that Renya's sudden disappearance had merely been for leisure, leaving them to nearly perish on missions. The thought of Renya enjoying gourmet meals in fine dining establishments while he had been bloodied and battered by enemies made Tozai's fists clench in fury. "Calm down, Tozai," Renya said, swallowing nervously. "Calm down. How can I possibly calm down?" Tozai's spittle landed on Renya's face. Just as Tozai was about to continue, he suddenly locked eyes with a pair of crimson orbs, rendering him momentarily frozen in place. Hee. Drool trickled from his mouth, leaving one to wonder what he envisioned within the Jinjutsu. Finally, tranquility returned. Renya sighed, rubbing his temples. It seemed Tozai's temper had grown increasingly foul, slowly morphing into the cunning and treacherous persona from the original narrative. However, for now, it was merely a matter of a bad mood, which was still manageable. If necessary, a good thrashing would surely bring him back to his senses. With this in mind, Renya dispelled the Jinjutsu. "Uchiha Renya, you scoundrel!" Tozai exclaimed, wiping the drool from his mouth. "Fine, I'll let you off the hook this time." He had not anticipated Renya employing such a Jinjutsu against him, making him reluctant to awaken from the illusion. Indeed, Jinjutsu was most effective when it catered to the desires of the target. Don't misunderstand. I merely made Tozai the Hokage within the Jinjutsu. Yes, and I even made Sarutobi Hizashi display a look of envy and jealousy before Tozai. Though he did not witness the scenes within the Jinjutsu, Renya could easily imagine Tozai's grin stretching from ear to ear. To be fair, this technique proved exceptionally effective on Tozai. While it might be considered a mere B-rank Jinjutsu to others, for Tozai, it was akin to an S-rank technique. Let us dub this Jinjutsu Tozai's joyous revelry. Henceforth, if Tozai were to become displeased, Renya could simply employ this technique to turn his frown into a smile. Tozai appeared to still be savoring the scenes from the Jinjutsu, the flush on his face yet to fade. If only I could truly become Hokage one day. The scenes within the Jinjutsu seemed tailor-made for him. The complex expressions on Hizashi's face were simply exquisite. Shock, confusion, bewilderment, frustration, regret, jealousy, and envy intertwined into a flawless masterpiece. As he reminisced about the earlier scenes, Tozai nearly succumbed to laughter had Renya not been present. Tonight's dreams are destined to be delightful. Renya observed Tozai, who was momentarily lost in thought, a look of confusion adorning his face. "What is going on? I thought I had dispelled the Jinjutsu. Why, then, was Tozai still in this state? Was his ocular prowess truly enhancing?" But soon, he realized Tozai was merely daydreaming. Renya waved his hand in front of Tozai's face, snapping him back to reality. "Ahem, my apologies, I was lost in thought," Tozai said, his face as crimson as a ripe tomato, averting his gaze to avoid Renya's eyes. Renya couldn't help but feel a sense of awe. It seemed Tozai's joyous revelry was even more potent than he had imagined, capable of influencing reality itself. This Jinjutsu must be used with caution. If this young man became too entranced, it could lead to complications, especially at the tender age of 14 or 15 when one is prone to flights of fancy. Distinguishing between illusion and reality could become quite troublesome. Chapter 77, Tobirama's Mission. "I'm sorry, but you are currently unable to accept A-rank missions." The staff member at the mission hall regarded the trio with an apologetic expression. "What do you mean we can't accept them?" Tozai retorted, unable to contain his indignation. "With our team's strength, we can handle not just A-rank missions, but even S-rank ones. Indeed, a team comprised of 1 Jonin and 2 special Jonin is capable of undertaking S-rank missions. However, the likelihood of successful completion remains a matter of debate." Tsurun Sakura instinctively glanced at Renya. "What shall we do now, Renya-kun?" Renya frowned and turned to the staff. "May I inquire why we are unable to accept A-rank missions?" "My apologies, Jonin Renya," the staff member replied with a smile. "I should have clarified earlier, it is not only A-rank missions that you cannot undertake, but any tasks ranked C and above are also off limits." Renya's lips twitched. "So, we are restricted to D-rank and C-rank missions?" "That is correct," the staff member confirmed. "You expect us, esteemed Jonin, to perform C-rank tasks?" Tozo's eyes narrowed. "It seems you are intentionally creating obstacles for us." With that, an immense chakra surged from Tozo. The other ninjas in the mission hall began to murmur amongst themselves at the sight. Renya observed quietly, sensing that something was amiss. The mission hall would not arbitrarily deny them tasks, and the only entity capable of influencing such decisions was the individual in the office. What trickery is that old fool Senju Tobirama up to this time? The staff member, merely an ordinary person, began to sweat profusely under Tozo's pressure. This is Lord Tobirama's decision. If you have concerns, you may address them with him. Upon hearing this, Tozo immediately retracted his chakra, a smile spreading across his face. Ah, so it is the teacher's decision. My apologies for the misunderstanding. Renya raised an eyebrow, revealing a knowing expression. He had suspected it was the handiwork of Senju Tobirama. One could only wonder what scheme that old man was concocting. Let us go seek him out for clarification, Renya suggested, leading the two away from the mission hall. On their way, Tsurun Sakura could not suppress her curiosity. Renya-kun, why would the teacher do this? Renya shook his head. Who knows? Tozo appeared deep in thought. Could it be that the teacher has an important matter to discuss with us? With that, the trio fell into silence. Uncle, what do you mean by that? In the Hokage office, Renya gazed quizzically at Senju Tobirama, who was engrossed in paperwork. Tozo and Sakura stood behind Renya, equally puzzled. Senju Tobirama did not respond immediately, finishing his review of the documents before raising his gaze to the three. After a brief silence, he spoke slowly. For the time being, you shall refrain from undertaking missions. I have significant matters to entrust to you. Teacher, please give us your instructions, Tozo exclaimed, excitement evident in his demeanor. The mere thought that the teacher would assign them something of importance was a testament to his trust in them, or perhaps a reflection of his faith in Tozo himself. After all, why would the teacher not delegate tasks to Hizashi and the others, but instead to them? Gaining the teacher's trust. Could this signify that the position of Hokage might one day fall to him? Was it possible that Renya's illusion techniques were on the brink of becoming reality? The thought intensified Tozo's excitement, and he eagerly turned to Senju Tobirama. Though the specifics of the task had yet to be divulged, he was already impatient to commence. Renya's eyes revealed a hint of confusion. He could not quite grasp Tozo's fervor. This individual seemed overly eager. Senju Tobirama, noticing Tozo's reaction, nodded in satisfaction. Tozo, encouraged by this, felt even more exhilarated. The teacher's gesture clearly signaled his endorsement. The position of Hokage was all but secured. Teacher, what is the nature of the task? Tsurun Sakura inquired. Tozo cast a sidelong glance at her, internally scoffing. Did this foolish woman think she could vie for the Hokage position against him? How absurd. In his view, once the teacher retired, the role of Hokage would undoubtedly fall to him and his fellow disciples. Among them, he considered himself the most viable successor, alongside Renya and Hizashi. The others posed no real threat whatsoever. This was Tozo's conviction. He even believed Renya could never ascend to the position of Hokage, given his Uchiha lineage, which remained a glaring issue, especially in light of the events surrounding Uchiha Madara a few years prior. Under such circumstances, Renya's identity appeared to preclude him from ever claiming the title of Hokage. Yet, Tozo remained uncertain about the teacher's stance on Renya, which was why he had included him as a competitor. I need your assistance with a task. Senju Tobirama finally revealed the details. The trio exchanged peculiar glances upon hearing the task, and Renya's lips twitched. This old man had undoubtedly succeeded in developing the reanimation jutsu. Otherwise, he would never have assigned them such a task. This mission is highly confidential. It must not be disclosed to the fifth person. Senju Tobirama's expression turned grave. Understood. They chorused in unison. Very well, you may proceed with the mission. Senju Tobirama waved them off. The trio departed the Hokage office. That night, darkness enveloped the desolate graveyard. Crows occasionally let out a few piercing cries, adding to the eerie atmosphere. Three cloaked figures stood amidst the mass grave, whispering amongst themselves. Renya-kun, do we truly have to engage in such activities? Tsurun Sakura asked in a hushed tone. Won't this bring about retribution? Tozo also expressed his doubts, uncertain of the teacher's motivations behind this course of action. Renya sighed in resignation. Enough talk. Let us commence digging. With that, he brandished his shovel and began to excavate the grave. The task assigned by Senju Tobirama was to unearth the graves of others and collect the remains of the deceased. Of course, those interred here were no ordinary individuals. They had been formidable warriors in life. This location was the very battleground of the Warring States period, where countless powerful shinobi had perished. Uchiha Renya, what do you believe the teacher's purpose is in this? Tozo inquired. How would I know? Just dig, Renya replied, rolling his eyes as he vigorously wielded his shovel. Being summoned for grave robbing was frustrating enough without Tozo's incessant inquiries. It was clear he wouldn't understand even if Renya explained. Seeing that Renya was unwilling to engage in conversation, Tozo fell silent and diligently resumed his work. Such morally reprehensible tasks should never have been accepted in the first place. Renya couldn't shake the feeling of being watched from behind. At that moment, a distant voice called out, "Renya-kun, this appears to be one of your Uchiha clan members." Renya's lips twitched. What a surprise to encounter a predecessor. Chapter 78. A gift from the ancestors. Renya halted his actions and walked toward Tsurun Sakura. Upon approaching, he saw her pointing at a corpse in the pit. "Renya-kun, is this one of your Uchiha clan members?" Instinctively, Renya gazed at the remains. To call it a corpse was somewhat misleading, as it was merely a skeleton. The rib cage was fractured, indicating that the individual had succumbed to a lethal strike to the heart. The black robe they wore had decayed significantly, yet Renya immediately recognized the Uchiha clan emblem. Without a doubt, this was a fallen Uchiha from the Warring States period. Responding to Sakura's inquiry, Renya nodded and jumped into the grave. Sakura instinctively stepped aside, although the teacher had instructed them to collect the remains of the deceased. The discovery of Renya's kin necessitated his approval before deciding whether to retrieve the body. However, Renya was not preoccupied with such thoughts. He was solely interested in examining the remains, hoping to uncover something of value. He noticed the skeleton leaning against the pit's bottom, the abdomen's robe distinctly protruding. There must be something concealed within. Without hesitation, he reached toward the skeleton's abdomen. As he pulled aside the robe, a scroll came into view. "Renya-kun, is this a storage scroll?" Tsurun Sakura leaned closer. Renya held the scroll in his hands. "Indeed, it bears sealing techniques. Can you open it?" He turned to Tsurun Sakura, awaiting her response. The storage scroll is crafted using sealing techniques. Generally speaking, to prevent unauthorized individuals from reading or utilizing the information and items contained within the scroll, the user will establish sealing barriers. Typically, only the user and those well-versed in sealing arts can unlock it. Lien Yi, having no knowledge of sealing techniques, is naturally unable to open the scroll. He recalls that Swanaka Koharu seems to possess some understanding of sealing arts. "Let me give it a try," she said, taking the scroll and beginning her attempts to lift the restrictions placed upon it. Lien Yi observed her quietly, harboring a sense of anticipation regarding what treasures the scroll might conceal. After numerous attempts, Swanaka Koharu was unable to unlock the scroll. With a bittersweet smile, she returned it to Lien Yi, apologizing. "I'm sorry, Lien Yi-kun, but I can't lift the restrictions on this scroll." Lien Yi, however, was not disheartened. After all, Swanaka Koharu was not a master of sealing arts, and it was entirely reasonable that she couldn't open a storage scroll carried by a jonin. If anyone could open it, there would be no need to impose such restrictions in the first place. Worst case scenario, they could seek out Senju Tobirama to open it, given his formidable prowess. Unlocking a scroll would merely take a moment. He accepted the scroll with a smile, saying, "It's all right, Koharu." With that, he leaped out of the grave pit and returned to the half-excavated grave, resuming his work with the shovel. Swanaka Koharu watched him return to his task, hesitating as if she wanted to speak. She had intended to ask Lien Yi if he would permit the removal of the Uchiha clan's remains. But seeing how diligently he was digging, she abandoned the thought. Since Lien Yi did not voice any objections, it seemed he was tacitly allowing it. With that in mind, Swanaka Koharu reached down to collect a few ribs before refilling the grave. Lien Yi, engrossed in his grave-robbing endeavors, remained oblivious to Koharu's actions. And even if he had noticed, he would not have cared. Senju Tobirama had instructed them to gather the remains of powerful individuals, and neither Danzo nor Koharu was aware of the underlying reasons. Did he not realize? It was merely a means to utilize the impure world reincarnation to summon these formidable beings. Lien Yi was indifferent to this, even somewhat supportive of Tobirama's approach. Although the impure world reincarnation technique might be deemed unethical, its application on the battlefield could effectively yield an army of the undead. One could reference the Fourth Great Ninja War for evidence of this. Consequently, wars could be swiftly concluded. The only uncertainty was whether Senju Tobirama would deploy this technique in warfare. However, according to the original narrative, it seemed he did not. The recent episode made Lien Yi realize that grave robbing might also offer an advantage, the opportunity to seize the burial goods of the deceased, such as the storage scroll, which Lien Yi referred to as a gift from a predecessor. With this thought, Lien Yi hastened his efforts. Before long, he uncovered the body at the bottom of the pit, but to his dismay, it bore nothing of value, save for a rusted, broken sword lying nearby. Lien Yi curled his lip in disappointment. This fellow was truly impoverished. He collected a few bones from the remains and departed. By dawn, Lien Yi had yet to unearth anything worthwhile. His storage scroll was already filled with bones. The battlefield had been thoroughly cleaned. Before burying these corpses, the victors must first clear the area and claim their spoils. Yet, was it not an overly meticulous cleanup? The only consolation was that an ancestor from the Uchiha had left him a small token. Such was the legacy of the clan. Renya glanced at the two still excavating and declared, "We should be leaving." Upon hearing this, the two paused their work. The trio gathered their belongings and stealthily exited the mass graveyard. In the Hokage's office, the doors and windows were tightly shut. The three placed the storage scroll on the desk. "We have completed the task you assigned, sir," they reported. Senju Tobirama nodded slightly. "Well done. I appreciate your efforts." With that, he unobtrusively collected the scroll. "It was our duty," Danzo stated earnestly. Renya cast a scornful glance at Danzo, thinking to himself how excessively sycophantic this guy was. No wonder he would eventually inherit the will of the teacher and target them, the Uchiha. "Danzo, you've worked hard," Tobirama remarked, unable to suppress his encouragement at Danzo's evident respect. Who could dislike such a devoted disciple? Moreover, engaging in such tasks was hardly honorable, warranting a word of encouragement. Unbeknownst to Danzo, there were underlying complexities to the situation. He only knew that his teacher had personally acknowledged his efforts, which left him both flattered and excited. "Thank you for your concern, sensei," he exclaimed, his face flushed with emotion. The key point was that the teacher had addressed him alone, perhaps signifying that the teacher held higher expectations for him. Indeed, he was the teacher's most favored disciple. Lost in his joy, Danzo failed to notice the disdainful gazes of his companions. What was this guy so excited about? Senju Tobirama's gaze shifted to Renya and Koharu. "You both have also put in considerable effort." "You flatter us, sensei," Koharu replied with a smile. "No need for pleasantries, sir," Renya scoffed, tossing the storage scroll onto the table. "This is a scroll I found in the grave. It has restrictions, and I cannot open it." Upon observing Renya's actions, Tobirama's temples pulsed with irritation. This kid was becoming increasingly disrespectful. Was it really necessary to behave this way just because he hadn't allowed him to take on a task, especially with others present? Did he not consider leaving a bit of dignity for himself? "Uncle, please help me lift the restrictions, and then cancel the mission orders in the task hall. We still need to take on more missions," Renya insisted. Tobirama remained silent, taking the scroll in hand. He examined it and noted that the restrictions were indeed somewhat intricate. Nevertheless, such a level of complexity was easily surmountable. "Here," he said, handing the scroll back to Renya after dispelling the seals. Renya was taken aback. It had been so swift. He knew this would not pose a challenge for Tobirama, but he hadn't anticipated such rapidity. He had expected it would require considerable effort. Seeing Renya's astonished expression, Tobirama smirked. "This level of restriction is no difficulty for me." He continued, "Open the scroll. Let me see what it contains." "Uncle, you're overstepping your bounds," Renya retorted, fastening the scroll to his waist without any intention of opening it. After all, the previous owner of this scroll was an ancestor from the Uchiha clan. If this old man were to discover that, what would remain for him? It was better that he remained uninformed. Tobirama twitched his lips, but chose not to dwell on the matter. If Renya was unwilling to show him, so be it. Had he known the scroll originated from the Uchiha, he would not have taken such a stance. Unfortunately, Danzo and Koharu remained silent and did not clarify. Tobirama, of course, was unaware of this detail. He glanced at the three and waved his hand. "You may leave now." Upon hearing this, the three turned to depart. Suddenly, Tobirama called out to Renya, "Hey, wait a moment." "What is it, uncle?" Renya turned back. "I want to be returning for lunch today," Tobirama stated, casting an expectant glance at Renya. He was hinting for Renya to bring him lunch. "Understood." Renya nodded and then turned to leave. "Today, I'll only prepare one serving for myself, right, Tobirama?" He stared blankly as Renya walked away, struggling to comprehend the situation. After a while, he murmured softly, "Did that kid understand? It would be fine if he did. If not, he would only have soldier pills for lunch." Reflecting on this, Tobirama felt a twinge of regret. He should have just asked that kid to bring him lunch directly. Now, he hesitated to chase after Renya, still possessing some semblance of pride. With no choice left, he could only irritably sort through the documents on his desk. "I hope this young lad has a change of heart and brings himself some food." At the Senju Tobirama residence, Renya eagerly returned to his room and couldn't wait to unfurl the storage scroll. He was curious to discover what his predecessor had left for him. With a bang, as the white smoke dissipated, a heap of scrolls appeared on the ground. Renya stood in astonishment. Could it be that all of these were storage scrolls? Approaching, he picked up one scroll and realized it was not a storage scroll and bore no seals. As he opened it, he found it contained a fire release ninjutsu. However, This technique was unfamiliar to him. Falling fire? He continued to examine the scroll, noting that this ninjutsu differed from conventional methods of release. Instead of projecting forward, it was unleashed into the sky. After being released, the fireball could split into dozens or even hundreds of smaller fireballs, raining down upon the ground. This constituted a wide-area attack ninjutsu, classified as A rank. Renya's eyes sparkled with excitement as he mused. This ninjutsu is quite remarkable, especially potent on the battlefield. He hurriedly flipped through the other scrolls, each documenting highly practical fire release techniques, certainly superior to the great fireball he often employed. Truly, the wisdom of the ancestors shines through. Renya reflected while perusing the scrolls, just as he opened the next one and beheld its contents. His pupils dilated in shock. Was this technique really possible? The scroll read, "The forbidden technique that alters fate, Izanagi. Technique principle. Izanagi allows the user to transform all adverse factors in reality, including death, into a dream, while simultaneously converting favorable elements from the dream into reality. It is a ninjutsu capable of distorting reality. Activation conditions. The user must merge the power of the Sharingan with their own chakra to activate Izanagi. Technique effects. Upon using Izanagi, the user enters an absolute invincibility state for a period, where no attack can inflict harm upon them, as all damage is redirected to the dream world. Technique cost. Utilizing Izanagi results in the permanent loss of one Sharingan's light, rendering the user incapable of employing any ocular techniques with that eye. Trading one eye for a life seems a worthwhile bargain, Renya mused. Becoming a one-eyed dragon is certainly better than death. Moreover, as long as one possesses a Sharingan, they can activate this ninjutsu, implying that with sufficient eyes, one could resurrect multiple times. This notion was corroborated by his teammate, Shimura Danzo. That arm full of Sharingan was akin to a resurrection armor. Furthermore, Uchiha Madara famously feigned death using this technique to escape. However, Renya had always harbored a question. Since using Izanagi results in one eye going blind, how did Madara activate a pair of Rinnegan with just one eye? It was hard to believe he used someone else's eye to perform Izanagi. After all, Madara couldn't he have simply plucked out his eye during a battle with Hashirama to activate Izanagi? Never mind. He decided to set aside those thoughts for now and focus on mastering this forbidden technique. By doing so, he would add another layer of protection to his life. The principles of Izanagi were straightforward. Renya grasped them after a couple of readings. He then began to study the fire release techniques left by his predecessor, which could undoubtedly become a formidable asset in the future, even capable of breaking the curse that fire release cannot kill. Truly, the wisdom of the ancestors is awe-inspiring. I wonder how the predecessor capable of developing such ninjutsu met their demise. Time always seems to fly when one is engrossed. By midday, Renya paused his studies on the new ninjutsu and entered the kitchen to prepare lunch. He clearly understood Senju Tobirama's hints. The reason he had not responded was merely to provoke the old man a little. After all, he was the one who forbade him from undertaking missions. Moreover, he even compelled him to engage in the morally questionable task of grave robbing. However, fortune often arises from misfortune, and he had gained a precious gift from his predecessor. In good spirits today, Renya decided not to hold a grudge against that old coot. After preparing the meal, he did not rush to eat, but instead packed the food into a bento box to deliver to Senju Tobirama. It was getting late. The old man must be hungry by now. In the Hokage's office, Senju Tobirama glanced at the clock, almost 1 o'clock. How infuriating. This boy truly did not bring me lunch. Tobirama's eyelids twitched. He was uncertain whether Renya was being deliberately obstinate or if he genuinely misunderstood. With a sigh, Tobirama retrieved a few military rations from his drawer. Oh well, might as well eat something. At that moment, he sensed a familiar chakra approaching. This boy. A slight smirk appeared at the corner of Tobirama's mouth as he returned the military rations to the drawer. Not long after, Renya's voice resonated from outside the office. Uncle, I brought you lunch. Chapter 80, the Uchiha Conference. Kid, when do you plan to head out on a mission? Senju Tobirama couldn't help but ask as he saw Renya enter with the bento. He pondered that if Renya didn't go on missions, he could enjoy warm meals daily. Although he could go out to buy or cook for himself, his culinary skills paled in comparison to Renya's. His palate had become entirely spoiled by Renya's cooking. If it weren't for Renya's homemade dishes, he would rather eat military rations. Uncle, I'll head out once I've finished eating, Renya replied while placing the bento on the table. Oh, I see. A flicker of disappointment crossed Tobirama's face. He had harbored hopes that Renya would stay in the village for a few days, but it seemed this boy could hardly sit still. Renya served a bowl of rice and handed it to Tobirama. Uncle, you eat first. I'm going back to have my meal. Tobirama was taken aback. You haven't eaten yet? He had assumed Renya arrived late because he had already eaten at home. But it seemed that was not the case. I was busy training this morning, and by the time I thought of cooking, it was already noon, Renya explained. Tobirama nodded, feeling a warmth in his heart. It appeared that this lad did possess a shred of conscience after all, rushing to deliver the meal as soon as it was prepared. Seeing Renya preparing to leave, Tobirama instinctively blurted out, "Don't go back. Stay here and eat with me." After uttering those words, he suddenly froze. Renya halted mid-step, looking at Tobirama in surprise, and then chuckled, "It's all right, uncle. I've already made my meal at home." He waved his hand and exited the office. Tobirama stared at Renya's retreating figure, lost in thought. How could I have said something like that? He suddenly recalled the words of his elder brother who had once counseled him. Could it be that I have truly developed feelings for this boy? Tobirama shook his head with a wry smile, picking up his bowl and chopsticks to begin eating. Delicious. As Renya left the office, he couldn't help but ponder Tobirama's words, thinking that old man must have been poisoned by mushrooms. Today's lunch happened to include stir-fried mushrooms, and he suspected Tobirama had hallucinated, leading him to say such things. However, he felt the mushrooms should have been cooked thoroughly. The earlier scene gave Renya goosebumps. He sensed something was off about Tobirama. Perhaps it was indeed the mushrooms that caused the odd behavior. It would be best to avoid returning home during this strange period with Senju Tobirama. He felt a twinge of fear regarding the oddities of the old man. If he suddenly awakened some bizarre attribute and decided to dissect him, that would be disastrous. Thus, Renya sought out Danzo and Koharu to head to the mission assembly hall and accept the task. This time, the staff did not trouble the trio any further, and they successfully received their mission before departing the village. Senju Tobirama stood before the floor-to-ceiling window, watching Renya's silhouette as he left the gates of Konoha, softly murmuring, "Kid, come back soon." Renya's departure meant there would be no warm, delicious meals for the foreseeable future. He gazed at the half-eaten meal on the table and stepped forward to pack the remaining food into a container, intending to save it for dinner. Senju Tobirama pulled out the Uchiha observation manual from his pocket and noted, "As time progresses, it seems I have forged a bond with this malevolent Uchiha boy. Renya-kun, why have you stopped?" At the entrance of Konoha, Toji Kokoro and Shimura Danzo looked curiously at Renya, who had suddenly halted. "I'm fine," Renya shook his head, instinctively turning to glance at the village. He had felt someone watching him a moment ago, which made him exceedingly uncomfortable. However, when he turned back, that unsettling sensation had vanished. Renya was certain it was not merely an illusion. The truth was undeniable. Someone in the village had set their sights on him. Who could it be? Renya fell into contemplation. The Uchihas, the Sanjus, or perhaps another clan in the village. It was not unreasonable for Renya to feel this way. After all, fame often invites scrutiny. As a member of the Uchiha clan, he had been adopted by the Sanjus, particularly by the current acting Hokage, Senju Tobirama. Such a status would naturally attract many eager to cultivate a favorable relationship with him. It was only logical for him to be under someone's watchful eye. Shortly after the trio departed, a young boy emerged from behind a tree, whispering softly, "That traitor has left the village." Before his words faded, the boy turned and walked away, the fan emblem of his clan conspicuously visible on his back. In the Uchiha clan's territory, within the conference hall, a stern-looking middle-aged man occupied the main seat, flanked by several elderly men with white hair. "I propose we expel Uchiha Renya from the clan," declared an elder on the left. "Indeed, he is unworthy of the Uchiha name," echoed another elder beside him. The clan extended him an olive branch, only to have it rejected. "I oppose this," interrupted a one-eyed elder on the right. "This was a decision made out of necessity. We cannot blame the boy. Indeed, it has been a struggle for him," sighed another elder on the right. "A struggle? Huh. I beg to differ," scoffed the elder on the left. "Isn't that traitor living comfortably among the Sanjus?" "You are regressing in your thinking, blaming a child for our mistakes," retorted the one-eyed elder coldly. Provoked, the left-side elders fell silent. At that moment, a young boy entered the room. "Father, I have returned." It was the same boy from the entrance of Konoha. The middle-aged man in the main seat spoke in a low voice. "Raikase, has Uchiha Renya left the village?" Uchiha Raikase quickly replied, "Father, that traitor just departed." The middle-aged man did not inquire further, but turned to the elders. "Esteemed elders, I shall personally seek out that child to understand his intentions. If he is willing to return to the Uchiha, the clan will grant him that opportunity. If he is unwilling," he paused, "then let him be cast out of the Uchiha." Upon hearing this, the elders nodded in agreement. The one-eyed elder frowned, about to speak, but was restrained by the elder beside him. He glanced at his companion and ultimately sighed in resignation. Initially, the elders had viewed Renya as a prodigy of the Uchiha clan. However, when they attempted to extend a hand to him, They found him deliberately distancing himself from the clan. This led to some elders' dissatisfaction, ultimately dividing them into two factions, one that empathized with Renya's predicament and another that believed he had been brainwashed by Senju Tobirama and was unworthy of the Uchiha name. Advocating for his expulsion from the clan, the middle-aged man rose and exited the meeting room. In the Hokage's office, Senju Tobirama set aside the documents he was reviewing. His expression darkened. The Uchiha clan had become increasingly audacious lately. As he spoke, his form flickered and vanished from the office. Chapter 81, Uchiha Tanaka. In a forest within the Land of Fire, after a considerable journey, the three prepared to rest. Renya leaned against a tree, perusing the mission scroll in his hands. Shimura Danzo and Toji Kokoro sat not far away. Renya-kun, why is the mission location so far away? Toji Kokoro asked, her brow furrowed in confusion. Danzo glanced over at her words. The task indeed seemed distant, requiring 3 days of travel. It hardly conformed to the previous standards of their team's missions, plentiful rewards, minimal effort, and close proximity to home. Renya explained, the reward for this mission is considerably higher. He couldn't divulge to them that he had taken this long-distance task to keep his distance from Senju Tobirama. The two nodded instinctively, accepting Renya's reasoning. The remuneration for this task was indeed significantly greater than that of typical missions, serving as a bodyguard for a wealthy merchant. Naturally, affluent individuals would spare no expense for their own safety. Seeing that they did not probe further, Renya sighed in relief. This mission, including the round trip and the time spent protecting the merchant, would take at least 2 weeks. By the time he returned, surely Tobirama would have returned to normalcy, right? Suddenly, Renya sensed something and abruptly stood, looking toward a certain direction. What is it, Renya-kun? The two instinctively followed his gaze. They spotted a middle-aged man standing not far away. Before they could react, they were met with his piercing crimson Sharingan, leaving them momentarily frozen. Clap, clap, clap. The middle-aged man applauded, exclaiming, Renya-kun, you truly are the genius of the Uchiha clan, to have discovered me so quickly. Who are you? Renya asked, his right hand gripping the hilt of his katana. Even when encountering a clan member, he would not let his guard down. After all, the man had appeared in such a place and had immediately used Jinjutsu to incapacitate his two companions, making it difficult not to suspect his intentions. The middle-aged man appeared taken aback, seemingly not expecting Renya not to recognize him. He frowned in dissatisfaction, saying, as a member of the Uchiha, how can you not know your clan leader? It seemed this boy truly did not care about the clan at all. Renya was somewhat surprised. He genuinely had no knowledge of this fact. I apologize, I did not know you were the clan leader. In that case, allow me to introduce myself. I am Uchiha Tanaka, the newly appointed clan leader of the Uchiha, the man stated. Clan leader Tanaka, what business do you have with me? Renya inquired, remaining wary of the man's words. Uchiha Tanaka noticed Renya's subtle movements, but chose to disregard them, or perhaps he simply did not care. Renya-kun, I have come to ask you. Uchiha Tanaka narrowed his eyes, whether you still consider yourself a member of the Uchiha clan. Renya was momentarily taken aback. Clan leader? What do you mean by that? Uchiha Tanaka sneered. It means nothing. It is merely that the clan is discussing how you are undeserving of the Uchiha surname. Upon hearing this, Renya immediately grasped the situation. It seemed the Uchiha were dissatisfied with his actions. Amused by the irony, he found it rather amusing. These individuals had deliberately distanced themselves from him, yet now that he had grown stronger, they were eager to extend an olive branch. Should he refuse, they would blame him for being ungrateful. Clan leader Tanaka, how do you perceive me? Renya asked expressionlessly. Uchiha Tanaka looked at Renya, but did not respond immediately. The silence stretched on for a considerable time. Of course, I consider you a member of the Uchiha clan. Uchiha Tanaka suddenly laughed. What do you think, Renya-kun? Haha. Renya forced a laugh, but quickly suppressed it. How you perceive me holds no relevance for me. Uchiha Tanaka's smile faltered, and he frowned at Renya. Uchiha Renya, do you truly intend to betray the clan? Clan leader Tanaka, are you attempting to label me? Lien Yi slightly narrowed his eyes, a hint of crimson glimmering within them, revealing 3 black tomo at the depths of his gaze. Uchiha Tanaka, upon witnessing Lien Yi's 3 tomo, momentarily exhibited a flicker of astonishment. You dare call me a traitor? Lien Yi scoffed coldly. When Senju Hashirama came to adopt me, you all didn't dare utter a single word. Now you have the audacity to accuse me. Uchiha Lien Yi, do you even comprehend what you are saying? Uchiha Tanaka's countenance darkened, clearly incensed by Lien Yi's remarks. Is it not your belief that my adoption by the Senju has rendered me a disgrace to the Uchiha clan? Lien Yi smiled. You are mistaken. The true disgrace lies not with me, but with you self-proclaimed proud fools. Silence. Uchiha Tanaka interrupted Lien Yi. TSK. I've merely spoken a couple of words, and you're already on edge? Lien Yi sneered. Uchiha Lien Yi, let me ask you once more. Do you not wish to return to your clan? Uchiha Tanaka's face turned ashen. Huh, you still doubt my words? Why would I desire to return to the Uchiha? Even if I wished to, would you dare allow me back? Would the Hokage consent? Can you persuade the Hokage? Lien Yi had spent little time with the Uchiha and was not particularly affected by the situation. However, his earlier conversation with Uchiha Tanaka made him realize that some Uchiha were synonymous with arrogance and folly. Setting aside his own willingness to return, could they truly convince Senju Tobirama? It was evident that Senju Tobirama would never acquiesce to such a notion. They had come without any forethought, bustling over to question his allegiance to the Uchiha clan. What gave them the right, merely based on his Uchiha identity? It was utterly absurd. No wonder Senju Tobirama had always been wary of the Uchiha clan. Uchiha Tanaka was momentarily stunned by Lien Yi's inquiries, only to respond with a furious glare. You traitor, you do not deserve to bear the Uchiha surname. Whether I deserve the Uchiha name is not for you to decide, Lien Yi retorted with a cold laugh. Calling you clan leader truly went to your head, didn't it? So many fools within the Uchiha, unable to see the reality of their downfall. Very well. Uchiha Tanaka laughed heartily. Today, I shall eliminate you, the Uchiha traitor. With that, he drew his katana from his waist. Damn it. I've tolerated your foolishness for far too long. Clang. Lien Yi unsheathed his own katana, the three tomo in his eyes spinning rapidly. His blade was laced with deadly poison. Should he adopt a strategy of mutual injury, it would be Uchiha Tanaka who would meet his demise. Just as the two were poised to clash, a white-haired figure abruptly intervened between them. Tanaka, what do you intend to do? Senju Tobirama crossed his arms. Frowning at Uchiha Tanaka, he had initially assumed Tanaka sought to recruit Lien Yi, never anticipating that a brawl would ensue. Arriving late, he had missed their earlier exchange. Yet he steadfastly chose to stand by Lien Yi's side. Not to mention, the fact that this young man was willing to confront his own clan leader delighted him. It signified that Lien Yi was not the type to exhibit blind loyalty to his clan. Upon seeing Senju Tobirama's sudden appearance, both Lien Yi and Uchiha Tanaka halted their confrontation. Lien Yi sheathed his sword, positioning himself beside Tobirama. With this old man present, the matter was no longer his concern. Tobirama glanced at Lien Yi, noting his unscathed demeanor, and then turned his attention back to Uchiha Tanaka. Hokage-sama, what is the meaning of this? Uchiha Tanaka's expression was unfriendly. Tobirama's arrival had evidently disrupted his plans. Tanaka cursed inwardly, realizing that this rascal had indeed been monitoring him. He had barely left the village when the Hokage caught up to him. It was clear that the Uchiha had been under Tobirama's scrutiny. Even aware of this, he could not act out, for the Uchiha's standing in the village was already precarious. Following the incident with Uchiha Madara, nobody wished to associate with them. It could be said that the Uchiha were gradually becoming loathed within the village. Opinions regarding the Uchiha had reached a consensus among the villagers, though no one voiced it openly. Tanaka, as the head of the Konoha guard, you have left the village without permission, Tobirama stated coldly. Do you not owe me an explanation? Uchiha Tanaka was taken aback, seemingly unprepared for Tobirama to shift the conversation to this topic. The implication was that he had abandoned his post. If it had been any other Uchiha, it might have been acceptable. But as the clan leader and captain of the guard, this was indefensible. Given the current state of the Uchiha, being caught by the Hokage would lead to significant trouble. As this thought crossed his mind, cold sweat beaded on Uchiha Tanaka's forehead, and he hastily explained, Hokage-sama, you misunderstand. I merely wish to check on my clan members. Oh, Tobirama raised an eyebrow, retorting, why? Tanaka, do you carry a sword when visiting your clan? Upon hearing this, Tanaka immediately sheathed his sword, chuckling, Hokage-sama, what are you saying? It is perfectly normal for a ninja to carry their weapons, is it not? Tanaka, I insist that you refrain from disturbing Uchiha Lien Yi in the future. Tobirama's tone turned serious. Hokage, do you understand what you are saying? Uchiha Tanaka furrowed his brows. Uchiha Lien Yi is one of my clan. What gives you the right to prevent me from seeing him? Lien Yi disdainfully curled his lip, muttering under his breath, fool. Tobirama and Tanaka instinctively glanced at Lien Yi. Although they did not comprehend the meaning of the term, they recognized it was not a compliment. Tanaka's face turned a shade darker. If not for Senju Tobirama's presence, he would have relished the opportunity to eliminate this insufferable traitor. Noticing Tanaka's unsettling expression, Tobirama instinctively positioned himself in front of Lien Yi. Uchiha Tanaka, I warn you once more. Keep your distance from Lien Yi, or you shall bear the consequences. Hokage, this is a matter concerning the Uchiha clan. Your interference is unwarranted, Uchiha Tanaka clenched his fists. Damn it! How dare he threaten me? This rascal had already been adopted by him. Tobirama directed a gaze at Lien Yi. This was the decision of the Uchiha clan's elder. If you have any doubts, seek him out. He was acutely aware that the elder had long since passed, but invoking his name was merely a tactic to silence Tanaka. Very well. Uchiha Tanaka sneered. In that case, from this day forth, Uchiha Lien Yi shall no longer be a member of the Uchiha clan. Let him bear the name Senju. With that, he turned to leave. With Senju Tobirama present, the prospect of killing Lien Yi was futile. He could only expel this traitor from the Uchiha and deal with him later. Tobirama appeared contemplative, seemingly finding merit in Tanaka's suggestion. If Lien Yi were to change his name to Senju, it would indeed sound appealing. Senju Lien Yi had a far more pleasing ring to it than whatever Uchiha was. However, this matter would require the young man's consent. At that moment, Lien Yi, who had been silent until now, finally spoke. Hey, what authority do you have to expel me from the Uchiha? In truth, he was indifferent to the Uchiha name. It was Uchiha Tanaka's condescending attitude that irked him. That superior, self-important demeanor was utterly intolerable. Had Tanaka approached him with civility, Lien Yi would not have minded at all. Even during the Uchiha's deliberate distancing, he bore no grievances. But Lien Yi could not abide by the notion of someone looking down on him. While he had endured such indignities when he was weaker, now that he had grown stronger, he would not accept such treatment. Though his strength may not surpass Uchiha Tanaka's, he possessed countless means to eliminate him. Such arrogant fools were the easiest to dispatch. Uchiha Tanaka halted his steps and turned to face Renya, declaring, I am the leader of the Uchiha clan. With a scoff, Renya retorted, Oh, the leader of the Uchiha, is it? Such grandiosity. Do you truly believe yourself to be the successor of the previous clan leader? He regarded Tanaka as nothing more than an arrogant fool, oblivious to the current reality. Renya felt no desire to engage in further discourse. Had it not been for the presence of Senju Tobirama, he would have long since dispatched the imbecile Tanaka. Upon hearing Renya's words, Tanaka's expression froze in disbelief. The former clan leader Renya referred to was, of course, Uchiha Obito. This remark irked him greatly, yet he found himself at a loss for a rebuttal. Surely, he could not claim to be superior to Obito, could he? Senju Tobirama gazed incredulously at Renya, pondering if this young man truly belonged to the Uchiha clan. His words hardly resembled those of a typical Uchiha, particularly one who possessed the Sharingan with 3 tomo. The shock Renya's statement elicited was akin to the moment when the Uchiha and Senju clans forged a truce to establish a village together. Tanaka's face turned a shade of deep anger. He was tempted to disregard all caution and slay this traitor. Yet, upon observing Tobirama standing before Renya, he quickly regained his composure. In a genuine confrontation, Tanaka knew he was no match for Tobirama. The members of his generation were well aware of Tobirama's prowess. During the Warring States period, the Uchiha who fell by Tobirama's hand numbered not less than 80. Seeing Tanaka's flustered demeanor, Renya suddenly smiled. It's merely a surname. Do you truly believe I care? He tossed aside his garment adorned with the emblem of the Uchiha and incinerated it to ashes with fire style. After this act, Renya fixed his gaze on Uchiha Tanaka, stating, Remember this. It was not you who expelled me from the Uchiha, but rather I who chose to leave. Tanaka's countenance darkened as he cast a long, penetrating glance at the two. Witnessing the corners of Tobirama's mouth lift in a smirk nearly twisted his expression in rage. Damn that Senju Tobirama. Uchiha Renya has undoubtedly been brainwashed by him. With a huff, Tanaka turned away without hesitation. Chapter 83. Joining the Senju, Renya watched Tanaka depart, his expression remaining unchanged. The rift between them had been irrevocably established. Tanaka sought to kill him, and Renya certainly would not let that go unchallenged. He needed to find an opportunity to strike first. Otherwise, being constantly watched would eventually lead to trouble. Perhaps he would soon face more than just Tanaka. Nevertheless, he felt no fear. One day, he would reclaim all that he had lost. Renya sighed, astonished at how petty the Uchiha could be. Do not be disheartened, Tobirama reassured, patting Renya on the shoulder. There is little I can do in these matters. Despite his feigned sympathy, the upward curve of his lips betrayed him. Renya raised an eyebrow. Perplexed. Uncle, you seem rather pleased. How could that be? Tobirama replied, suppressing his smile. I genuinely feel sorry for your predicament. I never anticipated that the Uchiha would expel you. He pondered what Tanaka could possibly be thinking. Was it solely due to the fact that he had taken Renya in? Tobirama could not fathom the Uchiha's logic. Deciding it unwise to dwell on it, he resolved to remain vigilant against the Uchiha clan. As long as he and his brother were present, Konoha would remain untroubled. Now that you've been expelled from the Uchiha, have you considered joining the Senju? Tobirama inquired suddenly. Renya rolled his eyes, exasperated. Uncle, I left the Uchiha of my own volition. I was not expelled. Tobirama regarded Renya with a raised eyebrow, a smile creeping across his face. He recalled a certain deceased individual who had once expressed similar sentiments. It is not they who abandoned me, but I who abandoned them. He understood well that Obito and Renya shared a commonality. On the surface, they appeared indifferent, yet beneath lay profound sorrow. The Uchiha truly possessed a stubbornness that was difficult to comprehend. Then, would you be willing to join the Senju? Tobirama pressed on. He believed that Renya, having been cast out by his kin, must be feeling quite forlorn. A mere gesture of warmth might open his heart. Tobirama's observations of his brother's interactions with Obito had led him to this conclusion. He sensed that the Uchiha shared a similar disposition. Suddenly, Tobirama devised a strategy to deal with the Uchiha. Faced with Tobirama's inquiry, Renya found himself momentarily taken aback. While he felt little about his departure from the Uchiha, indeed, he almost wanted to laugh. He could not deny the warmth that Tobirama's kindness instilled in him. He lifted his gaze to meet Tobirama's, his expression complex. This old man did not seem so dreadful after all. Reflecting on their past interactions, Renya realized that Tobirama had never treated him unfairly due to his Uchiha heritage. In fact, he had guided him in his training. Well, Senju Tobirama is rather commendable, Renya mused inwardly, granting the older man a high appraisal. Noticing the change in Renya's demeanor, Tobirama sensed he was making progress. Seizing the moment, he inquired, "So, how have you decided?" Under Tobirama's expectant gaze, Renya nodded slightly. "Uncle, I believe I can." After all, to him, it mattered little which clan he belonged to, given that this old man was decent. Joining the Senju could prove a favorable choice. The Senju clan members were certainly more agreeable than the Uchiha. He recalled his initial arrival in the Senju territory, where many had regarded him with suspicion. Yet, as time passed, they gradually began to accept him. After all, they had to show respect to Tobirama, who had taken him in. Moreover, Renya was not the arrogant Uchiha. Thus, the Senju quickly embraced him. Upon hearing Renya's agreement, Tobirama's smile widened. "From this day forth, you shall be a member of the Senju clan." He lowered his gaze to the ashes of the burnt garment, raising a hand to let the remnants scatter in the wind. From that moment on, Renya's identity as a Uchiha would dissipate like those ashes. Renya felt a sense of bewilderment. How had he so foolishly joined the Senju? No, he suddenly realized. Even if he left the Uchiha, it did not necessitate joining the Senju. Why had he consented to this? Upon reflection, he recognized that Tobirama had subtly guided him towards making a choice between the Uchiha and the Senju, ultimately enticing him to join the latter. Infuriating. He had been ensnared in a trap. Truly, Senju Tobirama was a master of cunning. With the situation as it stood, he could only accept it with equanimity. After all, he had remained in the Senju clan even when he had not actively left the Uchiha. It seemed hardly different. Perhaps the only advantage was that, as a member of the Senju, he now had a legitimate reason to confront Tanaka. Imagining the scene that would unfold, Renya envisioned himself drawing his katana, declaring, "In the name of the inherently wicked Uchiha Tanaka, I, as a representative of the Senju clan, shall send you on your way." Tanaka would undoubtedly be taken aback by such a proclamation. Seizing the moment of his astonishment, Renya would execute a low-tier flying thunder god slash, and the Uchiha clan leader would be no more. With a chuckle, Renya could not help but envision Tanaka's demise before him. Hearing Renya's laughter, Tobirama joined in, mistakenly believing Renya was pleased about joining the Senju. "What are you laughing at, uncle?" Renya asked, bewildered. "Why are you suddenly in such high spirits?" Yet, he quickly deduced the truth. This old man was undoubtedly reveling in the success of his machinations. Tobirama's grin faltered at the realization that Renya was intentionally undermining him. Indeed, it is no surprise that he is innately malevolent. Now he is but a fledgling of the Senju clan. Since he is a mere child of the Senju clan, I shall not be inclined to hold any grievances against him. Senju Tobirama cast a disdainful glance at Renya, harboring no intention to provide an explanation. "Kid, I'm leaving now. I'll return early once I've completed my mission." With that, he vanished from sight in an instant. Eagerly anticipating the moment he could share the delightful news with his elder brother. Surely, his brother would be elated to learn that this lad had joined the Senju. Wouldn't he? As Renya observed the sudden disappearance of Senju Tobirama, a flicker of envy crossed his eyes. Ah, the flying thunder god technique truly is splendid. Now that he has joined the Senju, might he shamelessly seek out Tobirama to learn the flying thunder god technique? Pondering this, Renya made his way towards his two companions. It remained unclear whether Uchiha Tanaka's Genjutsu was excessively potent, or if their resistance to Genjutsu was merely weak, for even after such a lengthy passage of time, they had yet to awaken. Chapter 84. Is the elder brother to monitor the Uchiha? Renya stepped forward and dispelled the Jinjutsu affecting the two. Upon seeing Renya before them, Danzo and Koharu realized they had just fallen victim to a Jinjutsu. How infuriating. When exactly did this happen? Danzo clenched his fists, taken aback by his unawareness of being ensnared in a Jinjutsu. Had it not been for Renya's presence, he would have met his demise long ago. Renya-kun, who was that person just now? Koharu inquired, recalling the sight of a Sharingan before losing consciousness. Renya, recalling Uchiha Tanaka, disdainfully scoffed, irrelevant. Not wishing to press further, Koharu refrained from asking again. After this brief interlude, the mission must continue. The trio proceeded towards their designated task location. Clan leader, what did the child say? Uchiha Tanaka had just returned to the clan grounds when several elders surrounded him, clearly having waited for some time. Among them, the one-eyed elder appeared particularly anxious. Yet upon witnessing Tanaka's grim countenance, he instantly grasped the situation. It seemed that Renya could no longer return to the clan. He was acutely aware that numerous factors were at play: the Senju clan's influence, the Uchiha clan's dynamics, and Renya's own circumstances. Even if Renya wished to return to the Uchiha, they had no confidence in persuading Senju Tobirama to allow Renya back into the fold. After all, the current standing of the Uchiha and Senju clans was far from equitable. Not to mention, Tobirama was the Hokage of Konoha. Although he was merely the acting Hokage for the time being, everyone understood that it was only a matter of time before he would be officially appointed. As the one-eyed elder grappled with feelings of helplessness, Uchiha Tanaka spoke up. Uchiha Renya is unwilling to return to the clan and even holds disdain for me as the clan leader. I have expelled him from the Uchiha. He cast a cold smirk at the leading one-eyed elder. From this moment forth, he is no longer a member of the Uchiha clan. I will not permit anyone within the clan to associate with him. He refrained from revealing his own actions against Renya to the others. Having spoken, Uchiha Tanaka utilized the body flicker technique to depart. He still needed to contemplate how to discreetly eliminate Renya, having no time to waste with these elderly figures. Haha. Well done, clan leader. It was high time that this traitor was expelled from the Uchiha. The elders who had previously advocated for Renya's departure left with satisfaction. In their eyes, a Uchiha raised by the Senju was a disgrace to the clan, and they felt it was long overdue for him to be cast out. Only the one-eyed elder and two others remained, standing in silence. After a while, the one-eyed elder sighed helplessly. These old fools truly are losing their wits. Can one blame the child for this? Who could say otherwise? An elder chimed in. Had I known, I would have left with Lord Madara. Haha, you old fool. Wouldn't leaving with Lord Madara simply be a burden to him? I call that aging like fine wine. Aging like fine wine, indeed. I see you can hardly walk straight anymore. Nonsense. I see you are the one whose eyes are failing. Enough. We old codgers should retire. I shall refrain from meddling in clan affairs. Indeed, lest these young ones accuse us of indecision. With that, the three elders, leaning on their staffs, trembled off into the distance. They were among the oldest members of the Uchiha clan. In an era where the average age was merely 30, their longevity could be deemed miraculous. At the Senju residence, Hashirama was in the courtyard, playing dice with Tsunade, when he suddenly noticed Tobirama rushing in with great urgency. Second grandpa, Tsunade called out in a childlike voice. Tobirama ruffled Tsunade's hair, then glanced disapprovingly at Hashirama, noticing the dice on the table. Brother, how could you teach Tsunade to gamble? Just dealing with your gambling habit is already troublesome enough. I cannot allow you to lead her astray. Contemplating this, he seized the dice from the table and crushed them into powder. Both Hashirama and Tsunade looked on in dismay at the scattering remnants. However, seeing Tobirama's dark expression, they wisely chose to remain silent. Tobirama, what brings you here? Hashirama inquired with a sheepish grin. It was well known that Tobirama seldom sought him out unless it pertained to significant village matters. Upon hearing this, Tobirama recalled the purpose of his visit. He wasted no time. Diving straight into the matter, brother, Renya has been expelled from the Uchiha clan. Hashirama paused, his expression somewhat peculiar. It seemed this incident had little bearing. After all, Renya had been living with the Senju for some time, severing ties with the Uchiha. Thus, the Uchiha's actions bore no impact on Renya. The only aspect that remained was Renya's surname, Uchiha. He could not fathom what the Uchiha leadership was thinking. What significance could such actions hold? Just as Hashirama was lost in thought, Tobirama's next statement left him utterly bewildered. After Renya was expelled from the Uchiha, I invited him to join the Senju. Did he accept your invitation? Hashirama instinctively gulped, his eyes filled with anticipation. Do I even need to ask? Tobirama smirked. At my invitation, that boy gratefully accepted. Haha, splendid. Hashirama couldn't help but chuckle. He had always taken a liking to the boy, especially his culinary skills. Once tasted, one would be left yearning for more. Hashirama was genuinely pleased that Renya was willing to join the Senju, as it indicated that Renya truly recognized the clan. Suddenly, Hashirama recalled the original intent behind adopting Renya, which was to prevent Tobirama from antagonizing the Uchiha through his interactions with Renya. He glanced at Tobirama, who wore a proud expression, and nodded in satisfaction. It seemed that a bond had indeed formed between Tobirama and Renya. However, with Renya now joining the Senju, it remained uncertain whether Tobirama would still target the Uchiha. Brother, recently the Uchiha have increasingly disregarded my authority as Hokage, Tobirama remarked. Especially Uchiha Tanaka. He even attempted to take action against Renya. Had I not arrived in time, the consequences would have been dire. Hashirama frowned upon hearing this. Initially, he believed the Uchiha had merely expelled Renya. He had not anticipated such extreme measures. He finally understood why Tobirama had always been wary of the Uchiha. This reckless group truly required vigilant oversight. In the past, with Madara present, no one dared to defy his orders. However, now that Madara was absent, rebellious individuals like Uchiha Tanaka were beginning to emerge. Over time, this would prove detrimental to the village's development. Contemplating this, Hashirama stated, Tobirama, we must enhance our surveillance of the Uchiha during this period. Upon hearing this, Tobirama stood frozen in place. A look of disbelief etched across his face. Had he misheard? His brother was actually instructing him to intensify monitoring of the Uchiha. Was this truly the elder brother he once knew? Chapter 85. Mission Failure and Return to the Village. In the land of rivers, before a certain residence, rain fell in a fine mist, cascading like threads of silver. The world was enveloped in a shroud of haze. In the distance, 3 figures were gradually approaching the estate. Clad in black conical hats, the bamboo strips hanging from their edges swayed gently in the rain, obscuring their faces. This is the employer's residence, Danzo remarked, gazing at the mission map in his hands. Something feels amiss. It seems we have arrived too late. Renya lowered his hat, the Sharingan flickering ominously in the shadows, signaling for vigilance. Instinctively, he grasped the katana at his waist. The trio's footsteps slowed in unison, the sound of raindrops striking their hats becoming distinctly audible. Soon, the vermilion gates of the wealthy merchant's estate loomed before them. Just then, a sudden gust of wind lifted Renya's hat, and as he pressed it down, his gaze met another figure atop the roof, similarly adorned with a hat. A sigh escaped Renya's lips. This mission had failed. They had arrived too late, resulting in the employer's demise. However, now that they were here, they ought to avenge their employer, he mused. With that thought, Renya immediately activated the Genjutsu of his Sharingan. The figure on the roof found itself ensnared by the gaze of the Sharingan, standing frozen in place. Huh, how audacious to meet the Uchiha's eyes, Renya smirked, knowing well the fate that awaited his adversary. Strike, Danzo commanded sharply. In an instant, Koharu spun and flung shurikens, which pierced through the curtain of rain, hurtling towards the figure on the roof. The sound of shurikens embedding into flesh echoed, and the figure tumbled down from the rooftop in response. Renya stepped forward to push open the door. A heavy stench of blood mingled with the damp air hit him immediately. Inside lay a gruesome scene, bodies strewn haphazardly. These were likely the bodyguards hired by the owner of the house. Alas, their strength was insufficient to contend with the killer. Amidst the flickering flames, a corpulent man in luxurious attire slumped in a wooden chair, a gruesome gash nearly severing his head from his neck. His bulging eyes frozen in an expression of terror that seemed to narrate his final moments of despair. It was clear that this man was their employer. Damn it, we are too late. Danzo clenched his fists in frustration upon witnessing the scene within. What should we do now, Renyukoin? Koharu inquired. Even though the employer is dead, we cannot have come here for nothing, can we? Renya surveyed the opulent decor of the room. Let us take something of value back. Consider it our transport fare. Danzo's mouth twitched, unsure of how to respond. The Uchiha Renya was becoming increasingly nefarious, even resorting to looting from the dead. However, the suggestion did have merit. The lavishness of the residence indicated that its owner was undoubtedly wealthy. Thus, the trio commenced their search through the estate. Were this scene to be witnessed by others, they would undoubtedly assume that the ninjas of Konoha had been seized by greed, murdering the employer for his riches. Ha ha, we're in luck, Danzo exclaimed, his eyes gleaming with excitement as he beheld a chest brimming with gold and jewels, his grin nearly distorting his face. Danzo, we all share in this fortune. Renya and Koharu approached Danzo, who could only watch in dismay as the two took 2/3 of the treasure from the chest. He wished he could slap himself for not having kept his voice down. Now, it seemed, They had gone from a grand fortune to a modest one. After finishing their looting, the three departed the estate. Renya took the liberty of gathering the bodies, intending to find a place to bury them. The wealth they had acquired would serve as the employer's burial expenses. Alas, this mission has ended in failure, Renya lamented. To distance himself from Senju Tobirama, he had deliberately chosen a protection mission, hoping to remain away for some time. Little did he expect to arrive too late, with the task concluding before it even began. Damn Uchiha Tanaka, Renya grumbled. Were it not for that old fool wasting his time, the employer would still be alive. Thus, he naturally attributed the failure of the mission to Tanaka, intensifying his desire for revenge against him. Danzo and Koharu exchanged glances, bewildered. They had no idea who Renya was referring to. Could it be a conflict with someone from the Uchiha? Danzo felt an inexplicable sense of satisfaction at the thought of Renya clashing with the Uchiha, though Renya had not provoked him. He took pleasure in seeing his rival in distress. Perhaps this was merely a facet of human nature. Renya found a picturesque spot to bury the employer before returning with his companions. They encountered no delays on their journey, and within 2 days, they returned to Konoha. Upon entering the village, Renya came across 3 members of the Uchiha clan, one of whom, a towering man nearly 2 meters tall, caught his eye. Isn't that Uchiha Shun? It was hard to believe that this appearance belonged to a mere 14-year-old boy. He could easily pass for someone in their 40s. Uchiha Shun wore an expressionless face, pointedly ignoring Renya. In response, Renya remained silent, walking past them. At that moment, one of the Uchiha youths mockingly called out, "Oh, look, it's not Uchiha anymore. But I should address you as Senju Renya." He emphasized the Senju. News of Renya's expulsion from the Uchiha had already spread throughout the clan. Naturally, these youths were eager to come and taunt the so-called genius who had been cast out. Renya halted, turning to face the Uchiha youth. The boy, feeling the weight of Renya's gaze, faltered, and to alleviate the awkwardness, he added, "What are you staring at? You're just a lost dog expelled from your clan. So, what exactly are you trying to convey?" Renya suddenly smiled. "Is this your way of flaunting your superiority? Pathetic. You bastard, how dare you insult me?" The youth fumed. Renya regarded the enraged boy with confusion. It was he who had initiated the provocation. Renya had merely retorted a few words, and now he was the one incensed? What are you so riled up about? Indeed, most Uchiha seem to be self-important fools. It appears you have misunderstood the disparity between us. Renya activated his 3-tomo Sharingan. Since when did the weak dare to shout at the strong? The boy, upon seeing the Sharingan, froze in place. In an instant, Renya vanished and reappeared in front of the youth, delivering a powerful punch to his nose before the other two could react. Blood gushed from the boy's nose as he was sent reeling backward. The searing pain jolted him from the genjutsu, and he glared at Renya, roaring, "How dare you hit me? Do you know who I am?" At that moment, Uchiha Shun stepped forward and said, "This is Tanaka's second son, Uchiha Reika." "Oh, the son of that Tanaka fellow?" Renya's eyes narrowed slightly. "I don't even regard your father. What makes you think I would care about you?" Before he could finish his sentence, Renya materialized in front of Reika, planting a foot firmly on his chest and grinding it down. "Oh!" Uchiha Reika's screams echoed, clearly in agony as his ribs cracked. Uchiha Shun instinctively frowned at the sight, but chose to remain silent. "Remember, before the strong, one must learn to keep their tail tucked between their legs," Renya admonished, looking down at the pale-faced Reika. He simply could not comprehend Reika's audacity. Here was a weakling, yet he dared to provoke someone far stronger than himself. Was this not courting death? Renya was not like Kakashi, brainwashed by the will of fire. When faced with slander from the weak, he would not hesitate to eliminate those who dared to insult him. In contrast, Renya believed that those who barked like dogs should have met their demise long ago. The dignity of the strong is not something the weak can trample upon at will. To anger the strong is to invite calamity upon oneself. As for Uchiha Reika's provocation, Renya had no intention of killing him. After all, this was Konoha. The act of killing a fellow villager was absolutely intolerable. However, teaching him a lesson was certainly permissible. The commotion had attracted onlookers, both ninjas and villagers, who began to whisper amongst themselves. "Look over there. Isn't that a member of the Uchiha clan on the ground? Indeed it is. TSK, that kid is finished. How dare he provoke the Uchihas? Wait, that guy possesses the Sharingan." So it turns out to be an internal conflict within the Uchiha clan. Uchiha Shun, upon noticing the onlookers around him, furrowed his brow in displeasure. He turned to Renya and said, "Renya, for my sake, please stop." This marked the first time in years that Shun had spoken to Renya. Renya looked at Shun with keen interest. "For your sake? Who do you think you are? Is your face really that significant?" His impression of Shun was merely that of a childhood playmate of his original self. Their interactions had been limited. especially after Renya distanced himself from the Uchiha clan. Initially, he would occasionally visit the orphanage, but after realizing that his clan members did not welcome him, he ceased all visits to the Uchiha. He was not the type to humiliate himself by desperately seeking their approval. Uchiha Shun was momentarily taken aback, seemingly unprepared for Renya's retort. Are you really planning to oppose the Uchiha? Another young boy glared at Renya with rage, with so many eyes upon them. They had brought shame upon the Uchiha clan, particularly since the one on the ground was the son of the Uchiha clan leader. At that thought, he wished he could vanish into a crack in the ground. The reason he refrained from attacking Renya was simply that he knew he could not win. He did not want to end up like Reika, trampled underfoot. You really underestimate the Uchiha clan, he said. Just then, 3 Uchiha youths approached. Renya recognized them. They were Uchiha Raikes, Uchiha Rin, and Uchiha Yen, all classmates from the past. As Reika, who had been wailing on the ground, spotted the leading boy, he immediately ceased his cries and, with a pitiful expression, said, "Brother, he hit me." "Useless, be quiet." Uchiha Raikes coldly shot a glare at Reika. He had no fondness for this incompetent younger brother. Reika, already aggrieved, felt even more wronged by this remark. "Oh, isn't this my defeated foe?" Renya mocked as he looked at the trio. "What is up? Come to find a fight?" Uchiha Raikes' expression darkened. "Do you really think this is still school? Under my father's guidance over the years, I have greatly improved." With that, he activated his Sharingan, 3 black tomo appearing in his crimson eyes. Renya maintained a stoic expression. After all, he was not the only one capable of becoming stronger. He showed little reaction to Raikes' activation of the 3 tomo, as there were disparities among Sharingan users. Seeing Renya's indifference, Raikes instinctively clenched his fists. "You always carry yourself with such arrogance. You were like this in school, and you still are now." His efforts to grow stronger over the years were driven by a desire to surpass Renya. Yet, as Renya spent his time either on missions or remaining within the Senju clan's territory, he had no opportunities to confront him. Finally, with this chance within reach, he was determined to battle Renya. Noticing Raikes' hostile approach, Renya drew his weapon from his waist. "What? Do you wish to engage me in combat?" "Fire style, great fireball technique." Uchiha Raikes wasted no time, launching an immediate attack. Renya raised an eyebrow, thinking, what a lunatic. After all, his younger brother was still at his feet. Did the Uchiha clan not have a reputation for being protective of their siblings? As the roaring fireball hurtled towards him, Renya kicked Reiko aside and dodged the attack. The massive fireball soared straight towards several villagers watching from afar. They were momentarily stunned upon seeing the fireball approaching. Fortunately, nearby ninjas reacted swiftly, employing Earth style to counter the fireball. Just as Uchiha Raikes prepared to continue his assault, he noticed Renya observing him with a mocking expression. "Heh. Using ninjutsu in the village and almost harming villagers. Uchiha Raikes, you're finished." Upon hearing this, Uchiha Raikes' face paled. It dawned on him how serious the situation was. While using ninjutsu in the village was not a grave concern, injuring civilians would certainly lead to trouble. He instinctively glanced at the villagers, who were nearly scared out of their wits. Damn it, why are these people watching the chaos? Uchiha Raikes gritted his teeth. These ninjas, if they weren't involved, should just stay away. At that moment, Senju Tobirama and Uchiha Tanaka arrived simultaneously. Upon seeing his unconscious son on the ground, Uchiha Tanaka cast a dark glare at Senju Tobirama. "Hokage, don't you think the Uchiha clan deserves an explanation for this matter?" Before Senju Tobirama could respond, Renya interrupted Tanaka. "An explanation? What kind of explanation do you seek? Your incompetent son came here to provoke me and got beaten. Is that sufficient for you?" TSK. "Tanaka, you failed miserably in raising your son," Renya scoffed. "Not only is he weak, but he also lacks common sense." Hearing this, Uchiha Tanaka's face fluctuated between shades of blue and purple. "Shut your mouth." With both parties now at odds, Renya saw no reason to relent. The crowd of onlookers gasped in astonishment. They never anticipated that a member of the Uchiha clan would dare speak to the clan leader in such a manner. It was indeed a sensational headline. "Renya, how can you speak to Uchiha Tanaka like that?" Senju Tobirama chastised, though he struggled to suppress a smirk. Witnessing the scene, Uchiha Tanaka nearly twisted his mouth in anger. These two were clearly colluding against the Uchiha. "Boy, we shall see about this," Uchiha Tanaka said, picking up his unconscious son, Reika, as he turned to leave. At that moment, Senju Tobirama's deep voice rang out. "Uchiha Tanaka, did I permit your departure?" Uchiha Tanaka's foot halted abruptly. He turned back to face Senju Tobirama, his expression dark and cold. "Hokage, what do you mean by that? You want to let us leave? First, my youngest son is assaulted by that traitor, and now you refuse to let us go. You are clearly targeting me. Tanaka's face darkened even further, his eyes blazing with angry flames as he instinctively activated his 3-tomo. Hokage, do you truly believe the Uchiha are so easily bullied? In response to Tanaka's inquiry, Senju Tobirama remained unfazed, only inciting Tanaka's fury further. Damn Senju Tobirama, it's evident that he does not regard the Uchiha clan with any respect. Senju Tobirama furrowed his brow, addressing Uchiha Tanaka. Your son nearly harmed villagers by using ninjutsu in the village. How should this matter be resolved? The Uchiha clan, though often proud, had not been targeted by him for such behavior. However, Uchiha Raikei's actions had crossed a line that endangered the very fabric of the village. Though Konoha was a great ninja village, the number of ordinary citizens outweighed that of ninjas. In the presence of ninjas, common people were utterly defenseless. If not strictly monitored, the foundation of Konoha would be jeopardized. After all, ninjas had their roles, just as civilians had theirs. Ninjas were responsible for protecting the village and the nation, typically undertaking missions related to guarding, reconnaissance, and combat. Meanwhile, civilians engaged in agriculture, handicrafts, commerce, and various foundational production activities, serving as the primary producers of goods and essential life supplies. In fact, most missions undertaken by ninjas were often commissioned by civilians. If ninjas were allowed to harm civilians indiscriminately, it would lead to the gradual destruction of Konoha. Therefore, it was imperative to prohibit any such occurrences. This principle had been established since the founding of Konoha. However, Uchiha Raikei's actions, which nearly endangered civilians, were a grave matter. Uchiha Tanaka, hearing this, looked incredulously at Uchiha Raikei, having arrived too late to grasp the events that transpired. Senju Tobirama had already been present to witness everything and revealed himself only upon Tanaka's arrival. Uchiha Raikei lowered his head in shame as he caught his father's gaze, murmuring, "Father, it was not my intention." He had merely sought to challenge Renya, oblivious to the onlookers from the village who were engrossed in the spectacle. With his head bowed, no one noticed the venomous expression that marred his features. It was all the fault of those accursed villagers. Were it not for them, he would have already engaged in a contest with Renya. To facilitate this, he had deliberately incited his younger brother, Riwo, to provoke Renya, aiming to create a legitimate reason for their confrontation. However, his well-laid plans had been thwarted by the very spectators he wished to disregard. Not only that, but it also led to his father's compromising situation with the Hokage. A murderous intent flickered within Uchiha Raikei towards the villagers. Uchiha Tanshu cast a deep glance at Raikei before turning to Senju Tobirama, stating, "Hokage, this incident indeed stems from my failure in parenting. I shall discipline him adequately upon our return." Before Tobirama could respond, Renya interjected with a teasing expression, TSK, such a grave matter. And you dismiss it with mere words of parental inadequacy? Uchiha Tanshu's countenance darkened as he retorted, "What would you suggest we do?" Renya shrugged, "Why ask me? I am not the Hokage. I merely express my thoughts." Uchiha Tanshu glared at Renya, his fists clenched tightly, the aura of menace emanating from him unabashedly. Unfazed, Renya activated his Sharingan, meeting Tanshu's gaze defiantly. "Is it your intention to strike me, Uchiha Tanshu?" Regardless of the circumstances in Konoha, Tanshu would certainly refrain from taking action. Even if he did, Renya harbored no fear. After all, Tanshu was merely an elite jonin, and the outcome of a battle between them was uncertain. Moreover, Senju Tobirama was present. The surrounding villagers, witnessing this exchange, were utterly dumbfounded. Who was this youth that dared to speak so boldly to the clan leader? You do not recognize Renya, the Hokage's adopted son? But he is of the Uchiha clan. How could the Hokage adopt him? Shoo, do not spread rumors. Upon hearing the gossip circulating among the villagers, Uchiha Raikei wished he could silence their tongues. Not everyone was aware of Renya's adoption by Senju Tobirama, but now, with this news spreading, the entire Konoha would soon be aware, and the Uchiha clan's reputation would be severely tarnished. In that moment, Raikei even contemplated silencing them permanently, though he quickly dismissed the thought. Uchiha Tanshu's face was ashen as he spoke in a low voice. "Hokage, how do you propose to resolve this?" He was eager to leave and put this matter behind him, yet Tobirama remained frustratingly silent. Tanshu was on the verge of disregarding the situation entirely and departing. Sensing the opportune moment, Tobirama remarked, "Tanshu, I recall the Uchiha clan possesses several shops in the commercial district." Hearing this, Uchiha Tanshu tightened his fists. When the Uchiha and Senju clans established Konoha, the Uchiha clan had received certain privileges, including ownership of shops that provided substantial financial support to the clan each year. Tobirama had long desired to reclaim these shops but lacked a suitable opportunity. Now that he had leverage, he would seize the chance. Reflecting on the shops, Tobirama felt a sense of resignation. During the planning of the commercial district, it had been intended for the Uchiha and Senju to hold an equal number of establishments. Yet, his elder brother had clandestinely gifted several of the Senju's shops to the Uchiha under the pretense of compensating them. This had infuriated him, but he had been left with no recourse. Now, at last, he could reclaim the shops with justification. Hokage, I am willing to relinquish 3 of the shops to the village, Uchiha Tanshu said, suppressing his anger. Thank you, Tanshu. The village will remember your contributions, Tobirama replied. Recovering the shops would provide the village with additional financial resources. After all, money flowing into the Uchiha's coffers was of an entirely different nature than that entering the village's treasury. Hokage, can we now take our leave? Uchiha Tanshu said coldly. This had been a significant loss. Not only had he lost face, but he had also relinquished the shops. While the Uchiha clan had other businesses, one could never have too much money. He could already envision the scornful expressions of the elders upon his return. Of course, Senju Tobirama nodded, adding, however, Tanshu, once you return, ensure to guide your child diligently to prevent future transgressions. He had sensed Uchiha Rifing's fleeting murderous intent towards the villagers, and while it had been ephemeral, it warranted vigilance. The Uchiha clan was known for their extremism, and Rifing would be placed under scrutiny. Thank you for the reminder, Hokage. I shall keep a close watch on my child, Uchiha Tanshu responded, turning to leave. Uchiha Rifing cast a resentful glance at Renya before following his father, with the other young Uchiha hastily trailing behind. Renya looked disdainfully at the Uchiha clan's emblem, sneering to himself, a pack of pitiful, fleeing strays. Chapter 88. I warned you. Smack. A resounding slap landed on Renya's head, prompting him to instinctively clutch his skull. Ouch! Uncle, why did you hit me? Renya exclaimed, his face adorned with indignation. Being struck without cause was irksome for anyone, especially in front of such a large audience. Did he not care for his dignity? Senju Tobirama shot him a disapproving glance. You have become increasingly arrogant of late. He perceived that with Renya's brash disposition, he was destined to encounter significant trouble sooner or later. TCH. Would this have occurred if they had not provoked me? Renya muttered under his breath. From his perspective, the moment Uchiha Tanshu had attempted to confront him, the lines had been irrevocably drawn. One of them would not survive. Given the current circumstances, there was no need to indulge the other party. While there was little immediate danger within the village, he was certain their paths would cross once they left. In Konoha, no one dares to lay a finger on you, Senju Tobirama said gently. For the time being, refrain from undertaking missions. Renya blinked in surprise, unprepared for such a protective sentiment from Tobirama. He found the notion of being shielded somewhat gratifying. Understood, uncle, he replied obediently. Tobirama, astonished by Renya's compliance, had expected resistance from him. Good, let us return, he said. Proceeding towards the Senju compound, Renya waved farewell to Danzo and Shizune in the distance before departing. The two exchanged knowing glances, both feeling a sense of helplessness. This is a matter of the Uchiha clan. It is prudent for us to remain uninvolved, Danzo declared. But will Lord Renya hold it against us? Shizune inquired anxiously. Danzo grimaced, you ask this only now? Why did you not voice your concerns earlier during the spectacle? Senju Tobirama's residence. For the time being, remain at home. Do not venture out, Tobirama instructed, leaning against the doorframe and addressing Renya within. I will have a word with Uchiha Tanshu. Understood, Renya replied. Reclining on the sofa and casually picking up a manga from the table. Noticing Renya's nonchalant demeanor, Tobirama frowned. You are growing up. In the future, do not act impulsively. He was referencing the earlier altercation with Uchiha Tanshu. Had he not arrived in time, the situation could have escalated severely. It was crucial to remember that Uchiha Tanshu was an elite jonin, and Renya might not have been his equal. If matters had truly spiraled out of control, they would have had to resort to the reanimation jutsu to meet again. Listening to Tobirama's admonitions, Renya felt a warmth in his heart. This old man truly cared for his well-being. He closed the comic book and muttered, Uncle, I won't do this again. As for the truth of his words, only he knew. The purpose of gaining strength was not only for self-preservation, but also to lead a better life. If he had the confidence to eliminate his opponent, why should he endure their taunts? After all, being a ninja was a perilous profession. Living on the edge for an extended period inevitably resulted in a certain psychological pathology. Renya was no exception. To survive, he had to eradicate those who posed a threat to him, such as Uchiha Tanaka, who harbored murderous intent towards him. Until that man was dead, he could not find peace. No one could predict when Uchiha Tanaka might strike. Rather than passively waiting, it was wiser to proactively eliminate this threat. Senju Tobirama observed Renya's earnest agreement and nodded in satisfaction. Stay home and behave. I'll return to the office first. Just as he was about to leave, Renya suddenly called out to him. Uncle, will you be home for lunch? Tobirama replied. I seem to have no time lately due to my busy schedule. He fixed a steady gaze on Renya, and the implications were unmistakable. What would you like to eat? I can bring you something for lunch, Renya inquired, realizing that he had always cooked what he desired without considering the elder's preferences. Since Tobirama had stood up for him today, he thought it appropriate to ask about his likes, raising an eyebrow in surprise. Tobirama noted that Renya had never asked him about his food preferences before. Had he truly changed today? As he pondered over the lunch menu, he found himself at a loss, for he relished every dish Renya prepared. Nothing particularly stood out as a favorite. Anything is fine. I'll eat whatever you make. He finally said. All right, then you can get back to your work, and I'll bring it over at mealtime, Renya replied, flipping open his comic book. Tobirama nodded and turned to leave. Once outside, he could not suppress the smile that crept onto his lips. His chef was back. However, contemplating Renya's return prompted a frown to settle on his face. The Uchiha clan truly needed to be put in their place. They had contacted Renya without his consent, and now they dared to threaten him. This was utterly intolerable. In Tobirama's eyes, the Uchiha clan was a collection of lunatics. No one could predict when they might go off the rails, thus necessitating strict oversight to prevent any extreme actions. Tanaka, I expect an explanation from you, he stated firmly as several elders encircled Tanaka in the Uchiha clan's territory. What nonsense is this? Why should the family's shops be handed over to the village? That is a significant source of income for our clan. Tanaka clenched his fists instinctively in response to the elders' inquiries, utterly exasperated by their incessant nagging. He regretted being so impulsive. Had he known, he would not have chosen to be the clan leader. Shut your mouth, he snapped, glaring at the elder who had spoken. I alone have the final say in family matters. It is not your place to meddle. The elder's expressions darkened at his retort, and Tanaka quickly realized he had crossed a line. Softening his tone, he reassured them, rest assured, I will handle this matter. The elders ignored him, leaving with disdainful huffs, clearly disappointed in their new leader. With a crash, Tanaka smashed his fist onto the empty conference table in rage. Those old fools truly believe they are significant. This entire debacle stemmed from that traitor's actions. As this thought settled in, he gradually regained his composure, muttering, I will not let you off easily. The esteemed leader of the Uchiha clan could not tolerate being repeatedly challenged by a traitor. If it were not for Tobirama's constant surveillance, preventing him from leaving Konoha, that traitor would have long since been a corpse. Time was on his side. He would have his chance. Uchiha Tanaka, I believe I have warned you before. Chapter 89. Am I a babysitter? Who? The sudden voice startled Tanaka, causing him to stiffen. He instinctively took a step back, creating distance. When he turned to see the source of the voice, cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Hokage, why are you here? He stammered, realizing he was in the Uchiha clan's conference hall. How had this man managed to infiltrate so quietly? Fortunately, he bore no ill intent. Otherwise, he might not have survived to tell the tale. Tobirama's expression remained impassive. He had no intention of explaining himself. He had already marked Tanaka with the Flying Thunder God technique, and his visit was solely to warn him against harboring intentions towards Renya. Uchiha Tanaka, I warn you once more, do not set your sights on Renya. He is now a member of the Senju clan, Tobirama stated coldly. Tanaka's pupils dilated in shock. He had not anticipated that the traitor had truly joined the Senju. No wonder Tobirama was so furious. His countenance darkened as he clenched his fists in frustration. It seemed he could no longer act against Renya. Uchiha Tanaka, I hope you refrain from any outrageous actions. Tobirama narrowed his eyes, his murderous intent palpable. Otherwise, I may truly be compelled to kill you. He would not interfere in conflicts among the younger generation, but Tanaka's shameless involvement warranted a firm response. Feeling the weight of Tobirama's lethal aura, Tanaka's complexion drained of color. He suddenly realized that the man before him was a notorious executioner from the Warring States period. Many powerful individuals from his clan had met grisly ends at his hands, including even Lord Izuna. I understand, Hokage-sama, Tanaka stammered, swallowing hard. He had no time to dwell on Tobirama's rudeness, fearing for his life. Tobirama deemed it sufficient and began to retract his murderous intent, though his crimson gaze remained fixed upon Tanaka. Unable to meet his eyes, Tanaka instinctively lowered his head. This is my final warning. Renya is my adopted son, and I will not allow anyone to lay a hand on him, Tobirama declared. Uchiha Tanaka, do you understand? I understand, Hokage-sama, Tanaka replied, trembling. As time passed, he began to forget Tobirama's terrifying presence until today, when he was reminded of it all too vividly. Tobirama nodded in satisfaction. Recognizing that reasoning with the Uchiha clan was futile, only overwhelming strength could command their respect. He had learned this lesson clearly from Uchiha Madara, who had subdued his clan through sheer power. Every Uchiha was proud. To command them, one needed to possess formidable strength. Realizing that Tobirama had fallen silent, Tanaka cautiously lifted his head, only to find that the elder had vanished. He exhaled in relief, muttering to himself, "Looks like I can't target that boy anymore." Although he felt reluctant, it was the only course of action. At least for the time being, he would have no opportunity to strike. In the Hokage's office, Tobirama mused, "I hope that fellow remembers my warning." He would not allow anyone in the village to harm Renya. Since the boy had joined the Senju, it was his duty to protect him. In his eyes, Renya could perish during a mission, but he must never fall victim to the schemes of his comrades. Such a thing was absolutely unacceptable. For a village to endure, unity against external threats was essential. If internal strife were to occur, it would not be long before decline ensues. Contemplating this, he began to take out paper and pen to write. He intended to compose a treatise on the governance of the village, so that future Hokages might efficiently manage the community. "Uncle, it's time to eat." At that moment, Renya pushed open the office door. Noticing Tobirama deep in thought, he instinctively lowered his voice, wary of disturbing his concentration. Tobirama looked up at the sound, and his previously stern expression softened upon seeing Renya. "You've worked hard, kid." He set down his pen and rubbed his somewhat sore neck. Immersed in his writing, he had lost track of time, and it was already noon. Renya opened the lunchbox, revealing a lavish array of meticulously arranged dishes. There were golden, crispy tempura, vibrant and fresh cold vegetables, and a steaming bowl of miso soup, exuding a rich aroma. He realized that Tobirama had been accustomed to such fare since childhood. Hence he had prepared a Japanese-style lunch for him. "It's quite warm today, so I made something light and appetizing," Renya explained with a smile. Tobirama gazed at the Japanese cuisine spread before him, momentarily entranced. He hadn't savored such dishes in quite some time. Previously, Renya's cooking had leaned heavily towards spicy flavors. Although delicious, he found himself favoring the meal before him. This was a matter of personal dietary habits, which are nearly impossible to alter. As Tobirama looked at the sumptuous lunch, a subtle smile crept across his lips. Ever since he had become Hokage, he had been inundated with a plethora of administrative duties, often forgetting to eat, subsisting only on the military rations in his drawer. Renya's presence was like a breath of tranquility in this chaotic world, always delivering warm meals during his moments of hunger. He felt truly fortunate to have adopted this boy. "Uncle, why are you dawdling? Don't you like the food?" Renya asked, puzzled by Tobirama's hesitance to pick up his chopsticks. He couldn't help but wonder if the old fellow had grown accustomed to Chinese cuisine and could no longer appreciate Japanese dishes. "If you don't like it, just wait, and I'll go home and make something else." Upon hearing this, Tobirama snapped back to reality and quickly shook his head. "No need, Renya. I quite like this meal." With that, he picked up his bowl and chopsticks to enjoy his lunch. Renya did not rush to leave, intending to wait until Tobirama finished so he could take the lunchbox back. The old fellow always found excuses to avoid washing the dishes, leaving the task to Renya. Tobirama ate with elegance and speed, finishing the entire table of dishes in less than 10 minutes. Yet the table remained tidy and orderly. He wiped the corners of his mouth with a napkin, revealing a faint smile. "You've really improved, kid." Renya, hearing this, smirked. "Uncle, you must have eaten too many military rations to think my cooking has gotten better." It seemed that the old man had been quite hungry during Renya's absence. Tobirama sighed inwardly. Just when he managed to compliment the boy, he was met with mockery. Renya ignored Tobirama's expression and began to tidy up the plates, muttering to himself, "Goodness, am I a maid now? Finally getting some rest, and I still have to bring food." Tobirama silently watched as Renya cleaned up, saying nothing. Chapter 90. An unexpected encounter with old classmates. Carrying the lunchbox, Renya walked down the bustling streets, surrounded by vendors loudly hawking their wares. Observing the flourishing village, he couldn't help but reflect. Konoha has truly developed. Just a few years ago, the village wasn't this lively. Nowadays, many merchants flocked to Konoha to conduct business, and various infrastructures had been upgraded. All of this was thanks to the Senju brothers' governance of the village, especially Hashirama. Had he not stepped forward to end the wars, would such peace be witnessed today? How wonderful it would be if Hashirama were still in his prime. In that case, peace could be maintained for an extended period. Speaking of which, it had been a while since he last saw Hashirama. Renya planned to wash the dishes at home before visiting him to check on his well-being. "Renya-kun?" At that moment, a familiar voice interrupted his thoughts. Following the sound, he spotted two figures standing not far away, staring intently at him. Narahanya, clad in a tattered green chunin vest, appeared somewhat surprised. It really is you. A few steps away, Yuki, with his long hair cascading over his shoulders, had his Byakugan activated, reflecting Renya's image. Noticing the somewhat disheveled appearance of his friends, Renya smiled and asked, "Did you just return from a mission?" Narahanya's vest was in tatters, clearly due to sharp blades, while Yuki's clothes were stained with dirt. Renya recalled that Yuki had a penchant for cleanliness, rarely allowing himself to get dirty outside of missions. Thus he easily deduced that the two had just returned from a task. Both nodded in acknowledgement. "Renya-kun, it's quite rare to see you in the village," Narahanya remarked, his tone laced with surprise. "Your team is notorious for being busy. You're either on a mission or on your way to one." As a result, they hadn't seen Renya and his companions for quite some time. Saratobi Hizashi had organized several class reunions, yet the trio had never attended even once. When they visited the Senju clan's residence, they were informed that Renya was out on a mission, with no indication of when he would return. As time passed, everyone ceased inviting Renya and his group. After all, what was the point of inviting someone who was never home? Furthermore, every team had missions to undertake, naturally reducing their opportunities to meet. Of course, all of this was due to Renya's team. Their relentless drive inspired other ninjas to strive harder, resulting in a competitive environment. In recent years, the number of missions undertaken by ninjas had multiplied significantly. In the past, a jonin would complete 2 B-rank missions a month to fulfill their quota. Now, if one didn't complete at least 5 B-rank missions in a month, they wouldn't dare call themselves a jonin. Regarding this situation, Tobirama, as Hokage, naturally welcomed it, even going so far as to commend those ninja teams with high mission completion rates. With the Hokage's encouragement, the hard-working ninjas put forth even greater effort. This was one of the reasons for the village's rapid development. Hearing Narahanya's lament, Renya chuckled, "Our team hasn't been taking missions lately, so feel free to come and hang out with us." Yuki's eyes filled with curiosity at this statement, as if questioning, "Is this truly something Uchiha Renya would say?" "Renya-kun, you haven't offended any significant figures while out there, have you? Is that why you're hesitant to take on missions?" Narahanya inquired. To him, it seemed impossible that Renya would willingly refrain from taking on missions. The only explanation was that they had crossed paths with someone formidable and returned to the village to lay low. Yuki's expression brightened. He believed Narahanya might be onto something. Renya's mouth twitched, momentarily at a loss for words. Truly, Nara's intellect was sharp, as evidenced by his near-accurate deduction with just a single statement. Seeing Renya's lack of rebuttal, Narahanya wore an expression of "I knew it." "Renya-kun, could you share who you offended?" Given that it was enough to make Renya's team wary of leaving the village, the individual in question must be quite influential. Was it the leader of another village? Or perhaps a feudal lord? As he pondered this, Renya's next words left him stunned. "It's nothing serious. I merely offended Uchiha clan leader Uchiha Tanaka." Yuki's eyelids twitched. "You offended the Uchiha clan leader?" To someone who has been instilled with the principle of adhering to rules since childhood, Renya's actions are nothing short of sacrilegious. As a member of the Uchiha clan, he has dared to offend the clan leader. He can already envision the tragic scenes that await Renya within the clan in the future. No, wait. It seems that Renya resides with the Senju. Naramoto, equally astounded, gasped, "Renya, are you really prepared to sever ties with the village?" "It's merely a matter of offending Uchiha Tanaka. What's the fuss about?" Renya disdainfully curled his lip. The two exchanged incredulous glances at Renya, and an absurd notion simultaneously flickered in their minds. Could it be that Renya has grown so powerful that he no longer regards the Uchiha clan leader with any respect? For a moment, their expressions became quite complex. Is this still the same classmate they once knew? Oblivious to their inner thoughts, Renya mused that if he were truly powerful enough to disregard Tanaka, that fellow would have long since become a corpse. His lack of fear towards Uchiha Tanaka stems from his confidence in his own abilities, coupled with the protection of Senju Tobirama. If he were truly outmatched by Tanaka, Tobirama would undoubtedly intervene to rescue him. However, Renya does not perceive Tanaka as a threat. With the potent poison he has developed, anyone who falls victim to it would be helpless, unless perhaps the future Tsunade could concoct an antidote. Even if she did, it would be of little use, considering that she refers to him as uncle. Noticing the two standing there in a daze, Renya queried, "What's wrong with you? Why are you zoning out all of a sudden?" Upon hearing this, the two snapped back to reality. "Renya-kun, you've grown even stronger," Naramoto remarked, his expression complex. Yuki remained silent, instinctively biting his lip. "What are you saying? Haven't I always been strong?" Renya chuckled. "I'm heading back now. Come visit me sometime." With that, he picked up the food box and turned to leave. Renya still had to wash the dishes at home and then visit Senju Hashirama. He had no time to continue chatting with the two. After all, He still needed to cook dinner, and he wasn't sure if Tobirama would return for a meal. If he didn't, Renya would have to deliver food. The two remained rooted in place, watching Renya's figure disappear around the corner. Yuki-kun, are you confident you can defeat him? Perhaps. Chapter 91, The Hokage's Personal Chef. At the Senju residence, Renya hadn't even stepped into the courtyard when he heard Hashirama's hearty laughter. Such a robust sound made it hard to believe that its owner had little time left. In the courtyard, Senju Hashirama sat cross-legged at a stone table, a gentle yet mischievous smile playing on his lips. Tsunade, with her chubby little hands, clutched a pouch embroidered with a kitten pattern. Tiptoeing angrily on her toes by the table, her eyes fixed intently on the dice cup. This time, I'm definitely going to win. Tsunade bit her lip, forcefully lifting the dice cup to reveal the numbers. 4, 2, 3. Her voice held a hint of anticipation, yet as her gaze swept over the dice before Hashirama, her face instantly fell. Before Hashirama lay 3 sixes, perfectly aligned. Ha ha ha, Tsunade, a bet is a bet. Hashirama's hearty laughter echoed in the courtyard as he reached out to tousle Tsunade's bun. Now hand over the money. Tsunade stomped her foot in frustration, slowly pulling copper coins from her kitten-embroidered pouch and placing them one by one into Hashirama's outstretched palm, muttering quietly, Grandpa must have cheated. Why do I always lose? She had played several rounds with him and had yet to win a single one. Her allowance from her grandmother was nearly depleted. With this thought, Tsunade fixed her watery eyes on Hashirama. Hashirama pocketed the coins, chuckling as he playfully rubbed her nose. This isn't cheating, it's experience. Once you grow up, you'll be just as skilled as your grandpa, and then you'll be able to win all this back. I understand, Grandpa. Tsunade nodded earnestly, firmly believing that if she persisted in gambling, one day she would be as proficient as him. But Tsunade, don't let your grandmother find out about this, Hashirama reminded. Unable to resist, he dared to teach Tsunade to gamble only while Mito was away. If she found out, he would be in serious trouble. Don't worry, Grandpa, Tsunade reassured, patting her chest. I won't let Grandma know. This is our secret. Satisfied, Hashirama nodded. Ever since Mito discovered his gambling habit, she no longer gave him pocket money, forcing him to swindle a bit from Tsunade to use as his initial stake. Today he felt particularly lucky, having not lost a single round to Tsunade. Tonight at the casino, he was certain to win big. With that thought, he couldn't help but laugh joyously. Though Tsunade couldn't understand why her grandpa was laughing, she joined in the laughter. As Renya entered the courtyard, he saw the pair laughing heartily. Uncle Hashirama, what's the occasion for such merriment? Hearing Renya's voice, Hashirama halted his laughter. Ah, Renya, you've arrived. Tsunade blinked her big, watery eyes and instinctively swallowed hard. Uncle Renya, are you here to cook for me again? Renya's mouth twitched. This greedy little girl truly regarded him as a chef? Ever since Tsunade had tasted his cooking, she insisted on him preparing a meal every time he visited. Hashirama also looked at Renya with anticipation. Renya, are you really going to cook for us? Under the gaze of 2 pleading eyes, Renya had no choice but to acquiesce. Overjoyed, the grandfather and granddaughter exchanged high fives. Yay, we get to taste Uncle Renya's cooking again. Ha ha ha, Renya, you're in for a long night. Renya couldn't help but internally scoff. He had come here to check on Uncle Hashirama's health, yet somehow found himself unwittingly cast as a chef. Having just cooked for Tobirama at noon, he was now expected to prepare a meal for Hashirama in the afternoon. No, it seemed he ended up cooking every time he came here. He had indeed become the Senju clan's personal chef. Perhaps one day, he could publish a book titled The Hokage's Personal Chef. After all, the first, second, and future third, fifth Hokages, and even the fourth, all praised his culinary skills. He could surely establish himself in the culinary world. Renya's gaze drifted over Hashirama's somewhat gaunt visage, noticing he had lost some weight compared to before. Uncle Hashirama, how is your health? Before he could finish, he was interrupted by a burst of hearty laughter. Renya, look at Tsunade. She's losing her cool again. Hashirama suddenly raised his voice, pinching Tsunade's cheek while using would release to snatch her pouch, extracting a few copper coins from it. A bet is a bet, Tsunade. Tsunade huffed, turning to Renya and winking. Uncle Renya, don't believe Grandpa. He must be cheating. I've never won a single round. Watching Tsunade's earnest expression, Renya chuckled and shook his head. So, Tsunade had always been a naive little lamb, losing from childhood to adulthood? Hashirama, seeing that Renya chose not to pry further, felt a sense of relief. He was aware of his condition and did not wish to worry those who cared for him. Whether it was Mito, Tobirama, or Renya, he preferred to keep his struggles to himself. The 3, understanding Hashirama's reluctance to discuss his health, tactfully refrained from pressing the issue. Yet, they all knew that his condition was likely more serious than anticipated. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so hesitant to share. Renya observed Hashirama gambling with Tsunade, feeling a mix of helplessness and resignation. After watching for a while, he decided to take his leave. Uncle Hashirama, I'll head back now. I'll come over later to cook. All right, thank you, Renya. As Renya stepped out of the courtyard, he unexpectedly encountered Uzumaki Mito. Aunt Mito, it has been quite a while. Ah, Renya, have you not been on any missions these past few days? Uzumaki Mito smiled warmly. Yes, Renya nodded, then proceeded to inform her about his plans to come over in the evening to prepare dinner. Naturally, Uzumaki Mito wholeheartedly agreed, assuring him that she would gather all the necessary ingredients. Not long after Renya departed, he heard Mito's furious voice. Hashirama, you actually taught Tsunade how to gamble. Mito, let me explain. I was wrong. Renya remained silent upon hearing the commotion, his expression increasingly grim. Uncle Hashirama even seemed reluctant to use his sensory abilities. Given Senju Hashirama's prowess, it was impossible for him not to sense Mito's arrival. Yet, he still found himself caught, which only indicated that his physical condition had deteriorated to such an extent that he could not continuously utilize his abilities. Of course, one could not rule out the possibility that Hashirama had become so engrossed in gambling that he failed to notice. However, the likelihood of that seemed rather slim. Regardless, it was an undeniable fact that Senju Hashirama's health was declining day by day. No one knew when he might collapse. The matters of life and death are unpredictable. One could be full of vitality one day and bettered in the next. Chapter 92. This child. Uncle, I am going to Uncle Hashirama's house to cook dinner tonight. If you have time, just come over. If not, I will bring some to you later. Renya made a special trip to inform Senju Tobirama, so that this old fellow wouldn't return home in the evening only to find him absent. Your brother asked you to come cook for him? Senju Tobirama inquired, lifting his gaze. Yes, I'll head back to prepare the meal now, Renya replied, turning to leave. Senju Tobirama found himself lost in thoughts of the delightful dishes Renya prepared, unable to focus on his paperwork. Every time this lad cooked for his brother, the meals were lavish. Typically, Renya would only whip up simple home-cooked meals at home, but at Hashirama's residence, he always prepared a grand feast, never repeating a dish. Tobirama couldn't help but feel a twinge of jealousy. Why should his brother enjoy such indulgence while he was confined to ordinary fare? With that thought in mind, Senju Tobirama hastened his pace in reviewing documents. If he worked quickly, he might arrive just in time for dinner. After all, eating on-site was incomparable to taking a meal to go. Those delectable dishes would undoubtedly be devoured by his brother and Tsunade, leaving him with only scraps. At the Senju residence, haha, Renya, you've arrived quite early. Hashirama greeted him with a smile. Uncle Hashirama, I am always punctual, Renya replied. Uncle Renya, you finally made it. Tsunade hurriedly approached, tugging at Renya's pant leg, pulling him towards the kitchen. Uncle Renya, hurry and cook for me. All right, little Tsunade. No need to rush, Renya chuckled, ruffling her hair. The adorable little girl was so endearing, and it was hard to imagine how she would evolve into a fierce woman in the future. Little Tsunade, do not disturb your Uncle Renya, Uzumaki Mito admonished. Emerging from the kitchen, Tsunade reluctantly released her grip on Renya's pants. Observing this, Renya smiled and said, Aunt Mito, it's quite all right. Thank you for your efforts, Renya. Uzumaki Mito responded with a smile, her expression shifting as she recalled something. Is Tobirama coming over tonight? I'm not sure, Renya shook his head. If he has time, that would be best. If not, I will bring him some after I finish cooking. After all, he had already notified that old fellow earlier. He could never indulge in a feast while leaving Senju Tobirama to suffer alone with his rations at the office. He was not that kind of person. You are quite considerate, Uzumaki Mito chuckled softly, her hand covering her mouth. She had worried that Tobirama would be too busy to eat. Yet Renya assured her he would bring something for him. Such filial piety. It seemed that allowing Tobirama to adopt this child was indeed a wise decision. In the future, Tobirama would not have to worry about being without care as he aged. Aunt Mito, have the ingredients been prepared? Renya inquired. Mito had mentioned she would handle the ingredients, so he had not brought any with him. The ingredients are already ready. We were just waiting for you, Uzumaki Mito replied. Uncle Renya, hurry and cook. I'm hungry. Tsunade tugged at Renya's hand. Haha, I'm on it. Renya pinched Tsunade's chubby cheek and skillfully entered the kitchen. You are quite the glutton, Uzumaki Mito teased, affectionately tapping Tsunade's nose before turning to assist Renya. Tsunade playfully stuck out her tongue and scampered to Hashirama's side, whispering, Grandpa, while Grandma is helping. Let us play a few rounds. Hashirama glanced cautiously towards the kitchen, noticing Mito was still occupied, and carefully retrieved a few dice from his pocket. Come on. Be careful not to let your grandma find out. I know. In the kitchen, the two busy individuals instinctively paused their activities. Uzumaki Mito, hearing the commotion outside, shook her head in exasperation. Aunt Mito, aren't you going to intervene? Renya asked curiously. They could hear the sound of dice being shaken from the kitchen. Renya felt a mixture of admiration and concern. Uncle Hashirama truly feared nothing, even involving Tsunade in gambling. If his memories served him right, he had just been reprimanded for this behavior at noon. How long had it been since then? Had he already forgotten the lesson? Well, it was just a hobby of Hashirama's. Uzumaki Mito sighed, explaining, ever since he was injured, gambling is all he has left to occupy his time. Regarding Hashirama's behavior, she had no choice but to turn a blind eye. Her irritation stemmed from the fact that the gambling partner was Tsunade. This man didn't even spare his granddaughter's pocket money. What surprised Uzumaki Mito was that Hashirama, who typically had poor luck, had not lost a single round against Tsunade. It was a simple game of guessing, yet Tsunade had not guessed correctly even once. She couldn't tell whether it was Hashirama's good fortune or Tsunade's abysmal luck. Ha. I won again. Little Tsunade, you must accept defeat. Humph, Grandpa, let us go again. Listening to their playful banter from the courtyard, Mito's lips curved into a faint smile, reflecting a moment of happiness. For her, such simple and warm days were true happiness. However, the smile soon faded, replaced by a hint of sorrow in her eyes. Given Hashirama's current condition, such blissful moments might not last much longer. Although their marriage was a union of convenience, over the years, they had developed genuine feelings for one another. As a wife, watching her husband succumb to death without the ability to intervene was an excruciating experience. On numerous occasions, as she witnessed Hashirama's declining health, she could only hide away and shed tears in silence. Renya, of course, noticed the sorrowful expression on Uzumaki Mito's face. Yet he said nothing. The matters of life and death were beyond human control. If it were possible, he too would not wish for Senju Hashirama to depart this world in such a manner. Yet, some things were simply unavoidable, and one could not wish them away. Since he could not alter the course of events, all he could do was accept them. Renya resolved to prepare a greater abundance of Hashirama's favorite dishes while he still had the appetite, rather than waiting until he was unable to eat to remember to cook. Seeing Renya begin to prepare the ingredients, Uzumaki Mito snapped back to the present, smiling as she said, Renya, let me help you. All right, Aunt Mito, Renya agreed, welcoming her assistance. The two were no novices at collaborating, and they quickly processed the ingredients. Next, Renya began to stir-fry. This step required no help from Mito. She stood by, watching as Renya plated dish after dish of delectable food. However, as she observed, she noticed something amiss. It seemed that all the dishes on the table were Hashirama's favorites. As Uzumaki Mito gazed at the steaming spatula wielded by Renya, a warmth enveloped her heart. This child. Chapter 93, getting along quite well. The sun began its descent, casting the golden hues of twilight over Konoha village. Uncle Renya, is my sweet and sour pork ready? Tsunade inquired, pulling aside the paper sliding door to the kitchen, her tiptoes barely allowing her to peer over the doorframe. Her large eyes brimming with anticipation. Sweet and sour pork was her absolute favorite dish prepared by Renya. Perhaps it was the innate fondness children have for sugary delights. As Tsunade possessed no resistance against sweets, ever since her last taste, she had been unable to forget the delectable dish. The towering figure of Hashirama cast a shadow over Tsunade as he mimicked her, stretching his neck to peek inside. It smells wonderful. Is it almost done? Mito observed the duo, a playful expression of mock reproach gracing her face. It will be ready shortly. Aunt Mito, please take these dishes out first, Renya instructed, gesturing towards the prepared fare on the table. Certainly, Mito replied with a smile, just as Hashirama cheerfully approached the table. Mito, let me assist you. He lifted 2 plates of food and exited the kitchen. Ha, these are all my favorites. How thoughtful of you, Renya. Mito smiled softly as she followed suit, carrying the remaining dishes. Tsunade, however, lingered, tugging at Renya's pant leg. Uncle Renya, where's my sweet and sour pork? Witnessing Tsunade's pitiful demeanor nearly melted Renya's heart. This girl is adorably excessive. Don't worry, I shall prepare it for you right away, he assured her. He deftly plated the food from the pan and immediately commenced the preparation of the sweet and sour pork. He began by slicing fresh pork tenderloin into uniformly thick strips, placing them in a bowl, cracking in an egg, and sprinkling salt, pepper, and cooking wine over them. With gentle hands, he mixed them together, allowing the meat to absorb the aromatic marinade thoroughly. Meanwhile, he poured oil into the pan. Next, he added an appropriate amount of starch to the bowl containing the meat, kneading it repeatedly until each strip was evenly coated in a delicate layer of batter. As the oil began to smoke, reaching a temperature of about 60%, Renya placed the meat strips into the pan one by one. With a satisfying sizzle, the meat gradually transformed into a crisp delight. After the first fry, he removed the strips to drain the oil, and, once the oil reached 80% heat, he proceeded to fry them a second time. This time, the exterior of the tenderloin became even crisper, emanating an irresistible aroma. Renya swiftly concocted the sweet and sour sauce, knowing it was the key to the dish's success. In a bowl, he sequentially added fragrant vinegar, white sugar, soy sauce, ketchup, and a splash of water, stirring them together with chopsticks until perfectly blended. He then cleaned the pan, sautéed minced garlic and ginger until fragrant, and poured in the prepared sauce. The sauce began to bubble enthusiastically, its color deepening to a vibrant red. He sprinkled in a spoonful of cornstarch water to thicken it, resulting in an increasingly luscious sauce. Ultimately, Renya added the golden pork back into the pan, tossing it quickly to combine. "It's done, Uncle Renya. I want to eat it now," Tsunade exclaimed, her mouth watering. Seeing her eagerness, Renya, with a resigned smile, plated a piece of sweet and sour pork for her. This greedy little girl disregarded the heat and devoured it hungrily. "Let's go eat," Renya called, lifting the food and beckoning Tsunade to follow. Upon seeing the meal was ready, Tsunade hurriedly trailed behind. While Renya's sweet and sour pork was delightful, the other dishes were equally tempting. She couldn't possibly forsake the other delicacies for just one dish, could she? "Is Tobirama not coming yet?" Mito inquired at the dining table. "It seems he won't make it," Renya replied. "I've packed his meal already. I'll deliver it later." "Ha ha. Poor Tobirama will miss out," Hashirama chuckled, popping a piece of sweet and sour pork into his mouth, his eyes squinting in delight. "Grandfather, you're stealing my food again." Tsunade pouted, visibly annoyed. That sweet and sour pork was something she specifically requested Renya to make for her. "Ha ha ha. Don't be angry, Tsunade. Try this," Hashirama said, offering her a pair of chopsticks filled with another dish. Seeing this, she relented. "Thank you for your hard work, Renya," Mito said, placing a chicken leg in Renya's bowl. "You're too kind, Aunt Mito," Renya replied. The twilight filtered through the paper windows, casting dappled shadows upon the four of them and the cat. Tsunade's cheeks were bulging as she adamantly refused to let anyone take the remaining sweet and sour pork from the table. "Meow, meow, meow." The tortoiseshell cat rubbed against Tsunade's feet incessantly. Reluctant but unable to resist, Tsunade fed a piece of sweet and sour pork to the cat. Hashirama regaled the table with tales from his youth, while Renya and Mito listened quietly, occasionally interjecting comments. The family relished their meal in joyful harmony, laughter and chatter filling the air. Meanwhile, in the Hokage's office, Senju Tobirama sat with a grim expression, glaring at the mountain of paperwork piled on his desk. After much effort, he had managed to complete his tasks just before mealtime and was preparing to gather his belongings to join his brother for dinner. However, just as he stood, his assistant entered, clutching yet another stack of documents. The thought of his brother enjoying a sumptuous meal at home while he remained trapped in this drudgery ignited a flare of frustration within him. "No, I must eat," Tobirama muttered to himself. After all, paperwork could wait, but a lavish feast was not something one encountered daily. Known for his diligence, Tobirama found himself contemplating the audacious idea of skipping work to dine. Perhaps I should leave it to my shadow clone. In truth, he preferred to handle paperwork personally, unwilling to rely on a shadow clone for such tasks. Yet, given the exceptional circumstances, he had no choice but to summon one. Having performed the hand seals to create a shadow clone, he exited the Hokage's office, leaving the clone behind to tackle the paperwork. "Brother, I hope I'm not too late," Tobirama announced as he entered the dining room, relieved to see a bounty of food still on the table. He had arrived just in time, a minute later, and he would have been left with leftovers. "Tobirama, you're late," Hashirama remarked, as Tobirama pulled out a chair to sit. He noticed the table was set with bowls and chopsticks, clearly prepared in advance for him. "Brother, there was no way around it. There was too much to handle," he replied, his anticipation for the meal palpable. Hashirama nodded and offered Tobirama a chicken leg. "You've worked hard, Tobirama." Tobirama nodded in acknowledgement, saying little as he began to eat. Observing that much of the food had been consumed, Renya grew concerned that Tobirama might not have enough to eat. He promptly retrieved a takeout box from the kitchen and placed it before Tobirama. "Uncle, I thought you wouldn't return for dinner, so I packed this for you." Tobirama instinctively opened the box, his expression softening at the sight of the varied dishes inside. This young man had even thought to prepare a meal for him in advance. Mito, witnessing this scene, turned to Hashirama with a smile. "Hashirama, it seems Tobirama and Renya get along quite well." Chapter 94, You Don't Object? Upon hearing Mito's words, Hashirama beamed at the two of them. He vividly recalled the time Tobirama had pleaded to stay at his home, begging to have Renya returned. Despite Tobirama's persuasive efforts, they had ultimately refused. Thankfully, he had turned down the request. Otherwise, he would have missed out on knowing such a wonderful child. Who would have thought that Tobirama, who had always been wary of the Uchiha, would bond so well with Renya? But now, Renya had distanced himself from the Uchiha and joined the Senju. Hashirama pondered. Could it be that Tobirama had brainwashed Renya? As this thought crossed his mind, he scrutinized their every interaction. Uncle, try this. It's delicious, Renya urged, pointing to a dish on the table. Tobirama nodded, using his chopsticks to pick up a portion and savoring it. Indeed, it is quite tasty. Observing this exchange, Hashirama scratched his head, feeling that everything appeared rather normal. Renya's demeanor did not suggest that he had been manipulated by Tobirama. It seems that Tobirama possesses quite the skill in educating children. Noticing Hashirama's gaze, Tobirama frowned slightly. Brother, what are you doing? Hashirama's hearty laughter resonated, clearly genuinely pleased to witness the harmonious interaction between the two. Uzumaki Mito stifled a giggle, remarking that their relationship was not merely amicable, but warmer than that of an ordinary father and son. Brother, sister-in-law, Tobirama's cheeks flushed slightly. In an instinctive effort to conceal his discomfort, he turned his face away. Hashirama and Mito couldn't help but chuckle at the sight. Tsunade, unaware of what had transpired, smiled as she observed her grandparents laughing. Renya's mouth twitched in annoyance, thinking how dull this couple truly was. Suddenly, he noticed the faint blush on Senju Tobirama's cheeks, his expression a mix of astonishment and shock. No way. This old man is blushing like a teapot. After the meal, Renya stood up to clear the dishes. His deft movements evoked a twinge of sympathy. It was evident he had done this many times before. Mito hastily called out to Renya. Renya, please sit down. I will handle this. She had no desire to trouble him further, considering how hard he had worked preparing the meal that afternoon. Cleaning the dishes was a task she preferred to take on herself. Just as Renya was about to speak, Hashirama interjected. Renya, let Mito take care of it. I happen to have something to discuss with you. At this remark, everyone instinctively turned their gaze toward Hashirama, including Mito, who slowed her pace in curiosity. She was eager to know what her husband wished to confer with Renya about. Renya, I need your assistance in looking after Tsunade for a while, Hashirama said slowly. I intend to accompany Mito to the land of whirlpools. Upon hearing this, Uzumaki Mito stared blankly at Hashirama. Since marrying into the Senju clan, she had scarcely returned home. The only time she had gone back was for her father's funeral, and she hadn't revisited her hometown since. Throughout the years, she had often contemplated returning to the land of whirlpools. When she married into Senju, holding the wedding gown sewn by her father, she cast a final glance at the verdant hills of her homeland through the palanquin curtains. The elder's admonitions echoed in her ears. A married daughter is like spilled water. Moreover, she bore the heavy responsibility of the alliance. Having married into the Senju clan, Mito was now one of them. Every action she took had to be considered for Hashirama and the family, rendering any desire to return home a complex affair. In the wake of Hashirama's establishment of Konoha, he had been perpetually swamped with responsibilities. Observing her exhausted husband, Mito had buried her longing deep within her heart. Eventually, Hashirama became less busy, but his health deteriorated. This matter remained unaddressed until today, when Hashirama brought it up himself. Mito, I know you wish to return to the land of whirlpools, he said, taking her hand in his. Over the years, I have indeed failed to notice your feelings. During the Warring States period, he was either engaged in battle or en route to one. After founding Konoha, he was consumed with various political affairs. It was only during a recent trip with Renya that he remembered how long it had been since Mito visited her family, especially since her uncle was eagerly awaiting her return. Hashirama intended to seize the opportunity before his health worsened to take Mito back to her hometown. Hence, he requested Renya to look after Tsunade for a while. Mito's eyes glistened with tears, deeply touched. She had not anticipated that Hashirama would still consider her feelings despite his condition. Hashirama smiled at Mito, then turned his expectant gaze toward Renya. No problem, Uncle Hashirama. Renya nodded in agreement. Since he would be at home during this time, taking care of the child posed no issue. Haha, then I shall trouble you, Hashirama chuckled. However, little Tsunade is quite attached to me. Ever since her parents brought her here, she has clung to her grandfather. If she does not see me, she will undoubtedly wail. Hashirama intended to prepare Tsunade psychologically, encouraging her to stay with Renya for a while. Little Tsunade, Hashirama was interrupted by Tsunade's excited exclamation, Yay! I finally get to live with Uncle Renya. She was well aware that living with Renya meant indulging in delicious food daily. Tsunade had always envied her second grandfather, who could request any dish he desired from Uncle Renya. Now, she could finally enjoy that same privilege. As for her grandparents being away for a time, that was of no concern. After all, her second grandfather and Uncle Renya would still be at home. When faced with the choice between delectable food and her grandparents, Tsunade unhesitatingly chose the former. In her view, her grandparents would eventually return. Observing Tsunade's exuberance, Hashirama felt a twinge of embarrassment. Just moments ago, he had been boasting about her attachment to him, and now he was swiftly met with a reality check. Mito stifled a laugh, unable to resist covering her mouth as she watched her husband. Tsunade truly was a glutton. Mito feigned reproach as she glanced at Tsunade. You little one. For the sake of food, you abandon your grandparents. Grandma, I like you the most. Tsunade pouted, shaking Mito's hand in a playful manner. Mito playfully pinched Tsunade's nose. That's more like it. Upon learning that Hashirama intended to leave the village, Tobirama couldn't help but furrow his brow. Given his brother's current health, what would happen if he encountered an accident on the way? Yet, seeing his sister-in-law's joyful expression, he swallowed his words. After all, Mito had married into the Senju clan for many years and truly deserved to return home for a visit. Ultimately, Tobirama refrained from voicing his objections and resumed eating. As he had arrived late and was still hungry, Hashirama noticed Tobirama's reaction with mild surprise. He had anticipated his brother would oppose the idea, having already prepared arguments to persuade him, only to find Tobirama silent. Based on his understanding of his brother, silence indicated agreement, yet he could not resist asking, Tobirama, you do not oppose my leaving the village with Mito? Chapter 95. Look at how exhausted this kid is. Tobirama set down his chopsticks and raised his head. Brother, you indeed should take Mito back to see her family. He saw no reason to oppose such a matter. Haha, I'm glad you agree. Hashirama exclaimed with a hearty laugh. Mito beamed at Tobirama, pleased that her brother-in-law was considerate of her feelings. Brother, when do you plan to depart? Tobirama inquired. Perhaps tomorrow? Hashirama looked to Mito for confirmation. Upon receiving her nod, he smiled. Yes, tomorrow it is. Very well, I will send a team of guards to ensure your safety, Tobirama stated. Upon hearing this, Renya cast a peculiar glance at Tobirama. Is that really necessary? He then turned to Hashirama and Mito. Well, one is the god of shinobi, and the other is the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails. With such a duo, who would dare to lay a hand on them? This is a sure way to court disaster. Despite Hashirama's current frail condition diminishing his strength, he was no easy target. And as for Mito, despite being a woman, she was a member of the Uzumaki clan, inherently possessing immense chakra and mastery over powerful sealing techniques, not to mention harboring a Nine Tails within her. With her sealing abilities, it would be a simple task to restrain an ordinary Kaga-level shinobi. This couple faced virtually no rivals in the current shinobi world, unless Uchiha Madara chose to intervene. However, Madara was preoccupied with the Moon Eye plan and had no time to concern himself with them. Tobirama's insistence on arranging guards felt redundant and unnecessary. That's not needed, Tobirama. Hashirama waved his hand to decline the proposal. Tobirama, upon hearing this, did not insist further. He merely spoke offhandedly. Given the prowess of the elder brother and sister-in-law, there was no need for any bodyguards. He only mentioned it out of an abundance of caution. After Senju Tobirama finished his meal, the trio departed with Tsunade. As the dawn approached, Hashirama and Mito were to set off. Thus Tsunade would accompany Tobirama back. The moonlight cascaded over the Senju clan's territory. Uncle Renya, I desire a midnight snack, Tsunade exclaimed, perched upon Senju Tobirama's shoulder, swinging her short legs. Tobirama swiftly extended his hand to steady her, fearing she might tumble. I want dango, and I want double the red bean paste. Haven't you just eaten? Renya replied, somewhat exasperated. This gluttonous girl truly had an insatiable appetite. Tsunade blinked her large, watery eyes and prolonged her plea. But I'm hungry again. Listening to his granddaughter's whines and observing her little legs swinging before him, the usually stern and aloof second Hokage found himself hesitating, his throat moving as he refrained from uttering a refusal. After much contemplation, he finally managed to say, consuming too much at night is detrimental to one's health. Just a little bit. I'll only have a tiny taste, please, great-grandfather. Tsunade suddenly tightened her legs around his neck, her arms encircling his forehead as she swayed from side to side, her hair brushing against Tobirama's cheek and causing an itch. Renya, observing the softening expression on Tobirama's face, couldn't help but smirk. He nearly forgot that this old fellow was quite the doting grandfather. Ultimately, Tobirama could not resist Tsunade's charms and turned to Renya. Young man, prepare her a little something, and also brew some hawthorn tea to aid digestion. Renya thought to himself, what the heck, if you agreed, you should be the one to do it. Why must you delegate this to me? Do I look like I have nothing to do? Uncle Renya, I'm begging you, Tsunade pleaded sweetly. Faced with her charms, Renai quickly capitulated. Fine, I understand. He sighed and turned to the kitchen, feeling as though he had truly become the chef of the Senju clan. In the end, Tsunade went to bed content after finishing her dango. In the living room, Tobirama watched Renai, who was sprawled on the sofa, his eyelids twitching. Was it really necessary to be this dramatic over a single meal? Renai lay with his head resting on the couch, staring vacantly at the ceiling. Accustomed to executing missions, he found himself at a loss for what to do when suddenly stopped. Once Hashirama and Mito returned, he planned to head out for a mission. As for Tobirama's prior advice, please, he had already taken a few days to rest, giving this old man quite enough face. Uchiha Tanaka posed a threat, but it was not to the extent that he dared not leave the village. If they happened to cross paths, he could simply eliminate him. In the worst-case scenario, he would lose an eye, while Uchiha Tanaka would lose his life. Renai harbored serious doubts about Tobirama's true intentions behind keeping him at home. It seemed he was merely being used as a free cook. After all, this old man had certainly indulged himself these past few days. Renai had just seen Tobirama sneak a taste of Tsunade's dango, justifying it with, eating too much at night is unhealthy. Let your great-grandfather help you finish this. It was clear that the old man simply craved it. Tired, he decided to return to rest. After all, he would need to see them off the next day. Tobirama placed a glass of milk before Renai. Hearing this, Renai finally snapped back to reality. It was indeed getting late. It was time for bed. He picked up the milk, but suddenly froze. Noticing Renai's peculiar expression, Tobirama swallowed nervously, striving to maintain a calm facade. Surely this kid hadn't discovered anything, had he? That shouldn't be possible. This was his latest concoction of sleeping powder. Unlike traditional sleeping drugs, its effect was far more potent. It was completely colorless and tasteless, with no side effects whatsoever. It was truly an essential item for home, travel, and even nefarious deeds. Logically, Renai should not have been able to detect it. In the tense silence, Renai finally spoke. Uncle, this milk isn't expired, is it? He hadn't returned home for quite some time, and naturally, no one had drunk the milk sitting in the kitchen for so long. It had to be spoiled. Tobirama instantly breathed a sigh of relief. It was only this matter. This kid startled him for no reason. He shot Renai an irritated glare. The milk isn't expired. It was delivered just this morning. The esteemed second Hokage and second in command of the Senju clan, would never stoop to drinking expired milk. I simply cannot afford to lose face. As long as it's not expired, Renai nodded, downing the milk in one gulp. Uncle, I'm heading back to sleep now. As Renai stood up, darkness suddenly enveloped him, and he collapsed back onto the sofa. Tobirama displayed a sly smile, pleased that this kid was so exhausted that he had fallen asleep right there. However, it seemed he had added a bit too much of the concoction. With that, he bent down to scoop Renai up and, cloaked in the night, departed the Senju clan's grounds. With Hashirama absent the following day, he could conduct his research without worry. Chapter 96. Brother, it seems I'm about to perish. These past few days, aside from preparing meals for Tsunade, Renai had been training in the practice field. Initially, he believed that the Hashirama couple would be away for several days, but to his surprise, they returned on the third day. Knowing that his brother was back, Tobirama took Renai and Tsunade to the entrance to greet them. Tobirama, Renai, there was no need to come greet us, Hashirama said, his complexion pale, forcing a faint smile as he saw the three. Upon witnessing Hashirama's condition, Renai felt a sinking sensation in his heart. How had Uncle Hashirama's health deteriorated so drastically in just 3 days? Tobirama, noticing this, could not help but inquire, Brother, are you all right? His concern for his brother's health was palpable. Had he known it would come to this, he would have never allowed him to leave. Hashirama waved his hand dismissively. Smiling softly, Tobirama, there's no need to worry. I'm fine. A good night's sleep will suffice. Yes, a good sleep will do the trick. His tone grew increasingly resolute, as if to convince himself that it was merely fatigue. Beside him, Uzumaki Mito's eyes glistened with tears as she gently clasped her husband's hand. Hashirama, if you're tired, let us go home and rest. Her voice quivered, betraying her inner turmoil. Had she known things would unfold this way, she would never have agreed to accompany Hashirama to the land of whirlpools. When they first departed, Hashirama had seemed in good health. It was only after leaving the land of fire that he suddenly collapsed without warning, slipping into unconsciousness. This had terrified Mito, but fortunately, Hashirama awoke shortly thereafter. The problem arose after his awakening. He appeared as pale as a patient long tormented by illness. Clearly, his old injuries had flared up. Upon waking and seeing Mito's worried expression, he merely said, I'm sorry, Mito. It seems I won't be able to accompany you to the land of whirlpools. Mito remained silent, supporting her husband as they made their way back. At this moment, returning home was no longer important. She only wished for her husband's safety. Hashirama, feeling Mito's hand on his, gently patted her hand. All right, let us go home and rest. With that, the couple stepped forward into the village. Renya and Tobirama instinctively stepped aside to allow them passage. As Hashirama passed by, he gradually halted. Tobirama, I wish to rest properly for a few days. So please do not disturb me. Tsunade, let us go home, Mito said, smiling as she extended her hand to Tsunade. Yay, Grandpa and Grandma, you're finally back. Tsunade exclaimed, grasping her grandmother's hand and following the elderly couple as they left. Grandpa, are you feeling unwell? It's nothing serious. I just need to rest for a couple of days. Rest well, Grandpa. Once you're better, we can play dice together. Haha, no problem. Is little Go wanting to win back the pocket money he lost before? Of course. This time, I shall surely triumph. Renya and Tobirama silently observed the 3 generations of their family retreating into the distance. Uncle, has Hashirama's condition truly deteriorated to such an extent? Renya murmured softly, his expression a mixture of complexity and concern. The impression Hashirama had left moments earlier was that of a waning elder, exuding an overwhelming aura of death. The oppressive atmosphere made it difficult for him to breathe. Tobirama stood with his arms crossed, his expression impassive. Yet, the slight tremor in his fingers betrayed the calm facade he sought to maintain. His mind was a tempest of tumultuous emotions, rendering even the act of breathing a laborious task. Tobirama had always been a paragon of composure. But witnessing his elder brother in such a state felt as though his heart, typically as unyielding as iron, was being tightly gripped by some unseen force. Brother, it seems you are nearing death. He had believed his brother could endure for several more years, yet fate had played a cruel jest, bringing this moment upon them with alarming swiftness. Observing Tobirama's distress, Renya understood that this old man was suffering internally and thus chose to remain silent. Standing resolutely by his side, he was acutely aware that, given Hashirama's current condition, he likely had only a few days left to live. Memories of the moments spent with Hashirama over the years flooded Renya's mind, causing his fists to clench unconsciously. Though he had always regarded himself as an outsider, he was nonetheless a human being, a living, breathing entity with emotions and flesh. He harbored the memories of who had treated him kindly and who had not, and the sight of Hashirama in such a state inevitably filled him with sorrow. As Tobirama, Hashirama's younger brother, beheld the transformation of his elder, his feelings were beyond articulation. As dusk devoured the last remnants of twilight, Renya and Tobirama stood side by side before the gates of Konoha. A gentle night breeze stirred a few fallen leaves, brushing past their feet. Tobirama maintained his posture with arms crossed, the hem of his dark robe billowing and settling with the wind. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely until the silvery moonlight cast its glow upon Tobirama's face. He swallowed hard, his voice hoarse. You should return home, kid. Renya instinctively lifted his gaze, only to find the moonlight slicing his stern visage into stark contrasts of light and shadow. The half of his face obscured by darkness rendered him inscrutable, while the portion illuminated by the moon remained cold, save for the faint crimson veins at the corners of his eyes, betraying an imperceptible fatigue. Renya opened his mouth, words poised on the tip of his tongue. Yet he swallowed them back, ultimately nodding solemnly. As Renya walked ahead, he faintly heard the sound of fabric brushing against itself behind him, the steady footsteps of Tobirama following at a measured pace. Their shadows intertwined and elongated on the cobblestone path, stretching deeper into the heart of Konoha. Along the way, Renya pondered many thoughts: the formidable nature of Hashirama's cells, the reasons behind his deteriorating health, and any potential solutions. Yet, after much contemplation, he remained at a loss. He did not wish for Hashirama to perish in such a manner, yet felt utterly powerless. Tobirama, unbeknownst to Renya, had approached him, his thoughts equally consumed with the search for a remedy. Over the years, he had tried countless methods, even resorting to human experimentation. Yet no remedy had yielded a positive outcome for his brother's condition. Unnoticed, they arrived before Hashirama's door. They instinctively halted, gazing at the closed entrance. Tobirama contemplated knocking but hesitated, ultimately relinquishing the idea. His brother had previously instructed him not to disturb him. Tobirama understood that Hashirama wished to shield him from witnessing his grave illness. Renya observed this scene, biting his lip, his expression heavy with sorrow. Uncle, let us return home. Tobirama nodded, casting one last glance at the door before they turned away. Once they had departed, a frail voice emerged from within. Mito, have they left? Followed by Mito's choked response. Yes, they have returned. That is good, that is good. Hashirama, You must hold on. I am sorry, Mito. I may have to go back on my word.